whatever, 30-foot mast, right? So we have an angle to something that goes above the mirage and remains visible until it goes into the distance. So simply because I haven't done that in a controlled environment per se, where I've got someone that I can manipulate myself, we still have those observations. So
yeah, but remember, well, if you know how big you're already kind of getting yourself in trouble here. So if you know how high the mast is, you would know the angle to the base, and you could draw where the horizon or the base of the boat is, and see whether that boat can be seen, or and whether that is caused by the horizon or by miraging. I mean, all these things you're just not doing, and it's okay. You can't do everything. You're doing good. You're doing good for what you got, but you're missing so many things that you just don't understand.
Okay, right. Listen, that's beside the point for the argument in my video. My argument is a part of this discussion, so I still would appreciate any feedback on the video dealing with my claims there. But my question to you is, because I've captured this boat, the Southern Cross, in the Chesapeake Bay many times, and you very well could do your maths, right? You're the math guy. You like this stuff. I hate this stuff. You do it. I've got the boat. You see the boat in its pre-miraged scale, and then you take the video and break it down for us, man. That'd be awesome.
Yes. Yeah, I'm more than happy to do that. I do write those kind of equations.
All right, yeah, go watch the video.
I'll get you the video.
And you know, when I go out, it's going to be I'll be out there October 23rd, and I'll be out there October 30th for the video we've talked about, video and pictures that I've promised to do. That'll happen on October 3rd, 23rd, and October 30th.
All right, looking
I
forward
could do it beforehand, but I'm just too lazy.
I can get in.
And I gotta buy a better telescope. That's what I really should do.
Real quick, the only reason Zanuck even said that is because these guys have been saying if you had asked him that question 5, 6, 7 years ago, he would have said, no question, Earth is a sphere, there's zero chance it's flat. Now that they've boxed themselves into this corner with you can't prove anything ever, it's solipsism, they have to say that the Earth could be flat. That's the only reason why he said that.
I think Jeremy should have like his own talk show, like a radio show. I think he'd be good at that, Jeremy. You're
they'll all say the same thing. This Kosho will tell you, every Glober right now will tell you the Earth could be flat because they can't prove anything.
I can tell you that as a Glober, the Earth is not flat.
But can you prove it?
All right, so there's 0% chance that the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
100% proven this.
Well, we can show proof. Mathematics is all about proof, so we can show proof.
Yeah, we can show you mathematically, or we can just...
Is it possible that the proof has been flawed or errored?
Can I ask a question then?
You can have proof. Like, for example, I see horizon drop at altitude. That is mathematical proof the Earth is round. But you can say, well, is it possible the Earth is flat? Well, it's possible because those pictures that we take from space could be altered by some other type of, transformation of our reality due to us being a simulation, and it's just, random and reflections and holograms and things. That's possible. Probable? Okay. No. Possible? Yes.
Why not probable?
For all the reasons I've said over the last 5 years.
But you just said that math. You listen to math, but the pictures could be altered. Blah blah blah. It's not probable that it's probably happening that the pictures are being altered, but it's a possibility. How do you know that the pictures aren't being altered? Why is it not probable?
We don't know. We don't know anything. We don't know for sure anything, like you guys say. But every time I bring up,
that's not what I'm saying.
Hold on, I'll answer you, Stacey. Every time I get any type of measurement, any type of result for any type of experiment and measurement, every one of them points to round. The more you do that, the more the probability goes to near, and it goes exponentially to zero. Never gets to zero, but it will get closer and closer to, like the 10 to the negative 17. Right now, we're at the 10 to the negative 17 chance that the Earth is flat. And every time we come up with another bit of information or evidence, it gets even smaller.
But yes, when you use all your assumptions, when you start using all your assumptions, sure, there's 0%. I could start with a whole bunch of assumptions and say there's almost 0%. It's round.
No, you can't.
But Jeremy, how do you combat the fact that people have left this Earth and seen it to be round?
I don't know
And
that.
if you put them on a lie detector and they pass, like, what do you do then?
Hmm?
Like,
Let me tell you
Why
something.
would you trust a
You
lie
won't answer
detector
that
test?
Thank
no,
you.
I'm just,
Let me tell you
I'm
something.
Dare
I
you
can
at
I can read I can read body language. All right, I can read body language pretty good. And I'll tell you right now, when those 3 astronauts were sitting at the table after they claimed they landed on the moon, they were not telling the truth. It was blatantly obvious with their body language.
Yep. That's a
well,
fact.
Jeremy,
If you
but
guys can't see
Jeremy,
that,
Again,
there's
as
something wrong
a
right there.
janitor,
that aside, I agree.
I mean, guys, you realize what you're
But anyway,
saying
but that's
is
an
that
opinion. Okay, fine. That's not scientific. Present so much evidence that Santa Claus is real. The only way that you're going to not believe that Santa Claus is real until you start thinking about it for yourself, that the possibility even exists.
Yeah.
Right? If you don't even imagine that Santa Claus is not real, you're going to use every single eat half-eaten carrot and
no,
half-eaten cookies and milk
there's no
to use that as
possibility.
proof of something that you already believe in. So
No, I'm
until you
saying,
accept that it's even possible or probable,
it's
because we've
not.
actually
It's
shown
not.
we have
Uh,
shown evidence where photos have been manipulated. So it's
yes,
not like a possibility that they might have been. They have been. They easily are and can be. So
Hmm.
why is it not probable now that that is what's happening?
yeah.
Especially when you
So
can't prove anything else.
okay. Well, I can tell you, but if you want to keep talking, feel free.
Oh,
So
come on.
in logic and math, right? When you have an axiom, and you can use more than one axiom to continue to prove things, right? So like how when we take basic math, we have to prove that 1 plus 1 equals 2, right? And when we prove that, we can then use that as a stepping stone for greater mathematical proofs. Just the one proof of 1 plus 1 equals 2 took 762 pages just to prove that one thing. And it's free of error and cannot be misinterpreted. And if you want to read all 762 pages, I welcome you. And what I'm saying is that we have been able to have so much material, right, to prove that the Earth is a sphere or a geoid, right, as we say it, that your idea that the Earth is a flat plane is completely impossible.
What
The
proof?
fact,
Okay, you
yeah,
have a if you have a 762 page document on why 1 plus 1 equals 2, I mean that's just fucking insane.
is it, Jeremy? I mean, you guys, see,
Yeah,
you
bro.
Someone
guys,
wasted some time. I mean,
no,
if you can't
you guys,
understand that it's a human construct of like we're just assuming we're making these numbers, we're inventing this to do this thing, and we're all agreed
We
that this is what the measurement stick is, then yeah, we all agree.
Yeah,
Right?
but we
it,
That's
agreed
not
upon that, right,
okay.
honey? With what we did here on Earth, things that we've measured here, things that we can visibly and tangibly touch. Those things of math, I understand. When you start fucking, quantifying it and using it for things that you can't even see or have never seen, and there's atmosphere and everything in the way, and that is math and that is verifiable, I call bullshit.
here's
Things
the
on
thing about
Earth
math.
are different.
We're not disagreeing with the math and the formulas and how they prove things. We're
Right.
asking where you got the numbers to plug into the formula. For
Yeah,
instance, the radius value. Let's start with that.
yeah.
We're
So
not saying that the circle. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
okay. No, no, no. Please. I mean, it seems like you guys
But
want to keep talking to yourself. So
no, well,
continue.
we're asking if that's the specific
Are
question,
you
right? We're
asking
not.
me a question, or are you
You
guys
keep
just all
saying we're
telling me
denying
things?
math. We're not
Yeah.
denying the math. We're asking
I,
where the numbers that plug into the math. So let's go with radius value.
okay. So when you do math, right, you can do a lot of errorless math. And what I'm telling you is that there is not a single point of origin to how we got the
Oh my
radius.
God. Fucking rhetoric, dude.
All right. Please interrupt
Well,
me.
but
Where
Talk.
did
well,
you get the value? Just tell us. Don't tell us a story. Where did you get the value?
Listen, dumbass, I'm trying to tell you that there's not one single place. I'm sorry that doesn't fit into your idea of how the world works, but there's not one place, one origin to where we could say how we got the radius of
Okay,
the
here
Earth.
you go.
The
Here you
radius,
go. You ready, Smooth? You ready, Smooth? You go like this. One of the places we got it was A. The second place was B. The third place was C. I didn't have to tell a story. Give us the different places then, man. The
okay, no
fuck?
problem. So number one, we have satellites. So that's that's going to be my best
you,
example.
No, you needed the radius value to have a satellite in the first place.
Correct.
Oh, yeah. See, listen. I mean,
Without
said it.
radius,
Okay.
you got no orbit, bro.
You don't know how high you need to go above something in order to orbit it if you don't know
Fucking
what the
dirt.
size of it is.
You people.
You guys are so fucking stupid. I said well, that's one place where we get it, and
All right. Yeah. So how did you get satellites? How did you get those? How did they know how far to make satellites?
Listen, do you want to have an educational conversation? And like,
go for it.
All
Please
right.
tell us.
So let's just suppose, right?
Please.
All right. Let's just suppose that we don't know the exact. Okay. Nope. You guys let me know when you're ready.
No, don't interrupt him. Let him go, please. Suppose what? What do we suppose?
Right. Let's just suppose that we're able to shoot these satellites into space, right? And we don't know the exact size of the orbit. Well, through sensors and communication with ground towers, we can calculate it. So I'm saying that.
We're done.
I told you that the radius has been something that's become more accurate over time, and there's not a single place of origin. I'm saying one of the ways that we increase the accuracy of the radius is by understanding satellite telemetry and orbital mechanics. That's one. You said A, B, and C. That's one place that helped us to get a better accuracy of what the radius is. And there's many others.
All right, how did you prove orbital mechanics? How did you prove Earth was orbiting the sun and not the other way around?
Right. Well, we put measuring tools into an environment where we could understand.
Oh my!
When you have to understand before you start going up there and doing all that, you have to have radius to even do any of this first. You have to have accuracy. You can't just go, well, let's just figure it out. We're assuming and let's just fucking do it. And send shit out in space.
That's the thing, guys.
We'll figure it out in space. Yeah, on the way, we'll figure it out.
Yeah, we'll figure it out on the way. No.
They went to the moon on the first try.
So, all right. So let's talk about the guy. Let's talk about the guy who went up in a balloon, right? Do you need to know the radius of the Earth or how balloons work to fill a balloon with air and float into the sky? Do you have to understand that?
That's a false equivalence. It's not the same thing, dude. It's not an orbit, is it?
You guys are so fucking funny.
It's not an orbit. It's not the same
thing. Wait. Is the Earth orbiting? Is the a balloon is orbiting the Earth? So the Earth is rotating underneath the balloon?
Was that my point? So I'm saying to you, right? You said orbit. Oh, okay. All right. No, keep talking over me because the only way you guys can ever prevent the truth from coming out. It's to talk a lot.
But you said orbit. No. You said satellites are orbiting, and then you used a balloon as an example.
Because I'm saying to you, right? That's the thing. You guys are unable to listen. So I'm saying to you, you don't need to know every detail for something to work, right? If we wanted to go up in a balloon, we just have to put air in a balloon and we can float up. We don't need to know how high things are or anything like that, right? So what I'm trying to tell you, okay.
Oh, let him go.
What I'm trying to explain to you is that the radius of the Earth, as it is agreed upon current value, was not found in any one way. Rather, over thousands of years, we became more and more accurate, and we used more and more evidence and more tools to reach that value. And one of the tools that gives us the greatest understanding is satellites. And we can go back to 1700s, where they found the radius of the Earth to within a certain percentage by just doing math, parallax math. So, I mean, I can answer your question 100.
To say at this point.
Yeah, that's fine. I can answer your question 100 different ways. I'm just saying that the radius was found doing many different methods, right?
We all went to the same school you went to. We all know the exact same stories we were all told.
Oh, I don't think you went to the same school. I don't think you went to my school.
Same educational system we are all under. It's a curriculum, okay? Where you live, it's a curriculum. Yep.
Well, how do you know I didn't go to a private school?
You still have a curriculum,
It's the
so
same
we all have to
curriculum,
follow.
bro.
It
I
wouldn't
don't
be
think
the
he
same
knows what that
curriculum.
means.
And listen, you
Yeah,
may have things
even
outside of the
home-
normal curriculum, but everybody has a basic curriculum that you have to pass.
statewide, countrywide,
Right,
nationwide.
but I've also gone to college. So have all of you gone to the same college I've gone to?
Doesn't matter about that either.
Well, oh, so advanced education doesn't matter. Gotcha.
No. That's not
I'm-
what I'm trying to say,
So
hon. You're
advancing
twisting my words.
You just said it, you said going to college doesn't matter. I consider college my school. I don't consider my my high school education anything.
Well, good. Cheers to that. Me too, love. Like, you know what I mean? But you based everything that you went to college on, honestly, off the curriculum that you were learning before that. I guarantee you had presupposed feelings when you went to college already.
So, okay.
People did.
I mean,
I'm not blaming you. I'm saying we all going to have that.
See, that's the thing. You don't know anything about me. You don't know, like. See, I can tell you
know that the sun was 93 million miles away before you went to college?
Okay, we all got taught that shit. So we had that in our head.
I didn't know that value, no. So here's what I learned in college. I can
know.
tell you my very first college experience, right? My very first class was with this crazy German guy. It was for endocrinology. It was actually a 400 level class. And he was telling me how to actually learn. And in college, I learned how to learn, how to take pieces of information, analyze them, and use it. In high school, all I learned was how to take a piece of information and write it back down a week later.
Exactly.
I completely agree. You're absolutely
Repeat and
correct.
repeat. Absolutely.
I have a quick question. How do you feel about this? I think it was Stalin who said, or was it Lenin who said, I don't care who teaches my kids. Give me a kid from 0 to 7 years old, and I don't care who teaches them after that.
I don't know how to interpret that.
Well, he was just giving you an example of how you feel about what he said. You may not understand that that's what's happened, but
it's about core memories. It's about how the state can create core memories at the end of the day.
Okay. Well,
do you understand how that could be important, and how all you have to do is build upon those core memories and feed it to you every day with fake pictures? And why would you ever think?
Well, see, that's not how that's not how I came to be. So, like, a big part of my life is my fact that my dad is Russian, and I grew up reading encyclopedias and not watching Disney channels. And my dad's a chemical engineer, so he taught me how to understand cause and effect. And what I'm saying to you is that your question's valid. Where do you understand that the radius comes from? That's a valid question, no problem. And what I'm telling you is that if you follow the axioms of a lot of different methods, you will reach the same conclusion that the Earth is 100% flat.
I get what you're saying.
Can you start with a false axiom?
But did your parents teach you about Santa Claus? Did you believe in Santa Claus, or did your parents not do that?
No, my parents didn't do that.
They did not?
No.
Okay, so they didn't. But when they told you about Santa Claus, where did they tell you Santa Claus lived?
I just told you they didn't do that. My parents didn't do it.
But did they ever?
Oh.
Do you know where Santa Claus is supposed to live?
I mean, the narrative that we all got taught mostly, probably. I mean, you may not have been taught that, but how did you hear about Santa Claus? I mean, you heard about Santa Claus, right? We all have on the earth. You think?
I mean, did your parents tell you about Santa Claus to tell you that it was fake? I guess is what I'm saying.
Something.
Like, they told you the story of Santa Claus in order then to say that this is a bunk story, or did they just never mention it ever? I guess I'm trying to get to a specific part of the question.
You're still here, Smooth?
Yeah, I would.
He was breaking up for me. I don't know if it was me though. So sorry.
Yeah, it was me too. But
anyway.
Okay, sweetie, have a good day.
I was just gonna say, where did they say Santa Claus is supposed to have lived? It is.
Yes,
and I'm sorry. I gotta go. Peace,
bye, honey.
Sorry.
You're good. Hi, Rakia. Go ahead.
My girlfriend called me.
Well, smart people like him, which he sounds very intelligent. He's schooled. Would understand to know a shape for sure. You would need to measure it. Now you can use those other ways to kind of logically deduce that it might be the shape, but to actually know the shape, you would need to go out there and measure it. And I haven't seen that done. I've seen it, mismeasured. I've seen it, using the tools that I know are very accurate, use the tools wrong. But I've never seen a horizontal plane created and then the measurement taken from that horizontal plane down to the water, which in their model is curving. So you would easily be able to measure that. I've never seen that in the 7 years I've been here.
Well, they do that at Slack. That's what we talk about. It's a straight object like you requested, and then you can see the divergent, parallel, non-parallel plumb lines. So that's doing kind of exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'll repeat my statement. I've never seen a horizontal plane created over water, and then the physical measurement taken down to the water showing me the different, the arcing of the water over distance. Never seen that.
It's a little incredulous, but it's okay.
Not really. That's how we measure.
I would agree that there's no one's constructed a perfectly horizontal structure over water. I would agree with you.
Okay, well then I'm going to let you agree with me there, because that was my statement. Thanks.
Okay, but something equivalent to that is any horizontal structure that can measure divergent plumb lines, which would be reasonable to assume that if it was over water, you would see this divergent distance on the ends versus the water if the center was a tangent.
The only problem I have that is the distances that they're usually doing these these plumb lines and just the fractions that are off. The only thing that I've actually seen, and I think you and I discussed this, was a video by some surveyors that went out and measured the distances between two buildings, and the bottom and the top should have been, whatever. They came up with a number that it should have been difference in distance apart because of the angle difference, the plumb being different. And they didn't measure that, and even they were surprised. So whatever methods they used as surveyors or using the surveyor equipment, I didn't verify they were surveyors. They just said they were. They were shocked that the buildings weren't further apart at the top than the bottom, because they thought they lived on a globe, and that was their assumption before. That's what they were trying to see, if their hypothesis that the tops of buildings would be further apart. And when they weren't, they were surprised. So whether that video was just a hoax or whatever, that is the only video I've seen of this type of thing. I've never seen another video where they took the measurements and said, yeah, look at this. These buildings are 3 feet apart because they're 1,000 miles difference and they're this tall. So that means they should be 3 foot apart. And here's the measurements. Never seen that video.
I mean, I guess the best place to do that would be like when you see very tall buildings and know how far the bases are, and then measure with some type of lasers, infrared lasers or something, to be able to see what the difference is between the top versus the bottom. I don't know. You can't do that over like Manhattan. It's too small. It's only
No, you can't.
They did it over a great distance, like 500 miles. They did it over a couple hundred miles, whatever it was.
500 miles. You can't see. How do you see buildings that are 500 miles apart?
So now you're saying to get an accurate distance from the base of one building to another, you have to have line of sight? That's not true.
No, the base is fine. The tops. How are you going to be able to measure the tops?
Well, you'd have to ask them how they did it.
I vaguely remember us talking about that. Do you have that video link?
I've posted it before. You actually watched it and critiqued it, and were wrong on several points. But that was your main point. How did they actually do the survey? And you'd have to ask the surveyor how they do it. But obviously, it can be done.
If I did a search for, what would be the key words that I would consider? I would look at it again.
You look for Brazilian convex Earth.
Is that
Brazilian?
Oh yeah, that's right. I saw that. That's right.
Yeah, it's a
Brazilian
hoax.
convex Earth.
They didn't say anything about convex Earth.
Because one of the things you said in your statement earlier was you can reasonably assume. That I hear that so many times, like reasonably assume. The fact that they were talking about science and using the word assumption or assuming something, isn't that a problem?
No, not really.
No, for them, an assumption is something that they already know. We know this to be true, so we're just going to take it for granted. So
Right.
Instead of saying, yeah, you can say no.
It's
We
still an
know.
assumption. You're reasonably assuming something based on a presupposed position in your head or whatever you've already done, but that's an assumption, so it's not been proven. It's not science.
Yeah, we know that.
No, when you do science, you set up your experiment, you do make reasonable, you have control variables, you make reasonable assumptions. Yeah, all that is done in science. Nothing
Control
is
variables, controlling things. You're figuring it out. You're assuming along the way. If there's any assumptions in your science, I have a problem with it. I'm just telling you where I stand. I'm not telling you like it should be that way for sure, but I'm telling you my stance.
I'm talking to you. I'm assuming you're human, but you could be some type of bot. So it's a dangerous assumption to think in these kind of days because bots are very
definitely could be.
They can fool us. But I'm assuming so in our discussion, based on my assumption, you being not a bot, we're going to make this conclusion, just like everything else. Now, if someone can show me that you're a bot, then of course all bets are off, right? So go show go show that the assumptions are wrong by doing tests on those assumptions. It's not that hard to do.
No, you prove your assumptions are correct.
That's the issue you guys have, is that like if we remove the debate aspect and we just say that we're a group of people who want to do the best for society, right?
Okay.
What Zanuck is saying, right, is true. He believes that you're human, right?
Right.
And to assume that you're a bot, right, it would be dangerous. But we could solve the question two ways. We could ask you, hey, lady, are you a bot? And you would say, no, right? Or we could ask you, prove to us that you're a bot, you know? And you wouldn't be able to do either one of those.
Well, I mean, you probably could prove eventually if I'm a bot or not because of the program, and you could verify that kind of stuff, and you actually could. But the problem is the statement that was said was, well, you could be, but we're going to assume that you're not. So the problem is right there that, yes, your guys are probably right. Reasonably, I'm not a bot, right? I'm over here talking. I'm going in my personal life. I'm outside of what the normal thing of you. Wait. I'm outside the normal thing of what you. Let me finish. I'm outside the normal thing of what you reasonably think a bot would be. So, but right now you don't know that. What if there's something else there that's making me a bot, and I'm very, very intelligent, and I'm able to do what normal bots don't do? The problem is it lies that you're assuming automatically that this is the way it is without actually verifying it, because there is a possibility that I am a bot. That's where you guys are leaving it off, and you're automatically leaving it. This is the way it is because we reasonably assume, but you guys have already said there is a possibility, though, that I'm incorrect.
No,
right?
There's no possibility.
Oh, no, but there is.
Okay.
Of course there is.
No, there's not, because I can cut you open.
Yes, there is. From the moment you're assuming, you are not being accurate. When you're assuming, you're not being accurate. The only way you'd know Stacey wasn't a bot is for her to be in front of you and you shake her hand, put a kiss on her cheek, and then you know she's not a robot.
No.
Other than that, you're assuming.
No, that's not true either. But it's
that is true. That is true.
What if the program that I'm sitting here with my friend and I'm a robot and he's actually got technology that you know nothing about, you've never been told about, and he's actually making me say all the things right now through a computer, and I really am a bot? How can you verify that? You don't know, because there could be technology that you don't know about.
I can give you the Alex Turing test.
Still not enough. Still be an assumption.
I can.
From the moment you're in the word of assumption, it's not good enough. That's not the highest standard.
Are you trying to
I want to talk. I'm talking. It's not the highest standard. It's not the highest standard of integrity, is it? From the moment you're assuming,
how are you representing the highest standard of integrity when you interrupted me?
Yeah, that would be the highest standard of integrity would be for you to go there, shake her hand, like I said, and then you'd know. Plant a kiss on the cheek, and you'd know. That's the highest standard of integrity.
So how are you verifying that I'm not then? For a fact, verifying that.
Listen, Stacey. If you listen to our fairy tale, we've done that. We've gone to the moon and verified it.
No, you haven't.
I listened to your fairy tale, right, that you explained. You said fairy tale, and I appreciate that word.
You would have to go there yourself.
I'm not. Am I yelling, honey? If I am, I'm sorry. I'll move my mic a little bit away because I am on my headset. If I am.
I mean, I'm just trying to talk, but I get 2 words in and I have some 56-year-old man yelling with no teeth.
That's
So
correct. That's
Well, don't
correct. Yeah, with no
let's not
teeth,
put each
but
other
I've got.
down.
Yeah, that's okay. It can do that.
Okay.
But I have every right, with my no teeth, to hold you to the highest standard whilst my teeth come along. Yeah? And that would mean you would have to go to the moon with my no
Whether he
teeth.
has teeth
You'd
or
have
not
to
has
go to
something to
the
do with
moon.
anything.
Do you understand that? With my no teeth, you would have to go to the moon to prove that. Okay? Even though I've got no teeth, I can still hold you to the highest standard. You with teeth. You've got teeth, you've got no standards. Okay?
Somebody who has teeth and not have
Scumbag.
teeth has higher standards than other people, or
That's
intelligence
correct.
based on somebody's physical appearance. It has nothing to do with their intelligence
Exactly.
mentally. I
No,
know,
I
Smooth.
know, but
Listen, I know it was just a
okay.
dig, but to me, personally, I take that quite deep. I know people. I know my family who've been through some shit. I have friends that've been through some shit. So, to base somebody intelligence based on their physical appearance, I don't play that game.
Yeah,
That's fine.
No offense.
that shows you how shallow they are. Exactly. And like I
That's
said,
fine, Stacey, but
the going
with
to the
certain
moon is a
people,
fairy story. Unless you've gone to that moon and know that it's possible to go there, you're carrying a belief. That is your position.
Okay, listen.
If you have standards.
Let's do this. Smooth. Am I
right?
any different than him right now? Do you look at me differently than him based on
Yeah,
him having teeth?
yeah. Well,
What's the
not
difference?
because not because of the teeth. I view you differently because of your behavior. I judge you differently because I respect you.
Okay. Now, if I tell you I have no teeth, does that mean anything?
No, that doesn't mean anything. I respect
Okay,
you.
well, I'm going to make it very clear right now because it's been said before. I've actually had health problems myself. I don't consume nutrients, and I've had all my teeth removed. So when I hear comments like this, I take it quite personally. And if you respect me, I ask you very nicely for everybody on here to start caring about people as individuals outside of what the fuck we're talking about, because it's not very respectful. Because if you do respect me, it does hurt, right? Because you just made fun of somebody for the exact same thing that I have going on in my life, whether you think so or not.
And that's, Stacey, that's fine. But what I'm saying is, I don't mind whether or not you have teeth or not. What I mind is that this invalid screaming in my ear as I'm trying to speak with calmness and directness.
Hey, listen, Smooth. I could say
interrupt me again, because you guys are
because
continuing.
you're making a point.
Smooth. You're rough. Smooth.
You're making
Yeah, go ahead.
What? How am I making a point if I'm not finishing talking?
You've already made your point. You just keep talking.
No, I haven't made my point. You assume I made my point. I was trying to respond to Stacey with directness, but you won't let me. So, Stacey, I don't care whether or not you have teeth. I don't like Jen as a human.
That's right. I don't like you. I don't like you as a human. But I don't insult you. I don't insult you at all. Whatever. I just hold you to the words I use. Integrity. You don't have it. That's all I do. I don't insult you personally unless you insult me. Okay? Okay? And the point is this. You lack integrity unless you've gone to the moon yourself so you know you can go there. You're carrying a belief. Okay? It's an assumption. It's not. Yes. It's not true.
Let me show you how you're
wrong. An assumption. Yes, it's an assumption.
All right, Jen.
Jen, let him show you how you're wrong. Show him how he's wrong, bro. Show him.
Okay. Is you guys gonna let me finish? So, Stacey, you've had
go ahead, bro.
Done, right?
Go ahead. Just show him.
Oh my God, you're still making that fucking point?
No, you don't even know what I'm about to say. See, that's what I'm saying. You guys don't know.
Yeah. Show him, bro. We're waiting. Show him.
No, Silent. He doesn't want to show you. He wants to reiterate the fact that.
But that's why he stopped Jen, Travis, to show him.
No, he wants to tell us why he doesn't like Jin and why that justifies his behavior against Jin right now. So just go ahead.
Can you? All right, listen. Okay. Everyone just lets me finish my statement. Why don't you guys show the respect that you crave, right? So, Stacey, you've had dental work done, right? And the way that dental work was done, you may not fully understand. You may not fully understand how they were able to. I don't know. We have a dental office in our clinic, right? So I know that we can do drills where you have the screw-ins, where you can have pasters, all different types of dental work. You may not understand how it works, but someone else does, right? And just because you don't understand it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. So what I'm trying to tell you, Jen, is that your idea of me having to go to the moon myself to be the only way I can prove it is not logical. Because there's
It's
no way for
logical.
one.
It's logical.
Okay. Interrupt
It's
me.
logical
Interrupt me.
because without
Interrupt me.
Listen, Jen,
you're carrying a belief.
Jen, you got to let him finish. I'm trying to let him finish, man. Just hold your tongue.
Well, he's talking shit anyway.
Honey,
But go ahead.
but ain't I able to verify, like, okay, I may not understand, but I have the ability to understand, right? I have the ability to research that, find out about that, and see how it's done.
Yeah, and I do understand. That's the other thing. I do understand.
So you guys
I know the only way, if you're going to be honest, the only way you would know you could go to the moon, as fantastic as it might seem, because it's fantastic, is for you to take a ride on that rocket,
where are the
don
mods
the
right
suit,
now?
go there, pick up the reflectors, have a look at the leftovers from NASA. That's the only way. That would be the only way. Anything else is an assumption.
Can I get in?
Man,
Jim,
I never.
come on, buddy.
You gotta reel it back, Jen, bro. You gotta reel it back.
I'm reeling it back, man.
So I just want to show you guys. I didn't finish my point. I was interrupted, and no mod stepped in and helped. But whatever.
I'm sorry if I did. Go ahead,
Right.
sweetheart.
The whole point of it was to say that the way human society advances is by being able to share information unique to one individual to another. That's how you were able to get your teeth fixed, Stacey, is that you didn't fix them. Someone else with different knowledge than you fixed it. And you trusted this person. You went to somebody who had knowledge different than you, who didn't have to explain how cell division worked or how evolution worked, how anything worked. They were able to take your situation and improve it, right? And what I'm saying is that same logic applies everywhere. I don't have to know everything for things to work. I'm able to trust other sources and watch them show me that the theory behind their work is valid. So, what I'm trying to say is that through your own experience, Stacey, you went to someone you trusted who had knowledge different than you, and the situation worked. You don't know how they did it. You can research it, but you haven't. You trusted it to work. So what's the difference?
I do know a little bit about it.
I'll tell you the difference. I'll tell you the difference. You ready?
Yeah.
The heliocentric model conflicts with our direct, empirical, sensible, logical experience with the world around us. Dental work does not.
So can you guys see cells?
Who else?
No, cells.
Oh, cells. I'm sorry. I'm like, no, I cannot see elves.
Listen again. I'm going to say it one more time. The heliocentric model conflicts with our direct. I'm not screaming. I'm speaking clearly. It conflicts with our direct, empirical, sensible, logical experience. Cell structures do not.
They do, though. So one of the
it's still not a good analogy anyway. My turn to speak now, or I will shout you down. So it's my turn. The point is, we're talking about the highest level of integrity. So if someone tells me they can go to the moon, and I fully understand the technology, I fully understand natural law, I fully understand the environment that the astronomers, the theoretical physicists, scientists, astronomers have put to me, I fully understand. Why are you interrupting? The only way I would know that we could go to the moon is for me to put on the spacesuit and go to the moon, and then I would know space travel is possible and you can go to the moon. Other than that, it is a belief. Okay, that's all it is.
Right. Good point, Jen. Good point. Let me follow up your comments, Smooth, please tell me how cell structure conflicts with my direct, empirical, sensible, logical experience of the world around me.
Yeah, no problem. So, one, we don't see cells unless we are able to use inventions and tools to observe them, right? That's one. Two,
stop. No. We need to, stop. We need to let's just camp out on that one. How does not being able to see something conflict right? All you're doing is giving an example of something you think answers the question. However, it doesn't. I'm not calling into question. I'm not calling into question the existence of cells.
Hey,
no, you may. You may not, because your first.
How are you gonna listen and learn what I'm saying if you're interrupting me? You're trying to argue. You're not trying to listen. You don't even care about what I'm saying or what my point is.
Absolutely not. That's not true. That's not true.
Then why haven't I been able to finish one sentence
because
since joining this conversation?
Because your first point, you said first.
But why won't you let me finish? Why won't you let me finish and then?
Okay.
Why can't I finish and then you respond? Why do you need?
You're a disingenuous prick.
I'm telling you, your first example is fallacious. Why should I let you make 2 or 3 more fallacious comments? Your first one is fallacious.
You're being dishonest. Yeah.
Because we all have to do that.
Disingenuous. That's why. Yeah, but he's being disingenuous. We're not being dishonest.
Doesn't matter. You guys say wrong stuff all the time and wait for you to finish.
We, the flat earthers, are not being dishonest. We're not. We're asking you to operate under the highest possible standard of integrity.
Where are the mods?
That's what we're doing.
Where are the mods? I haven't finished one single statement.
Yeah, you'll never finish when I'm around, I'll tell you.
So shouldn't we have mods?
Yeah, okay, all right, Jen. Yeah, I thought you guys can behave yourselves. Come on.
That fucking wanker. Go on, he's a wanker. No chance.
Jen, really?
No, I'm kidding. Go on.
All right, bro. I like you really much, so don't make me just mute you, bro.
Your first example is fallacious. It does not prove how cell structure, simply because it's invisible, conflicts with my direct empirical, sensible, and logical experience. It doesn't present a conflict in my worldview. So it fails.
Can I now address? Can I make a point? Can I make a point now? Can I now make a point?
I hope not.
I'm
still trying to respond.
Well, okay, go ahead then. Respond then. Hurry up.
Well, you guys realize we just took like 4 minutes to just get to talk. But anyway, so the reason why I'm saying that the cells work similarly is because we don't observe cells with our natural eye. We don't see anywhere in nature a cell or nucleus or DNA, right? But we're able to observe this. We're able to observe this using tools. And using this knowledge, we're able to progress health. So we're able to replace teeth. We're able to understand infections. And we're able to understand how implants, permanent implants, need to work so that way the body doesn't reject it. And that same sense of knowledge, understanding an environment that we can't see with our natural eye, can be expanded to space and the globe. And that was my first point. That's point number 1.
No, stop. You don't need to make another fucking point. That point
Why are you yelling?
Is fallacious.
Why are you yelling?
That
you yell
point,
in school?
That point is fallacious. Are you going to make another one?
Is it fallacious?
You're describing, when you describe biological research, you're simply describing things that you're simply describing observable, physical, biological phenomena. That's not the same thing as suggesting that water behaves in a way that's directly in conflict with the way that I experience water.
Can you explain that? Can you explain how it's in conflict with your observations?
When I observe water that is contained, the surface of the water behaves in a way that distributes that surface in a horizontal fashion from shore to shore or from edge to edge of the container. It doesn't matter how small the container is. It can be a teacup. That surface is horizontal. Then you go to a kitchen sink. That surface is horizontal. Then you go to a bathtub. That surface is horizontal. It doesn't matter what I put beneath that surface. I can make that surface as uneven as possible. Fucking A, I could even create a curved surface beneath that water. And the water at top is always going to be displaced. The elevation is going to change based on the volume that is contained, but the surface is always going to be the same elevation from edge to edge to edge. No matter how big you make that container.
Is it going to be along the same horizontal?
Yep.
Because I have measurements that show otherwise.
Okay, if those measurements are direct empirical measurements, then I doubt it. If they are based upon a value where you are supposing the surface over which you are taking this measurement is a sphere, then we're going to have a problem. Show us your measurement, Kosho. Go ahead.
Yeah, there's no surface that it's comparing to. It's simply measuring the surface of the water and seeing if it's along a straight line, or straight horizontal, or a curve.
Okay, great. So
but I don't want to take away from. I don't want to take away from.
No. Absolutely, I would love this. No. You've inserted yourself here. That's fine. What have you measured, and how did you measure it? Go ahead.
Oh well, I didn't measure it. But
okay, great.
Jesse Klosowski did, and so did Soundly. Well, Soundly didn't measure. He took a picture of it. But anyways, Jesse Klosowski's data, when plotted out, it doesn't go along horizontal.
Okay.
Are you talking?
Kosho,
are you talking about?
Wait, Silent. Hold on, Silent.
Right.
I'm sorry. Okay, Kosho. 3 weeks ago, Rakia and I busted your balls on this point, man. You even admitted that in order to get the value that you're talking about, you had to translate one system to another.
So you're confused about what we're talking about now, and also you were confused what the topic was about then, because I was not talking about taking GPS. I was talking about taking raw GPS measurements at one point, which you do not need to. You don't need to reference any surface, and then we had talked about how do you get the elevation above the surface, which you do need to translate to the surface of the Earth. So those are two different things, and in one case you do need to translate it to a model. But in the case that I'm talking about, where you're just taking the 3D coordinates, there's no model that you need to be represented.
Okay, where's your zero value?
In the grid system? What do you mean? It's based on these where these points are coming from, where these signals are coming from. It's based on the center of their what do they call them? What do you call it? Constellation.
Constellation?
Yeah, it's like it's the center of their orbit.
Orbit. We're talking about the measurement of water. Why are you talking about constellation and orbits?
Because you asked me about the 0 point. you specifically asked me, so I'm telling you that's where it comes from. But it's also it's not relevant.
Okay, you're appealing to satellite data?
I'm appealing to GPS data. GPS data specifically, data that you use probably right now as we speak, and that we all use, at least once a week.
Okay, Kosho. We're talking about measuring the surface of a body of water, correct?
Yep.
Okay. At what elevation is this body of water?
That's not really relevant to the question, because as I said, in the raw GPS data, he's not worried about the elevation. He's not worried about the surface that he's actually on to model it with. All he's worried about is taking the points along this bridge, which is parallel with the body of water, taking the points along the bridge, and then mapping those coordinates.
Okay. Is the surface of Pontchartrain the 0 point?
I don't know. I don't know what you would mean by that. If
okay, I'll
explain
is it
the point?
Hold on. I'll explain
it. It's not referenced in this measurement.
Okay, if I'm standing on Pontchartrain on the causeway, and I have a ruler, I have a tape measure, and I drop that tape measure down to the surface. And on that particular day, it's a very calm day. There's hardly any ripples, and I measure that I'm 5.3 meters off the surface of Pontchartrain. So there's my value. The water surface is 0 and my position is 5.3 meters. And then if I drive another 3 miles, because it's a 24 fucking mile bridge, causeway, if I drive 3 miles in any direction, still on the causeway, drop that tape measure down, and I'm at 5.3, then I've got an equal elevation at that point. You know what I don't have to do for the rest of the time? Because water is level, it's going to be 5.3 all the way across.
Yeah, but that's what you just talked about. Measuring isn't in any way going to tell if the bridge is curved or not. So,
I'm not
or the water is
I'm not
curved or
talking
not.
about the bridge. I'm talking about the surface of the water, man.
Same difference. They're parallel to each other. So you would assume that if you're measuring the bridge being straight, then the water would be straight, right? Because they're parallel to each other. Regardless.
Unless the causeway has a rise or a fall, and I know it, right? Because there are rises and falls on the causeway, but for the most part, the straightaways are the same elevation above the water. Okay.
Yeah,
Again,
but that's that fact that you're describing, that it's the same elevation above the water. That's the fact that we're using to measure the bridge and say a statement about the water. So it's not the fact that it's the same elevation above the water. It doesn't make a difference. It's not a meaningful measurement. Only to say that it's parallel to the surface. So we're measuring the surface of the bridge and comparing it to the surface of the water, saying it's a parallel. So we can make the same statement about from one to the other. But that doesn't say anything about it being flat or straight or anything.
yes,
And that's what we're trying to figure out.
In my world, it absolutely does.
Well, we don't have to live in your world. Like, do you possess all the knowledge of all the individuals in this world? If you don't, then, we're allowed to use other knowledge.
No, if you begin.
So anyway, so when you're ready, no one addressed my point.
Hold on.
So when you're finished talking,
Jen, no one wants to talk with you right now, so
Who gives a shit what anybody thinks? You don't want to talk, you take yourself out the server. But
yeah, that's ridiculous for you to say, man. Speak for yourself. You're just trying to agitate him so you can claim that he's over talking you later once you agitate him. That's troll.
Yeah, I haven't even spoken yet. I haven't even begun to speak with my no teeth. You with teeth are lying through your fucking teeth. But you watch how a man with no teeth is going to hold you to the highest fucking standard there is, and you will be so embarrassed you won't come back. Because when you hear Gin CBR1, you will run. Because you know nothing but integrity is what's going to come out the mouth of the man with no teeth. Do you understand that? Let's see how we get on. You wanker. You haven't begun. You don't know. But anyway, when you're finished. You don't know in trouble you are.
Overstatement to say nobody wants to talk to you. You can just say that.
Okay, I don't want to talk to you.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here then. Get the fuck out of here. Exactly, you know it.
Yeah, there's the laugh of a troll.
He's happy.
He's
happy
why do we let
because he thinks you
fucking trolls in here, man? Yeah.
He doesn't understand, does he?
He thinks you're triggered, Jen, so he's laughing. He's finding joy in that. He's doing exactly what he wants.
He doesn't understand, right? He doesn't understand how the truth will always expose the liars and the trolls. And once we know who they are, they'll always be crying and bum hurt because they have nothing. Because we operate under the highest standards.
Jen, and you gotta reel back.
But I'm reeling
I mean, I know that you've got a lot of passion about this, but yeah, well, your reeling back is kind of unstoppable a little.
Well, that's how it is. That's Gin CBR1.
The problem, guys, is for years, and it's been going on for
there are
fucking years. Sorry, sweetheart. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I didn't realize we were talking at the same time. You go ahead, Stacey. Go ahead.
Hey, honey. No, I'm just for years this has been going on. Like even when I was at gyms, the same shit. People come over here. This is why Gio didn't want the name calling, the bullshit that's happening, because this is what takes the whole conversation to somewhere else for like an hour, and then we talk about nonsense. I put myself on blast because I don't give a shit. Because I give a fuck about other people. You're gonna put somebody down for something that I have going on with me, but you respect me. It's not about anybody physically. We need to stop all the bullshit about physical or the bullshit when it gets Ricky and the chicken nuggets, the crap, and have a conversation. We're fucking adults. And if you can't be an adult, get the fuck off something, do something. I don't know.
What's
I'm not trying to
funny
be
is
rude, but do something with your life.
I just had chicken nuggets, by the way.
That's right, Ricky.
They were delicious.
You know, it's like, come on, guys.
Are you sure that was chicken?
We don't know.
Well, I'm definitely not sure, but it tasted good.
Exactly, right? And I'm sorry, Travis, I didn't mean to cut you off, but this was the whole point of why I left before it was becoming too much personal shit, too much arguing about the nonsense in our own lives when it has nothing to do with that. That's not why we're here.
Yeah.
Let's talk about things what we're here for.
Yeah, let me just jump back again. If we're going to build a causeway over a body of water and we use the surface of water as the zero value, that is, how high above the water are we going to build a causeway? How about 5.3 meters? Okay, there it is, 5.3 meters. Then move away from that, 5.3 meters. Then move away from that, 5.3 meters. Then move away from that. You are simply creating another horizontal based off a previous horizontal. There's no argument there. There's none to be made.
You just assumed that the first one was horizontal. You didn't substantiate that. You just said you did it off the surface of the water, but you never substantiated that it was horizontal.
That's what the tools do.
Every single time you establish the same measurement off the surface, 5.3 meters, you are establishing a vertical perpendicular to a horizontal.
Yeah, right. At that point.
Every time.
Yeah, exactly. So it would work the same way on it would work the same way on a globe or a flat plane.
Okay, I don't know why the fuck. Okay, I don't know why the fuck you have to bring the discussion of the globe or the plane into it. I'm not. I'm simply establishing that the surface of the water, which doesn't have any points, it has a planar surface upon which I am building point by point by point that I'm then going to connect. That's going to then be a fabricated horizontal above a natural one. It's not a difficult concept to understand.
Yeah, I can see that for some of us it might be, because you just said it doesn't matter. You're not bringing up the model, but in one model you could do that on the flat plane. You could do that; it would be horizontal in both cases. But if you would do that on a globe and you were to put a horizontal at each of those points, you could do that. But the whole bridge itself would not be horizontal. The water would not be horizontal.
Right.
So
now we go back to my point in smooth. And what you're describing right now is a conflict in my direct, empirical, sensible, logical experience. What you're talking about right now is insane.
Yeah, but what you said it's a conflict. You said it's a conflict of your experience. That's a conflict with your assumption, not your experience. You've assumed that those
I don't
horizontals
have to assume anything.
Yeah, of course you do. What is it in your experience that tells you that those are all horizontal? Like completely horizontal together when you add them together.
I already explained it to you, Kosho.
No, yeah, you explained to me why you assume that, but you're saying you experience that when you add those together, the whole entire thing is horizontal. You have to make that assumption.
Oh, no, it's not an assumption. The nature of hydrostatics is that the surface of the water maintains its level despite anything below the surface. Any irregularity below the surface of the water does not disturb or make the surface of the water irregular. It maintains its level.
How does that address
okay, now you're interrupting me, Smooth. Now you're interrupting me.
You've been interrupting Coach over the entire time.
Oh,
man.
okay, so great. So you behave the same way then. Go ahead.
Okay, sure.
No. Hey guys, come on, please.
So I think, Coach, tell me if I'm understanding this right. What you're saying is that, let's say we have all these points on a bridge. So we take a 5 mile straight and we take 5 measurements or whatever. We're saying all of the points are perpendicular to the water, right? And we add up all these points, you'll see that the bridge is curving with the water. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, these points I have here, they are not parallel with each other. So the verticals are not parallel which shows that it is curving. My point, though, is simply to ask Travis, because he says it contradicts his experience, the globe model, and this was one of his examples of how it contradicts his experience. But I would say this is not his experience. That when you add up, multiple horizontals, they equal up to one big horizontal. Because there's nothing in your experience that says that. That's just an assumption.
It's absurd.
Is that absurd? Can you respond directly to that statement without just criticizing it?
I have already made a point that should have made Kosho's question right now non sequitur. It doesn't make any sense why he would ask this question based on the points that I've already made. So, again, when water is contained, the surface of that water, if it's a, let's say if it's a cube.
We've heard this point, but how is that responding to Kosho's question?
Okay, thank you for interrupting me.
How is it responding to Kosho's question? He's asking you, why do you believe this?
Hold on, Travis.
Tell us about
the smooth. Yo, smooth. My man.
Jeremy, trust me,
Listen to me.
I'm not trying to be oh my God, go for it. Jump in the middle of something you don't understand and then try to coach it out. Go for it.
I'm modding. It's a mod issue now. I'm not even involved in this fucking argument. There's no interrupting. Please let people finish, and then you can go next.
All right, Jeremy, go for it.
Thank you. How many times do we got to tell you? Go ahead, Travis.
Oh, you fucking piece of shit, Jeremy.
Man, just kick him out of here, Jeremy. I mean, what he just said to you.
One at a time, please.
No,
Come on.
What he just said to you should be a bannable offense for the day at least.
That didn't even sound threatening. Just go ahead, please. And no name calling and personal attacks. Come on.
Okay. Can I be heard right now?
Smooth's about as dangerous as having a pillow fight with Cisco or something. Just go, Travis. And Smooth, you can go next.
Okay. All right. It doesn't matter what the container is. The surface of the water will be the same distance to the top of the container as long as it's not filled up to the brim. It's going to have the same elevation difference from the surface of the water to the top of the container. That shows us that the surface of the water is horizontal at every point. Do we need to argue that?
Okay, so
yeah, but that also is not a point. The surface and the bottom and the bridge.
Do we need
Jeremy,
to
why
argue?
Are you not stepping in now? Come on.
Fuck
where's
you.
your moderation?
Fuck you, Smooth.
Where's this guy?
Smooth.
Yeah, was Kosho done? Hold on, Travis. Was Kosho done?
No.
Yeah. I just only wanted to say 3 syllables. That's right. 3 maybe a word and a half. That's all I wanted to say.
No. I asked a question that you're not answering.
You didn't answer.
Just let him finish. Hold on, Travis. Just let him finish. We got to have it the same on both ways. Let him finish.
Jeremy,
you can point out afterwards.
This.
Smooth, you hear me trying to mod and you're talking all over me.
Dude.
Why is everyone talking all over me?
Because here's the issue, right? This guy interrupts. No one coaches him to say, don't interrupt.
Right now, but you're not letting me. You're interrupt. All right, you're going on fucking mute.
Do it.
You can't handle it, bro.
Anyways,
okay. So, yeah, Travis, we gotta be the same for both sides. We gotta let both people finish. If he's not answering your question, point it out after. It's gonna be a shit show.
Well, no, he brought up how the water, the surface of the water, and the floor of the water, or the bottom of the water, there you can measure that they're going to be equidistant. They're going to be equidistant the whole way.
Not what I said.
The bridge is going to be. Okay, what did you say then?
I said the surface. If you have a contained model of water, okay, whether it's rectangle, square, or a bucket, as long as the top of that container is symmetrical, the surface of the water is going to be equidistant to the top of that container. That's what I said. And then I asked, do we need to argue that point?
Okay, but again, that point doesn't address the curvature, because that point would be valid even if it was curved. So that doesn't say that's not a direct experience that would contradict. Yes, it is true. If the ocean was a giant pool, and there was no contours in the earth. It was a complete smooth ball, and the edge of the pool went up like a foot higher than the water, it would do that all the way around the earth.
Okay,
And
great.
the earth would be a curved. The earth would be a curved surface. So it's valid in both cases, which is why it's not a direct contradiction. Or
okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I'll leave this conversation here with a question that I would like you guys to provide an answer to. Please show me in any spherical geometry lesson where the surface of a sphere is referred to as level in spherical geometry. I'll wait.
I have 5 documents I could put that had that exact.
Just give me one. Just give me one.
Okay. All right.
Citation, please. I don't want you to explain it.
It is a citation. It is a citation.
Great. I'm not talking about geodesics. I'm not talking about any of that. I'm talking about simply like opening up a spherical trigonometry book, and when they talk about measuring the diameter and radius and circumference, that they actually call the distance from the center to the edge. When they describe the edge as level, I want to see that in writing.
Spherical geometry doesn't talk about the radius.
Talk that at both sides of your mouth. When we talk about level is in the context of surveying, and surveying talks about that surface of the earth being level, being round.
No, not level. The surface of the earth. No. The
round can never be level. Round is not level.
Well, when you say level, you can't say level if you're not talking about.
Okay, let me ask. Okay, great. Let me ask this question again, since you guys basically said that there's not going to be any reference in spherical trigonometry to the surface of a circle as being level. Since you just proved my point, here's my question. Since I'm talking about a model of hydrostatic equilibrium, that is, I'm going to show that in different containers, right, I'm going to create different surfaces within those containers. Is the surface of the water in those containers going to be equidistant at every point?
I just wish I had the fucking, look at this.
Did I break up or something like that?
No, I heard you.
I saw you on McToons, Jen. Did somebody want to respond to Travis?
Yeah, I mean, was my question completely audible? I mean, did it come through all right?
We heard you.
All right, it should be able to be easily answered. Gentlemen, go ahead. I'll wait.
Is anyone going to answer it, or Jen? You have an echo.
I'm going to send something. I'll mute myself in just a sec. Let me mute now.
Well, I had a question for you. If no one had an answer for Travis's question. Is Travis' question? Oh, hold on. Let me unmute Smooth. Maybe he can control himself now. He might have an answer for your question. There we go. We'll see.
Thanks, Jeremy.
My computer died out. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I
how convenient. You didn't hear Travis's question. I don't know.
I didn't hear it either. I heard him say something about spherical geometry. Yeah, spherical geometry or trigonometry, and then describe radiuses and stuff like that. But
yeah, when we talk about level is always with respect to this varying plumb line, a gravitational attraction to the center. So there's never going to be seen in any geometry book the word level unless you're talking about something that has an attraction, a force pulling everything inward. So that's more science and physics than it is geometry.
All right, so let me ask my question now that you guys are back. If I create 4 different models of contained water, and I create in all 4 of those containers an uneven surface at the bottom. So in container A, I create an uneven surface mimicking the ground. And then B, C, and D all have different uneven bases in the container. And then I fill the container with water. is the surface of that water in relationship to the container equidistant all the way across the bottom?
It can be.
No, it doesn't.
It can be. And I'll give you an example because you're not thinking outside the box. No pun intended. You can have a sphere, a steel sphere.
Oh my God.
And have a ferrofluid, and it will attract to it, and it will be surface will be the shape of the actual containment. The containment is the force. Remember, containment is always a force acting on something.
Okay.
So the force is acting
no reason.
on magnetism.
No, this is absurd.
Let me finish.
This is absurd.
Is attracting everything to the center, and this liquid takes the form of this. So as long as you have a force, it can take. If you let me finish, I'll be done already.
I doubt it.
Yes, well,
fucking asshole, dude.
Just
what
experiment.
The fuck's wrong
Experiment
with
one
you?
time. Just shut up. Just shut up, Travis, for a second. By the way, I watched your video. It's very good, and I have lots of comments for you. But anyway, so we have this sphere, and it's made out of iron, and we have a ferrofluid attached to it. It will take the shape of that surface. It'll be roughly equal thickness around it because we do have another force that's even stronger. Its weight acting on it downward, but it'll be more oblong. But it will still be taking the shape of an uneven shape of this container. And containment is caused by a force. We've always talked about that.
Okay, great. Are you finished?
Thank you for letting me finish. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Is this a thought experiment, or can you demonstrate this, please?
Oh yeah, there's videos of ferrofluids around balls. Yeah, not a thought.
Okay. All right, show it to me. But first, okay, now I played your game a little bit by nodding to your thought experiment. Now, listen again. In my scenario, I have 4 models that I created. I'm asking, in my models, is the water equidistant in all of them to the surface of the bottom of the container?
Depends on the fluid and depends on the materials of the container.
It's water.
Oh, water. Sorry, didn't miss that. Yeah, as you're describing, yes, you will fill that container, and the level will be the same distance to the bottom. No, well,
no,
the bottom is flat too.
No, it won't.
If the bottom is flat.
Okay, are you not fucking listening?
On purpose, yeah.
Are you not fucking listening?
You're
and you said yes on purpose. You're not listening.
What point are you making? Yes, water will be level in this box.
Fucking A. This is why these people don't belong in this channel.
No, you said
it's a waste of fucking time.
Is it a square box? Then yes, it'll be equal distance.
Oh man, I'm done.
Is that what you said? Please help me. I missed something. Did he say it was a square box?
He says he has 4 different models, so he hasn't said what the shape is yet. He's just got 4 different models.
This was all to distract from Kosho's original point. So Kosho asked him a question, and he didn't want to answer the question. So then he asked us like 50 questions, and now he's losing his mind.
I know, right? He loses his mind. So if we have a container with, I can't say perpendicular to the edges because you could have divergent edges like a trapezoid, and the water would be level. And if we had straight up, they'd be level. If it'd be inward, it'd be level. If it was a bowl, it would be level. I mean, and there would nothing be equal distance to anything underneath.
What the fuck, man? Irrelevant. Like there's no moderation.
No. I'm walking you through where my mind is, where my brain is, processing what you asked for, what you requested. So I'm trying to have you judge. Oh no, what I mean is this, Zanuck, and you're supposed to say something, but you're not. You're just like, oh God, I can't take this kind of dissonance in the chat. I gotta leave.
Be concise, please.
So
okay, go ahead, Travis.
I said exactly what I meant. I described my scenario clearly. You did not listen.
Obviously, not very clear.
No, you didn't listen.
Well, then say it again, but be more clear.
The bottoms of the containers are uneven surfaces. Each one is different from the other.
Okay.
So doesn't matter if they're square, rectangle, or a pail.
Got it. Like a pool, like some pools with a shallow end and a deep end. Go ahead.
Is the surface of the water going to be equidistant to the bottom?
Of course not.
That's what I said. Okay. Very
What's
good.
Your point? Do you have a point?
Okay.
Do you have a point?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Tell us the point.
In order for you to have us step into La La Land, you have to remove the surface of the water's orientation to the bottom of the container to the center of the earth. You have to extend the bottom all to the same point, which would make the surface equidistant. But you are now assuming
that is absurd. That is absolutely absurd, Travis. I can't. As smart as you are, and all the things we talk about make sense logically to discuss because there is a discussion. That last statement and your last qualifications is absolutely nonsensical.
Tell me how.
Like I said, for example, if I had
finish it,
what's that? You're roboting.
I said he didn't really finish what he was saying because he came in.
Whoever that is, you're roboting. But in other words, the guy that's roboting is saying he didn't even finish because you came in and interrupted. Stop interrupting, guys. Please let everyone finish. It's not hard.
I think everyone was finishing.
No, Stanek, you walked all over me, man.
I didn't see it that way, but go ahead.
No, I have a question to you. You said what I said was absurd. I'm asking you to now explain it. Defend your position.
You're saying all your containers will have a non-equidistant distance from the surface to the bottom of the container, this uneven bottom of the container. And you're saying in order for the water to stick to the globe, and for all the reasons that we cite that it does, it would have to be equidistant from whatever that surface contour was of the globe. So if I had a rocky, roady Earth, all different shapes, like the picture of the geodetics that I always produce, that the water would take the shape of the geodetics, and in actuality, it would, but that's not the shape of the container or the surface. That's the shape of the gravitational strengths. So again, even no matter how you look at it, it's a kind of a nonsensical requirement for the Earth model to support water, because you're saying arbitrarily that it has to be equal distance to whatever the surface beneath it or is containing it for.
Okay. I didn't fucking understand anything that came out of your mouth, and I was listening very carefully, dude. What you just said was absolute gibberish.
No, it wasn't. It was very clear. I said, for you to equivocate water needing to conform to the bottom surface of this container for our model to work is nonsensical. So is that clear enough for you?
That's not what I said. No,
you did.
No. Now you are. Now
okay,
you
then maybe
are
again. So
what I said.
Using your vernacular again, maybe it wasn't clear. This is the last time you said what I need you to clear up. You cleared it up perfectly. Try it again with that last statement. Then you did it before.
I'm sorry. Did you ask me a question?
Yeah. Try to make it clear like you did last time I had a question. We all understood. You said very clearly that if you have water level and an unequal distance or an uneven surface beneath it, that the water distance from the surface to the container or the bottom would not be equal. And we all agreed because you went through it again. Now do the same methodology in your explanation to this last statement, saying that what I thought was, if in our model, the round Earth, that if we did have all these forces that made it round, that the water would have to take the shape of the container's bottom surface. That's how I understood it.
No, I didn't say that. No,
obviously, you said that again. Now make it more clear to correct me.
Well, in the globe model, it does claim that the water is conforming to the shape of the ocean.
No, we have shallow.
Sorry, I said that wrong. I meant the shape of the sphere that it's supposed to be stuck to.
Yeah, but that's not the contours of the actual surface beneath it, which actually stops the water from going toward the center.
Yeah, it's not. It's conforming to the gravitational potential energy, or like the I'm sorry, the gravitational equal potential.
Yeah, just the fabricated physics.
Can I try to step in real quick? Right. So in all 4 of my containers, I've made 4 containers that are all not the same shape of container, depth of a container or the same uneven surface at the bottom of the container. And yet, the surface of the water will have a level surface in all 4 containers.
We all agree. Now get to the second part where we did have a disconnect. Go ahead.
Okay, all right. Now, on, let's say, Lake Mead and Lake Tahoe and Lake Michigan and some lake in Kissimmee, Florida, they are all going to have level surfaces as well regarding their distance to the bottom of that lake.
Regardless or regarding?
In regards to the irregular bottom of those various containers, the surface is all going to be level on every lake.
Yeah, regardless of the contours of the bottom of the lakes. Yes, they can be uneven.
Yeah,
and
I don't have to. Right. Yep. I don't have to refer to anything else but the size of those lakes and the uneven floor of the containers.
Yes,
that's my only reference point.
We all agree that it's uneven and has nothing to do with the level surface. If I
does have to do with the level
filled
surface.
in every lake with cement and made freaking spikes in the bottom and made it all different cattywampy sizes and shapes, the surface level would always be the same.
Yeah.
What's your point?
Guess what you don't need to refer to in order for that to be true?
Don't play the guessing game with me. I'm really losing my patience with you, Travis.
You don't need to talk about the distance to the center of the earth in reference to the surface of that water at all.
What is
it has
that?
nothing to do.
What do you mean by that? What are you even insinuating?
Okay, if you can't understand the logic and the implications of what I'm saying, I can't help you.
Well, no, because I don't think anybody understands what you're saying right there, Travis.
I definitely don't understand what he's saying.
No one does. So you're being an idiot by thinking we do understand, because you're being very vague, very obtuse, and very not
Xanax, please,
very
Xanax.
But how does this disprove Kosho's?
Well, no, I want to hear that. Let him finish. Let him.
No. That's what I'm saying, Xanax. Is that this was all in response to Kosho's bridge point? I don't understand what all of this is. Kosho said that we use GPS points to show that this bridge is curving with the Earth. Then Travis comes in and then starts asking all these questions, and I don't understand how is this responding to Kosho's point. Like, what is the purpose of this agreement that we've reached with you, Travis? Now what? How does this
show
that?
My bad. I thought you had a question. Go ahead, Smooth. I'll wait.
How does this show that Kosho's logic is errorless? How are you disproving Kosho by saying any of this?
Okay, well, we've already GPS because we know there's refraction in it, and they just changed the refraction amount to be what it should be on a globe. So,
does anyone have the ability to respond with specificity to Kosho's point and show where it's wrong, or is everyone just going to continue to ask questions?
Why is the refraction?
Okay, hold on, real quick. Wait.
It wasn't a question. Did you hear what I said?
Yes, Jeremy. But how are you gonna prove that statement? That these are just being manipulated on purpose to show that the Earth is a globe.
GPS is adjusted has refraction in it, and they adjust for it. So what? Now what?
That's our question. But I have a question regarding to that. Why would the refraction be different on a flat Earth versus a sphere? Because the atmosphere doesn't care about the shape. If the atmosphere,
no one says.
He said it was specific to represent a globe Earth, and I'm like, it wouldn't matter. The atmosphere is the atmosphere. Doesn't matter the shape. The same gradient would be the true whether it's a flat or sphere Earth, and that's what causes the gradient.
Yes,
you're right. Yeah. The refraction would do what it would do. Yes. However, you can interpret it two different ways. You can get the data and say, Light's bending this way, Earth is flat, or light's bending this way, Earth is a globe.
No, the refraction data won't tell you anything about the shape of the Earth because the refraction is from the atmosphere, which doesn't care about the shape of the Earth. There is a gradient in the atmosphere regardless of the shape of the Earth.
Okay, great. Here we go. Then give us a
Travis, you're roboting.
Gradient atmospheric refraction value without R in it, please.
Travis, even that wouldn't do it, though. You don't think they can come up with something like that? That wouldn't even do it. They still don't. You're still just calculating on which way you think the light is bending based on tests in labs and fish tanks and salt water and some weird gases and shit. Nothing analogous to actually what could be happening on Earth over long distance.
Okay.
Travis, you're roboting. Travis, you're roboting. Okay, so you could make an observation and say, all right, I think the light's bending this way. Earth is the globe. Or you can make the same observation and say, I think light's bending this way. Earth is flat. You guys got some good shit. Light bends towards more dense medium. It's more dense on the bottom. That could be happening, or there could be other effects. We don't know because you've never tested them long distance in the atmosphere on Earth.
I guess it all goes back to this force of gravity, or actually the water having weight and conforming to the shape of the sphere, and I don't mean conformation to conforming to the actual underneath surface, but the fact that it's equipotential, as Kosho said, is what causes the water to have its shape, and that's why the water takes the shape of that geoid that we commonly produce here when we talk about the gravitational invariances around the Earth. He has a problem with that, and suddenly all the things he says make sense if water didn't have weight and the surface wasn't round, roughly round.
Well, let me ask you this, Nick. If we put water in a fish tank, do we measure the water to be horizontal, the top of it?
In a fish tank, it's roughly horizontal.
What do you mean roughly? Have you measured anything else? You have measurements of it not being horizontal.
Have you measured it? Nobody here has measured it. So, by the way,
I know, but you can measure it not being horizontal?
No, I mean, to measure it not being horizontal, it takes some incredibly accurate instruments.
Do we have anything that accurate on Earth?
Yeah, we measure oceans and lakes.
Do we have anything accurate enough on Earth where you can
ice shelves or frozen lakes? We can measure them to be curved.
Anything? So we weren't talking about lakes or oceans. We were talking about a fish tank. Do we have anything on Earth that's precise enough to measure the water in a fish tank not being horizontal?
I don't know if we do or not. We have some pretty amazing measuring equipment, but I don't know whether it's that accurate. Can be that accurate because we're talking about, I don't know, an atom thickness of an atom or two probably over that short distance. Can we measure an atom? Yeah, I mean we can. Would the conditions be right for a fish tank to be measuring these atoms? I don't think so. But
they claim to be measuring 1/10,000.
Why the question, Jeremy? What
all right, I thought you were done.
No, I'm sorry. I gave you a false sense there of that I was finished. What are you trying to get at there? What's the main goal?
I don't know. Travis is making some claim that this water in this tank or whatever is fucking horizontal on top. You've never measured it not being horizontal. I'm just curious how you know he's wrong.
Because we can measure water over a little longer distances where it's actually easy to measure. I mean, any junior surveyor with a theodolite and a couple of poles can figure out this for himself.
You must have missed what I just said, Zanuck. I just told you can interpret the refraction data and say the light's bending like this, Earth is a globe, or you can interpret the same data to say light's bending like this, Earth is flat.
No, but all you have to do is change one of the independent variables, such as elevation height of the observer, and then you can then rule out the refraction because that will change with elevation, as we all know. So if that
you change the elevation height,
that doesn't solve the problem.
Of course it does.
You change the elevation height, and now you have to. So you change the elevation. Have another measurement you're going to make, and you can say the light's bending like this, and it's a globe, or I can say the light's bending like this, and it's flat. You're still in the same predicament. That
because
changing your elevation did not help you. We've been over this time and time again.
It does. It's just like it does Aristosthenes. You do one measurement, you don't really know. Two or three. I'm sorry, you don't make two measurements, you don't really know. Make three measurements, or 4 or 5 or 100, then you know, because you could actually plot out using simple calculus. You don't have to use calculus. You can just do it and draw a graph. It'll be curved, and you can use calculus to figure it out.
You're plotting out not actual.
But I'm almost done. You're clipping me. So you could actually make multiple elevation changes, see what the change is in the position in your angular field of view, determine what the refraction value actually is at any of those values, any of those levels.
Plotting out. So when you do this on the thing, I thought you were done, bro.
It's not clipping when you stop talking.
I know. I did that by mistake. I knew that would happen.
All right. So you can plot out these different positions as you go up in elevation of apparent positions. Now you have a whole graph of not actual positions. Right. You don't even know where they actually are.
And there, with that graph of non-actual positions, you could then determine your actual position, because that's how calculus would work.
Dude, that's ridiculous.
No, it gives you predictive qualities, because you get a curve, and with a high level of confidence, the R-square value of the data representing what you actually see will be very, very high. In that curve, you'd say, if I move one step higher, where would I be? And you can say, with a high level of confidence, it'd be here, because it follows the curve's path. It wouldn't be either side of the curve. You'd be on that curve and on the curve's path, following a calculation or an equation.
Okay, can I address that, please?
That curve would actually give you a template to use, and it would be very, very accurate in not only predictive qualities, but actually tell you what the refractive value is at any point.
Okay, so you can go up higher and predict where the apparent position is going to be, not the actual position.
Correct.
Tell me how you get an actual position out of predicting where an apparent position is going to be.
I just told you.
You didn't. You told me you were going to have.
You always have refraction, no matter where I am.
See, I wanted to stop you in the middle of that, but I didn't. You wouldn't let me. So now it got confusing because I didn't even listen to the last half of your shit. You got to let people interrupt sometimes, otherwise, we're going to run into issues like this.
Is the shoe under the foot here? Now you know what I mean. That's why I do that occasionally too. Okay, go ahead. I get it. Do it.
Okay, so we go up. We go up in elevation. We now have a new. We can predict an apparent. Someone's roboting.
Yeah.
Travis, you're roboting, Travis.
Travis, you're breaking up.
Not it, right, Jeremy? Now you.
Okay, you go up. You have all this plotted out. We can now predict an apparent position. We go up. We predict our apparent position. Okay, now what?
With that curve, we know where the 0 point is, because the curve points us, and everything along that path is following the curve. With a high level, and the more points we have,
now you feel my pain. That was me.
My God! Come on! I hate to be praying to God on this one, but man, come on. So we have this curve, and it has it's highly effective in its predictive qualities. So as we follow this curve, it starts to straighten out because it's exponential. And as it starts straightening out, we then see how far it is away from like the X or the Z axis or the Y axis. And we can say, as it starts approaching it, we know where it will approach up to infinity almost. We have an equation that will give us predictive qualities. And that will tell us, by following that curve, we can tell you exactly what your refraction level is at any point.
People that are listening to this outside of Zanuck, the conversation that you're having now, if we keep hearing predictive qualities, prediction, you're not basing it on an actual place. It's a predicting spot, predictive. You predicted it. It's unactual, correct?
Yeah, it predicts because it's very accurate. The data, the curve, the stronger the correlation of those datums, the data points on that curve, the more predictive quality that curve has to where things will be if you change
reasonable
at higher elevation. In fact,
but that's what I don't understand.
Wait, hold on. In actuality, there will be no refraction at some point. For example, looking straight down on an object, there's no refraction that moves it side to side or up and down rather, because you're right above it.
So no actual
at a 45-degree angle. I think I'd be willing to say that at a 45-degree angle, there is probably a little, but nothing you could measure ever.
Okay, so you go up higher and higher. You change your elevation. You predict a new apparent position. Where do you get an actual position out of this?
At a 45, I'd say roughly at a 45-degree angle.
That's false. You know that's not true. 45 degrees, no refraction? Not even in your mind or model is that true.
It could be a very, very small, indistinguishable amount. Immeasurable.
Okay, so there is refraction. Now we're just bickering
right
on how much refraction.
Then you can do,
now we're
you know
just bickering on it. Bro, I thought you were done.
No. You can do measurements in an arc. If you did a measurement arc, yes, you can have one point where there's no refraction when you're right above it. And everything to any angle away from that right above position would be some level of refraction. I'll give you that, okay?
Okay, so we agree there's some level of refraction. Now we're just quibbling on how much. You don't know how much it is because you've never tangibly measured it. All you have is this optical measurements, which has refraction in it. Hello, this is circular. This whole
it's not circular. By measuring the amount.
Tell me how you measure.
I'll tell you, because we do know one thing you're just discounting, Jeremy. We know the distance to the object. Once we know the distance to the object, we know the angle at which that should be in our field of view. So as we go up, as we make a circular path above it, we know where it should be using either spherical trigonometry or center planar trigonometry.
How'd you get the distance? See, I didn't listen to the last half of what you said.
Take a tape measure.
How'd you get the distance?
Measure it off.
Okay, show me where you did this. Show me where this happened.
Well, I didn't know. I'm telling you how we can do this. I didn't do this.
But it's never been done. It could be done.
Well, yeah, it has
never
been done.
It.
We know the distance. Okay, well, now you're going to force your hand. You're going to force your hand there. I'm going to call your bluff. Yeah, we know how far the oil rigs are in Santa Barbara. We know they're 4.6 miles. We know the other one's close to 9 miles away. We know where they should be in your.
Okay, how's that help? How's that help you?
Well, is that a rhetorical question, or you really want to know?
That doesn't help you know in the distance.
We know where it should be in our field of view based on our observer height above the surface of the water. And if we change our field of view, if we change our observer height and we see the angle change, that change of angle from where it should be, where it actually is, will be different. And that curve is the curve I'm talking about.
You don't know where it actually is. You don't know.
We don't have to. We know the angle.
Weird circular.
For example, it's not circular.
Well, let me finish one time. Go ahead, but next time let me finish.
That's what Jeremy's wife always says to him.
No, stop. It was so funny. Let's stuff it out. Come on.
All right, shots fired. It's on, Kosho.
Right? Fucking Kosho.
Okay, listen to me. We go to the Black Swan, all right? We know it's 8-9 miles away, whatever, the second oil rig. That doesn't tell you anything about where it's supposed to be appearing visually, vertically in your line of sight.
Why not?
That doesn't help you.
Well, what do you
mean why not?
Well, hold on. If it was true, you'd be 6 feet and you should see that oil rig, if the earth is flat, 0.02 below your eye level. Would you agree?
I didn't run the numbers.
Well, just trust my numbers are right. 0.02 degrees below your eye level. Now, with the round Earth, it should be.
Hold on, 1 second. You're telling me if Earth was flat, the oil rig should be below our eye level.
Correct. At around 3 miles. Yes.
How did you get it below level?
Because it's a triangle, and you just take the height of the observer, which is 6 feet, and the distance of 3 miles, and times the 80 per.
Are you talking about the bottom of the oil rig or the top of the oil rig, or
wherever you want? I don't know. The bottom.
The whole thing.
The bottom.
Where's the top going to be? Is it going to be below level? Is the top going to be below level?
Depends on how big the oil rig is. Let's not worry about that yet. That's the next step.
The oil rigs, let's say it's 100 feet high. Where's the top?
We can also use. Well, in the case above level, in the case of the Black Swan, in fact, the whole thing's above level. Even the bottom's above level.
You just told us it was going to be point some odd degrees below level. On a flat Earth.
You measure it on if you were just you never saw the Black Swan, you said, where would this be in your field of view on a flat Earth? I would tell you it'd be 0.02 degrees below level. Now you want to know where the 100-foot
But you just told us on a flat Earth, it would all be above
Jeremy,
level.
why you're getting ahead of yourself? Just follow me down this real
I'm trying to follow you, but you're saying two different things.
You're going off into the weeds. Just
you're not.
stay along the path.
You're not being cogent. You're not being.
I am being cogent.
Follow you,
He's making
you're
it
saying
being
two different things.
He's making it being. You're making it really hard to talk to you.
Literally,
Listen,
back-to-back sentences.
You got
the oil rig. Hold on, Zanik. You said
the bottom of the oil rig. You're on, Jeremy. Listen. You can
you're relentless. You're unrelentless,
dude. You're asking me several different things at once. You got an oil rig. The bottom.
He's an American rumpus.
You got the bottom of the oil rig. It's 3 miles away. You're 6 feet tall.
Funny.
It'll be 0.02 degrees below eye level if the Earth is flat. Now go ahead. Now your turn.
Sorry, if
that was pretty funny.
If the Earth, I know we were all laughing. No one even heard what you said. Say it again.
American rumpus. Got it. It's really
I was going to ask who he was talking to.
Jeremy, the bottom of the oil rig on the water. Jeremy, you just started talking right when I said 4 words. Jeremy, you can interrupt me again after I say
No, I'm letting you go.
Jeremy.
Go. It's all yours.
The bottom of the oil rig on the someone else's. The bottom of the oil rig. If you're 3 miles away and you're 6 foot tall, the bottom of the oil rig will be 0.02 degrees below eye level. There's more to this, but go ahead. Now you turn. Your turn.
Is that the first oil rig or the second oil rig? Why are
3 miles away? We're making a arbitrary, obviously 4.6. I don't want to get into the 0.0, decimal points and fractions. Let's keep it even, simple. 3 miles away is the oil rig. We look at it from a 6 foot observation point, not the 1 foot or the 3 foot, the 6 foot. We have a 0.02 degree dip down to the bottom of the oil rig if it's 3 miles away.
On a flat Earth. Okay. That's a flat Earth. Okay.
That's flat Earth. Now, if we see it 0.046 degrees is where we'll see it on a non-refractive day. You say, well, how do we know that that's not due to sinking refraction, right?
What?
We measure it on a non-refractive day at 0.046.
How you have a non-refractive day, Zanik?
If that's where you measure it at, it's obviously going to be refracted.
A day that we think has qualities that are very low. That doesn't help.
Shit, Zanik. Guys are funny.
A day where
you can interpret it.
A day where. Can I ask one question?
Come on, finish.
Come on, Zanik. You've been talking for fucking a long time, and then you give 2 seconds for someone to speak. Please, honey. On a non-refractive day, can you explain to me what today's like? Is this a refractive day, and how much refraction is in it? Do you actually fucking know? Okay.
Like I said, Zanik. Like I said, Zanik, you can interpret the
blowing. The air temperature meets the water temperature. These kind of things. There are always refraction. I'll give you that. All I'm saying is that
I'll give you that.
I'll see that day where you have the wind blowing and it's temperature of the water, same as the temperature of the air, the surface, and we see a little chop in the water, so the wind's blowing, and we see the oil rigs below level more than 0.02 degrees. But
that's a great story. That's a great story.
0.046.
Show that, man.
Hey, so Travis,
Stacy, to answer your question from Zanik, it's a no. Because
I actually asked Zanik a question. That camera in the line of sight to the oil rig, how is it seeing that if it's flat and it's below that center focal point? Why is that? Why does that doesn't apply to camera and optics? These straight lines that you're claiming that are bent. How come it's not happening when you do the black swan observation? How come you're not having this effect that you claimed that's happening? Considering cameras work on line of sight technology, right? That's how they're built. That's how they're made. So if I have a 1 foot observer height and I have the black swan I have the oil rig 9 miles away, and you're telling me that hold on, Zanik, calm down, buddy.
We have a 6 point.
You're telling me that's below.
You have a 6 foot observer.
Zanik,
stop. Don't change it. You don't change it.
If you're
going to be talking about it.
I'm giving you facts here. 1 foot observer height, the line of sight technology, that's what the cameras are used for, and we bring in that oil rig. I would like you to explain how line of sight technology, seeing 9 miles away, applies into your theory that a 6 foot observer is calculating a 0.2 degree drop.
Very easy. Level can easily be established. It means it's perpendicular to plumb. And your cameras can have lines on them that can be referencing level. They can have electronics that can be built into it to show where the level line is. Theodolites have this technology. So a theodolite is just a camera with a lens that shows at the center of this lens there's a crosshair, and that is going to be level. And it's oriented by the electronics and essentially like a bubble level inside this mechanism. So anything out straight you're looking at, line of sight, will be level. It'll be a straight, invisible line all the way out into infinity. That will be level, because that means at this point of orientation, it is perpendicular to plumb. If the object in distance is below level, then that by 0.04 degrees, it means the Earth is curved, and that's where the object is. And if it's further than that, maybe we have some sinking. If it's above that, we can have some looming. But based on
based on this observation, it's repeatable. You can do it yourself. 1 foot height observer, you see farther than 1.22 miles away.
Right, because you have looming.
I want you to present your mathematics and your refraction reflex that will show that your ball changes size, because that's what it does physically rather than optically change. Can you show me where the disconnect is between the two?
Well, physically, you're having refraction. That's a physical characteristic of light.
So it's not a physical effect, then, is it?
It is a physical effect. Refraction is a physical effect.
So your Earth does change size then?
Now, the Earth physically doesn't change size, but
so it's an optical effect. So it's not a physical effect.
No, the optical effect is physical. Now you're getting the semantics and just being ridiculous.
They light is
the optical effect is physical.
Did you
hear that?
It's a physical effect. You have atmosphere, which is physical. Light is light travel.
The optical effect is physical. Wow.
Yeah. Light traveling through atmosphere.
They say light is physical.
Called refraction.
They say light is.
All right, so you guys, you don't want to seriously have it.
So things change on size.
Can I just finish this out,
optics, but not physical, right?
No, it's not true, because if you have what you measure in the black swan is the bottom, or the oil rigs themselves, especially the bottom, is above
black
level.
Swan
hold on, Mr. 1 foot observer. Hey, data.
That's why I'm asking you to show me your math and your growing and changing size Earth.
We don't
data.
Let him finish. Data, let him finish. It's Zanuck, you screaming data while he's talking doesn't help either.
You should be muting him, because you mute me whenever
Okay, finish it up.
Okay.
Data, you can go next. I wanted to finish this up with Zanuck. We were right in the middle of it, and he's been saying for years.
Can I finish?
Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Zanuck.
We have observations of the oil rigs being above level. I've posted that picture many times before. And that means it's beyond affinity. It's a negative affinity. It means the Earth is concave. Is the Earth concave? No one thinks the Earth is concave. Yet we see that. So how does a physical Earth change to be concave? It doesn't. The physicality of light traveling through a differential medium at an angle of attack.
Change
Can
size.
I finish? Light traveling through a differential medium at a varying angle of attack will cause the light to bend downward. And that bending downward of light causes things to make it look like it appears to be concave. It's not, but it appears to be so. I don't know why this is hard for you to understand, Data.
Line of sight.
Cool story. Now prove it.
If I can point the camera at that center point location, wherever I'm seeing, that means it's in the center location. Now, granted, the light might shift the appearance of the position, but the actual position does not change. In other words, if your physical Earth curve has a position or a Mercator point where there's a bottom-up obstruction due to physical nature, that is not mathematically possible if you use line of sight technology and you see farther past that point. You see farther past the point of that Mercator due to physical boundaries. You have to have physical boundaries. Let me finish, Zanuck. Your ball has to have physical boundaries. Now, here's the thing with your logic and reasoning. If the Earth is curved, you should be adjusting for flat. But you use flat to adjust for curve. So you've got it backwards to begin with. If your Earth is a sphere, you're adjusting for flat, but you don't do that. You make it flat and adjust for curve. So right there, even in the procedure, you're begging the question because you're using a flat surface to prove a curved one. You're using line of sight technology and negating the fact that this Mercator point in your map is a physical location, but we can dispel that with optics, showing that it's an optical angular limitation. This is provable, repeatable, and testable, Zanuck.
Using my little cliche Gee words. Listen, buddy. We got an observation. We can see and we can say where we think it should be if it's flat. So opposite of what you just said. We measure it below level. We know it light can't bend upward over these conditions. So we assume, let's say we assume that it's curved. Then we start plotting with from 1 foot up to 30 feet and measure the angular position in our field of view. We get a curve. That curve will dictate the refraction because it's off of where it should be based on where the object is.
That
so we get a
curve
plot
will
of
dictate
that's how refraction
Hold
is
on.
measured.
Yo,
That
hold
is
on.
correct and
will
true.
dictate
We
refraction,
can't.
as we just
You're
said.
talking over
God.
me again. You're talking over me again.
Hold on
shit,
1
Zanuck.
second.
You're talking over me again. No, you made a bunch of claims that were
Zanuck,
incorrect.
I need 1 second for modding, please. Silent. You're hot micing. Zero. You're hot micing. Go ahead, Zanuck.
I haven't heard anything.
His keyboard was tapping. He was breathing and
No,
shit.
that's Xanax. That's Xanax ADHD clicking.
No, it was silent. Go ahead, Zanuck. Finish it up.
Quiet. So we have an observation. We have the lens that we're using, the optics we're using, and we're detecting things line of sight from that lens. It's not absolute where that line of sight is because light does bend. So if the light's bending downward, things will appear to be higher than they should be. And we can say whether they should be there based on known distance and an angle from level, which is the level line, which is a orientation perpendicular to plumb. Now that's our gold standard. The perpendicularity to plumb is level. Everything above or below will say what the real shape of the Earth is. But you're saying, well, we have refraction or we have optical effects. And I would agree with you. So we can determine what those optical effects are by varying the independent variable, which would be the observer height. That will change the angle of incidence. It'll change the density gradient. And all that will come out in the watch with a nice, perfect curve where the data is a fine and accurate representation of the observations and the actual distances and positions of the object in question. Thank you.
That's what I was in the middle of going over with you, but we'll never get to finish it. All right, go ahead, Data.
Zanuck, you use straight, horizontal, and vertical to determine curve. The whole point is if your Earth is curving, you would have to use curve to determine horizontal, but you don't do it that way. You do it the other way around, looking for curvature, begging the question curvature exists. Okay? And what you've done is you're negating the fact that this line of sight optics sees well past the point of your physical measurements. And your excuse for that is light bending, not physical Earth curve, not the shape of the Earth, but light bending, because that's the only option you can go to. So if it's this light bending, Zanuck, can you show me where the physical nature of the ball changes at all these various heights, not due to refraction, but due to physical Earth curve? Can you do that, or do you have to rely on refraction, the bending of light for your calculation?
No, because we have first we get it all backward. We know. Do you not agree that if we have an object that is 3 miles away and we are 6 feet tall, that object in our field of view should be 0.02 degrees below level? Would you agree to that?
Wrong. You're just using theoretical math.
No, I just want to know. I just want to know if you believe in trying. I'm talking, Data. Data. I let you talk.
I told you they're
I
off.
let
No,
you talk.
it's not accurate. It's not accurate at all. It's off. Bottom.
All right, whoever muted Zanuck, thank you. I'm on a cell phone. I couldn't get to it quick enough. Data, did you give your answer?
Well, I think we should let the conversation move on. These guys are just going to end up talking over each other.
I mean, I think the conversation's I think the conversation's worth having if we want to have two other people pick it up and maybe talk about it. Because
let me finish my statement before I was muted. I was actually muted incorrectly because Data was talking over me. I just asked him if he agreed.
Well, you guys end up looping and over talking, and then we have to sit here and mute and unmute you the whole time. So if you can't have a conversation, I think it's just better you both stay muted so you can decide how it goes.
Yeah, I want the conversation. I will yield to him if he's going to jump over me. I just want to ask one question though. If he believes in triangles, then he knows that an object in a distance 3 miles away would be 0.02 degrees below eye level. Does anyone disagree with that? Anybody?
Yeah, I disagree. On a flat Earth with no refraction, the bottom of the oil rig there should be no dip to it because you're essentially looking at the water, right? Which would be horizontal, which means that due to perspective alone, it would rise to your line of sight. So it wouldn't there would be no dip to the bottom of the oil rig. It would be zero.
You're incorrect. You can show that to yourself just by doing some basic calculations. And I won't go
If
no
there's
further
a
than that. No,
there's
that's
a
wrong.
straight line in front of us.
That's wrong.
Well, have you ever seen? Say I'm
anything?
wrong. I'm going to respond.
Zanuck needs muted, man.
No, Jeremy. It's not involving you, Data. He asked me. He disagreed with me, and I think anybody who knows trigonometry knows, even with because it does include perspective. That's what trigonometry is all about: is perspective. So
yeah,
you would have, if you have something just like,
you got to stop having pauses because you paused. I started talking, and then you started
Jeremy. You shouldn't even be talking right now.
Just mute him. Just mute him.
Pause. You
it's
had
that
to
easy.
pause. It was
It's
a slight
that
pause, Zanuck, and then you started to do another part.
With other people besides just one?
On a flat Earth on a flat Earth with the water, if the water is horizontal, on a flat Earth would the water not rise up to eye level?
In infinity, yes. Infinite distance, yes. But anything other than infinite, we could get an angle to it. That angle at 3 miles would be 0.02 degrees. If you're denying that, you just don't know trigonometry.
I know how a perspective
you're not
grid works.
You're not applying the observation of 1 foot observer height at a distance of 9 miles line of sight. You cannot calculate that.
Are you going to let him off
calculate it?
Jeremy?
Present your calculation in the form. I've been working on this shit for a while, dude. Show me how you calculate that. 1 foot observer height, 9 miles away, with a telephoto zoom lens with a 2,000 times zoom, or 100 times zoom. Sorry. You show me the math for that. You show me how you can apply anything logical or reasonable to understand that observation. Because at the end of the day, you cannot. The observation is a physical, repeatable demonstration showing you line of sight technology. Again, a camera doesn't care about your fucking feelings, Zanuck. It's built and based on line of sight technology. So take your shit, pack it up, go eat some lunch, and take a break, dude. You're done.
Yeah, well, that's clearly incorrect. Camera doesn't have any
It's not
variance.
clearly incorrect.
It's not repeatable. I'm talking now.
Cameras are line of sight technology, bud.
Let him finish, Data.
I'm talking. Yeah. So no, it's line of sight technology. It can be oriented level. Just means that the light traveling out of it starts out and comes to you from wherever it does and ends up at a level orientation perpendicular to plumb. If you're 9 miles away and you see something at level or even above level, something's going on because it shouldn't be at level. It should be below level. And if it isn't, then something's happened to light. It's being bent. It's not a stretch to understand that. So it's not repeatable. It's not demonstrable. None of that you said is true. In reality, we can actually measure that 9 mile platform not be at level, be well below level. At 9 miles, it might be 0.06 degrees below level.
In reality, Zanuck, if I was to have a line of sight technology, I could sit on that shoreline. I could fly an aircraft right directly above it, do a triangle, right angle triangle to the location of that oil rig and the plane above it to create a triangle. Show me the math. Show me how you would calculate for that on your ball.
Okay. So we have point.
Don't tell me. Just put it in the chat. Write it all down for me. You have a line of sight technology. You have line of sight technology.
Not everybody is reading the chat.
You have line of sight technology.
We don't want to hear you explain it, Zanuck.
No, I'm not interested in explaining. I'm not going to entertain you. I just want it written down because, listen, it's line of sight technology. So if I'm going to develop any kind of measurements, I'm not using any curve.
Whoever muted
Geo was right. My bad. Yeah, you were right, Geo. You guys can't handle it.
Yeah, we can unmute you guys in a few minutes, but you guys are just over dominating the chat and talking over each other. It's not fair.
I wanted to add something. I'm a really big fan of Flat Earth Data and Zanuck. I'm not a fan of the way that they behave, but I love to hear those two people talk. So you guys, if you could reel it in just a little bit, that'd be great because you have fans. Okay.
Yeah, let's give them 5 minutes and then go from there. We all need a break, I think.
The easiest way to mod a conversation with Zanuck in it is when he talks, just mute the other person. Then when he's done, just mute him. That way because he will continue. He will
No, that's
continue
the
to
problem.
interject
He took
constantly.
a pause. He took a pause, and then starts to talking about it, add to it, and then takes another quick pause.
The mods are at work, guys.
The problem is we can't sit here and micromanage conversations. I can't do that. I'm trying.
Then you shouldn't be a mod, Jeremy.
Then make me a mod, Gio. Make me a mod, and I'll show you how to mod Zanuck. I love modding him all the time. I
We
shut him
should
down.
just have a person specifically as a mod for Zanuck, and then a person
Comes with his own
specifically as a
personal
mod for Ron.
moderator.
All right, Apocryphon, you want to do it? I'll give you a temporary. I'll give you a temporary mod.
I'll mod him.
Who's gonna mod data?
I will. I could mod both of them. I
mod.
could mute one, mute the other. I'll show you guys how to control conversation with Zanuck in it. I'll show you.
You can't talk in between them. You just have to mod. You just have to mute them. Like don't enter. Okay.
Right, and I've done that. But I'm doing multiple things at once. So to sit here and stare at my Discord screen, mute, unmute, it's just very time consuming. And
yeah, don't worry, I got you, Gio. Don't worry.
Hit it, Travis.
No, all I was gonna say.
More important. Just playing, bro.
All I was gonna say, real quick, is if Apocryphon's not here, we need a Xanax signal or a data signal. Like
Really good conversations with Zanuck calmly. He'll let me speak and fully let me speak, and then we go back and forth. It's the problem of right now Zanuck's not letting other people speak too, and it goes back and forth of I wanted to destroy you. We're not out to destroy one another. We're out to have a conversation. Let's just talk.
Yeah, but he thinks there's a slight chance he might hook up with you. With us, he don't give a
Fuck,
shit.
nobody's hooking up with me, guys.
I'm just
I know what you
making a blanket.
No.
In the back of his mind, though, so he's cool with you.
I want to just say something real quick. The only reason why anyone would suggest that refracted light bending down presents targets higher is if they are assuming they're on a ball. Otherwise, there's no reason to say that ever.
Yeah, that's why I was asking when he said that there's something's wrong. If you're seeing something, well, how do you know something's wrong? Are you assuming that
exactly?
And it's not that?
Yeah, exactly.
So what do you guys want to do? Have a conversation or go back to the Zanuck?
Well, does anybody else? I mean, if anybody else out there who's heard something that they want to piggyback on, or if they want to bring up something else, I'm just driving, listening. So
he said on a non-reflective day, and he's been to this back and forth with me before he went out to Texas. Oh, where you're at in your elevation, you don't really hardly have any reflection. I want to know how he's actually calculating my refraction of the day and how he knows this shit. And I looked through experiments on refraction, and there ain't much out there that I've seen for proof of this light bending downwards to the point and degree that you're talking about. I'm having to base it on assumptions and bullshit. Could somebody provide me, like Zanuck or you guys, some kind of proof of this fucking refraction?
They don't, Stacy. There is no proof of it because all they've used to measure the refraction with was a more optical stuff or more shit that has refraction in it. Like they have nothing tangible to measure it against. They can give you a calculation and say this is probably most likely how it's happening. Maybe they don't know. They're not sure. Now Zanuck's been going over this thing to where he can be sure when he raises his elevation, which I don't see how that's possible. We were right in the middle of it.
Exactly.
Data jumped in.
He's been telling me that for 2 years now. When I was in Texas, the same thing, because I was a higher elevation. So he was trying to tell me I'm not going to hardly have refraction. That's great. You can see what you're actually seeing. And I'm like, motherfucker, are you serious right now? Because what I'm seeing is exactly what we've been talking about this whole damn time I shouldn't be seeing. And it goes back and forth every single day. I could sit there and watch the damn sky. Can't see shit? Can see shit. Can't see the mountain? Can see the mountain. How is he freaking telling me what refraction I'm seeing that day? Because he's full of shit.
Yeah, but when you ask for the proof or evidence for the bending down of light, you can use like the sun on any given day, and it will. let's take out the air because it almost does 360 degrees in a day. So let's take out the air. It's supposed to move 15 degrees per hour since it does 360 degrees in 24 hours. And so if it does this and you have equatorial mount, you can measure its path and you can see that it is consistently moving 15 degrees per hour, except for when it's on the horizon. And the only explanation for that, in lieu of another one, if someone had a better one, then you could use that. But the explanation for that is because of the refraction that's taking place there. It's moving slower because it's actually being raised up because the light is bending down. So that would be the
Sir,
evidence.
are you saying that an equatorial actually tracks the sun physically? Like it would be tracking, like if I'm watching a deer, okay, hold on. I want to be specific. If I'm tracking a deer with my eyes, I'm watching it physically, I'm tracking it, just moving across my peripheral, the entire field of view. Now, are you saying that when an equatorial mount tracks the sun, it's doing the same thing? It's tracking it physically?
No, I already said no, so I don't know why you keep going, but no, it doesn't do that.
Okay.
You would use the equatorial
I have a
mount.
follow-up question then.
That's fine. You can follow up the question after I give the answer. But the equatorial mount is not following the sun. It's what's doing the 15 degrees per hour. And you would confirm that the sun was tracking with it most of the day, and that was moving slower than it at the end of the day.
Wow. Okay, great. Hold on. If you can hear me, does the equatorial mount slow down at the horizon?
No, I just addressed that. This equatorial mount will be doing 15 degrees per hour.
Yeah, so then the equatorial mount at some point is going to be offset with the sun then. It's tracking it all day overhead, all day, no problem, right?
But yeah, this is what you would look for. This is what you would look for to confirm that at sunset and sunrise, the equatorial mount is moving faster than the sun.
That makes sense to me, though. Doesn't it? You Travis, like if it's 90 degrees to you and then it's going 15 degrees away from you, and then once it gets down to a certain angle, that speed is going to slow down in degrees because it's all getting into the one point. It's all jumbling together, so it's going to keep going further away from you and appearing to get lower and lower, but at a slower rate because of the angle.
So guess why the equatorial mount moves the way it does. It's been got nothing to do with the Earth being a fucking ball.
If the sun did figure eights in the sky as it went down and came up and went down, you could program something to track that track also. I wonder.
Right. So
I don't want to. Go ahead.
Those are world class answers, and it stopped me for half a second. But then I realized that I addressed that. I addressed that. That's the sun.
Keep doing it.
Yeah,
every day.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's just part of your skill, right? Just dig
Save
it
it for the DVD commentary, okay?
No, you're demeaning people. You shouldn't be allowed to do that.
So, okay, yeah. So, anyway.
For like a half a second, like you're smarter than everybody. You prick.
Well,
shouldn't there be a rule against name calling and demeaning people?
True. I haven't name called anybody.
He threw some little wisecrack. He threw some little wisecrack shot in there. All right,
Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
I threw that in there. I threw that in there. You guys are doing that all day.
You're also talking over each other.
You guys are so silly. You guys are so silly. Listen, I'm going to finish my explanation.
Yeah, Kosho just gets away with it.
Yeah, okay, could be good on with this.
Is my microphone not working, Kosho? For fuck's sake.
No, it's not working because I'm in the middle of saying something. Why would yours be working?
I'm trying to mod the situation where you're both over talking each other. Jesus.
You got any two other people that can handle it, or come on?
There is no globe.
What I want to know, what I simply don't understand after many years of this, is I still don't understand why they would lie. What do they stand to gain from it?
You're funny.
Why am I being muted when I'm being asked a question?
You guys were both over talking each other. I had to mute you both.
Oh,
okay, fair enough. So, by the way, I often overtalk people when I'm already speaking, so I'm gonna have to get better at that. But regardless, what you guys both said, I addressed. I have to remember what it was now. Right, yeah. So the 15 degrees per hour.
Another dig by that prick.
You're doing it again, sir.
Look here. Come on. I love you,
Coach,
but
is there any experiment you can show me on this shit that you're talking
Yeah,
about? Can you show me something?
sure. I'm going to give this response first, and then
Okay.
any questions.
Did anyone see the little
You
equation?
cut out, Coach O, or
I
don't know.
I think he cut out.
No, somebody.
Yeah. Well, I mean, everyone's first got to, before we can start looking at these
Nobody
observations.
muted you, Coach out. Nobody muted you. You're just cutting out.
You guys are talking all over each other too, by the way.
My friend was yelling at the dog. Anyway, right. So the 360 degrees that the sun does every day, everything does.
You literally don't know how to use push to talk or something.
Yeah, your push to talk's cutting out or something, Coach O.
Can I ask a quick question of the field? I mean, this equation seems to be doubted by even the leader, Jeremy. But I mean, I don't see how you can question it, Jeremy. If you're 6 feet off the ground and you're looking at something 3 miles away, you think that rises to eye level? You wouldn't think that, like if you're in your room, you're 6 feet off, and you look at your fireplace, you can figure out what the angle drop will be for your fireplace. It doesn't rise eye level. And as you go, as that object gets further and further away, Jeremy, as that object gets further and further away, that angle
You're right.
becomes
No,
more
you're right.
acute. So it will rise.
So there might be a drop.
Okay. 9 miles it gets close to 9 miles it gets close to eye level, but at 3 miles it's 0.02 degrees.
I'm willing to go through this with you one day, but we can't. This is an open room and shit.
I think everyone should understand that, and then you can plot out what you do see and see how it reflects to reality. That's all I had to say about that.
Tracking of what happens in reality and begging the question of a sphere.
Not begging the question. We just want to say we know if it's flat, this is what we would see. So contrary to what Arbiter said, data.
No,
I'm saying if it is flat, this is what we should see. If we don't see that, then we can start devising ideas, hypothesizing what is causing it to be either higher or lower.
How do you know what it should be if it's flat?
That's the thing I'm saying. Like that's the thing I'm saying. You say something is at a distance, 3 miles. Okay, it's below eye level by 2 degrees. Okay, how are you taking that? I pointed to. How are you taking that observation as because it's a sphere?
Well, no, because it wouldn't be a sphere if it's 0.02 degrees. It'd be flat. But that doesn't mean it's flat
at any degree.
I know. I hear you. I hear you, Elijah. So if I measured it and I go, oh shit, I'm wrong. It's flat. I'm measuring today. I'm in Santa Barbara, and of course, I'm going to say there's refraction. That's what I would say. But wow, here I see 0.02. It shouldn't be 0.02 degrees. It should be 0.046 degrees. So I guess yours is flat. No, all I have to do, and this is the point I've been trying to make, is the only point I'm trying to make, is if I change my angle, my position of observation to be higher, and then remeasure the angle, and do it again a third time, and then hopefully more than the third, fourth, fifth time, I can get a plot, and then I can determine what the refractive value is by that change. That's why calculus is so valuable. I will realize by plotting things out that my 0.02 degree measurement was erroneous. The Earth is not flat because that was a refractive value. How do I know? Because of the rate it changed as I go higher. Does that make sense?
How are you saying that the rate of total? How are you saying that's what I mean? Like, because you said, okay, we're all 5.4, then I know it's something else. But how do you know that even that, or that the higher up you go, everything that you just said, how do you know that that's because of Earth curve? When that's something that we've experienced, and you're saying, okay, well, what's the cause of this? You don't know it's Earth curve. Perhaps that's just a fact of reality that has to do with the plan. But how do you know?
Because of the rate. I hate to sound like a broken record, Elijah, but it's due to.
Well, you're saying because of the rate, but we're talking about in our eyesight.
If we know, we know where things are, based on how. The good thing is here, we know how far the object is. Once we know how far the object is, we can tell everything, whether it's curved or flat, based on the rate of change in our field of view and the rate of change of the change. The rate of change of the change, it's kind of like measuring velocity and then change of velocity. It's analogous. Let me finish. Elijah, it doesn't do any good to talk over me because I'm not going to stop.
No, because now you're going to draw an analogy to the point that you've already made.
That rate of change of the change will be the refractive value. It has to be.
Okay, that
has to be.
Anyway, like I said, how do you know that the rate of change is due to Earth curve?
Because of the rate of change of the change.
Oh,
Because
okay.
it's not
So
what
that's
he
begging the question
assumes.
on top of begging the
No, I'm not
question.
assuming anything, Stacy. It's a measure. I mean,
Well, then
so
that's
it
why I'm
doesn't take a
asking you if
knowledge of
there's a rate
calculus.
of
It's just
change.
kind of
How
the
do you know
idea of
that
what
that's
calculus
because of Earth
does.
curve? I don't. He's not
Elijah
listening.
always
I
does this.
think
I'll
he
start talking,
agrees
he'll
with
start
me
mumbling in the background.
because I mean, again, they get us to argue about aspects of reality. Okay, well, we can't argue that reality is reality regardless of what we're seeing. Well, what I'm asking you is how the hell do you know that that's Earth curve?
Well,
Since
because when you
you
see
witness something, you go higher up. Okay,
you ask the question,
how
then
do
you
you
keep
know
on
it's Earth curve?
talking.
Well,
So
answer
you
the
ask the
question
question, I'll
directly.
respond. When you measure or see things in reality, such as you're a 1 foot observer, and then you see a surfer about 100 yards away, and then you see the oil rig above his head on the water. That can't be. In trigonometry, that's not possible. If you're 1 foot off and a guy's torso and his head are below an oil rig on the same water 9 miles away, that can't happen, Elijah. That's reality because it can't happen unless the Earth is concave.
You said
The
What
Earth
do you
is
mean
not
it can't
concave.
happen? I don't get it.
Okay, you're just going to talk
Hold
over
on.
me.
He
Yeah,
said
never
that.
mind.
Hold
I
on.
would
He
like
said
to
that
speak to
can't
that,
happen.
please.
But if it does happen in reality, it can
It's
happen. So I'm saying,
no,
how is it
but
We're never
happening
gonna know.
due to? No, 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 no,
you
no,
know by
no, no, no,
changing
no. Because if
the distance above the
if he
surface and
listen,
making multiple measurements.
if
Talk
he's
to you over me again while I'm
expressing
trying to explain.
something that he's experiencing, I'm just trying to figure out how you validate the claim that what you've experienced is because of Earth curve. But it sounds like you're saying because it has to be, which is most definitely begging the question.
I was knee deep into this with him earlier. Data jumped in. We'll never get to the bottom of it.
Didn't you say?
Let me get
be
5
in
minutes
line.
with
I would
Zanuck.
like to talk.
Let me get 5
Please,
minutes with
when I get a
Zanuck. Maybe we'll
chance.
get to the bottom of it.
All right, then do a 1v1 with Zanuck for a few minutes.
Zanuck, we're at
Can
a
I be in
flat Earth.
line?
Go ahead.
No. I want to be in line. You go ahead, but I want to
Okay,
be
you're
in
next.
line.
All right, you're next. Give me 2 minutes with Zanuck, please. We're looking at the oil rigs. We're on a flat Earth. We make an observation. The oil rig's beneath us. I say, okay, the light's bending to make it appear beneath us. Now we change our elevation. Another observation of the oil rig at another apparent position. I say, okay, it's still beneath us. The light's bending differently. We've just changed our angle, and now we have a whole new refraction measurement because we've changed our angle and the amount of atmosphere we're looking through, and the density of the atmosphere is also not the same because we're looking through a whole new optical corridor. So I don't know how that tells you fraction's doing or whether what the shape is, flat or.
Well, do you agree that the angle of incidence is a major factor in refraction?
A factor,
and
sure.
as we go higher, that angle of
over
incidence
Earth
would then change.
Factor, sure. Long distance over Earth, there could be other factors. Who knows? This is supposed to be your proof on why this is on how we know where the actual position is.
Right. So as we change our elevation, we're making a change, an even change of our elevation for the observer. We see a different position in our field of view of that object. And how that comports to, in trigonometry, we can determine what the error is, where that object should be. And that error then can be analyzed. The rate of change of the error would then determine the refractive component. That's the error. It's changing. And the rate of change is defining the error. So we could actually determine what refraction is from any point that we measure all the way back to the 0 point. Now, I know you might not understand because it's kind of a little bit technical, but it's not really. If you really break it down, this rate of change of the change is refraction because that's what's causing the error. Now, you can say it's causing by electromagnetic radiation or the ether band or whatever you want to call it. That's also possible, but generally you could rule those things out by doing further tests to see if that is the case.
Okay, so we have a
Real
rate
quick.
of change.
Okay.
We have a rate of change. It changes the position of where it should be to where we see it. Okay, you still don't have an actual. I don't know how you got an actual position from this, from the rate of change. That doesn't tell you actual positions. That gives you a whole bunch of apparent positions and how much the apparent positions are changing. In the end, you don't have an actual position still.
Would you agree that we need to have like a baseline or some kind of foundation to do our analysis? Would you? And if you don't agree with this, and all bets are off. But you have to agree that at 6 feet, an object in distance, a known distance of 3 miles would have to be a 0.02 degree below level angle. If you don't believe that, then we don't have.
Sure, that's fine. Sure, that's fine.
So then if we look at a 9 mile object field of view, it would be 0.007 degrees.
Geometrically, yes. Geometrically, sure. When we see it, that's not what we see.
Yeah, I know, but that's not. Don't get ahead of yourself. We're just trying to break this down in small chunks, baby steps, right? So now we raise our position of view, and we do the same calculations. And we do it maybe from 1 foot to all the way up to 30 feet, and 1 foot increments, or even 5. You can even more coarse. You can 5 foot would give you more than enough information. Or even 10 feet would do it.
Oh my God! Stop talking to yourself. Talk to us.
Even a measurement at 1 foot, 6 foot, 10 foot, and 30 feet. You could get your answer for what refraction is. So now you're going to get these positions of the object in your field of view. Now you know where they should be if the Earth was flat. We're not going to see that in reality, and we're measuring on multiple days too. So the rate of refraction change on this kind of hazy day where it's really hot and the water is very cold.
Oh my God! I don't know what the fuck you're saying anymore, man.
Well, I'm talking to Jeremy. Jeremy's paying attention. Stop it.
No, but I can't follow what you're saying. You're all over the place.
You're just droning on, dude.
I'm not droning.
We're changing our elevation.
I can write it up in the chat if you need me. Do the experiment. We're going to try to give an observation: 1 foot, 10 foot, 30 feet, and the rate of change for the flat Earth we should know, based just like how we agreed to where it should be at 6 feet.
Geometrically, yes.
Geometrically.
Okay.
Now how
what?
it deviates from what you measure now. Now you're going to go measure it in reality. Oh, it's not there. It's actually above level or it's below level. How it changes as you move, that rate of change is going to be your refractive value. If you can't understand that, I'm not doing a good job of explaining it, or I got to be more detailed.
Well, is it the rate of change for temperature? You know what I mean? Distance,
doesn't matter.
Refraction,
Doesn't matter.
medium. I mean,
doesn't matter.
What?
You're missing the point. No, it doesn't. We don't care what causes
the rate of change based on a sphere? Is it?
No, we don't know what the shape of the Earth is. All we know is we're making these measurements. When we make these measurements, the rate of change is the refractive characteristic of the air.
When you say measurements, do you mean observations?
Measurements are done through observations, yes.
Would those observations be affected by refraction?
That's exactly what we're doing. Yes. We're seeing
we know where they should be.
Jeremy at least we now, guys.
Let me respond to that, please. I didn't get a chance to respond to the first thing you said.
Jeremy, we have
other people went.
Where's the Apocryphon? Where is Xanax mod?
Yeah,
I don't need to be modded. I didn't hear
him talk. It's not Xanax fault.
People want to talk.
Jump in, and now he's responding to that.
I've been sitting and listening, and even Fuzzy's tried to talk. It's not just a 2-person fucking shit show, I don't think, right? It's an open panel.
No, it's supposed to be just Jeremy and me.
Yeah, but it was 2 minutes.
That's what I'm saying.
2 minutes.
Oh, okay.
And it's been like another 5, and it's going to continue to 10. And no offense, Jeremy, because I love Jeremy, but you're not going to let him speak. We're going to keep hearing you go on and on and on. We're going to get fucking confused, and it's about refraction that you can't even prove because I'm looking through different mediums constantly, and you're telling me what the hell I'm seeing. It's still in a apparent position. You don't know where the hell it's at. You're looking through different mediums. You're telling me what refraction is based on what? Where's the experimentation for it?
Stacey, that's exactly what I'm trying to explain. We get our baseline.
Well, I've been trying to hear it, but I haven't been any explanation.
Let me put it in simple terms for you, Stacey. Seriously, I don't mean to be condescending. I'm just going to make it simple. So it is simple.
You already explained it. What the hell?
We already agreed. We already agreed that these different heights, the geometric position will be in these different spots. All of us, I think, agreed to that now. Even Jeremy, he said fine. Now we do the actual measurements where refraction or everything else can be a factor. We don't know what those other factors are, and we're just going to say that that factor is wherever it is can be X, and X can include refraction, everything else you can dream of. We don't care. All we care is the deviation from this rate of change from the geometric positions to where we're actually seeing it in our viewfinder. That rate of change is the error. The error can be caused by everything, but at least we know what those errors are, and it will be a curve. It will be a calculable equation, and that equation will have predictive qualities. That's all I'm saying.
So can you draw like a picture real quick?
Stacey, that makes sense?
You take some clear paper. Hold on a second.
Well, no, Stacey and I were talking.
Can you be quiet for a second, Sandy?
No, Stacey and I were talking. I was asking her if she understood.
Yeah, well, shut the hell up, dude. So take a piece of paper and draw the building where it's going to be when you don't see it, and then line it up and sit it there, and then wait for us to see the building and see it match your drawing. Then we'll wait. Perfect guy who knows where it's at. Go ahead, Stacey.
Listen, Zanuck, I heard you loud and clear. There's two things that got to me, though. At the end, you said, and please let me finish, you said predictive qualities. So you're basing on a prediction. Then you also said you're going to get an actual measurement now. We're going to take an actual measurement now, and then ended your conversation with a prediction. You understand what you're saying. And you're in your own words, you're saying you're predicting where something's at. You don't know. It's not an actual measurement. So please don't say actual measurement.
The actual measurement is the rate of change of the change. I said that many times.
It's on predicting qualities, you said.
Yes, because you measure the actual change of the change, the rate of change of the change, that in itself has predictive qualities. One gives rise to the other, not the other way around. We're not predicting and then saying what it is. We're saying we see what it is based on this rate of change of the change. That gives us
it's not predictive qualities based on your prediction. This is where it's at.
No, predictive qualities baked in your prediction. That's nonsense. You're listening to yourself.
You're the one that said it.
No, I didn't say the rate predictive qualities is equal to predictions. No, the rate of change of the change is the error. Now that can give us give you predictive qualities of the graph.
So
the graph can be used for predictive qualities.
Basically, Zanuck, you're saying that. So, all right. The higher up we go, the more we increase that angle of resolution of whatever object it is.
No.
The more we increase that, like the better we're going to see it.
No.
You know, is that?
No.
Is that?
No, it doesn't do with angle resolution.
No, I did have an issue with this earlier because you were saying that the higher you go,
it has to do where it is in our field of view. It has to do with it's a point source of light, for example.
Well, right. So something's straight out. If we're eye level, like if something's even with us, like, you know, as if I'm a 6 foot observer and the object is a 6 foot observer, I'm looking straight out. You know, if it's a baseball, then I'm looking down. Right.
Right. Well, I think I know what you're saying. If you're looking at eye to eye to a sort of observer.
Well, yeah, I'm either I'm looking up at something or I'm looking down at something. Because if I'm 6 foot observer,
3 miles away, you have to look down 0.02 degrees to see the baseball in the water.
Right.
Okay.
So I'm
and 9 miles away, 0.007 degrees.
Can I ask a question here to both flat earthers and globe earthers, because I'm slightly confused about this. So you say that you go higher in elevation to get rid of the effect of refraction, right?
The refractive effect will be less for that object in a known distance. It will be less as you go higher. Yes.
Yeah, this is supposed to be the proof.
Here's the thing, though. Like, here's the thing. So you're going into the less dense range, right? Mm-hmm. So then you're surely opening up the possibility that what you're observing is at the precipice of where the less dense air is meeting the higher dense air, which is where you would have more refraction.
No, not necessarily. If you're looking straight down through water or straight down through air, you're going from like you're in a 30,000 foot airplane looking down. There's no refraction. You're going through a major gradient, right? You're going from like 0.5 or 0.3 psi down to 0.7 psi. No refraction. That's not a refraction. The angle of incidence is paramount here. The angle is the most important element, not the difference.
But the density of the air is what is.
No, that's not the most important.
No, the angle. No, he's saying the angle, because the angle. So it's whether or not how close something is to your vanishing point, and if the more you increase that angle of viewing, the better your vanishing point is going to be, and this is going to change. So that's I think we all agree with that.
That's not correct.
In my own mind, I was trying to make it analogous with the sugar water demonstration, and it would be almost like, when we witness that, we're seeing it from above, from higher up, if you was to say. But if we were seeing it in where the denser gradient is, we would be in the fish tank, right?
No.
Can I make a point?
Where we are on Earth is the denser medium, right?
Well, at 6 feet, it's dense, but it goes denser as you get to the water. The problem is there's a density and temperature inversion, which causes the looming effect. But we don't have to go there. We don't have to worry about the error. We know the error exists. I'm just trying to explain how you can actually rule out the error. And this is shown by this position in your field of view. So if you go up, and whether the refraction's there or not, you just go up higher, you will see that refractive effect be less. Even
let
if
me know
flat.
when I can get.
We know that though.
I don't know if you heard me because
the
5
more
people
you
were talking over
increase
me when I said that. Did you get that
higher
point?
you go, the further you can see.
We're not
better,
worried about that.
And the
that's
less,
why we don't want to go distance. We're not going distance.
That's what's
we
happening.
know how far an object
Zanuck,
is.
can you
you're
please
increasing
stop
your angle.
over talking everybody? Zanuck,
well, he keeps on getting it wrong. We're not.
It doesn't matter. Let him finish his sentence. You don't have to over talk. Just calm down. Just listen for a second while they talk, please.
Also, I think Rakia wanted to get in as well.
I was just
go ahead,
like,
Fuzzy.
go ahead. And that's go for it after that. I just like the higher we go, the further we can see on, right?
Right. Larger
so the more you're increasing that angle of viewing.
Yes, you're increasing an angle over the surface. Yes, regardless, flat or round. That's not the point we're trying to make here. It has nothing to do with the point.
Kind of does.
When you say that something, when something goes up in elevation and it changes this rate of the rate, well, and you also agree that whatever it is we're seeing gets more clear and we can see further the higher we get. Does that rate of that rate change? Like, obviously, we can see there's a rate that changes when we higher. I mean, that's a rate that changes.
I'm not seeing it. We've already established this object is 3 miles away, so we can see it perfectly clear. Not going to see it any clearer going higher. You'll see more of it going higher because there'll be more of a tower.
But we'll see less of it going lower. Like if we put our eye down to the ground at 6 feet, from 3 miles away, I wouldn't see that.
No, you won't. You'll see all of it
my
right in the water.
On the
right
ground,
in the water, you'll still see it.
I wouldn't see a baseball. I absolutely would not see a baseball. No,
yeah, you would.
Absolutely not.
Would
not see it.
You will see it.
Are you kidding? I can't even see the other side of the gym. You can't even see the other side of a gymnasium with your eyeball on the ground.
Here's
the thing, guys. Here's the thing. What you're saying is like literally why I try to whatever with the sugar water thing, right? Because if you're in the water, would you see the arrow pointing the right way compared to when we view it from outside and it's pointing the wrong way?
Here's a better experiment for you. I know you like this tabletop thing. If you looked at the table maybe 50 yards away and then had a marble on it, and you made sure that your camera was perfectly level, you would be able to zoom in and see that marble on the tabletop. Okay, when there's a problem with cameras. Can I make the point real quick? It's a very critical point here.
Your optics.
When you have a lens.
No, if you that's
silly.
When you zoom, that's changing your optics. No, that's changing your optics. You won't see it if you zoom out, and if you zoom all the way in, then you do see it. Your optics change. Yeah, you're physically moving lenses. It's not a digital zoom; it's a physical optical zoom where you're changing it with lenses.
And if you're seeing Zanuck saying you see right across the water, perfectly at a line of sight straight, right? When you go up, Zanuck, can you draw how much your eyesight's supposed to drop down below the horizon of a ball? Like your line of sight, can you draw that? Like as you go up, like it gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and it goes down beyond the ball. It goes down beyond the horizon.
I would like.
You know what would be good? I know.
Okay, so
I can't tell who it is. Hold on.
It's Rakia. He's roboting.
Rock. Yeah, you're roboting, Rakia. Hold on, Zanuck. You're spazzing on me. Hold on. We gotta.
Okay, Sorry.
Audio issue, and you're like not giving a break for a second for us to handle it. Relax, bro. All right, I think it's over with. Go ahead, Zanuck. I want to say something eventually, please, guys.
Yeah, me too.
Exactly, and I'm sure Travis has been trying for a minute too. Rakia wants to say something. We all want to jump in on it. It's gonna take not Rakia, sorry. It's gonna take Zanuck, please, honey, just to calm down for a second, let everybody else speak, and then come in, if you don't mind.
Whatever you want to do, that's fine.
Thank you, sweetheart.
Well, before anyone else goes, my shit doesn't need any response from Zanuck or anyone. So I know we all want to get in, and great, everyone should be able to talk. It would do us better though if we let one person come to a conclusion with the other person. You know, if it starts cycling and repeating, you know, we shut it down. But I think it'd be more beneficial if you just let one person come to some conclusion with Zanuck. We've been doing this for years, right? Like I think we should we should probably let conversations come to a conclusion. Maybe that might help us. We can do whatever way you guys want, though. Everyone wants to get in, go ahead.
I would like to ask Jeremy a question on the topic.
I'd like to speak after that.
I thought cold air was more dense and warm air was less dense. So once you got above a certain, like once you got into the atmosphere, like a certain layer, wouldn't the light bend towards the more dense, colder air, which is always at altitude?
Yeah, that's the contention in which way the light is even bending.
No, but that's
right. I have a huge
fallacy as well.
Zanuck, why are you talking, Zanuck? Shut the fuck up.
He asked a question. I didn't know that was his field.
Jeremy,
you don't need to be rude. You don't need to be rude.
Jeremy was answering. You broke in.
Gentlemen, what is going on? Can we just have a nice civil
we
conversation?
can. If Zanuck can shut up when I ask my first question to Jeremy as Jeremy is answering, I would like to hear Jeremy's answer.
This whole thing is in contention of which way the light's even bending. It's not even a question of how much it's bending. It's a question of, it's a qualifying question. Which direction is it even bending in, right? So, yeah, you would assume that, you know, if cold air is more dense, the light would bend towards the cold air. They'll say it's by volume, or Zanuck's about to tell you if you have it in a container. I don't know. Let Zanuck field this.
Yeah,
one.
real quick. That's a common misconception. Then you can easily show this in your day-to-day life. Go up to a ski area at 6,000 feet. I don't care how cold it gets. It'll always be 15 to 20% dense, less dense, thinner than it will be at sea level on a friggin' 130-degree day in Death Valley. So temperature is important, but that's not the determining factor. That's why they have something called in flying density altitude, and they actually have an equation that gives the change in density based on temperature, but it never outweighs the hydrostatic qualities of air ever. But we have a little bit of a temperature inversion. A temperature inversion right at the layer of the ocean, like in Santa Barbara, where normally it would be very cold, and then it would get warmer and then less dense as you go up. But it flips because the cold air makes the warm air above it colder right near the surface.
Rakia,
I have a follow-up. So if you're over like a warm lake and you have freezing cold air above it, that the light is going to bend upwards, right?
Correct. That's the only time you'd ever have sinking, and that very rarely happens. If you have like a real cold front, it goes by like in Hawaii or something where the air was really super cold, like almost ready to snow, but the water still stays 80 degrees. That would be a ripe condition for a sinking effect.
We have really cold air over warm water here in Louisiana all the time in the winter.
Yeah.
Not that warm.
I don't know what you're saying.
Yeah, that's what you can have sinking in that condition. If you have like some cold front rolls down there, it starts to snow, and the water's still at like 70.
Rare.
I don't know what the water's. Rakia is like 75. What's the water in the Lake Pontchartrain or on the coast in the Gulf there?
What varies, but yeah, 75 to 85 degrees.
So the beginning, you can have a 75-degree water day, and a cold front comes by. Maybe
it
snows. A fluke snow or something.
Oh my God! Shut up, Zanuck! Shut the fuck up, man!
You shut up! I'm talking to Rakia.
Why he's responding to Rakia.
He's just rambling on and on and on. He's just rambling.
No, we both are in agreement. We're talking. Fuck you.
Rakia is cutting up a little. Maybe you didn't hear that he was still talking.
No, I didn't. I thought he was done. And we were exchanging. Good. That's a great example.
No, you're talking over him.
Travis,
Talking about
shut
fucking
up.
snowing in Hawaii.
I'm done.
Travis wants to get in. All right,
It
go ahead,
wasn't.
Travis.
I don't
go
even.
ahead,
Terrible, but go ahead, Travis.
I don't even know
We'll
because I'm
finish it up.
so. I'm so touchy right now with my connection. Go ahead and finish up, Rocky. I'll try to follow up after you're done.
Anyway, Rakia, yes, you're right. That'd be sinking. Yes, Rakia, you're right.
Shut the fuck up, Zanuck.
I want to make that point. You know I'm trying to make a point. Just you don't need to add something. I'm agreeing with Rakia. Yes, that's the point, Rakia. Light would bend downward and it would be or upward rather. Sorry.
Rakia, you're roboting, Rakia.
And one more time,
Roboting, can I say something? And let's get nice. Come on, guys. We're adults, right? I'm almost 40 fucking years old, guys. I'm not in high school. This is like, and you're right now. You're doing it. Right now, you're doing it.
No. Once you moderate Travis,
I'm not being mean to you.
Now you're doing it to Stacy.
I'm saying all of us. I'm not even pointing you out, Xander. Like all of us, just like we're fucking adults. I'm pretty sure everybody here is an adult. Like some of the people have kids. This is worse than kids sometimes. Like, come on.
Yeah. So, am I good now, Robot?
Yeah, you're good.
Yes, you
Xanax muted though. He can't not talk over people. So we need people to not talk over people.
He's a little excited, but my only contention with what he's saying, just disregarding which way the light bends, just agreeing with that, is that it's not rare to have the water temperature higher than the air temperature, and I think that could be how my shrimp boat picture came about. Like a really warm Gulf water with cold air above it might create that scene, right? They call sinking rare because they don't want you to realize that the building or the boat in the distance could be the illusion of sinking, just like we have the illusion of looming or towering. Because it disregards their, spherical nature of the hill of water that's blocking that boat. I mean, it's a simple optical illusion in my eyes.
Yeah, not rare. It happens. It happens frequently in places. Yep.
He said much cooler though.
Travis, is your mic your connection better?
I don't know. I can try real quick. I'll give it a chance. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you sound clear, man.
Okay, so I would agree 100% with what Rakia just said. In my research, I have captured the phenomenon that it's called sinking many, many, many times. And I've since relabeled it proximate looming because I believe that the interpretation of sinking presupposes the globe, just like looming does. So everything is up for grabs.
Travis, real quick, sinking would be when something's lower than its actual position. Sinking is? That was a question.
Yes.
And Travis. That's different to compression.
Travis.
Yeah, it's not the same as compression. You have a target in the distance, and the next day
it was yes or no, dude. Come on.
Okay,
Travis.
yes.
Yes or no?
Yes. Okay, yes.
Okay, so sinking is when something's lower than its actual position. How did you get its actual position and know that it was actually sinking? You don't know if you captured that effect. Yeah. You don't know.
Are you gonna ask me a question and then talk over me?
Go ahead.
Can I talk now? Hello?
Yeah, we hear you, man.
Okay. Fucking Discord. I hate this goddamn application. Okay. All I can tell you is I have numerous targets in various positions and in various exposures. Sometimes I can see more of them. Sometimes I can see less of them. Sometimes I can see all of them. Sometimes I can see half of them. I don't have a control. All I can show you is both extremes. And sometimes in between.
Right. So just in conclusion, you have no idea if you actually captured sinking because you didn't know if the object was lower than the actual position because you don't have its actual position, right?
No, I would. Hold on. No. Yes, I would say that I have captured sinking because I can compare to other instances where I have a shorter distance. And I know that curvature cannot be the explanation for the obstruction. And yet it's cut in half.
I would have thought it would be to do with some sort of average. Like you find an average of what the conditions are mostly like, and then, you know.
Well, I mean, look, the thing is that I don't. Go ahead.
So sinking is when something's lower than its actual position. You're out there looking at something, you don't have its actual position. You don't know if you had sinking or not, because how could you know that if you don't have an actual position?
Wait.
Oh, that look.
I
Look.
just
What is this? What is
wait.
this?
Hold on.
What is this? What is this talk about actual positions when we're talking about, our perspective? Obviously,
Right.
sinking would be what appears to be something that, had you leveled the camera, taken a picture, the next day it would appear lower in the field of view. Hello?
No. Listen, I need to clarify. No, I need to clarify. I just heard Jeremy's misunderstanding. Can I clarify, please?
Well, do you mean no to
I
what
think
I said,
you'll
or
look.
no, let me
Hold
clarify
on. Wait.
something else? Well,
Please. Jeremy.
That Travis just cut out.
Yeah, he did.
Damn, bro.
I don't think he said, no, you're wrong. I think he said, no, fuck what you're talking about. I need to make a point. I just wanted to know which one it was.
No, hold on. I just heard something that I think needs to be clarified, Jeremy. It's not that it's sinking is not when the target is lower than it was the day before. That's not sinking.
I didn't say that.
Sinking is when. Okay. Because I could have sworn.
Okay, never mind. No, I said it. My bad. Okay, move on.
Yeah.
Okay, what's your opinion of what sinking is? What's your opinion of what sinking is, Jeremy, real quick?
My opinion of sinking would be when something appears lower than its actual position.
That's what I just fucking said.
Oh, we agree.
Yeah.
Okay, we agree. We agree. It's
No, that's what
I
I'm
think
trying
that's why Elijah said, though, that it comes down to perspective. What are you saying lower than? Like, how could it be lower than its actual position? Because you're only relating it to you.
No,
and where
Travis
you
is saying no, that's not what he's describing. Everything that we're all thinking it is, he's trying to say something else. Just let him say it.
Fair enough.
Okay. Sinking is when the target is obstructed from bottom up.
Oh, okay. I can see the difference. Okay.
Okay, listen very carefully. It's the opposite of looming. Looming is when a target is normally hidden by the horizon, and it is loomed up so that you see more of it. Sinking is the opposite. One day, you see a lot of that target. The next day, you see half the target. That's sinking. Does everyone understand that distinction?
And since it can't be the Earth moving, it's obviously an optical effect. Over time, you can see that both extremes, both ends. Yeah,
Correct.
I get it.
Yes. This is what I've been saying for 3 years.
Okay, and in both instances, when you have it at its, when you see it at its highest point, and you see it at its lowest point.
I think Jeremy's breaking up. I can't hear him.
Yeah, Jeremy, you were breaking up. Can you repeat that? And then I think Stacy had something to say.
I've got to go on mute, so I'll be hanging around, but I'm on mute.
Actual
position. Looming is when the lights.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Looming is when the light's bending in one direction, making the object appear higher than it actually is. And sinking is when the light bends in a different direction and makes the object appear lower than it actually is.
That might be stooping, Jeremy.
Whatever effect.
Is it all an optical illusion, though? At the end of the day, all of it?
Yeah, I'm just saying, no matter what you want to call it, scooping, sinking, whatever it is, you don't know if it's lower than its actual position until you have an actual position on it.
Good thing we got the actual position.
Yeah, dude. That was the point.
Whoever that was, I didn't. Yeah.
It's like, look, you might know the location, like where you're standing, you know how far away something is. Okay. But when you're looking at it through these mediums every day, like when I was in Texas and I was talking to Zanuck, he was like, oh, you're probably seeing it for what it really is. I'm going, what are you talking about? Every day is different. Every hour is different. We're looking through different mediums. It's constantly fucking changing. It's an apparent location. So regardless of what we're doing, it's an optical illusion. There's no actual location that you're actually getting. You're basing it on an assumption, right?
This is where I'd say you have to actually start taking measurements. Look up 90 degrees, and that is, the way refraction seems to work. 90 degrees would seem to put the sun at its actual location. It's directly overhead. And then you wait an hour, and it'll be 15 degrees from there. Wait an hour, and it'll be 15 degrees from there. Now, these are assumptions on my part. I haven't done this, but I'm going to go with it. So as it gets closer and closer to the horizon, you'll start to see deviation from that pattern of 15 degrees per hour. And it'll be very subtle. Like at 45 degrees, it'll be off by, 1 arc second. And then by 20 degrees, it'll be off by a full arc minute. And then as it gets down to the horizon, it'll be off a quarter degree. That is refraction. That is the measurement of refraction, the deviation from that 15 degrees per hour.
What is it on the tape measure? And
this is the
what
point that I was
measuring dirt in arc seconds.
Well,
this was the point that I was making.
Right. I don't think that was right.
This was the
wait,
point.
What was wrong with it? That's the thing. Go ahead. Is that kosher?
Yeah. I was making this point earlier. I needed to flesh it out. I was going to respond to Lakia, and then they said something about the 15 degrees per hour. Like it could be, doing that, and then you're getting, slower because the angle's getting narrower. But actually, no, this is the fact that it's moving at a regular rate because we know it goes around once in a day, 360 degrees. So this 15 degrees per hour is that same speed. So it's just a consistent rate. So as long as it's doing that, we know there's little to no refraction affecting it. And any deviation from that, like Mike said, would be a measurement of the refractive index.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get that. I just don't see how.
Apparent speed, not the actual speed of it at the horizon. The apparent speed.
Right.
Due to X.
Based on the change of the degrees, yes.
Yeah, you can put X as anything. Call it your mama's gravy slowing it down. It don't matter, but it does appear sometimes to slow down. And to me, sometimes of the year, it appears to speed up and set quicker.
And that's the thing. Obviously, the change in degrees can be marked down, and then whatever happens as it gets further along its corridor, it's like whatever it is, we can say, well, because it doesn't slow down, because the angle is getting narrower, because it stays at the same rate, then perhaps you could assume that that's because we're actually rotating, and that's what's keeping it at a steady degree of change. However, when it does get to that point where it's like very limited, like what we're talking about is like near the horizon, that's when that rate of change stops. So that's why they say, well, you're not actually looking at the sun. The sun has actually disappeared beyond the horizon. However, refraction is the reason that you can still see it. Obviously, that's begging the question. It's an explanation as to why it hasn't disappeared like it's supposed to on a sphere that's turning. But that point is always lost because they always flip it back on us and tell us to explain phenomena that they've hijacked already.
So once again, it's not a mystery why it's moving at the rate it does. It's moving the rate it does because it goes, if it does every star, so it's not even just the sun, any star in the sky will move 15 degrees per hour, except near the horizon. So, like I said, I mean, there's, unless you have some other mechanism for why it's doing that, when it's supposed to be doing that, and it will catch up to the other, the 15, to how much it's slowed down by, because it's going to consistently be moving 15 degrees per hour. So
Where are the refracted stars at? So when we see the stars and we see our regular amount of stars that we should see, where are the stars we shouldn't see from down where the sun went? Where are those refracted up where you mixing them with the other stars that we can see?
yeah, typically you can't see stars that close to the horizon.
So the lights of stars don't refract in the medium from where the sun goes down below the horizon, but you're telling us all the light refracts and all this other refracting stuff, but the stars
No, I
don't do
said,
it.
yeah, typically you can't see them unless you got a real clear night, like out at sea or something.
Yeah, but you're telling us we can see beyond, down below the horizon with light bringing stuff up. So as the sun goes down, shouldn't those stars that it reflects off of come up around the curve also? And as we go up, if like we go up a couple feet, every time we go up, our eye level should drop below the horizon. Fuck staying with it. Our eye level should drop below. We should see more and more and more of stars at a 33-degree downward angle, like looking diagonal down. We should see more and more stars as we get away from the ball, especially with refraction.
And Kosha, wouldn't you say that would a more dense atmosphere or layer closer to the ground be thicker, like a thicker atmosphere? Or that's what I think of in more dense. There's more particles, there's more dust, there's more heat. Is that
Yeah,
what y'all are saying?
now, what Xanax said was it's a much greater temperature. You'll get that because even though that it's a colder temperature, there's still less pressure, and so overall,
Not
the
what I
overall
asked.
density is going to be the overall density is still going to be less. So you're
Not
not
what
going to
I
expect
asked.
it. Yeah.
Let me restate it again. Maybe maybe I didn't make it clear. I'm talking about the thickness of the layer that's closer to the ground. If it has more density, right, it's more particles, more of everything, so it makes it more dense, tightly packed. Wouldn't that equate to being more thicker, like a thicker medium than up in the air? That's why we see further once we get off the ground, because it's less thick, like it's less dense, right?
Yeah, but I mean, it's still just air.
But is
So
it
it's
more
gonna be a
thick?
long. It's gonna be a long while before that air adds up to something thick enough for you to not see through it.
Well,
Y'all are saying it's more
point.
dense.
You want me to respond or no?
Oh my God, dude.
No, I mean, you're making the question. I just want to answer it. It's not a big deal.
I know, but
if you want to hear it, I don't.
We started talking at the same time, Zanny. When you first opened your mic, when I was asking Kosho something.
I heard a pause and I thought it was my turn to ask you a question. But okay, go ahead. No need to get upset.
No, go ahead. just answer it.
Okay.
Stop all the BS.
Yeah, so we have a very cold water and a very warm air above it. The temperature gradient would go normally in air would go down as 3 degrees per 1,000 feet as a general rule of thumb. But real close to the water, there's something called a temperature inversion, where suddenly this greatest temperature becomes very cold, much colder than the air normally would be above it, and that causes the air to be a little bit more dense near the water. Now, does it have higher viscosity? Well, technically, yes, but not really measurably. It's very, very small. It's just a little dense, just slightly denser. And that's all you need it to be for light to bend toward it, because it's very slightly more dense. Going down, normally it would be either even or it would bend upward if the air was denser, but it's not.
I'm sure that's a great answer, Zanuck, to someone else's question, but that was not my question. I'm talking about the layer that's closer to the ground of this more dense atmosphere. Would it be thicker than up above it?
Well, thicker is not a word we use in atmospheric science.
Viscosity. Okay, put your word in it. What word?
It'd be slightly more dense. Slightly more dense.
It's more dense, right? It's
more air molecules.
It's a
more particulate matter.
More particles of air. More
matter.
nitrogen.
You're looking through. Can you see further through this more matter, or further when you get up into the atmosphere?
These gases.
So you're saying you can see the same exact distance at ground level than you can at 1,000 feet.
That's a false equivocation.
No, it's not. It's a very simple question to answer. Can I see the same distance at ground level? You cut me off right in the middle of me saying my sentence again. I'll start again. The question started with can you? Can you see just as far, 1,000 feet at ground level in this more densely particle matter, whatever area, or when you go 1,000 feet higher, do you see further?
The reason I said false equivocation is because you're now compounding a reason and making me give you a yes or no answer based on your false equivocation. No, you can't see further.
Not making you do anything.
No, you're asking me to. You gave me you put me in a corner to say whether you can. Yes, you can see farther 1,000 feet. It's not because the air is denser or less. It's not. Well, let me finalize by saying it's not because the air is dense. That's not the reason. You seem to think it is, but that's not the reason. So let me be very clear about that.
What's the reason?
Because you have a better angle to see further, like you would in any other
No.
situation.
No. I'm talking about line of sight, horizontally. Horizontally, nothing else is obstructing you. Nice try.
Oh,
but
okay.
you're looking through horizontal. Yeah,
Didn't
you're
hear that.
talking right through me again.
Oh, I'm not really not trying to.
Are you serious, dude?
You're picking
Am I cutting out? Is my mic okay? Is my mic okay? Because
I don't want to go fall for it.
You're still talking through me. I'm asking if my mic is okay to everybody else, and you're talking through me now.
Yeah, we hear you.
It's all good.
You're being really rude. I'm trying to be polite, and you're being an asshole.
You talk right through me every time so far.
Does anyone else see this?
Is this Zanuck talking through me, or is this my mic not cooperating?
Stop whining.
So it is Zanuck. Okay. So the question was, at 1,000 feet line of sight, nothing else obstructing it, just the more dense atmosphere. And as you go up 1,000 feet, it's less dense. Would you see as far, less far, or further?
As far, barring any other particulate in the air.
So you wouldn't see any further?
You wouldn't see any further.
I think you
see
would.
The moon 3,000 miles away. I mean, 3 to 6.
Not analogous. Not
It is
analogous at all.
Because you can see that from the surface.
I said very clearly, barring any other particulate, smoke, dust, fog. If there was none of that in the atmosphere, Rakia, you see just as far on the surface as you would 1,000 feet above the surface.
I think we would see. Yeah, but you do have more particulates closer to the ground. That's why you say it's more dense. More matter. You're looking through more matter, so you don't see as far.
Transparent.
If it was fog, it'd be less. You could actually have fog, which would be less dense.
That is so true.
You'd have less dense air. You see less far through fog. It's less dense. So your flawed logic is now showing in that real world example.
So you want to talk about fog now? I'm just talking about
foggy air.
The less dense the air, now the farther you can see. That was never a thing.
Hold on a second. If you're talking about a sphere, right? And you go up and you're talking about a sphere, at some point the surface of the sphere it stays for what itself is. So there's a certain part of medium next to the sphere on the right side of the sphere, on the left side of the sphere, and when you go up in a gradient, you're looking through the gradient that you're in, then you're looking down diagonally or forward, and the next medium that came off the ground from that portion of the ball. So is that hot or cold in that little area where they mix and they're like little pyramid or their little spheroid of like their air exchange, right around the curve, right where the air is supposed to meet right there.
I think it's funny that you trolled that, but kind of obfuscating away from my discussion. It was funny though. Does anyone else want to answer?
Yeah,
what I
had
asked?
a question. I had a question just for anybody. Like, air becomes less dense the higher you go, but that means that you can't see through it now. That was never a thing. That's the first time I ever heard that, Zanuck.
Well, you're saying you don't see further the less dense, but because it's more dense at the ground, we see just as far. Like, it doesn't add up. That doesn't logically add up to me. I would say the more dense the air is, the more particulates, particles, matter that you're trying to look through, you wouldn't see as far.
But you
That's
can't
right.
see.
Unless that particulate matter is acting like a lens.
No, but yeah, as you go
What
higher up,
are the odds
you're
of
getting
that?
further away.
When does matter act like what? So the atmosphere can lens things bigger? Is that what we're saying?
Yes.
Like
Yes,
sugar
sir.
water and
Closer to the
glass.
ground?
It doesn't do that.
Like sugar water and glass, you know.
No, I can't. This will just go crazy.
Yeah, but yeah, as you go up, you're getting further and further away. So even though it's slightly less air, because it'll gradient back down as you look down. But it's still
Kosho,
yeah, it's still further away though.
Kosho, let me do a thought process with you. We have any object, just a square white box, and we're on the ground level. We're 10 foot above the ground. We move it away. There's no obstruction. It's line of sight. We move it to the vanishing point where it gets so small we can't, or we move it to where, I'm sorry, we have an object that is so big it fades out, like we can't see it because of the atmosphere before it reaches its vanishing point, right? So it's still there. We just can't see it because we're looking through a dense layer of atmosphere. We move that same object and the viewer up 1,000 feet where it's less dense. Would you then be able to see that box?
It's not a matter of density. It's a matter of
when
stuff
does it
in the air.
happen?
It was very specific to that guy named Kocho.
Yeah, but when does it happen though? Because even mountains are very
It
big.
happens in my thought process. I very clearly said this is a thought process. Just go with me. So now we're there. We're at the finish line of the thought process. So we don't have to ask any questions of why I said it, why I asked, what I'm going to do with it. Just if you want to answer it, answer it. If not,
Well, you somebody else.
say it again. Cut out. Is he cutting
Can
out?
I jump in on this?
Am I
He's
cutting
cutting
out?
out.
I didn't hear his
No,
answer, Paul. Did you?
no, I didn't hear it. But can I jump in for a second? I want to address something that you asked the question that they kind of went past. I've been watching a video that somebody posted with Richard Feynman talking about reflection of on glass. And in his own analogy, if glass is transparent, but the fact that you can see a reflection in it, a percentage of the light that is coming back to you, that's why you can see things. So even though the atmosphere is transparent, so to speak, there is a certain percentage of light that is not making it through it, even if you're looking at it straight on, because it does have a probably reflective quality to it. It just may not be perceivable or measurable, but it is there.
Right, so they call that translucent, right? If it's not 100% transparent.
Right, that's like glass. Right, glass is that. Because certain aspects of it is reflected back at you.
Yeah, that makes sense. If Kosho's back, are you back, Kosho? Yeah. All right. So either one of y'all that just brought up translucent and transparent, did you get my thought process? Would you think you would be able to see that box at 1,000 feet where you couldn't see it at 10 feet? I think you could.
Ricky, I'll post that video. I'll
Pat's
DM you
angular
about it.
point.
I'm sorry.
If it's Pat, real quick, if you're horizontal with this box and you move it away from you to the point to where you can't see it, if you get higher, you're increasing the distance from you. You're definitely not going to be able to see it.
No, you're keeping the same distance. The only thing that's changing is the density of the atmosphere that you're looking through. More dense at ground level. It's less dense up high. Would you be able to see it? If the box disappeared, like faded out into the dense air of the atmosphere, the medium, and you rose up into a less dense medium, would you be able to see that box again? Jesus,
Yes.
man.
No,
Thank
you
you,
shouldn't.
Lord.
I thought you shouldn't.
You'd have, in order to keep the same distance, in order to keep the same distance, Data, hold on a second. Let me respond to Rock here real quick, please.
Square into the refraction
Or just
part.
throw it right through me.
Raise up
Can you
to
hear
see
when
the
other people
square.
are talking, Data?
Well, I started talking first. Whoever talked over me. Who was talking
We
over me? I
both started at
talking
the
first.
same time.
Oh, I got it now. You definitely should. Okay, yeah, you should.
Data, why do you blast through people all the time? You know they own to you, man. Like almost ignorance. Are you
So
wanting?
I started talking.
Yeah, but who cares? Just give way give way like 5 out of 10 times.
So if you have this object and you want to keep it the same distance from you, you can't go straight up, right? Because it's a triangle. We know how the triangle works. You'd have to go diagonally up.
No, Jeremy, you can do this
What
test
the frick are you
yourself.
talking about?
You can do this stuff yourself with a long road or that little that channel did it. You can totally the refraction effect due to onto the ground of the surface is an optical effect due to the angle of light and this internal reflection, this critical angle, plus this temperature differential. It's an amazing effect that happens, but as soon as you change the angle to it, all the objects come back into visibility. It's just a critical angle of this internal reflection or refraction effect that happens. Water is naturally mirroring. So if you add energy to it or a temperature indifference, or what do you call it, temperature differential, you will see this effect. It happens when there's a temperature differential and a critical angle viewed through it. You change that angle, the temperature's still there, the effect goes away. So in a sense, if you put an object during that position or that first position where it's obscured by the refraction, you change the angle to it, but you're at the same spot, you just raise an elevation, you will see that object again.
Yeah, but that's not the density of the air that's blocking your view, though, is it? And you're not removing the density of the air for you to see it after you rise up. I'm agreeing with you. Yeah, but what I'm saying is it's not the density of the air that's blocking your view.
There is a different density to the air because there is an inversion of temperature change. That means there has to be something hotter and something colder, which means there's a density change. That effect that we get from vapor pressure perhaps can slow down the transference of light, kind of ping-ponging all around, helping the internal reflection aspect at that angle. I don't know. But I'm just saying, as soon as you change the angle, you are now not looking through that denser field or the field that's being affected, which does have density changes. Whether it's cold or hot, that's a density change, a differential between the two. You get the effect.
Yeah, but when you rise up in the air from ground level to 1,000 feet, you haven't changed the density of the air, have you? Yeah.
You have changed your angle. You have changed your angle to it.
I agree with you about that, right?
Which
I'm
means
not
you have
arguing
changed.
against you.
Which means you have changed your field of view to it. Which means your linear path that you see towards it. If that field that you're looking at has the temperature differential, and you change your angle to that temperature differential, yes, you will change and be able to see the angle to the temperature differential is what you see. So if I lower to the position of the ground,
Y'all not getting it.
I'm going to see
There's
a higher
no angle change data. With
Right,
my example,
you're lifting up in the air, right? So your angle to the main.
The object lifts up with you. The box and the viewer are now at 1,000 feet. Dear God, how did y'all not follow that?
And how far away apart is it? And how what's the size of the box? I mean, there's some variables in here.
It doesn't. Whatever size the box you have to make it disappear at 10 feet off the ground, due to the medium that you're looking through. Not anything else.
Away from you.
You're not listening. You're not listening. However far you oh my God, dude. You ready?
It's a thought experiment. Let's run the thought, bro.
Yeah. However far you have to make the box away from you, and however big you have to make it where it disappears at the 10 feet level off the ground, due to the medium that it's in. Now go 1,000 feet with the viewer and 1,000 feet up with the box. Same horizontal plane, just 1,000 feet up off the ground into less dense of a medium. Would you then see the box again?
Okay, so if you're saying in this thought experiment you were to have a particular box that wouldn't disappear due to angular size, it'd be big enough that at a distance to its disappearance would still technically be visible, not vanishing into a point, but vanishing due
Correct.
to density.
Correct.
So that is a possibility that once you raise, because you are removing the particulate, which is the oxygen, nitrogen, argon, and so forth, it's potentially possible that you can see it through clear visibility. Why not?
Thanks for that, guys. I think I understand
Thanks.
shit.
Wow, that was harder than it should be.
But both statements are true. If you're looking at through a temperature differential through a little closer to the ground where there's more of that temperature differential, you put an object in the distance, it will be obscured by that refraction. If I elevate, that refraction will disappear and I'll be able to see that object again, is what I thought you were referring to.
And you don't need curvature.
Hey, Dad, I'd like to ask you something. You know how perspective, do you agree that perspective makes the foreground appear to rise towards your eye level? Do you agree with that statement?
That has to be the fundamental, because you have an infinity point in optics, and that effect happens in optics. So oddly enough, it's just what we have to use to call it an infinity point is the perspective view that we got. So we have to break that down and analyze it. We get focal lengths out of it. So we must have it, right? We must have that apparent effect if they're calculating for it.
So just to clarify from the guys who can't follow that quick of a sentence, that's a yes?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. So if you have an object that's again big enough not to vanish at that point, but it goes past that point, right? That I call it vanishing point, you called it something else. It's the same thing. Where perspective is appearing to rise towards your eye level and the object's going away from the viewer, it reaches that point, you can see the whole thing still, and then it goes past that point. Would the bottom of it appear to be obstructed due to perspective alone? In your opinion?
Run that through me again. What?
Okay, so we're looking out at water, and it's appearing to rise up towards our eye level, right? And it reaches that point. I call it the vanishing point, but it's the horizon, the point where things vanish, due to perspective, that sort of thing, if they're the right size. But you have something that's larger and taller, so you're looking up. The bottom of it is down, the top of it would be up, the vanishing point would be right in the middle of your horizon. And then it moves away from the horizon point, even further away from the viewer. Would the bottom of that object appear to be obstructed by the perspective point alone?
Well, the way I look at it is light is traveling with that information. And after a certain angle, that information becomes banded or blurred. This is what I consider to be the vanishing point. In other words, it's not actually happening in reality, but due to light, it appears to vanish. And we have there's nothing measurable there. There's no magnitude. So that optical situation is blocking the bottom of the light that is at that building, whatever distance away. So I believe that is the effect that's actually happening, besides the effect of maybe some frequency waves and things like that around shorelines that have waves that block the bottom as well. So there's an example you can do yourself, which would imply that. Hold on.
Hold on 1 second though. You're going too far.
Well, no, there's a demonstration you can do to prove what I'm addressing and what your question's about. Is if you take a camera and put it to the ground and you take objects and you put one in front of the other, if you have a long enough space and you only need to make maybe 2 or 3 inch size objects, you'll notice that over the distance they'll slowly converge, and that the one in the foreground will rise up, blocking the bottom of the one in the foreground, giving you this example that if you had a far enough distance to test the claim, that you could have an object reach that vanishing point at that distance, and then the bottom appearing to be obstructed due to it. So, but it's the foreground. It's the foreground that's doing it, right? It's the foreground objects that are rising up to the neutral. Well, the foreground is blocking the background, and that foreground angle is an optical vanishing point. It's there's no magnitude there, nothing measurable, but it can be quantified at a distance optically. Like you can take the pixel ratio.
Okay, all right, dude. Really, bro, you are rambling on, man. Would you call that an optical illusion?
That's what it is. It's a total optical illusion, right? But
I
here's what's
agree.
really interesting.
And he
Well,
said
Here's what's
nothing measurable, right? Nothing measurable.
It
well,
can be measured because it's forever
yeah,
changing.
you can measure it. Like there is a let's say a ratio base there, but it does change on focal length sometimes, right? That vanishing
you're not
point, if you
measuring
will.
a ratio base. You're
They're
not
all
measuring
camera.
it. You're
All
hold on a
the
second.
lenses
Hold
are
on a second,
ratios.
bro.
They're all
You're doing
ratios.
math, and your numbers are going to be what your numbers are. 4 minus 2 doesn't mean a distance on Earth. Okay?
No, but I'm just talking about the pixel ratios. Like you can have some mathematical consistencies. Like for instance, if I take
Yeah,
a
but that's still
camera,
a guess,
let me
right?
finish. If I take it, no, it's not. If I take a camera and I take a picture of one object and then move my camera 10 feet side of it and take a picture, I can tell you the distance and the size of those pictures just by doing that movement with a camera. So the camera works off of linear measurements. This is a fundamental practice in robotics and AI. They have a vanishing point that they have to account for. So that is technically measurable, but there's no magnitude there. In other words, it's not actually happening. That's why they call it a vanishing point. It's an optical illusion.
So that
But
really didn't make any sense. We need to corral. We need
so
to
it does
blow
make sense.
corral,
Does
right?
make
A
sense.
fence, a
It does
material,
make
right?
sense.
Well,
It
no,
does make
pixels don't
sense.
make sense. We're not
It does
counting
make sense.
pixels.
Well,
No, we don't
pixels
want to
is
know.
just a reference to
Slow down for a minute, dude.
resolution, right?
We
So
don't want.
if you have resolution, everything
We're not.
comes from
Data,
design,
come
right?
on, man. Data, you are incorrigible, man. No one listens to you because you do this. You have great points and you destroy them with how you just blast through people. It's okay, man. There's tomorrow, right?
Well, I get interrupted and then I get told what I'm telling you doesn't make sense. I mean, come on now. You want me to reiterate it? I'll reiterate it again then.
Well,
Just so you
Just
understand.
not even nothing though, man. Like blasting through people, even like when I don't know. Like you, I mean, I
He
don't
just
know,
told
man.
me that he told me that it didn't make sense, so I repeated myself. Right?
I'm just
So
being
it's not making
straight up with
sense.
you, bro. You're over the
I
me,
top.
hear
it
you,
doesn't.
dude. I
To me,
hear
it doesn't
you.
make sense because what you're doing is you're looking at the same optical illusion with your camera as we are with our eye, and then you're telling us you can guarantee some shit with pixels, and I don't believe it.
Yeah, so they can calculate how much square surface of the Earth with pixels and stuff. It's all good, bro. Whether you believe it or not, I don't care.
So go put
What's
a flag
interesting?
where the curve is with your
What's
pixels.
interesting? It's all linear, dude. There's no
Yeah,
curved
you're
equation when you're
making
looking
no
at
sense
cameras.
here. What is?
Anyway, when you're looking at the study of the optics, there's not much information about it. So I'm going to be, like I said, releasing some optometrist audio. You guys are going to laugh.
Well, I have to say, I've been telling people about the optical illusion for a while now, and I think that perspective view, if the water is not in its actual position due to perspective alone, then that itself is an optical illusion. I don't care if you call it perspective or you can call it whatever you want again, but if something's not in its actual position as you see it, then that is an optical illusion. What it's caused by is a different matter because an
Got the
optical
answer.
illusion. Go ahead.
I wanted to say this earlier when Zanuck brought up a point like over an hour ago. He brought up the point of the black swan with, I think he used the surfer, right? In Bo's video and his photo, I think there's a surfer in the foreground, and then in the background above the surfer is the oil platform. So he's arguing that, from what I can remember, that trigonometry can't handle that. That doesn't make sense in trigonometry. So if you remove yourself and draw that picture orthographically, you put yourself on the shoreline, you draw out the ocean in front of that that observer, you put a surfer a little bit of ways from the observer, and then you put the platform a little bit of ways, right? That's going to show you what it looks like in reality, because the water's level, the surfer is at the same level as the base of the platform. and then the observer is just a little bit higher on the beach. That's the way reality is. But that's not the way the observer sees it. The observer sees it with the oil platform above the surfer. That's not the way the geometry
That never happens unless it's refracted.
Okay. Now let me finish,
You're
please.
wrong. That's incorrect.
Let me finish, please. Okay, you don't have to go that far to make that point, because that happens everywhere you look in front of you. If you look down at the ground and there's an object there, and then you look in front of that object, or I'm sorry, beyond that object to another object, that second object is quote unquote higher. Right?
You said that already. You said it twice. If you're ever looking at something that's your same height,
why the fuck am I getting interrupted? I had to wait over an hour to say what I was saying.
I didn't realize you were waiting so long, saying the same thing over and over again. You're talking to me about.
Mute Zanuck, please. Let Travis finish, for fuck's sake.
Okay, I'm trying to, in a sense, bolster what Rakia was saying. Okay, we have to realize that perspective is optical. I'm going to suggest right now perspective is 100% due to the atmospheric lensing that happens as you look over the corridor. The lenses that we're looking through across that distance are raising the floor up. And as you look over distance, it just keeps increasing because you're looking at the angle of incidence over miles and miles and miles, and that lens upon lens upon lens upon lens brings it to a focal point in the distance at a certain position because of your observer height. So everything that we see in front of us is a direct result of refraction. Zanuck's point about the surfer not about the oil platform not making sense that it's above the surfer, that's the way we see the world. It doesn't. Anyway, I've lost my point, but that's basically the idea that I was going to try to respond to. Okay, so whatever.
It's as simple as hijacking trigonometry as drawing it as a piece of paper, showing you an observer, a surfer, and then a oil platform along a linear path, and then saying, "Hey, look, the surfer here is up above the observer here. What's going on? Why don't I see that?" And then you take a camera, take the same thing you've drawn in a piece of paper, put it on a floor, take a camera, and it's not perceived that way. And he wonders, or we wonder if he understands the two basic implications of drawing it down versus observing it through a lens.
All right, well, thanks
Does he understand? Do you understand there's implications between two?
Let me know when you're done.
No problem. Do you understand, Zanuck, that there's a contention between the two concepts here? One that's written in paper or drawn on paper, and then one you see with a camera with optics. They don't convey the same information, or do you think they convey the same information?
They absolutely do convey the same information for the right reason. When something is at eye level, it will always be at eye level. It will never change on a flat surface, ever. And if it's below it, it's because it's closer. If it's further,
so Zanuck,
it only can rise. If it's lower, it's because it's closer. It's like your feet. Look at your shoes. You look down, and as you look further away, you start looking higher and higher in your point of where you can't see anything anymore. The vanishing point, which would be at eye level. Hold on, I'm almost done. I'm almost done. And then anything above your eyes, like a jet, if it goes further and further away, will go down to your eye level as well. But anything at your eyes, your same height, will be at your eye level to infinity. Lenses don't change it. Zooming in doesn't change it. All these things you say happen in reality, you may think happen. Data, they don't happen.
Again, Zanuck, is there a difference between drawing it on a piece of paper and viewing it through a lens? Like, for instance, when you draw it on a piece of paper, correct me if I'm wrong, when you draw it on a piece of paper, unless we're drawing two objects in the distance from the observer, I draw that on a straight path according to you, right? Where the object is not rising or reducing in angular size, correct? You're not demonstrating that when you draw it in this way, correct?
Which way are you drawing it? Drawing it in front of you or along?
So again, the contention is that when
not
you draw
again.
it
You didn't say there's nothing to be again about.
Ready, Zanuck?
Side view or
the contention
side view or head on view? Oh my God, you are.
Contention is if you're going to draw it on a piece of paper, You're going to draw a straight line, right? You're going to draw the observer and then two objects in the distance.
Side view
That
or
piece of
head-on
paper.
view? Which view? The view.
So if you want to say it as side view, you can say it as side view orthographically.
Okay. Yes, that's
in
no
the orthographic
different.
image. You must understand. You must concede that there is no perspective in the orthographic image. Correct?
What are you talking about? Of course there is.
Wow.
Okay.
Perspective is geometry.
Yeah, there you go. So let's just address that there.
If you have a 12-foot,
let's figure that out for Zanuck there before we entertain Zanuck any further. Here's I'm almost done. Here's Zanuck. We'll have to help you understand there is a major contention with what I just addressed, and the fact that you said you don't understand means we can no longer entertain or go further until we really have to resolve this for you.
Understand.
Okay,
Side
Zanuck,
view,
if I don't understand, that's great. That's great. Hold on.
Zanuck, man, you're talking over him, man. Stop talking, Zanuck.
You just conceded that you didn't understand that when you draw an orthographic view, it does not take in angular size change or the apparent rising of the ground. Correct?
Incorrect.
No, you're drawing.
They're all angles. It's the same angles, side view as it is as you're looking at things. Just because perspective and what it looks like is a term to show that it looks like something's rising. But orthographically, that angle is still the same as a side view as it is in front of you.
So data, what he's trying to do, Data.
Don't interrupt.
No, I'm not. I'm talking to Data.
No, you are, Travis.
You're being rude.
I gave you the courtesy. I gave Data the courtesy also. Shut up. So something out in the distance. If it is a mile away, or it is 3 miles away, I have to look down at that object on a flat surface of 0.02 degrees. That's just basic geometry and trigonometry. If I look at a side view, the same angle would appear. Now, it looks like it's rising to your eye level, but it's not. So you're incorrect completely.
Correct, Zanuck. It's not rising. That's why we have apparent angular size change.
So
when you're trying, let me finish. It's a well-known fact, Zanuck, that apparent angles to things can be in error and not exact sizes. And there's a reason for that, Zanuck. Yeah, really. Data. So you have lots of calculations you can use, but apparent sizes don't always represent perfect linear size. Okay?
What does that
now, when you're dealing with
what does that mean?
The actual width, the length of things. It's
they all follow perspective, which is angular size changing directly proportional to distance.
Again, in your drawing.
Again, that's not a good. You even said it before.
In your drawing,
you can't shut up, Zanuck.
In your drawing, Zanuck, you cannot account for the apparent effect, right? What you're saying is the apparent effect doesn't exist, and it's a linear effect. That's what you're saying. But that's not what's happening.
It is a linear effect.
Again, the apparent effect is something that you have to account for because it's an optical illusion.
It's not an illusion.
Objects don't really reduce in size, Zanuck.
Yes, they do. They reduce in your field of angular size.
They actually don't get smaller. They only appear to get smaller due to optics.
I let you talk. Now you have to give.
You didn't. You clipped him the whole entire
you talked
time.
to everybody else.
There wasn't one sentence he made where you didn't clip him. Bet me.
He asked me, and I started responding. He started.
No, you clipped him. Quit lying to yourself.
You know what? You can moderate. You tell me when to talk.
Either way, SC, Rakia, you don't need to butt into.
Are you a mod here, sir?
Yes, I am. By the way,
then you are the problem.
Okay.
If you're doing that,
thanks for your opinion.
On. Yeah, if you're letting Zanuck clip in where I have to say something, then it's on you, man.
Well, Rakia, I have muted him 3 times already. I'm in the middle of doing work myself. So if you guys can just act like adults and try not to talk over people. The problem is, it's not just Zanuck. It's not just Globers. It's also flat earthers as well that love to interrupt, specifically to interrupt to talk about moderation as if they're mods, which gets things off of the topic. And it just ruins everything, right? It ruins the conversation because you want to come in and be like, Zanuck, you're clipping him, blah blah blah. If he yields the floor to Zanuck and Zanuck talks, and then he allows Zanuck to finish, and then he comes back in and they continue their conversation, it can happen that way. Things happen. Sometimes people get talked over slightly. Not that big of a deal. But when you come in to say, hey, you're clipping him, you're talking over, and then somebody else wants to come in and talk about how we're talking and we're over talking, then it becomes an unbearable conversation. All right. I'm
You
trying
seem
my
to have
best to.
more than enough time. You
Hey,
seem to have more than enough
Rakia,
time to do a
Rakia,
5-minute
I am
ass
doing
whipping
my
on me.
best.
And I know. Go on mute then, man. Go take care of your business. We'll just let it be a shit show. I won't interrupt the shit show at all. Go ahead.
Thank God.
As an audience member, if I can't hear the man who's trying to get a point out and a mod isn't going to come in, that's when I step in. I told Dad a while ago he was over talking and whatever. So I don't know what your
exactly.
point was there.
What you don't realize is your interruptions to tell people they're over talking and then talk about how they're always over talking and they're constantly clipping people and blah, blah, blah is just as much of a distraction as people who over talk.
Yeah, right? no shit. It's called a shit
unless
show.
you're a mod, you don't need to step in to constantly be modding and interrupting conversations. Because to be honest with you, you're just as bad as anybody who you're trying to regulate. Okay?
Cool. Mute me then.
Mic check.
Good.
Guys, let me just say one thing, Napalm, before everything starts. I think it's very important that we let Zanuck talk. You guys are not listening to what's going on, right? Rakia, good intentions, but you messed up what exposing that he was exposing himself. Just let him talk. All right, that's it.
Can't hear him, man. You can't hear when somebody.
I told you to let me know when you're finished, and you've been whining for 5 minutes.
All right, Rakia, we're over it. So we're going to move on with the conversation. Zanuck, if you want to go ahead and finish your point.
So, yes, angular size does change directly proportional to the distance. There's nothing optical about it, there's nothing imaginary about it, nothing perceptive about that. Your perception, though, as far as perspective, will looks like things rise in the distance, but they're really not. That's what it looks like. That's perspective. That's just artificial. We can see it head on, or I can see it to the side of me, side view. Both ways, angular size changes with distance, not the physical size. The size of the object always stays the same. But as it moves away, the angular size will directly terrain change and go down proportional to the distance. So if you're looking at something 3 miles away and it's 6 feet tall, and you're 6 feet tall, it'll be right in your dead line of sight if the surface is flat. Directly zero level. Orientation perpendicular to plumb. If it is right at the ground level, it'd be 0.02. And if it's 9 miles away, it'd be 0.007 degrees. But it always will be below eye level. It's that simple. And so the impossibility of the surfer is true. It's nothing to do with refraction. It's nothing to do with your lens or a camera or optics or anything. It means that there is a refractive effect that is curving light downward as over this differential medium to loom things up. And that's why the oil rigs are above the surfer's head. It's not an illusion. It's actually happened. It's refraction. Thank you.
Yeah, Zanuck, do a little orthographic drawing for me, post it in chat. Show me how it works on a flat Earth and a globe Earth for me, bud. And put some calculations for me. If you're real serious, I'll really look at it and see if I can see what you're saying. Could you do that for me?
I don't think you have the mental capacity to understand what I'm going to put on paper.
So
there,
you
but
can't
it's
do
not
that
hard.
for me.
Mayak just did it. Mayak just did it.
So you lead
with
an ad hom.
I can do it to you. I can do it for you. No,
you lead with an ad hom.
You've proven to be dishonest.
You lead with an ad hom.
I got one easy. I got an easy one.
So do me a favor, do an orthographic drawing, flat Earth. Show me no apparent rising of the ground. Show me the curve Earth, orthographic, no apparent rising of the ground. Okay. And give me your math for it, because it sounds like you're applying the math for not the appearance of things.
No,
is that correct?
No, math applies to all situations.
The ground isn't really rising, like you said, right? So what are you calculating for then?
It's not rising.
It's not. You just
see it rising.
So what are you calculating for?
Are you for real?
You're saying it's not rising.
The data. Can you? This is
Zanuck, you said it's not rising. So
everyone is right.
Just draw the diagram yourself, Daddy. Just draw the diagram yourself.
Get out of here.
So you could kill him.
No,
this is the moment. Draw the diagram yourself.
It's all good.
Stop yelling.
I don't need to be that diehard for it.
Stop yelling.
At the end of the day, Zanuck, the ground is not rising like you said. So if it's not rising like you said,
is rising.
You calculate it.
I would like a chance to speak.
Okay.
Because it is above the surfer's head, is obviously 3 feet above the surface. The observer's 1 foot, and the oil rigs are above the surfer's head. That can only happen with downward refraction. I will put it on a graphic.
You've said this already. Can I please respond?
Yeah. And now I could have sworn I'm in the middle of a sentence when you were interrupting.
You said this already.
No, Travis, you're not the moderator. Let me finish talking to data. So yes, and if it is in an orthographic chart, things are down at a distance. If they're above you, they come down to the vanishing point over a distance. It's not that hard to understand. If you're looking at something straight on, it looks like it's up in your, but it's not. Angularly, it's not.
Do you have the Earth curve?
All right, Zanuck, we get your point about the orthographic view. You were asked for maybe to do a drawing. Sounds like you're probably not going to do that. But what did you have to add, Travis?
I'm trying to understand if you guys are comfortable with Zanuck's explanation, because he seems to be appealing to a specific example that he's attributing to looming, where we have an oil platform 9 miles away, a surfer maybe 200 feet away. Now, it's my understanding that that's what happens with perspective everywhere we look, all the time. Something in the distance will appear higher than something that's closer to me.
Exactly.
Okay,
Yeah.
so look, okay, great. So we don't have to go to an extreme of 9 miles, blah, 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 surfer, blah, blah, blah. That happens in short range with objects. That's the way it works. So to me right now, this is like a special pleading case to where he's trying to spin what's happening all the time and applying it to this one instance and then calling that looming. Because if that's looming, where the oil platform is appearing above the surfer, then every time you see something in front of you that is in the distance higher than something closer to you, that's looming too.
Yeah, that's a good point, Travis. It would almost be like saying if you see a surfer in the foreground, right? And let's say there's a horizon in the distance and that horizon is at any point above the surfer, then that's looming. But you seem to see that all the time, depending on your angle that you're viewing it, right? So
yeah,
that's
it's
a
like
good
taking
point.
a pyramid and laying it on
Hold
the
on a second,
horizontal side.
Hold on a second, D-Mac. We're gonna let Zanuck respond to that.
Thank you. No, it's very simple. Yes, things look like they rise to eye level, and everything will look like it rises to eye level in front of you. So Travis, pay very close attention to what I'm about to say here. It's not about the objects moving up to eye level. All will at certain distance. It's where they are with respect to you and respect to the other objects. So if you have a 6 foot person, I'm going to make 2 examples really quick. If I'm 6 foot and I got a 6 foot person in the water, above the water, and I got a 6 foot person on the oil rig, we will be able to look right down at each other's eyes and see everybody right at eye level. No change on a flat surface. If something is below 6 feet, like 1 foot, and then I have something that's 3 feet higher, it should be above my eye level. But if it's below my eye level, something's happening. If it's above my eye level, we know, well, that's fine. It can be. It should be above my eye level. But then if something is 6 foot tall, 3 miles away, it can't be in a certain spot that defies trigonometry or geometry. It has to be, like I said, if that oil rig is on the water and that water level is such that we're 1 foot above the water and we're looking at it, then our 1 foot spot will be the lowest spot. Everything above our 1 foot level of sight should be above our level line of sight. Everything. The guy's head and the oil rig. Make sense? What do we see in that picture? We see the oil rigs above the guy's head. That shouldn't be that way. They should come down to eye level. The further something is away, we already went over this. Further something. Let me finish. Let me finish. Further something is away.
Hold on, Zanuck. Zanuck, you have to let him respond, Zanuck. You have to let him respond.
Thanks. A closing point.
Zanuck.
Further something is away.
No, you have to let him respond,
okay,
buddy.
all right, fine.
Okay. Again, Napalm reiterated my point. It's the same as if you just have a surfer on the water and then the horizon in the distance above the surfer. You don't even need an oil platform. There's no reason to bring in an oil platform because in reality, that surfer is above the water in the distance. No, how
But
is
you're
the
taller
water
than the water.
in the distance above this?
You're taller than the surfer. You're looking at the surfer down, right? He's below you. You're standing. He's sitting there, right?
It doesn't matter. That's the same thing.
It does matter. If you were sitting on the beach and you're 3 feet tall and that body's torso 3 feet, you will be directly at eye level. You will not be up or down. Now, where's the oil rig going to be?
I don't agree with that.
Hey, Xanac, can you do me a
should. It's very
favor?
simple.
Xanac, hold on just a second. Can you do me a favor? Can you put in the text chat the circle the surfer on the Black Swan that you're talking about? Because you're referring to a surfer that's in the Black Swan image. I'm just not familiar with that surfer.
I think I'll post it again. I'll post it right now. Post it right now.
I think he's talking about a different day.
Xanac, just to clarify.
Wow.
Same day.
Yeah, Rakia was talking, Data.
So y'all, you and the other guy that took the Black Swan were there on the same day then?
No, they have a video of this picture. This was a Black Swan image, and it happens to be while the guys are. This Black Swan picture was taken on that day with motion picture and a frame grab. So, with the surfer not there, the server's not there. They have a picture of the Black Swan on that day.
Xanac,
in the same filming of that particular Black Swan.
Xanac, as objects are below your neutral point of your eye, when you're staring off into the distance, do those objects appear to rise up to that neutral point of your eye as they move away from you?
All objects will rise up to eye level as they get proportional to the distance.
And you're trying to tell me that the foreground object of the surfer will be above the platform when you just made that statement?
Why would it be above the platform? I'm talking about the bottom of the platform.
Well, you're trying to tell me that the issue is the oil platform has to be lower than the surfer, doesn't it?
So where would the actual platform be? Is that what you're asking?
No. What your contention is the surfer is at a position in a wrong position.
Yeah. We don't know where. Let's say we don't have anything. Right? We don't have anything. We don't know where level is in this picture. We don't have to worry about that. If we just had the surfer, hold on.
Xanac thinks the surfer should be above the other image, like flying above it.
If we didn't have the horizon or the oil platform, we have as a surfer and some, we wouldn't know whether it's below or above level. But technically, that surfer, if we're looking at it from 1 foot, he should be above level. Would you agree?
No, Xanac, because if you're
looking at optics, there's nothing to talk about. Optics, you can't grasp that simple concept.
If you're looking at optics and cameras, let's talk about what camera is being used and what optics are we using.
It doesn't matter what camera is being used. It doesn't matter.
So you have so calm down.
Princess. It doesn't matter.
Calm down, Xanac. So foreshortening effects. Listen.
Wow.
Foreshortening effects, refraction effects, distortions are all real when using telephoto zoom lenses. But not only that, there's a trick called forcing perspective too that's really interesting optical illusion, Xanac. So when we're going to discuss and be genuine and have intellectual honesty, maybe you should classify and categorize your observation, what camera, what telephoto zoom lens, and maybe make it aware that you understand foreshortening effects, optical illusions like forcing perspective when discussing these things, because it seems like either you're just pretending, which makes you a pretender clown, or you're purposely deceiving. So which is
well, I kind of with my
there's
image,
no foreshortening in this particular situation. We're talking about a surfer.
It's
my turn to talk. I let you speak. I let you speak. No, let me speak. You can talk. If you want to disagree with me, that's fine. Here, let's talk about what you actually said. If you have a one observer and you have a surfer that is out in the distance, your level point of view, I don't care what camera you're looking at, doesn't matter at all. You will be looking at 1 foot above that guy's surf, flat water, and you can see that guy's body, his torso. 1 foot off his board, on the middle of his chest, about a foot up, will be where your level point will be. In the distance, if there's a surfer on that oil rig, sitting there swimming below the oil rig on the water with the surfboard, that all should be in line as well. All of it should be in line because that's eye level. If you don't understand that data, you can't. No.
Optical illusions.
Data. I'm not done. I'm not done. Quick. So everything in your field of view there should all be aligned because you're all looking at this flat surface. Now, if we see a surfer's head below. It's 3 feet high, but it's below the bottom of the oil rig, and it's even got some water above his head too. That can only happen not due to perspective, due to refraction, which is looming those objects in the distance up. Period.
So all objects in the
Has nothing to
foreground
do
will
with the camera.
appear. All objects in the foreground will always appear lower than objects in the background, Zanuck.
No,
Do you
not
understand?
if they're the same. Not if they're the same height. Not if they're your
All
eye level.
objects in the foreground under the neutral point, in other words, below the neutral point of the observer, all
Right.
objects will appear to rise up regardless.
Excellent.
Yeah, that's just an
Excellent,
optical
because
illusion, right?
But we're
So if you're
one.
going to look
You
at
forgot.
camera optics, if
You
you're gonna
forgot.
look
We're
at
1
camera
foot.
optics,
Data. We're 1 foot, and the
it don't
surface is 3
matter.
feet.
It don't matter.
You said neutral point. You're just talking
Angular
double speak.
resolution.
You're double
The
speaking.
object will appear to reduce in size, and if it's in the foreground and moving away from you, it'll appear to rise up.
What if it's above you?
What
if it's above you?
If it's above the neutral point,
yes,
and it will appear to rise downward.
Rise downward. You're an idiot.
Rise downward.
It will sorry, lower downward. It will lower downward if it's above
Still
the neutral
bad.
point.
Still horrible. But
it
listen,
will converge.
we're at 1 foot.
It will converge into
Right.
an optical position. But if you're
Right.
using camera optics
And the surface 3 feet
and
high.
you're using
Zanuck,
Are you not
telephoto,
getting it?
shut
Is everyone-
up, Zanuck, man.
If
Shut up.
if you're using
I can't stand
telephoto
myself.
zoom
I can't stand him
lens,
because he's just double speaking.
Oh
if
my
you're
God,
using
fucking shut up.
I haven't double spoke once, brother.
You said
object
rising
in the foreground,
downward.
Yeah, that's not double speaking. What I meant to say is it lowers to the neutral point. So it lowers downward and it raises up if it's below. So this is just an optical illusion due to the angular relationship to light and optics.
No, you're 1 foot on the ground. It's 3 feet. That's higher, so it should go down, like you just said.
Okay.
And it's
if
not.
If you're having a telephoto zoom lens in effect here,
Doesn't
are you
change anything.
analyzing it through that?
It doesn't matter. The lens doesn't
Are
change.
you analyzing?
anything.
Are you analyzing angular
The
size
lens does
change
not
to the
change.
observer?
The lens does not change the position of these objects in your field of view at all. There's no
So
change. at all.
it distorts positions due
No,
to
it does
foreshortening.
not. Show me an
Yes, it
example of
does.
that. Go ahead. Show me an
So
example.
okay, so you can go on YouTube, and here's an
No,
example.
no, you go on YouTube.
Let me
Bring
finish.
Bring
There's a
some
guy-
evidence.
I'll give you an
back.
example. I'll tell you where to
Just
search.
bring.
I'm
Don't
not gonna
talk about it.
spoon
Just
feed
do
you.
it.
So
I'll
there's a
use
guy
your
that
lingo.
does.
Don't talk
there's a
about
guy
it.
that
Just do it.
does. The guy does a long lens over a driveway.
Don't talk about it. Bring
Let me
it.
finish.
No.
So he films houses over driveways. Over let me rephrase that. Sorry, he's filming in his neighborhood. He goes and films over sections of.
Just bring it. Bring it on the chat,
Let me
dummy.
finish, buddy. Let me finish so I can explain it because it's kind of hard to explain.
I don't want to hear
So
it.
basically, it's just an optical effect due to the foreshortening of cameras. And what it is, it's combining. If you're filming over a distance of a mile and you zoom in, you're going to foreshorten everything. You're going to compress it, right?
No, that's not foreshortening.
Let me finish.
You don't even know what that means.
Zanuck, you're having a panic attack or something, dude.
I'm not. Nothing you say is right. Everything you say is wrong.
Why is this guy getting away with being this way, dude?
Zanuck, let him
sense.
finish his point. Zanuck,
So
just let him finish his point.
This looming effect that you guys describe can also be done just in your local neighborhood, filming objects in the distance. In other words, you can film windowsills at a distance, and as you zoom in, you take different pictures of it, you'll actually see that the windowsills will loom up. Nothing to do with over water, but you'll see it also loom up like you described. This is a foreshortening effect. It's a distortion.
It's not foreshortening. It's not what that means.
It's stretching it out. Okay. So again, it's stretching and compressing at the same time. So it's called a foreshortening effect. It's just a distortion of the image. So you can do this around any. The best example I remember is he filmed over a driveway, and like a long distance driveway from where he was at. And he noticed that as he's filming this, he's probably 5 feet in the ground, 5 feet above the ground, 6 feet above the ground, normal height. And the windowsill would lift up. Now, this is years ago that I saw this, but anyway, there's a video on YouTube probably called foreshortening effects. I'll see if I can find it for you, but you can go demonstrate this. You can go see that the distortions are there due to optical lenses. And the shittier your camera you have, the shittier your lens you have, the more of these distortions and artifacts you have. This is something that you, Zanuck, disregard. It's something that 99% of Globers disregard, but it's there, it's true, and it's fact checkable.
So we got optical illusion.
My God.
So if a glober can take like a blueprint piece of plastic, right?
DMOC,
Like
this isn't your time to come in.
You
Let me
print a
respond
clear
real quick.
blueprint.
And I'm going to be fast, I promise. I'm not going to
You can
monologue.
print. Shut up. You're talking
Anything in
about
your
nothing
field of
but
view
air.
data.
Just shut up, Zanik. You've been doing this for 8 years about air. Stop. My turn. So get a blueprint, right? A piece of plastic that's clear. And then Zanik, do your calculation of what the Earth's 24,901 is from the observer, right? What it would be like when you go up, and like put that on clear paper, right? And at a certain distance, you should match that. So when you go up, you should match that circle you put on paper, correct? And if you don't match that paper in the circle that you draw on there for our perspective, because you say you know all this optical calculated power, you know all the math, you can do it all, you're right on point, right? Down to the pixel, like Data's saying. So both of you could do this, really, like whether you believe flat or not. So you could both get a clear blueprint like you would at the base of a building, the basement, and then simply draw it out and then match it up. And if the Earth outdoes your circle blueprint, then fucking goodbye ball.
Democ, I've already satisfied my curiosity by flying a few hundred miles locally in a municipal airport. Now, going beyond that and doing other calculations, I haven't. But I don't need to go to the lengths of doing such things. Once you just go to pilot school, get a few hours under your belt, you realize you're not calculating for any of the bullshit that they claim. So,
Stay on point here, Data. Let's talk about your friggin' foreshortening in your driveways, mailboxes, and windowsills. Is DMOC still talking? I haven't turned down.
The whole point of this is you're supposed to be a data person. So if you know data, well, it would be good to have your presentation take on it also. I mean, if you would, if not, then I'm sure else could. But I'm saying all the globers, right? They can all hold hands and do math, right? But not one of them have the little clear blueprint that they can send me or you. That when we go to a certain altitude, there's our Earth. It stops right there, and then beyond it, we can see down and see stars. Diagonally straight down past the dirt, like no dirt, no water. Your blueprint's here, 24,901. It's on your blueprint, your calculation, right? On a circle piece of clearness. We put that in our little area and we go up to a certain elevation. It says an elevation on your blueprint, right? At this elevation, this is where the buck stops. This is where your globe edge stops. This is the sphere. This is the calculation. Do we have that?
Well, Denmark, we've already done that. We can already falsify the formula, but even better, the formula that's given, even when I approach optometrists for it. So, if I give you an example, Denmark, you hopefully will hear it sooner than later. I tend to procrastinate. These optometrists, when asked about the apparent rising of the ground into a neutral point, they recognize and acknowledge it. Yeah, it's refraction effect. But then looking for calculation for it leaves them boggled. The only calculation I can find for this refraction effect is to understand the intensity of light is squared, and the distance to it has to be squared because that's the intensity of light. So the only calculation I can find is the square root of the observer's height multiplied by 0.96. Why 0.96? The 0.916 is related to the 1 arc minute or the 1 mile in correlation for that particular approximation and measurement. So all the nautical almanacs use the square root of the observer's height multiplied by 0.96. Now, continuing on with the optometrist regarding this calculation formula, once I get him to concede that we both agree what's happening in the hallway is an optical illusion, I ask him then about the sunrise and the sunset and the junction of the sky and ground touching. And you would be very, very surprised that it's something that you should do yourself and ask an optometrist this very question. Because it's the most awesome psychological thing they've done to the human mind I've ever come across in my life.
They should say it's an optical illusion, just like the hallway, because the exact same effect, barring some
exactly. But that's not what they do.
I'm waiting to get in here. Can I
that's not what they. No, that's not what they do. You know what they say? They say that's Earth curve, and they can't separate the two effects.
Look, may I put your drawing in the chat?
But they'll acknowledge it.
Hello. Hello.
We're not listening to you, Zanik. I'm talking to.
May I put the drawing that you requested? You requested.
It's the most mind fuck I've ever seen somebody when they're asked that question, especially somebody in the field of optics.
Okay.
Well, I've done the same.
May I put a drawing in there that you asked for? I was doing one. Oh my God, guys! He wanted the drawing. Matt finished it before I did. It's in the chat. It talks about the orthographic and the angular change of position of things in your view based on the distances and your height above the surface. It's very
Nice. We're gonna
simple.
be right
There it
there
is.
then.
There's no
So
freaking
just to
perspective
clarify,
Can you
issues.
specifically address what he just said, though? And then we could address the diagram.
No, things at
just,
your eye
just
level,
before you go
regardless
on with
of
your
your
diagram,
regard.
did you draw a flat line and then you draw a curved line explaining the difference between the two?
That's step one. That's the flat line. Now we'll do the curve one after
Okay.
that. Okay.
So let me know when you've got it all together with your straight
No,
line
no,
and your
you've already
curved
made
line.
a you've already made a
And then when you've done that,
incorrect, fallacious
show me.
claim that you can have a lens determine where things are in your field of view by zooming in because it distorts and gives you foreshortening. Other bullshit you put up.
No,
No,
that's
if
not
you
what I
have
said.
if you have a guy's
What I
if you
said.
have a guy's head, if you
What
have a
I
guy's head
said.
in your field of view,
You can take it.
and he's just saying, are you gonna let me talk or not? Okay, you know
No,
what?
because you just lied again, and you're too excited.
No,
You need
you're
to calm
lying.
down.
You are lying. The
You
lens
take a
doesn't change
camera,
things in your field of
take a
view.
photograph
If you
at
have
one position,
hey,
move the
who's
camera 50 feet, take another
moderating here?
photograph.
Moderating, I don't
With
want to
that
talk over the table.
information, I can determine the distance and the height of those objects. That's what I
Who's
said.
who's moderating?
If you're talking about optical illusions,
Okay,
Moderator.
I just got in here. What's going on?
Moderator.
All right, good,
No,
Zanuck. Good, you got this.
Ada, relax.
Moderator. So you said that there is a field of view change of items in that field of view. So if you have something that's 6 feet tall and it is lined up with a windowsill of a house a mile away, if you and its head is top of the head is right at the windowsill. I don't care if you zoom in with any freaking telescope, a freaking ground-based radio telescope, whatever you want, or a little piece of binoculars, whatever you got. That head will always be just touching the windowsill. Nothing you can do with a lens to change that. So you're wrong.
I'm not talking about anything touching anything physical. Talking
I'm
about
talking
an
about
optical
alignment.
illusion. Talking
No
about optical
illusions.
illusions, which is vanishing points. Anything that's appearing to vanish or disappear is an optical illusion. It actually
No,
doesn't
you said
disappear.
you said alignment.
Zanuck.
He said
Right.
alignment. He said alignment.
Zanuck, if I had two cameras,
We see the
same
oil
focal
rig.
length,
We see the guy's head. We see the surfboard. All of it is there was no vanishing
Oh my
point. We're
God,
talking
this
about
guy, Zanuck, you
Stop.
are incorrigible, dude.
positions. No, it's you or he is. What are you talking about? I was trying to talk for fucking 20 minutes, and all you guys are just doing is talking over each other.
you need to lessen on the coffee, bro. Like I get hyper too, man, but you're fucking dude, you'd like to the rail or something, man.
Yeah, so the thing about the picture that you posted in text with the surfer, right? You claim that that's a screen grab from the video that the Black Swan was taken from. So if I recall correctly, like I don't have the ability to go back and review that video at the moment, but that video starts like well before the actual image that was snipped by, I don't know, QE or somebody like that to create the Black Swan quote unquote image. And it looks to me like this is well before the camera was placed down at the 1 foot observer height that the observation was done from, because the individual who was creating the video walked down to the beach, then eventually set his camera down at the 1 foot observer height and then zoomed in. So prior to zooming in, he could have been at 6 feet, 3 feet, 10 feet. We don't know the observer
But he
height
talks about
within this,
QE talks about
right?
this being 1
Because it
foot.
was just a screen grab from the video prior to zooming in. So are you claiming that this picture with the surfer in it has any relevance to the actual photograph that like QE uses?
Yeah, because it claims this particular picture is taken 1 foot off the surface.
Can you provide that evidence?
Yeah.
No, he doesn't.
Yes, he does.
Not the
I
picture.
called him on because I never agreed that any of those pictures. I never agreed that any of those pictures were taken 1 foot off the ground because it clearly shows them putting the camera down and showing the waves curl in front of you. They don't realize just because you looks like the water is coming to your feet, that doesn't mean that's actually sea level, because the water rolls up because of the momentum the water has because of the waves. So I told everybody since the Black Swan started that camera is probably 3 feet off the ground. The 1 foot is erroneous, but I went along with it and they said if it's 1 foot, then the Earth is concave.
So then, if it's 3 foot observer height,
no, that's not
as
right.
you think it is, well,
Yep.
let's give Zanuck the benefit of the doubt here. So, if the finished picture that QE uses, where it's actually the camera's at its resting point, and you claim that that's a 3 foot observer height, The picture that you're showing is well above the 3-foot observer height because it hasn't been placed down to the ground and zoomed in yet. So what you're showing here is that a surfer whose torso is about 3 feet is below the 6-foot observer height. What does that have to do with anything?
Yes. Well, I'll tell you. The fact that if let's say it's probably anywhere between 2 and 3 feet, probably below 3, but above 2. But let's say it's 3 feet, just for the sake of argument. Then that means the guy's head is 3 feet above the surfboard.
No. So, like I said before, if you're claiming that the zoomed in image of the black swan is at a 3-foot elevation height, and this is a screenshot prior to the camera being fully down at that 3-foot observer height and zoomed in, so this is probably at about a 6-foot observer height.
Oh no, it's near the water. They shows them putting the camera down. It's not 3 feet there because you have the water.
Do you have the timestamp of the original
I'll
video?
Go get it for you. I have the copies of the video. Not a big deal. But what I'm saying is, it doesn't matter if it's 3 feet. If you're saying it's 3 feet, if you agree that it's 3 feet, you're saying it's 6 feet. Then we don't have a discussion here. But if it's 3 feet, we see the surfer's head, which also is 3 feet, and the oil wells that are at sea level above it. That would
see, that's the problem with this conversation, right? Is we don't know for sure. We don't know for sure the observer height within the image that you posted, right? Because it's a screen grab of the video.
It doesn't really matter.
Could be before he placed the camera on the ground.
Yes, it does.
No, I'm talking to somebody else besides you, Travis.
So Zanuck, you're telling me that observer. Hold on.
Hold on. He was going to respond. He was going to respond.
It doesn't matter.
Zanuck was going to respond. Give him a second.
Yeah, thank you. So the reason it doesn't matter is because whatever the height of the observer is, it's either below or above the surfer's head. We would all agree. But there's no way that it's possible, if the earth is flat, for the oil well bottom, which is on the water, to be above the surfer's head, because we are either at below the surfer's head.
So that's incorrect. So how can the horizon, which would be the claimed geometric position where the sky meets the ocean, so are you telling me that the ocean is swelling up above this surfer's head in order for the horizon to be above his head? So is that just a wave out in the distance?
No. We don't know.
So how can
the
surface
height,
of the water be higher than the surface
Hold on.
head?
All we do know is the oil rig is above the surfer's head. And if we're at the same elevation of the surfer's head, that can't happen. You can't have the oil rig above the surfer's head if we're at the surfer's head.
So how can we have the horizon above the surfer's head?
The horizon is below. Technically, it's before that further oil rig, but it's close enough to be called that, the base of it being the horizon. We're not talking about the horizon. We're just talking about the base of the oil rig. If that's where the water level is, the water level can't be above level. And that's what we're saying. It's above level.
You're completely destroying your own point here. If we look at the horizon, and the horizon is above that individual's head, what are you trying to say here with this picture?
He's saying
you're telling me that if there was an ant that was floating on the water, that ant is above that surfer's head, right, off in the distance, which is completely impossible. So this is an impossible picture in your idea. Because anytime that the horizon can be above something that is above, dude, just let me finish.
Zanuck, why are you talking
let him
over
finish,
the
Zanuck.
mod? Zanuck, man.
So your claim about this surfer being in the water, and we could safely say that that's about 3 feet from the surfer's waist to his head, roughly 2.5 to 3 feet. So we have a horizon that is above that surfer's head. How is that ever possible, period, based on what you're trying to say? Regardless of observer height. What observer height can we have a horizon above that?
Start talking again. So if you're the same height as the observer head, the horizon cannot be at or above the surfer's head, because that would not be a straight line, and if it would curve upward, if it was matching the horizon. So it can't be above the surfer's head. Now, if the observer is higher than the surfer's head, then yeah, all bets are off. But we're saying that it's not.
No. Who's saying it's not? That's what's in contention, right? Because you're claiming that this is coming from the exact same observer height.
Then let's go find the video. Then I'll bring the chat.
Yeah, that's why I asked for a timestamp.
Okay, but the answer
in the video, The gentleman walked like all the way down a whole bunch of stairs,
Look,
walked out
you're
on the beach,
recollecting it incorrectly.
then set up the camera down at the shoreline. So there's tons of video footage prior to the zooming in and the quote unquote black swan image, which is allegedly at 1 foot observer height. The problem is you're taking another clip from that video and you're claiming there's no way that the black swan can work because look at this surfer and this isn't 1 foot observer height. Well, there's a lot of observer heights in that video.
So they said it's a 1 foot observer height. They claimed it was. That's why I took this and ran with it.
Nobody claimed that the image you provided
hold on.
is 1 foot
talking
observer.
Napalm.
Nobody claimed
Napalm.
that except you.
Napalm.
You only straw man.
The reason I ran with it, the only reason I ran with it is they said it was. That's the only reason.
Who said that the image you provided?
Nathan, everybody in the chat.
Not
years
the
ago
image.
when I made
Not the image you provided though.
Not the image you are providing. Nobody claims that that's 1 foot observer height, Zanuck, except you.
No.
Nobody else claims
it. Wasn't them.
Okay. You have to provide that evidence.
I will get it. Of course, I'm gonna get it right now. I'll find.
Yeah, go away and then come back.
By the way, I watched your entire video, every word out of your mouth, every analysis, and I love the video. Great job with the birds, the refractive band. Yes, great job. You make a couple major. Okay.
There's no need to keep. There's no need to come. There's no need to mumble. Go.
I'm not mumbling. I'm being very clear and articulate.
Away.
Be watching it, and I will. We'll talk about that later, though. But
you're rambling. You're just fucking rambling. There's no need.
You wanted me to watch
simply because
you. Hey, you know what's funny? You interjected in the middle of everything. You told me, Mark.
Oh my God, Zanuck, man!
Both of y'all, be quiet.
You said Zanuck in the middle of a conversation. I got a video. I want you to now.
And if the other guy was talking, I wouldn't mute into you. He could do two things at a time. He could look for the video and talk at the same time. So don't tell him to stop talking. Unless you have a point to bring.
I don't need Zanuck to keep filling. I don't need Zanuck wants to talk to fill in dead air. We have other people on this panel that can fill in the dead air. He can go away and give his mouth a rest and our ears a rest.
Oh, you don't talk forever? Again?
There's a
Mr. Again?
I put the
Look, you jumped in earlier this morning.
Yeah, here he goes again.
By the way, Zanuck,
here he goes again.
No, you said that, and so I'm doing the exact same thing you did, saying I got your video, I watched it. Period. No big deal.
Hey,
doing
Zanuck,
exactly what you did in the middle of a conversation.
You already told me that. You already told me you watched the video. Okay,
so
let's talk about it.
Just get over it. God, you are so fucking arrogant.
Zanuck, I put the surfer in for you.
Everybody needs to understand that these claims about.
I put the surfer in for you.
Could I not be heard?
Where'd you put it in the drawing?
Yeah.
Can I not be heard right now?
Perfect. Good job, Mayak.
Yeah, we're always you, man.
Travis, you're always.
Well, then why are Zanuck and Dan talking over me then?
Because they asked a question and y'all both started talking almost at the same time. So there's a Discord thing, bud.
Yeah, if you want me to move him to match the drawing better, or match the video that you have, I can adjust him.
The thing that should have stopped this whole Black Swan discussion when it began was no one had temperature profiles. No one had scientific demonstrations of what looming actually looks. I'm not okay. What the
Zanuck, Zanuck. You got to let him finish his whole point, please.
No, it was a quick blurb.
Zanuck.
We did.
Go ahead.
We should have been questioning this from the beginning. I don't know who called it looming. I don't know which side called it looming. It doesn't matter. If anyone is going to label something with a scientific description, then that person has the burden to provide the science, which not only includes numbers and graphs and ray tracing diagrams, but also real life imagery so that we can compare these things, right? So when you watch, when you go to Andrew Thomas Young and he shows you a diagram of looming, he doesn't show you what it should look like when it's not looming. So how do you fucking know what it looks like? When he shows you a diagram for sinking, he doesn't show you what it looks like when it's not sinking. So how do you fucking know, right? So again, whoever labeled this looming and ran with the ball, we never had any scientific data to go on as a control. None. Zero.
Well, I think, Travis, we did go through this with the 15 degrees per hour. We do have an actual position of the sun at solar noon. We know that it moves 15 degrees per hour. It moves 15 degrees per hour, on the equator, on the equinox. It moves 15 degrees per hour, and it slows down after like about 45, 30 degrees, 20 degrees. I'm not sure what number to put on that, but it does start to slow down as it gets closer and closer to the horizon, to the point where almost all of the slowdown happens in the last couple of 10 degrees. So we know where it is, we know where it's supposed to be, and we know where it is observable.
What are you talking about right now? Why are you bringing in the 15 degrees per hour when we're talking about an oil rig on the water? What are you talking about?
Because we can identify how much refraction there is and what direction said refraction is. So it's not a question anymore.
No, I don't understand any of the words that are coming out of your mouth. Where is this data upon which you claim you've made an analysis?
This is generic data. This is what does the atmosphere do to things.
There's no proof for it. We're like, again, I'm asking you. I'm not asking you to give me what thoughts are in your head. I'm not asking you for generic data. I'm asking you for absolute concrete scientific data upon which you can then assess an image or an event that you've captured on film.
I understand what you're asking for, and I think I am giving you the generic answer, which is showing you that refraction tends to be
I don't want tens.
Okay.
I don't want tens, man.
No. You go ahead and
this.
talk to yourself.
I'm not asking for explanations.
Have a good time talking to yourself.
I'm not. Yeah, I don't give a shit if you leave. I'm not asking for explanations.
I put
man.
the scientific evidence in the chat. Go look at it. I have the ray tracing. I got the weather report, the temperatures, the pressure. Everything's in there, and the video you guys want. I'll get more of the video if you'd like as well. That's just a clip of it. As you can see, even when I zoom in, data, nothing changes with respect to that guy's head in the oil rigs. Nothing changes. Angular position stays sound and in position. It is clearly above his head, and the observer is clearly below his head.
We're asking for the video source that shows Bo, the photographer.
I'm going to get that for you. I will get that for you. Don't even bring that up.
Okay. Also,
yes.
I'm driving right now, so if you want me to look at your data that you're submitting, please DM it to me. Going back to what Moyoc said, I'm gonna venture to speak for the Royal Flat Earth Society. We do not want an explanation. We want the evidence upon which you, Moyoc, since you were the one that brought this up, upon the evidence upon which you are basing your analysis. Not generic. No. Give us the data.
There is none.
I know.
I looked for it. I can't find it.
The entire art of navigation has this in there. Basically, the amount of refraction that happens up high in the sky is nil. I think we can agree that straight up and down, there's virtually no refraction.
How do you know that?
Okay, so we can't agree on that. Okay, we're kind of.
Well, I'm just wondering how you know.
Let's not get sidetracked in the zenith angle refraction.
Okay, it's in your chat, there, Travis.
Okay,
in your chat.
Okay,
in your
thank you.
Data.
I heard you. Thank you. Moyak, I'm talking about the black swan.
I understand that.
Okay, I'm asking you for the data upon which you used to give your analysis of what was happening in the black swan.
I am giving you the analysis of what happens to.
I don't want an explanation.
I understand you don't want. You can shut the fuck up, or you will talk to yourself some more.
But why are you giving me something I didn't ask for?
Fuck you.
I don't get it.
Dude, I'm asking you the same question, so you're saying fuck you to me too. You know that? I'm wondering the same thing.
And he just wants to tell us a story. I don't have time to listen to a story. I need to get to these facts.
You're proximal looming. I'm not telling a story.
Okay, that's not productive.
It's mocking.
It's proximate looming.
I just want to thank Rakia and the Arbiter for breaking down their little, they broke a lot of stuff down, and I think I comprehend that better than when things start getting obfuscated by like Zanuck. Zanuck, you're really confusing, man. Sometimes I just don't know. I try to follow you, it's hard. And then someone else will come in and explain what you were talking about, and I'm like, oh, I get it now. So, yeah, sorry, guys, but...
He's got some good points, too. Like, he's just inciting.
Yeah, it's all about how you're conveying the message. Like, Zanuck, if you want to make a good point, slow yourself down, make it concise. Because I'd be trying to follow you, man.
Just make one point and then let, whatever. I mean, I got chastised. I mean, Zanuck, Zanuck can do it like all day, every day. I don't know. It's strange.
It's
to
nice,
defend Zanuck for over talking or not. I mean, to like come up with an excuse for Zanuck over talking is strange.
Well, Zanuck seems to have provided everything requested. So, I don't know.
Oh, we're still waiting for that video source so that we can see Bo at 1 foot observer height shooting that surfer.
That surfer. Yeah, I thought when it's been a while since I've seen the video, but I thought he was at a different elevation. Showed like, pan like shot where he was shooting at, like even showed how much further down he was going to go, and then went down there and sat up 1 foot off the water and then got the black swan. That's how I remember it. I could be wrong, but I am going by memory on that. I think he walked down some steps, but he shows the whole process, right? It's not like isn't he a glober?
No, Bo is not a glober.
But I mean, I think he showed the whole thing, and if he says he's 1 foot off the, even if, like you said, even if he's 2 or 3 foot, it's still way beyond, We're still talking about the same thing, whether it's 1 foot or 3 foot. We're still talking about how the horizon.
You guys able to view the chat?
Yeah, go ahead, Zach.
Want to watch it together? 10 minutes.
Just blast your way in, buddy. We were just talking about you.
I was listening the whole time.
I know. Did you know I was talking when you blasted your way in?
Oh my God! What was whining again?
Oh my God, dude!
When you go with your buddies and you're like talking, and there's a couple guys project and say, "Yeah,
that's not what
I'm talking here. Nobody can talk one time."
That's not what this is, Zanuck. You're not a buddy.
Yeah, you're not my buddy.
Shut up! I'll put a hole in your boat.
Okay, listen. We don't want to watch 10 fucking minutes. Find the goddamn timestamp where he tells you that when he's shooting the surfer, he's at 1 foot.
All right.
I mean, this is the image. I mean, no matter how you slice it, is the image with the distant horizon, which isn't really a horizon, I don't think. The second horizon that's beyond the platforms. you can see that's not water that you're seeing there. That's just a, oh God, what the hell do you call it?
What are you mumbling?
I'm looking at the image that they're showing with these warpy-ass cranes and stuff. This is the image the Black Swan is generated from. And you guys would assert that that line that's midway on the platforms in the distance is the actual distant horizon? Is that an agreement? Oh, you can't look. That's right. You probably shouldn't be commenting. It should be other people who are commenting.
I'm not fucking commenting.
Well, you were the last person to speak, so yes, you are commenting.
I asked you a question.
Yes, you shouldn't be commenting.
I can't talk?
You can't see what's being demonstrated, so no. Nothing.
No. I wasn't asking a question about what was being shown. You were mumbling. I couldn't even understand. You're like you were talking to yourself.
Ah.
Still waiting for that scientific data upon which you were basing your assessment of the Black Swan.
Does scientific data have to be applied to the exact same scenario, or can it be to determine an overall characteristic of how something works?
Yes, it has to be applied to the exact same scenario. Yep.
No, that's wrong. And it's stupid.
Well, welcome to your pseudoscientific world.
That's a cop-out.
No, it's really not. And basically what you got is you've got somebody saying, well, unless you have the sun behind the oil rigs, you can't use the sun to analyze this because it would interfere with the it wouldn't be the same scenario. And no, you don't need that. You need to know, what does the atmosphere do to images? Now, there's fine-tuning to that you can do, which how much can it change? But the basic premise is, what does the sun do, or what does the atmosphere do to things? And it seems to be downward refraction, and which causes a displacement upward of the image.
You have no scientific...
That is based upon the fact that navigation is this test that I propose with you measuring from the time that the sun is directly overhead, which matches navigation. When the sun is directly overhead, it'll tell you, or it will move 15 degrees per hour until it gets to somewhere around 45 degrees or 30. Then it'll start to slow down slightly, just the teeniest bit. And then as it gets closer and closer to the horizon, it will slow down more and more, indicating that the known time that, or the known number of degrees that the sun moves every hour, is being changed by refraction, and it'll give you the quantity of refraction.
I'm trying to follow, man, but
okay.
Moyak is doing God's work.
You have no scientific data for refraction bending down, presenting objects up, nor do you have any photographic evidence for this in real life.
We got both. And actually, is there anybody here who's not familiar with Sir Walter Bislin?
No idea who that is.
Everybody is. So what?
Has he? Wait, hold on. Has he been scientifically peer reviewed with his content?
That's a great question, but that's a sign that maybe you're not familiar with him. I'm just trying to find out who's not familiar with him. If everybody is.
More importantly, Kosho, are you familiar with the fact that Walter Bislin's flat Earth calculator uses the 0.666 feet?
Okay. So everybody.
Do you realize that? Hold on. Do you realize that his flat Earth calculator uses the same calculation? Why would Walter Bislin use both the same calculation for globe and for flat Earth to represent something? Why would he do that?
I appreciate the answers. As you can tell, there's a mixed group, but most people are familiar with him. And the reason I ask is because he's got a great website. And on his website, he's modeled refraction in such a way that all these famous images that we talk about, Soundlings and and then Black Swan and Chicago and all this stuff. He's actually modeled those observations with the picture, and then shown like the atmospheric dials, right, that would cause that exact refraction to take place. And sure enough, it's normal events. It's nothing that's outside the impossible. Nothing
Kosho,
that's outside the
awesome.
possible.
I can.
Wait, hold on,
So
just real
I
quick.
can model
I have
it.
a question.
that's a good
What's
question.
It's breaking up. I thought I was breaking up. Am I clear right now?
Yep.
No, I'm not
Okay.
breaking up.
Okay, great. So Kosho, then that means that Walter Bislin is basing his information on previous scientific information. I want that scientific information and previous data with photographs to use as a control. Thank you.
Okay, sure. As I said, his website has the photographs and the data
I
and all
don't give
that.
a shit.
And
You already said that.
yes, I did, because you asked for it again, which is bizarre. So I had to restate
No, I
that
didn't ask for
it's provided
Walter
in his
Bislin
thing.
again. No. You seem to have a malfunction. If you are appealing to Walter Bislin for a scientific evidence, he has to have previous scientific evidence upon which he's basing his information. Otherwise, did he just make that bullshit up? Where did he get his images from? Is he the source of those images? Was he the scientist who deduced all of this information? Or is he just compiling it from pre-existing sources? If he is getting his information from pre-existing sources, my question still remains. I would like those scientific information, data, sources with photographs as well to compare Walter Bislin's information to. Don't tell me that Walter Bislin did this or that.
I appreciate you giving me the long version of the question while I was giving you the answer. But regardless, I did really appreciate it. Regardless, as I was telling to you, on his site, he has his pictures with data. He also has the descriptions for how he makes each one of his models with all the scientific evidence or the scientific literature that comes from, and the sources that he got that from.
Are you like
It's all of that information is
If
on
this
his
was
site.
true, and if it was legitimate information like you suggest it is, which I suggest it's not legitimate information, I suggest it's a model based on a philosophy of things, and I can model flat or globe, I can model refraction any day of the week. Most importantly, don't forget to highlight your information reel that you're being sponsored to recite here, is that Walter Bislin uses the Earth curvature calculator for the flat Earth model. He uses the same mathematics. So can you show me, being that you just had a reel of Walter Bislin enthusiasm here, can you tell me and show me where Walter Bislin get the idea to apply the Earth curvature calculator to flat Earth? And how scientific that is?
Data said he could model refraction. I'd like to see you model refraction, Data. Any day of the week.
Listen, Howard, there's no reason to sideswipe this conversation right now.
Whoa. Do you understand that that's what flat Earth data just did? You understand?
No, he didn't.
He's asking for the Earth curve. He's asking for the Earth curve
calculator.
Walter
Bislin.
We're talking about his refraction model.
I'm talking about Walter Bislin, just like you are. In fact, I'm really appreciating all of the wonderful highlight reel of Walter Bislin that you emphasize is based on scientific evidence. If it is based on scientific evidence, as you're trying to tell everybody listening, because you are definitely really respectful and wonderful at highlighting Walter Bislin's information, where does he get the scientific information to apply the flat Earth model with the same mathematics as the globe model? Where does he get that in his scientific analysis, Kosho?
Right. So Travis talked about one thing. I talked about the thing Travis talked about. You talked about it briefly, then talked about something else, and then Left Lane came in and asked you about something you claimed. So I'm actually interested in that as well. If you want to move back to the refraction model, which is what we're talking about.
Walter Bislin is your baby, right? Walter Bislin is your boy, isn't it? So again, if you know so much about it, I'm asking you, because you know so much about Walter Bislin, you should be able to explain to me, because you also stated that it's based in scientific evidence,
I want you to show me where he based on creating the flat Earth model using globe mathematics. Where does he get the scientific information for that? And anybody listening, go look at the flat Earth model. It uses the 0.666 feet squared per mile. That's what he uses for the flat Earth model. Interesting enough, right?
Anybody listening can see clearly that everybody else except you is talking about a different model. The model you're talking about, I made no claims about.
Walter
I made no
Bislin,
claims
buddy.
about. I made no claims
You
about Walter
know,
Bislin as a person.
did
So
you
I
know
don't
I
know
didn't make any
why.
claims about
I
Walter
don't know
Bislin as a
why. I
person?
don't know why you're bringing any of that up. But
So
we're talking
again,
about the other
you're
model,
talking about his
fraction model.
wonderful scientific evidence that you stated he has, and this is corroborated on his channel or website, showing you models based on this scientific evidence. If this is true, as you stated, which anybody can go back to and listen, this is what you stated. If it is true, show me where the scientific evidence is based on using a 0.666 feet per mile squared in a flat Earth, because that's what his model has. Walter Bislin model, flat Earth model, uses 0.666 feet per mile
Where
squared.
does he use that? Where does he use that at?
So if you're not familiar with that, maybe you should go look at the mathematics.
No,
I'm
you're
here to
claiming it.
babysit you.
Show me where you're talking. You're making a specific
Anybody
claim about a
listening to
specific
Sir
number. Can you
anybody
show
interested?
me where he
Anybody
uses that?
interested? Yeah, just go look at his Earth curvature calculator, his refraction calculation, his inches
Okay.
per mile squared calculation. Go look for you. It's right there. But make sure that you highlight the flat Earth model. All right.
I just thought maybe you'd show
So
it what you're
again,
talking about.
yeah. So again, I did all these videos years ago, dude. This is like fucking insanity. I'm almost done this chapter in my book here, dude. Where I'm done, I'm not fucking coming back to this shit. It's fucking insane what you people are doing.
Yeah, I don't think that the ray tracing one that he does uses that. That's more like the curve calculator, right?
Yeah, right. Is it a different model, right?
It's Walter
You got a different model for
Bislin,
the curve
gentlemen.
calculator and a different model for the
Run to
refraction.
Walter Bislin's website. Go to the flat Earth model and show me again. If you're just lost in what I stated, and you're lost by what I'm asking here, I want you to show me the scientific reasoning in his flat Earth model to use the 0.666 feet per mile drop squared.
Yeah.
Please
Actually, what I did was I
show me.
walked away. Yeah, I walked away because you're wasting everyone's time. Nobody brought up that model. Nobody brought up that model. You're either not paying attention or you're just dead set on changing the subject.
You brought up Walter Bislin, did you not?
Well, what is this?
I didn't bring up any model, and the claims
You brought up
the claims that you're making, I said about his other models is not true because I didn't bring up any other models.
You
I'm
said
talking
it's backed
specifically
up
about
by
the subject at
scientific
hand.
evidence. You said it's backed up by scientific
I said what was
evidence.
backed up. I said what was backed up by scientific evidence.
His calculations are backed up by
And what
scientific
calculations?
evidence. For refraction, he said that you did Pontchartrain Bridge. Well, that's
right.
great.
His refraction model.
If he did Pontchartrain Bridge, that's great, fantastic. But he also does more than that, like you stated. He's done lots of observations, right?
He has plenty of the observations of refraction model. Yes,
there
I'm
you
talking
go.
about his refraction model. This is not the curve calculator. They're two different programs.
Based in scientific evidence. This is what you stated. So I'm asking you.
Yes.
I'm asking you. There's nothing wrong with asking you now, is there? Asking you to back up your claim that it's backed in scientific evidence because his flat Earth calculator uses 0.666 feet per mile squared. So if you think his information is backed by scientific evidence, regardless of curve calculator or the refraction model, whatever you want to suggest, I'm very free to ask you if you could provide me that evidence. Correct, Kosho?
Yeah, I never stated that. So there's no reason to suggest anything, or there's no reason to ask me to do something for you, which is not a question. But I'm not going to do that for you because we're talking about the curve calculator. So I actually prefer not to change the subject.
You made a statement that Walter Bislin uses a science to back his calculations. And then I said, if that's true, then you could please show me where he used science in the flat Earth model to calculate 0.66 feet per mile square. That's totally fine and reasonable to ask. Why are you such afraid? Why are you such afraid of a very simple? You're talking about Walter Bislin. He has it there. Anybody can go use it and go check it out. So why don't you want to answer it?
No, for me it sounds like it's off topic.
Again, you're talking about refraction calculation, right? Talking about the horizon due to refraction.
He's talking
That's
about
what's considered. You're talking about Walter Bislin, guy. You're talking about his accuracy and his information, guy. Get real, bud.
He's
Actually, talking about a source.
specific model, which Walter
Talking about
Bisland
his
has.
accurate
Walter
information based on
Bisland has
scientific
multiple.
evidence. I'm challenging that
Walter
claim.
Bisland, hello. Walter Bisland has multiple models that he puts out there, and those models are based upon different things. So you're picking one that is not the one that's being discussed.
So did it register to you? Again,
about some random 666 number that you
the
think
contention is if you're going to make a model and claim that it's based in scientific evidence, I'm asking you, for somebody like yourself who believes in Walter Bisland, you must, right? You're defending him. If so, he has a model out there, if you're not aware of, I'll make you aware of it now. It's a flat earth model he has. He's using 0.666 feet per mile square. So can you do me a favor and stop bedwetting? Go look it up and then answer me.
I'm not going to go look through the body of work that Walter Bisland does.
Yeah.
Some little random number that you think is somehow significant without explaining.
Again, you're bedwetting, bro. You're bedwetting. You're
Yeah,
pissing all over the
yeah, Data, you produce the thing you're talking about, Data, or shut up about it.
You rude cunt.
Again, left lane, stick in your lane, buddy.
Yeah, produce what you're talking about, or shut up about it.
You obviously don't know what I'm talking about. You probably wouldn't.
No, I don't. No, I don't. That's why I'm asking you to produce
it. Even if I showed it to you, so even if I showed it to you, I've already produced it. I don't have to do it over and over again, dude. The fact is, if you don't want to look, if you don't want to
you
look,
do, man.
if
you're just going to hang on this point and prevent the conversation from progressing,
it's your fault not wanting to look.
It's on. Okay.
Can I ask you a question? Left lane. Bro, can you do me a favour and get your calculator out and do 8 divided by 12 for me?
What does that do?
Well, no, can you just tell me the answer? 8 divided by 12.
About a third. Why?
It has to do with the devil.
About 2/3.
It's 2/3. So what's that expressed as a decimal?
Well, it's 0.6. So what does that mean? What does that got to do with the price? I mean, that is.
Okay.
Well, I didn't infer anything with the devil. I didn't infer anything with it. I just said.
You've asked me a question. Yeah, sorry. He just asked me a question and then talked over the answer. You just asked Flat Earth Data to produce the numbers and the evidence. Well, I've just shown you a way to do it yourself. It's 8 divided by 12. So now
what does that mean? What does that mean? That doesn't mean anything to me.
Well, he can elucidate, but there's no point in saying, can you produce it now, because it's been produced. Okay, Data, you can carry on.
Yeah. Can we move on?
Yeah, so left lane, just so you know, there's a guy named Sir Walter Bisland who has an Earth curvature calculator that goes through all of these calculations, showing us models. He has a model. He has a flat Earth model that uses the same globe model calculations, and it's broken down the same way mathematically.
Is that the model that Kosho was talking about? Is that the same one?
All of Walter Bisland's calculations is based on the 0.666. It doesn't matter if it's a flat
Can you prove that?
Yes, just go to his site yourself and use
I'm not going to do that.
Well, that's not my problem whether or not you want to do it or not. The point is if you're going to have all this scientific evidence and claim to have
doesn't mean anything.
My question to you is, why are you using the same calculation for everything flat and globe? Is it because is it potentially because it's universal? It's because it's based on optics? Is that potentially?
Yeah, you're just halting the conversation. Yeah, we've been 30 minutes on this. Can we move past it?
So just a note, left lane doesn't want to look at Walter Bisland's calculator to confirm that the 0.666 is both equal on the globe and the flat Earth model.
Which
he doesn't want to do it.
Which calculator?
Walter Bisland's calculator, buddy.
He does not
doesn't
have
matter.
One calculator. He has many calculators. Which one?
So go to any which one you want. Are you listening? Okay. Any which one you want.
Well,
if you're going to calculate anything the distance on the globe, the math will be the same on the flat Earth. Except for there might be some slight changes to refraction effects, maybe, but the actual overall 0.666 is the fundamental calculation in both models.
Slight changes to the refraction effects? You've got like 120 degree.
Calm down, buddy. Just go to his site. Go look at the math. Okay, calm down. Go look at the math.
Stop cutting everybody off, Data. Stop it, man.
Calm down, left lane. Calm down.
Just mute him.
I'm fixing to. If you don't quit cutting you off.
Calm down.
I don't even know where we were now.
Well, I just want to say, Kosho, after everything I just heard about this guy, what did you want me to know about him?
About him. No, I was providing for you because, like I said, I tend to do this thing where I follow the conversation and try to, add something to what was just said. I think Travis had asked for something, and it sounded like something that Walter Bislin had available, like the picture, like evidence of refraction doing these things. Because on his models, I mean, on his refraction models, he shows specifically these observations that we always talk about. So it's actually interesting to actually look at these observations and look at the dials and see the different atmospheric conditions that would lead to the exact observation that we're seeing.
Okay, so can I
providing that
before anybody goes, please? I just want to ask the arbiter, do you think that his models of refraction are useful even though they're on a sphere?
I think it's a hijacking of perspective, and it's totally, completely optics that he's using and claiming it's Earth curve. And that's proof to me in that statement that I just made is the fact that you look at the flat Earth calculation, he's using the same principle. Which means if you look in any kind of if you look for any kind of information to calculate the apparent effect of the vanishing point due to optics or perspective, there's not really much out there, or it's not conflated as that. So when you have to look at the formulations, you're looking at what he's doing. So if I look at an Earth curve calculator first, and then I see a flat Earth calculator, and they're using the same maths, there must be a reason to that, right? So if you find the reason to it, you find out that it's based in optics. In that case, you can base a theory from your optics, and that's what they've done. And just like when they're looking at any kind of camera, zoom lenses or refraction, you have to make assumptions on what's causing it. And you can roughly calculate it, but again, it's proven wrong. All you have to do is change the optics. So if we make a measurement on one set of optics, change those optics, the math changes. So you can't say that that's due to physical Earth curve, can you?
Okay, so I see why you wouldn't want me to look into this guy's stuff. I feel like you brought all that up, so I wouldn't go
look into it. No, look into it, dude. Go learn the math. If anything, it's going to teach you how to calculate refraction effects. And you're going to notice if you research optics, what's available for calculating the apparent rising of the ground to a neutral vanishing point. The only calculation I can find is the square root of the observer's height multiplied by either 0.96 or 1.22.
All I need to know is how to spell this guy's name.
Bislin, Bislin.
Walter Bislin.
Yeah, and Kosho, just for the record, I asked for scientific data, and you give me a private citizen who's presented his own research. That's not scientific data.
And just so we're clear, science isn't done by the military or a corporation or anything. So private citizens can indeed provide science. So we're clear.
It sure is hijacked by them, though.
Okay, great. So, great. So then my channel would qualify as science that you consider as authoritative, right?
I mean, you said you were going to provide a paper and get a paper published on stuff.
No, that's got nothing to fucking do with it. No.
Going through all that stuff, I would say it was science.
That's got nothing to do with it. I have research that I have expressed and presented on my channel, no less than Dr. Walter Bislin. My point is, I asked you for scientific data, not some guy who made. I wouldn't want somebody to say, "Hey, and they say, "Oh, go check out Travis's stuff on YouTube." I wouldn't even want them to do that. Only as a reference. Hold on, shut up. Only as a reference, maybe, right? For more information to consider, but not as the basis for science. What's your malfunction, man? If I said something and I was saying that it's scientific, I would expect that someone would say, where is the science behind your science? I would have to then go say, well, I got it from this place over here. And I'm just kind of processing it and presenting it, repackaging it. But I would have to go back to an original source. Otherwise, every paper I write would have no footnote.
And the funny thing is that all the original sources are just people's opinions. That's it. No authoritative. The authority is in the mind, right? Because it's just people doing research like each and every last one of you guys.
What? No. Walter Bislin has so George Nutt, George, the one who passed away.
Magic.
He had done an experiment where he had the
George
documentation,
passed away.
the observation.
When
Yeah,
did
he
George
did.
pass away?
And
That's sad. When did he pass away?
recently.
September 12th.
Recently.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's Fokker passed away. Jedi passed
I'm
away.
gonna go walk away.
Yeah.
I got stuff with you guys.
Yo,
What's his name?
why'd you interrupt Kosho?
Come on, guys.
Yeah, because
Stop
Kosho's
interrupting,
now.
guys.
Yeah, because now Kosho's appealing to another
That
private
doesn't mean for
citizen.
you to talk. Shut up.
We
Just let
want
Just let
science,
Kosho.
Kosho.
Just let him finish, please, guys. Don't interrupt.
I got news for you guys. I'm gonna get real annoyed next time somebody interrupts me to tell me that I'm being rude to them because I say something like their arguments were good, like I did earlier. Because if these guys could just talk shit over what I'm saying, then I can fucking tell people sarcastically their arguments are good. Okay. Regardless, that was fucking ridiculous earlier. But regardless, George did an experiment on just Rainy Lake, and that's one of the things that Walter Bislin had actually he sort of demonstrated it on his site. He presented it and gave all the data and made models for it. And that's just one example of someone who had done an experiment and provided science that Walter Bislin translated and presented, and all that data is on there as well. And that test, if I remember correctly, George was trying to show something to do with refraction. I hadn't read it in a while, but it is related to refraction. So it's not just Walter Bislin, sharing his opinions or sharing pictures with, refracted data. He's also got scientific tests on there and all sorts of stuff. So you can criticize it if you want, or you can simply just enjoy the suggestion of this website to check out.
It's very interesting that when you corner them and get into the details of what they believe and what they're preaching, they tend to refer to regular people, right? But when it's a superficial one, it's like when you're starting out the conversation, they love to scream out the authority. But when it comes to the detail of what the authority is talking about, they refer regular people. George Nethenew, fucking the other guy that did the bridge. This is regular people, and the mainstream just goes to shit at that point.
Yeah, so again, Kosho, how would I check George's or Walter's data? Against what?
I'd say get out there and get busy, man.
Right. You gotta be fucking kidding me, man. What a waste of time.
Yeah, all the data's on the website. The data's on the website. I've given you the website. If you want to check it and verify it, you could go and look at it first. That's probably the first step. And then maybe, take a critical look at it. Take a critical look at it and see if you have any criticisms to share. Right. That's what I would do.
Right. So here we go. Ready? So before Walter Bislin and George, there was no scientific evidence for any of the things that we're discussing.
If you think that's the case, then that's silly as hell. But if you want somebody to do your homework for you, then I'm not going to do that. I've provided something for you. If you'd like something else, we'll find it.
Yeah. No. I've done my homework. I have looked for this data. I've not found it. So the fact that you're not showing me scientific data, but appealing to private citizens' own personal observations or processing of information and then presenting it, right, should show us all that's listening that there is no authoritative scientific data to cross-check this work.
Trust me, we know. This is why we're letting you guys speak. You guys have been destroying them this entire time. Beautiful job. Beautiful job.
I guess my question now is
for the globe.
My question now is, if I wanted to know how he got all of his measurements, saying this guy is making his own Earth model, I would have to know how he's getting his distances and his measurements, right?
He's relying on a radius. He's relying on a radius of 6,371 kilometers. And I noticed just looking back at his calculator now,
He got rid of the option for me to change the units from feet to miles. He only allows me to use kilometers and meters now. Interesting, huh?
Yeah, it's really interesting that now your point is void. And
No,
I
it
just
just means that I
surprised
have to do the
I didn't know
conversion
nobody
and
knows
go
what you were
back.
talking
It
about
means
anymore.
that I have to do a conversion, show you the conversion way because it's still 6,371 kilometers. It's the same fucking math. The point is that literally he's gone and changed it. I made a video particularly about Walter Bisson and particularly about his fucking calculator, particularly using both math. I showed everybody. Everybody watched this video. I had it up there. I had a couple thousand views of whatever. It doesn't matter. I delete this shit because I don't care. Because at the end of the day, Masons are all over this. They fucking are doing all their shit. This is just fucking bullshit thing. Document it. Get you guys to expose yourself. That's what you're here for, right? See if you can get exposed.
Yeah.
Oh, I think that
No, they're here for it's damage control, bro. It's damage control.
I think they definitely accomplished some exposing themselves today. Quite a bit.
Did Zanuck ever produce anything for this black swan bullshit?
No, but you know what, Travis? I'll cooperate.
Yeah, I'm
with you,
watching it
man.
right now. I'm watching it right now, and it's
There's not a lot of
not-
information
there's so
really
many.
available
Can I
regarding
talk?
any of these
Hey,
effects.
you asked me a question. Let me respond.
No, I
Let me
didn't
answer
ask
the question.
you. No. I didn't ask you a question. I asked
I thought you
about.
had Zanuck. Did you get? When
No,
I got the
no,
videos,
no.
I'm going through them, and I'm going to try to clip the ones so you don't have to go through. I know you don't like looking at things for very long, so I'm going to try to appease your ADD and just get a couple nice clips of this. I got a picture of the camera on the stand on that beach, looking at the surfers, everything. All you want. It's all true.
We need him to say when he's shooting the surfer.
No, not
I'm
say.
at
He takes
1 foot.
Listen to me. Listen to me. He's taking a picture of his camera, a video camera, of his video camera on his camera holder on the beach, watching the surfers. You can see where that video is being taken. Okay.
Did you also notice that that little GIF that you posted about the zooming in past the surfer? That's not the black swan image. You know that, right?
No, it's not. It's the same day. It's a different day, but the same effects. We see
no.
I asked you earlier if it was the same day. You said yes.
No. There's no way you can. There's no way you can claim the same effects.
I asked you just
the effects
to see what you would
are
say.
the oil
You
rigs
said it
are
was the
visible.
same
That's
day.
the effect. They're still visible. There's a looming effect on that day.
Yeah, you'd have to have the data for that day too. In order for you to say it's looming,
I got the data for the day as well. I have data for the day as well. So everything you have or you need is already done. It's a different day. This is October 20th, 2020. This particular video with the surfers, and I get the temperature is 80 degrees. Water temperature is 67.
That's going to be meaningless to me. Meaningless, okay?
Of course, nothing means anything to you.
No, I'm going to have
kind of person
listen,
you are.
Not, okay,
I know that we all know that about you.
It's not. There's no reason to make this personal. I'm saying that it's not going to be any good for me right now to hear these numbers. I need to be able to look at the data and cross-check it, because if you're claiming looming in both, then the conditions for both of those days ought to be very, very, very,
and they are
very similar. Okay.
No. You don't need four vary. You don't need four varies. All you need is a warm day. Listen to me. Listen. Hey,
I wasn't finished.
Listen. All you need is a warm day. Listen.
Can we get a mod here?
All you need is a warm day and calm winds. The water temperature doesn't change. You're not listening, so I'm going to stop talking.
I'm here. I'm on
Unbelievable.
I'm here. Hello. This is me, the mod. Zanuck, let Travis finish, and then you can go next, please.
Okay, so it's all well and good that you have a temperature profile that you can screenshot of Santa Barbara. That doesn't show me that the science is consistent with that as to what produces looming. I want to know again that the science will tell me when you have a temperature that is 86 degrees air, 76, whatever it is, I need the science to tell me that the screenshot that you took of Santa Barbara on that day, right, would produce looming. Just because You have a picture of what you well, I'm almost done. Sorry. I'm almost done.
You're going to say the same thing over again.
Hold on. No, I'm not. Just
So,
because
tell me
you have
something new.
just because you have a picture that you call looming and then show me the screenshot of the temperature profile doesn't mean that they equal to each other.
Well, that's just you being a conspirator.
No,
Look,
it means I want the science behind your
It
claim.
is the science. Now, if you think they're lying, that's another story.
Who's they?
Let me, the guy who took the picture or anyone analyze it. Listen, let me speak, because that's why I speak quickly, because you fucking talk over me every single time, Travis. Just shut the fuck up for a second. Please. Asking it nicely. Anytime you have a day.
Let
over
everyone
8,
let Zanuck finish, please, guys.
every
please.
time you have a day over 80, 85 degrees, no winds or light winds, like miles an hour or so, you will have this looming effect. You will never, I repeat, never, ever, ever, like you said, very, 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 ever, ever, ever have a looming effect on a day with a chop on the water, with wind breezing, and a cool temperature that matches or anything lower than water. It won't happen, period.
Show me the science. Great. Show me the science.
Because I went to school and studied optics way back when, and I know how refraction works. My God, Travis.
Yeah. Appealing to authority. You're not the authority.
Not appealing to authority. Learn how things experimented. Show light bending to a denser medium. All the things that we see that happen in refraction.
Is that
We know how
Travis
refraction
talking over
happens.
Zanuck
It's not
or
a
what?
mystery.
I don't
Here we
get
go.
it.
So, everybody listening, everybody in the cheap seats. Zanuck described what he thinks was happening, making declarative statements. If you have this, you're not going to have this. If you don't have this, and I said, show me the science. And he said, I went to school and learned about refraction. Show
What
me
he
the
said
science.
what he said was a light breeze and a low lapse rate and low refraction. That's what he said.
Show me the science that he's basing his statement upon. The science should be there, Howard, that would say, if you want to go out, citizen scientist, and see looming, you should go out on a day like this. Show that to me. Doesn't exist.
Good luck. Yep.
Doesn't fucking exist.
It seems like me, you, and a couple others are the only ones looking for that, and no, it doesn't exist.
What doesn't exist? What doesn't exist? The scientific
It's okay,
evidence?
Zanuck. I'm telling you, when I was almost done, I mean maybe 4 more words.
Whine some more. Go all
Same
wait.
script.
What do you never see any scientific evidence?
Sure. You sure you're gonna wait?
Well,
Is this you waiting?
You were done. You said you were that close.
Oh
to
my
done.
God, Jesus!
Jesus and God can't help you, Becky.
Yeah, dealing with psychos, man. This is psychotic behavior. Definitely psychotic behavior.
You're
Not calling you a
psychotic,
psycho.
really?
Whatever, man. I think you're doing it on
So
purpose.
you know what?
Actually,
All you have to do is funny, Travis. Find a day where there's chop or a little heavy wind and maybe a cooler temperature, and show me those oil rigs at 1 or feet that are not being hidden. That'd be great. We would all go, "Oh my God, you rocked our flat," but you never will find it because it doesn't exist.
yeah, because on those days the conditions are different and something else is going on. But because it doesn't,
that's scientific.
It's okay. I mean, seriously, maybe 6 more words this time. So you're setting some type of record again. Set another record and say you're whining.
You're kind of whining again.
So, yeah. So on a different day, you're meaning different conditions, right?
Yeah, for little refraction, little or no refraction. Yeah.
Hey, you know
okay,
what?
I'm sorry about laughing about that little or no refraction day.
Yeah, just real.
Temperature inversion.
Just real quick. Again, Zanuck, please provide a photographic demonstration based on science of anything out in the real world that shows looming, so I can compare it to the black swan. Now, real quick, if you go to Andrew Thomas Young, he has one panel demonstrating what he thinks is looming, and it looks nothing like the conditions or the image that the black swan has. So Andrew Thomas Young has a looming image, and you have a looming image, and they don't look the same.
Why don't you post it and tell me what you're talking about? What does it look like, since we don't have access to it? Because your words are not good enough, as you say. We want to know what you're looking at, what you're talking about. What does Andrew Thomas Young think looming looks like, Travis? Can you describe it with your words?
No, it's not. It's not easy to describe.
No, you can't. So why even bring it in?
Because I have knowledge of it.
What is it? If you know it and you know it well, you should be able to describe it in simple terms.
It's actually not a very good photograph. Okay?
Oh, now we have a not a good photograph that Andrew Thomas Young thinks that's what the effect of looming is. That's right. Your case is getting even stronger.
Right.
So you don't have the picture. You don't know what it is, but you have knowledge of it. You describe it as being a bad picture, and that's your evidence. Man, that looks kind of weak to me, since we're bringing you photographic evidence and technical evidence and
don't have photographic evidence
and laws of refraction and things that all correspond and comport with what we see, yet you do not.
No, you have correspondence in your mind of a photograph you take where you put an equal sign between the two. That's not anything else but
that's not your
imagination. That's not anything else.
We described in detail. We described in detail the conditions. Your imagination. We described in detail the conditions right for refraction, a temperature inversion near the surface of very cold water and very, very warm air, and light would bend down, would loom things up, and that's what we see. So, and here's the pictures and video to prove it, showing the light wind, showing the calm, showing the brown air due to the forest fires that were happening all over Central California that were blowing out to the west with the eastward wind rather than a westward wind. And so that shows in description and following the laws of refraction why this phenomenon would occur. You say, I have a bad picture. I think this is what happens in my mind, to use your words, and it doesn't look anything like what you guys saw. That is weak sauce at best.
No, I didn't say in my mind. No, I didn't say in my mind. So again, all you did was spit rhetoric. I'm asking.
I don't think it's rhetoric at all.
Okay, I'm asking you for the science to compare what you were saying. So when you have that screenshot of the Santa Barbara data, where's the temperature inversion statement in there? Where does it say there's an inversion, a temperature inversion on this day?
Oh, well, that's simple. So you get the information. You know the water temperature is 67 or 65. You know the outside temperature was 90 on the Black Swan day. And this one I showed you, I think it was 83 or something. So if the air is 83 and the water is 67, there will be a temperature inversion near the surface. That's a given. If there's no wind. If there's wind, there won't be a temperature inversion. And temperature inversions changes the density, denser down, so light bends more down than normal.
And and again, all you did was describe what you think is happening with an inversion.
No, that's just use basic logic and basic knowledge of the scientific phenomena called refraction. Not a big stretch. You're giving us rhetoric, not me. You're being projecting on me.
Where's the altitude at which they took the temperature for the day?
I forget where the weather station is, but it's in Santa Barbara.
I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit what city it's in. I'm asking you what.
Oh, sorry. No, the sea. That was a sea. That was out on the water. So they had the water temperature and the air. That was the information. You can go look in the almanac. I can go back in the almanac and find that day. I did it before. And it says where they temperature. They have the weather station monitor. It might be on one of the platforms. I don't know where that, but it's somewhere measuring the sea and the air above the sea.
So you've got. Are you saying that there's a temperature inversion in the air?
There's a temperature inversion in the air. Yes.
Okay. So what I hear you saying is that at the surface of the water it's 90 degrees, which would make it hotter, right?
Make what hotter?
The temperature of the air at the surface is hot, right? 90 is pretty hot, right? It's pretty high.
No, right? There's a temperature inversion.
Wait. Hold on. Don't. Wait. So, okay, let me say it this way. So we have 90 degrees at the surface, right?
No. 90 degrees in the air temperature above, like probably on the weather station, which is probably on the platform.
On the platform. So now it's
And what
not
are
on
the
the surface of.
platforms?
So now it's not on the surface of the water.
No, that has nothing to do with the surface of the water. The
Yeah,
temperature is the air temperature. The reason that we have a temperature inversion, without having to understand it as well as you think you do, or you want to,
there's
is we have
no
90-degree
reason
air.
to make
Hold
this
on,
personal.
hold on.
Reason to make
We
this
know
personal,
what
Xanax.
you know. What? Let me finish.
I'll let you finish as long as you don't make it
have to
personal.
talk over me. You don't have to.
I do when you make it personal.
No, I'm not making any mistakes or anything. I'm being very clear. When you have the air temperature of 90 degrees, we're not saying it's at the surface. We have 90-degree air temperature and we have water temperature of 67 or 65. Anywhere that air gets near will start transferring heat to the water because that's the way that's the second law of thermodynamics. Energy goes from high to low. So when it does that, the temperature just very near the surface in a narrow band, maybe a few feet, will be temperature inverted, meaning instead of temperature going up, and I don't think version means, but the temperature normally goes down as you go higher, roughly 3 degrees per 1,000 feet. Instead of doing that linearly, it is inverted, where it's cold now at the surface, and then it goes warm. This temperature inversion causes the light to bend down. This is a known fact. We all agree to it, except for you.
So that would mean that you would have to have had at the surface to know that the surface temperature is colder than wherever the platform temperature is being measured at.
Yes, and that
Where's
always
that
happens
data?
that way. All the water will always, because of the second law of thermodynamics, we know that the water temperature will always gain heat from the air above it, and the air above it will have to lose heat due to that law called the second law. That's what the second law really means.
Yeah, I'm not asking
higher
for
temperature
the
will
rhetoric.
always, it has to move to the colder. That's the law. So it means that the air above the water has to be lower than the air above it. It has to be. It's a law.
So, great. So where's the data to show me what the temperature was at
Where's the data to show that the law is still a law? No, you're being.
No. It's okay. It's okay, Zanuck. Maybe I misspoke. Where's the data to show me the temperature from the surface of the water to the platform? Where's that data?
Data. There doesn't have to be data.
Oh, you can just make shit up?
No, we know that the air temperature has to be lower near the water. It's the law.
You have to measure every foot. We want to confirm it. You have to measure every foot.
No, you don't have to confirm laws. You should. That's one thing you don't have to do.
You know why? Because the wind could be changing.
Go measure it then. Next time, go to Santa Barbara. Go out there to take a kayak halfway out to the platform, a mile out, and measure the air near the water. It will be lower. Always. Because the second law of thermodynamics is a real law. And it strictly says that air temperature that is warm and cool water below it, the air will have to be cool near the water because it's going to be giving the water heat. Because energy always moves downward.
All right, real quick, guys, real quick. So we know you're saying the second law applies to Earth, which is weird because I've heard Rumpus say the second law doesn't apply to Earth. That being said,
Rumpus doesn't know what he's talking about. Respect.
That being said, can you not interrupt once? Is my mic cutting out?
Oh, you're coming in clear, Jeremy.
Okay, so
shut up, Travis.
That being said, the second law also states that the gas will fill the volume, right?
Never says that, ever.
It doesn't say that
No.
that high pressure will go to low pressure.
No, only Newton says that.
Does the second law say that high
pressure?
That's
what Nathan says.
Gas? Does the second law state that high pressure goes to low pressure?
No.
It implies it.
No, it doesn't say that.
No, it doesn't. There's nowhere in the second law, anywhere that I've ever read in the second law, in all my physics book, that says the high pressure moves to low pressure. No, that's a Newton law. That's Newton's law. That's Newton's law.
So the second law doesn't say hot goes to high pressure, low pressure.
Hot goes to cold. Yes,
high energy to low energy.
Hot goes to cold. Not really energy. Hot goes to cold.
And it doesn't say anything about pressure.
No.
Gas pressure. Because I can show you a guy from a college if that was the case, the gas would equalize and there would be the same pressure everywhere. That's not the case. Your law, you trying to use the law of entropy debunked yourself.
As you keep muted. If you just answer the question, it'll all make sense. I trust, everybody should trust me in this. Kosho, you had the answer, I think. What was the answer? What changed in that system?
I said the amount of available energy, or
I like what Jeremy said.
That's good too, but he said the entropy, but that's also equated to the entropy going up. He said the only thing changed was the entropy going up, nothing else. So you're really parroting what?
Good guy.
What else happened?
I see the amount of available energy.
No, that's the same. That's entropy. That's the same thing.
Volume?
The volume didn't change. Come on, guys.
Just fucking tell us, man. Just fucking
no.
tell us.
Well, they told me not to tell you. Does anybody know? It's pretty obvious, actually.
Nobody knows.
It doesn't matter if everyone heard what I just.
Then let me
your
say
whole logic was flawed by trying to apply the second law of thermodynamics to Earth.
The logic's not flawed.
All right. Okay. Go ahead.
Keep on talking over me, not let me speak.
We may have started at the same time. I'm not sure, but go ahead.
Okay. So if no one wants to answer it, I'm going to answer it. So there was something major change. And I raised my hand in physics class, and I would call them out. And he oh, shit, you got me. You busted. That's what the professor would say. The pressure changed. The pressure of that system went down. It was 100 psi on one side. It was 0 on the other. Now it's 50 psi overall. So that's a big deal. But the reason that the air moved from one side to the other wasn't because of entropy. Entropy was the measure of what happened afterward. Entropy is a measurement. It's a thermodynamic property of the second law. It's not a law itself. That's why I get kind of queasy when people say it's a law. So everything does follow the second law because it's a law. It doesn't mean that high pressure has to move the ice. It does mean that hot has to go to cold. It doesn't mean that high pressure has to go to low pressure because could be a barrier between or force.
Xanix's job is to take over the Discord, to control the conversation, and to monologue.
I don't think that was a monologue. I think that was informative. I think people learned something.
Yeah, no one said anything about a barrier because you're bringing in. Sorry.
So we've got the Rumpus saying the second law of thermodynamics doesn't apply to Earth. Here you are telling us it does apply to Earth. I don't know who to believe. Foremost, we have the entropy guy telling us how this is an example of the second law of thermodynamics of high pressure, low pressure.
No.
And I'm supposed to take your word over the guy from Oxford?
Because I just told you his flaw.
Right.
One thing's obvious that happened, and he didn't say it happened, was the pressure changed overall. That's a big factor in that system.
Can I ask a question? Zanuck, if there's less pressure in the system, is there less energy to do work?
No. Oh, yes, less energy to do work. Yes. If the pressure went down.
Okay, so the energy went down, so the pressure changed. So high pressure flow. Hold on. High pressure flowed to low pressure, reducing the ability to do work. Right?
High pressure. No. Pressure, energy spread out, which gave that
high
system.
Pressure. 100 psi one side, vacuum on the other, low pressure. High pressure flowed to low pressure, reducing the ability to do work. So what's the problem? I don't understand.
There's no problem. It just isn't. It isn't part of the law. It doesn't talk about the direction of pressure.
Well, isn't the pressure and energy related in this system?
It's where
No.
Yeah, well, for a given volume, yes, it follows gas law and things. Sure, absolutely. If the pressure goes down over the same volume, there's going to be it's going to be implied that there's less available energy to do work.
Okay, so the guys on the other side aren't necessarily wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, also, if you want to use another,
it could be kerosene in there. Could be a kerosene gas. It had more energy, even though the pressure went down. It could still have the ability to do the work.
Applying these laws to Earth, we can do PV equals PV nRT, right?
Right. And then
right. So does that apply to
when you start doing Boltzmann? Yeah, everything applies to Earth. So you can do Boltzmann's. It's more of a statistical measure of entropy, which is more like gas law, the number of microstates, or you can do a simple heat divided by temperature. That equals entropy, and that's Clausian. So you have Clausian or Boltzmann to determine which entropy you're talking about, which are both intrinsically the same. They're not any different.
Yeah, I think their argument, though, Rumpus, possibly Jeremy's and Rumpus's, their argument is about how because Earth is not an isolated system. So
Well, if he wants to talk about the
entropy
entire
doesn't
system,
apply to
yeah.
Earth, according to Rumpus.
Well, it's not that it doesn't apply to Earth. It's just that you can decrease entropy because you're adding energy to this system all the time.
Right. If it's open, then you can add energy to it.
Is it open? Are we in an open system?
Yes, technically it's open.
Technically, it's open. All right. Kosho, you sure? Is it open?
Well, energy entering a system and energy entering into a system can apply to open or closed systems.
So Kosho's not sure if we live in an open.
Well, he knows we get meteorites, which is mass, even though insignificant. We add mass to the Earth. That means it has to be open for mass to actually add to the Earth system.
That's what you would think, wouldn't you? That's what you would think, wouldn't you, Zanuck? But Kosho doesn't really agree with that.
No, I've told you explicitly, dude. I've told you it depends on the context. Depends on what field it's being described by. Depends on what field it's being described by and what test. But yeah, like Zanuck said, if you look at it on an ultimate, absolute scale, like everything including, then yeah, of course, energy and mass leave the Earth and comes
just
to
to let you know, when Zanuck doesn't know what to say, he clears his throat a lot.
Thermodynamically speaking, we know that Earth is an open system, right, Kosho? Because it exchanges matter and energy.
Correct.
Yeah, like I said, this depends on the context. If you're talking about
thermodynamically,
if you're talking about a context, it doesn't matter which field you're talking about because the energy coming and going is allowed in closed systems. But
thermodynamically.
Well, the reason this is
Zanuck, you're talking over me. Zanuck, you're talking over me.
Well, I was going to give you an answer. You don't want it? Okay.
I don't. I'm trying to respond to Kosho.
Well,
so thermodynamically, even though we know dynamics, for a system to be open, it has to be able to exchange matter and energy. You're telling me thermodynamically speaking, Earth can be a closed system.
I'm telling you that when they're using these systems for the sake of experimentation or observation,
Told you when he clears his throat.
Because I have a sore throat, man. When they're talking about they're talking about these different systems. It really depends on the context of what it is that they're describing. Because sometimes
Jeremy, let me add a little color for you.
Meteorites.
Zanuck, please stop over talking Kosho. Zanuck, please don't over talk Kosho.
Sometimes the meteorites and astronauts and all that kind of stuff that are coming and leaving Earth, just depending on what they're actually describing, are negligible, and so it can be treated as a closed system. But however,
let me
all
add
things
to
being
that.
equal,
please stop over talking Kosho.
Just
Zanuck.
fucking mute him, man. Stop telling him to stop doing it. Just mute him.
Yeah, bro, it's
obnoxious.
ridiculous. I get muted
Should I
for
give him
way
a
less
warning?
than what this fucking guy does. Yeah.
Should I give him a warning?
I'm done.
I get muted for way less. This guy's been fucking interrupting so much.
Can I talk or no?
No, you may not.
I'm about.
You're not
I'm done.
Zanuck. I'm sorry, I have to. You've been over talking all day.
No, he said it's my turn. He said I could talk real quick.
Yeah, you're a fucking
a simple answer.
Panelist
the reason
bully.
that we don't count, Travis is over talking to me. The reason we don't count the meteorites in the is if we were going to calculate the entropy change in the Earth when we get a meteorite or we get an astronaut, we wouldn't be able to calculate because the value of that matter is so small. So they consider the Earth a closed system because all that matter that enters, no matter how big the meteorite is, it doesn't count for nothing. It can't be calculated, so they don't count it because entropy is an equation: heat over temperature.
The great scale negator.
But that's precisely my point. Is depending on the context, it may be an irrelevant amount. Like if it's a negligible amount, which it is, on that scale, then you can't consider it a closed system. But if you were speaking in absolute terms, like you are trying to, Jeremy, then sure.
Right, scientific. Yeah, you're trying to be too scientific, Jeremy. You got to be loosey-goosey, pseudo-sciencey. Then you could be.
I mean, it's clearly it's clearly defined in thermodynamics what a system, and you're like trying to change that.
No, dude, this is the way that science is actually done. So when you're doing a scientific experiment, you can use a thermos as an isolated system. If you're experiment, permits, like timescales and and that kind of stuff, because it's going to be treated as an isolated system, but ultimately it's not. So it just depends on the context of what's being described.
Yeah. So we're going to just change the definition of a thermodynamically closed system. That's what you're telling me?
To learn the definition of for all oh well, now I forgot what it was. Shit, I'm sorry, I'm old. For all intents and purposes of this test, a thermos is an isolated system.
Yeah, so we know it's not, and not if you're talking dynamically, we know it's definitely not an isolated system.
But for the purposes of this test, it is. We're not going to
talking about I don't know what test you're... My bad, go ahead.
Keeping your coffee.
Okay, we're not even talking about a test. We're talking about in thermodynamics what constitutes an open and closed system. It's well defined. It's clearly defined.
We agree with you.
No, I don't think you do. Kosho's sidestepping me.
Right, but he's saying for all intents and purposes, it's fine to call it isolated or closed or open.
So we're just going to change the meaning of it, even though we know it's not isolated or closed or whatever the case may be.
It's context sensitive.
It's not context sensitive. It's clearly defined.
A law in physics is now context sensitive. I never heard of this.
Can I say something about the thermos? If it was an isolated system, the coffee in the coffee thermos would never get cold.
That's right.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's exactly why I said it's not an isolated system. However,
okay, it's right. So for this system, he just used the thermos. It can never be system.
No, that's not true. That's what I'm saying. Is depending on the context. Like if you're doing a scientific experiment, which is a short range scientific experiment, and the amount of whatever it is that you're looking to observe is much less than any energy that's going to leave in that time range, you can use it as an isolated system, and these things are used in that way.
Sure. So now you're putting time involved.
Could you tell me why
you? That's why it's all context. It's context based.
You see, he didn't say that. Go ahead.
Keep trying, Boyak.
Shut up. Could you tell me why you wouldn't want to do that in the case of a thermos over a 15-minute time period? Why would you want to go through the excessively extreme calculations required to do something totally irrelevant to is my coffee going to be hot in 15 minutes?
So it's a convention. You're just adapting it because you need to for whatever you're wanting to do.
For the simplicity of the formula, if I want to know how a thermos works, I'm going to, I can treat it as an isolated system on that time scale. It makes the math easier. What's wrong with that?
Makes the math easier. So 0.000% drop in it's too insignificant to worry about.
In the case of coffee, yes.
Yeah, this is like
a case of coffee
discussion on the margin of error more so than is it not?
Yeah, exactly.
Because you're not involving these you're not involving these additional equations to save you time and work because you don't need to be that exactly precise. It's not that complex.
Right. And it doesn't make your your experiment meaningful. Like your experiment's only meaningful based on the margin of error that you need. And so for that purposes, you can describe the system. It'll be contextually derived.
Okay, so what you're saying is, as long as I don't have a temperature change within 50, like a 1 degree temperature change within a 15-minute period, I can consider
for this type of experiment.
Okay.
I mean, again, why would you want to go through all the exorbitant formulas and stuff in order to decide how well a thermos is going to function? You just wouldn't.
It's a convention.
It would be a silly effort.
So just admit it's a convention.
I don't know if I did or didn't. I don't really care. I'm just talking about it, conceptually. Why would you care whether in 1,000 years that thermos is going to be at room temperature? That's not this time scale involved with any of this.
I mean, that's a convention. That's fine. I don't have a problem with it as long as you made it a convention.
Just like sun rays, light rays, and atmospheric refraction, standard atmospheric refraction, all conventional.
Travis, even if they did have that information you want, the temperature, humidity.
Yeah, we started at the same time. But go ahead, Jeremy.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, Rocky. Go ahead, bro.
I just before I lose my thought, next time y'all are driving down the highway at night, or not driving in a passenger seat because it's kind of dangerous, put one hand over one eye and squint with the other one at the oncoming traffic, and it's like a light show of individual rays of light, like pinpoint lights coming off the car headlights. You understand what I'm saying? It's like a laser light show.
Okay.
I've never seen anything like it. Try that, Travis. Go ahead, Jeremy. Sorry.
I'm not usually the passenger, but oh, sorry.
Well, I was doing it while I was driving. I was sleepy, so I was kind of like closing one eye, sleeping with one eye open. I was on the way back from Florida this morning, like 3 a.m. by myself, dude. I was like, having trouble.
Sunflower
I
seeds,
closed
bro.
one eye. Yeah, well, I was doing all I could. I was drinking, chewing seeds, but I closed one eye just to give it some rest and squint. I was just like squinting the other one like it was almost closing, and it was like a laser light show. So then I started doing it on purpose. I mean, like I said, I'd never seen anything like it. Jeremy, go ahead, man.
All right, so
you were telling me something.
Listen, yeah, even if they did have this data you want of the temperature, pressure, and humidity all through the optical corridor, right? That's the science you're looking for. Yeah, does the optical corridor have to be within the line of sight, or have to be horizontal, or what? Because I mean, they're going to give you this data and say that it's bending through the atmosphere. That's why you're getting a refraction. Like the scientific data doesn't do anything. That doesn't help.
Well, okay, yes, but the argument from silence is going to be greater than the argument from evidence because they're only going to give the evidence they have. The evidence they don't have should be an even louder indication that they don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Yeah, but I know, but even if they had that,
you randomly assert that your information is more valuable.
Okay, please provide any soundbite where I have ever fucking said that.
You don't say that. You do
right,
it.
I don't say it. I don't say it. I don't think it. So don't say it again, Moyak.
I will say it
we're
again.
in the Bye Bye Man movie. Don't think it, don't say it. Don't think it, don't say it. Ever seen the Bye Bye Man?
What does it matter whose information is technically better, and who is to determine who is better? What does it matter? It seems like the straw man.
Well, being that you guys are all on the slack side of the education system, your guys' information is less valuable.
Wait. Hold on.
I got 2 degrees.
Hold on.
Yeah, according to who? I've done more hours in optics and in like these phenomena than I did with any of my degrees. So screw off, man.
Yeah. Moyak, what the fuck, dude? You don't know who we are.
You start off being an obnoxious little twat. I'm going to be a twat back.
Yeah, that was a complete
No,
fallacious and insulting argument.
Yeah, obnoxious
and
is
no
one
place
thing.
for that.
What you just did is a completely other.
You know what I think it is? I think that they feel offended that you guys are actually providing evidence, and they can't. They can only say authority said so, and they know they sound like
really. What evidence? I haven't
What are you
seen a
talking
single
about, dude?
shred of evidence. Give me some evidence. That'd be wonderful. Come on.
And give me some evidence.
Give me
Give
a
me some
model I can
evidence.
test. Give me some evidence to that model.
I just posted a video giving some evidence comparing Res Rhetoric's video with mine to make an argument.
Let's see. Just posted it.
No, I mean on my channel. I didn't put it in the chat yet. I've been putting it in the. I've been putting it in the chat since yesterday, off and on, so it's available. Since you're subscribed to since you're subscribed to my channel, you should be able to find it right away.
I'm not subscribed to your channel.
Blasphemer.
If I am, it's by
Everybody don't drink.
What do you got? A YouTube channel or something, Travis?
Jeremy, shut up.
You got that TikTok, dude?
Is it on? Are you on TikTok or Twitch or something?
Why would he subscribe to TikTok?
You guys are so mean.
Moyak, just go to the YouTube under 4 subscriber accounts. His is at the top of the list, man. That's how I found it. That's not getting old to me. It's probably getting old to others.
I don't even get the joke, so just stop saying it. It's not funny.
Nuh-uh.
I don't even get your joke. It's not funny. It doesn't make me laugh.
What do you think, I'm funny? What do you think, I'm a comedian? What are you trying to make me laugh? I forget what that's from, but a friend of mine does
It's from Goodfellas. It's Joe Pesci.
Oh, I was watching Goodfellas last night without the sound. So you think subliminally I got it?
Maybe.
Goodfellas, I was watching Apollo 13. Goodfellas came on after it. And then Apollo 13 come on after that. When I woke up, I was watching Apollo 13 again. With no sound.
Man, you're like an old man. Like you're like probably falling asleep with a cigarette burning in your fingers too.
I had to get up at 3, dude. I was trying to go to sleep.
You know, guys, I just thought of something. Sorry about Moyak's thermos. He said you don't put time involved. Wait a minute. If time is not involved, there would be no change whatsoever. You have to have time. So what is he doing? I don't get it now.
They're playing word games.
Less than you need to worry about.
Okay, wait a minute. Because if you're not measuring time and the change in that time, then you can't tell if it's an isolated, closed, or any kind of system.
When you measure it over the short period at the resolution that you're measuring it, let's say 1 degree of temperature change, and you measure that over an hour, there will be no temperature change if your granularity is 1 degree, for example.
Okay. I misunderstood you then, because I thought you said you don't take time into a factor. But in that, what you just described, you are. It's a rate of the change that you're wanting to have.
We don't take excessive time into effect. Like the fact
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what's short, excessive, long. It doesn't matter. Time has to be.
Yes, but you can treat it as an isolated system unless you really want to extend that time out to an insane amount.
He's saying you got a thermos. You check the temperature on it for 30 seconds, right? A closed thermos. It's probably not going to change. It obviously is going to change temperature in 30 seconds.
Right.
But it's not going to change enough.
You need a container for that.
But it's not going to change enough. Go ahead, Paul.
I get what he was saying, Jeremy. I knew what he was saying, but the way he just said it, time isn't a factor or something to that effect. I mean, now the more that he unpacks it and puts qualifiers in it, that makes sense. And I did describe that, because even if you say I'm allowed temperature change within this duration of time, let's say 30 seconds to an hour, I don't want no more than 1 degree temperature change within an hour. I get it, okay? But I mean, even in that scenario, you're actually technically not treating it as an isolated system. You're controlling the rate of decrease in a closed system.
The thing is, you can refer to this mug as isolated in your experiment. That doesn't change the fact that that's false. We know it's not an isolated system. So whether you want to change what the definitions are for your experiment, fine. In reality, it's not an isolated system.
Right.
Reality.
Absolutely. Wait, hold up. You've all been talking. So it's not actually absolutely a closed system, but practically and measurably in the context of certain experiments, it is, and you can't really tell the difference. Thank you.
Well,
Welcome to Flat Earth, Nate.
wait.
I would say
I
that
think he's
I don't have to
Hold
include
on.
in it.
Hold on, one at a time, guys.
Let me jump back in. Well, sorry, Travis. I was gonna say I think he's confused. A closed system means matter cannot come in and go out. You can technically, unless things deteriorate, you can have a closed system for a short amount of time. But the thing is, the system itself will break down, and then it'll become an open system. But you can't have a closed system for a short amount.
Right, but I'm also including in that you also don't have to take into account the amount of radio frequency coming in, gravitational effects, any other introduction of energy into the system, because it's also insignificant. So you treat it as as an isolated system, because all those other things are irrelevant. You don't need to do the math to find what the gravitational effect is going to be on the heat of my coffee.
Oh, well, are you saying gravity has an effect on entropy?
Actually, it does, but
It does. I've heard it didn't. Please
How
explain.
so?
I've never seen a paper on it. Show me a paper.
Yeah, please unpack this for me.
I'm gonna
I'll
send
tell
you
you
a picture.
the one. I'm trying to think of the terminology they use for it, but if you had let's say a particularly hot, energetic particle of air that shoots straight up, and gravity will attenuate its forward motion and its velocity, and therefore its temperature will drop. So it does.
Yeah, is that an idea or is that demonstrable?
I'm not going to talk to you, but that's the idea.
I'm not gonna talk to you.
You're just obnoxious. I don't like you. You're an animal.
Please don't, guys. Don't do this. Let's not devolve into name calling and personal attacks. Come
Okay.
on.
I'm sorry about the name.
Well,
I do not like
okay.
him one bit.
Well, actually, then I asked something of Zanuck, and this is where you and Zanuck need to go after, because I think I asked him this question a long time ago. That gravity should be able to decrease entropy, and it's what it sounds like you're saying at one level. And he said it can't.
I even have to think about the decrease entropy when I think about it. So entropy is why would it decrease entropy? Entropy is the loss of energy, right?
Well, no, increase of entropy is the loss of energy. That means the system is increasing.
Okay. I've still got to think about that.
Because I asked,
It's a bending of space time. It's
Yeah,
time
well, I mean,
dilation.
Yeah, great.
I actually did. A long time ago, and there was so much dialogue on gravity and entropy. I mean, there was conflicts on all kinds of different things I was reading. So it's interesting you bring that up. Zanuck says it can't, and you're saying it can. So I'm like, who do we go with on this?
Yeah, well, it can. Anything that you introduce to a system can decrease entropy, and that's actually perfectly allowed. The second law only
always
describes
there, right?
systems. So what?
Gravity's always there. You're not introducing gravity.
Why do you say it's always there?
Can you isolate gravity, please?
Yeah, you can. You can introduce gravity, and you can. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. This is the warping of space time. The warping of space time isn't the same everywhere, meaning that there's different gravitational effects in different places.
How do you know
due to
gravity is
different
the
mass
variable?
distribution.
We're talking about on
the
Earth,
gravity
bro.
the gravity is what is variable. So due to that fact, you can have more or less. You can have more gravity and less gravity, and so you can introduce gravity to a system.
So in order to isolate this variable of space-time bending, wouldn't you have to already first know that it actually is bending?
Yeah. So just to bring back to the main point, though, the the isolated system thing. I think Numpty said it about but contextual. I mean, he said it. Being contextual. Based on what the parameters of what it is you're testing. If you didn't include that and you didn't include that it was contextual, there would actually never be any reason to ever bring up an isolated system because there wouldn't ever exist one. So unless you make it contextual, there's the whole term isolated system would be meaningless.
Yo, it's like if you're trying to weigh a dog, right? The dog is fucking, I don't know, 20 pounds, right? And they're like, oh, this is a closed system. And then a flea hops onto the dog. And then someone's like, no, it's not absolutely a closed system because a flea fucking hopped on it. It's like, bro, the flea doesn't even register on the fucking scale. The scale's not accurate enough to fucking precise and accurate enough to figure out if there's a flea or not. So we're just going to treat it like it's 20 pounds and not 20 pounds plus a flea. Not
Yeah, I'd say
complicated.
for that sake, but then there'd be many other sakes where you'd have to treat living things like open systems because, like, they're always like farting or breathing and pissing and shitting and eating. But yeah, right. For the sake of like that, making it the measurement like that, like I could see that. You considering it close.
Wait a minute. Every day, weight gets added to the earth when babies are born.
No. Well,
No,
that was close.
Oh my
Every
God.
day, but every day weight is being exchanged because they say 150 metric tons of gas is escaping every day. They also say Earth is getting bombarded. Earth's atmosphere gets bombarded by millions of meteors, micrometeors, and meteorites every day. So,
right. But depends on what
So
you're trying to
not
talk
close.
about. Again, if you're talking about the atmosphere, how much it loses versus how much it is, it's on the time scale of humans is not really that big of an issue either direction. The rocks coming to Earth are increasing Earth's mass by a fraction, and you're also losing some stuff by a fraction. Do you want to do a full-on calculation that takes into account all that for whatever you're trying to analyze?
Yeah, you need about 8 decimal places.
Only 8?
What would you call a system that accepts
Random number.
energy but not output energy?
A black body. I call that a black body now. No,
What
maybe
I'm
not.
saying
Never
is
mind.
if you're claiming that the Earth is a closed system, but yet you have asteroids, is it not? Is it our misunderstanding of what a closed system is at that
Well,
scale?
that's the
No,
problem.
depends on what you're trying to solve.
Yeah, we were stating that it's it'd be correct to consider it an open system, but there's contexts where you can consider it a closed system.
Open or closed, make up
The
your mind.
meteorites are already in Earth's system. They're just falling to Earth.
It's a
They're
valve.
not outside of. They're not outside of it. They're not anywhere. They're inside of it. They're just falling to it.
You can call it valve Earth. It opens up whenever an asteroid, like the parking lots, the things that open up. Every time an asteroid comes, it opens up. It comes in, and then it closes back up again. Makes perfect sense.
Like Spaceballs? You're saying like Spaceballs with the maid?
Yeah.
Asteroid crossing area.
Suck.
Well, if it's implying that meteors can enter, that's implying that we can leave, right? Exit. That's the implication of that thought.
Only the VIP meteors. Only the VIPs have access.
Like a gas particle doesn't get burned up or used up or whatever it's doing, but a rock does, or something more dense.
Surface
or
area,
mass.
more friction.
Weird.
I don't know if we've got the precision or not to tell how much atmosphere we lose per year, per decade.
They claim
any
they
measurement that they have. Like, is there a 100-year analysis that says that Earth has lost 1 millipascal?
They
think
claim
they're just
they make a
claiming.
specific claim. Hold on, Rocky. They make a specific claim on how much atmosphere we lose every day. So if they don't have the equipment to measure that, I don't know where they're getting that number.
They're just crunching numbers, man.
Yeah, they're just calculating it based on what their theories. But doesn't it make more sense that maybe we're in an enclosed system and the gas is being created at the ground level, creating pressure, that gradient, and then some of it's being used up, some of it's being recycled in our dynamic system, but it's all contained? That makes sense to me.
Well, it might make sense to you, but being at the ground level, the amount of pressure that's at the ground is totally insignificant. The amount that is produced and cyclical at the ground level is not going to be the reason for air pressure. It will not even be a significant value in that arena because we know that air likes to spread out as fast as it can. And if it were as you described, the creation of it at ground level that causes the 14.7 psi, I would expect to see changes as I go to areas where there's less production. Like
I
in the
don't think I
rainforest,
ever said that.
like in the rainforest, I would expect to see higher pressure where there's lots and lots of oxygen being produced.
Yeah, can I
And lots and
respond to
lots
that?
of water being respired into the atmosphere
Yeah, you're being
versus
over dramatic now.
versus 100 and 200 miles away horizontally in a desert where there's virtually nothing being produced.
Yeah, so for one, I didn't say it was the reason that the 14.7 psi gradient or pressure was at ground level. Never said that. But
Okay.
it was one of the reasons. Makes sense to me that it would be one of the reasons in an enclosed system that would cause a gradient.
Okay. At what significant level? Is it
0.01. It doesn't matter. It's 0.01. Yeah.
A
0.01%.
psi of all the density that we see, all the pressure that we see at ground level, what fraction do you think it is caused by what's generated at the ground?
I know you just want me
1%?
to make numbers up because that's what you're used to.
Suggesting it makes sense to you. You should have some kind of an idea of why that makes sense to you.
Yeah, because the logical reasoning makes sense, not the math. Hello? Anybody home? What's the name of that guy?
Hello, McFly.
McFly, yeah. Hello, McFly. That's not what I was talking about.
So you're saying what? Yeah, you're making this
I'll tell you
assertion
what I'm saying.
that maybe there's an extra molecule of air that's generated at ground level, and that's going to be what
No,
helps
you're
us
saying that.
establish the gradient.
No. That's you saying that, not me. So when
I
you
know.
put you're saying
I'm
and then
trying
said
to
that,
ascertain what you mean by it because you have no.
I said what I meant.
You have no scalar on it. Tell me what level of this. It's totally insignificant value. Let's put it that way.
You say that. I didn't say
I
that.
say that.
I
You
would
say
say
that as
it's
well.
yeah. I would say it's the exact value to give us 14.7 psi, which is actually not a pressure, it's a weight of mercury. So if you want to get into that, we can, but we call it psi, but it's actually the amount of mercury weighed, right?
Well, no, it's not. It's actually compared to an anaerobic barometer. It's compared to a near vacuum. So it has nothing to do with the weight of mercury.
Oh yeah.
It depends on what you're measuring with. If you want to say it's the weight of mercury, it's the weight of mercury. If you want to measure it with the weight of water, it's the weight of water. If you want to measure the actual amount of load that a load cell from a vacuum, it would be the amount of pressure that squeezes.
Yeah, but those
on
numbers
that
would
load
be different. Those numbers would be different. When we're saying 14.7 psi at sea level, they're referring to the mercury, right?
No. They're referring to, in
You sure
many
about
cases,
that?
the load on a load cell. The pressure squeezing on a crystal.
Yeah, but that's the number they've applied to it after getting the baseline at sea level being 14.7. McFly.
I'm not sure if that even makes any sense.
I know what you're saying doesn't make sense. That's why I'm trying to clarify that it has to do with how they got the 14.7 should be investigated. We could go over it in here if you want.
We could have started very easily with a load cell to begin with. The mercury was the way that they determined it. Actually, I think water was the first barometer, but mercury was one of the ones that we settled on for decades. And then they came up with anaerobic. They could have skipped mercury and water and still just done the amount of crushing force on a crystal.
Great point. But that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is what they did was weigh the mercury to be 14.7. McFly.
That's McFly.
I'm not digging on you.
It doesn't make any sense. The fact that they chose one method, and
I can't speak for them.
No matter what method you use.
I can't speak for them. Are you agreeing?
I can put a 1-inch syringe and a spring on it, and I can measure 14 psi with that.
Yeah. Okay. So are you agreeing or disagreeing that mercury was used to come up with that amount?
I'm agreeing with the nature of what you're saying. You're saying that it is just the weight of mercury. No, it's not just the weight of mercury. That is one method that they choose to determine.
That's not what I said. I said that's where they came up with the number. You don't listen very well.
You said you said it was just the weight of mercury. That was your words out of your mouth.
14.7 psi at sea level is
and you said
the weight of mercury that they came up with.
Fucking
And that's why they
why are
use
you
that number.
talking over him, man? You totally cut him off. He was trying to answer and correct you.
Yeah, I didn't say it was. I said it is the way they did it.
Right, we're going back to the tape, and I will show you that you said specifically that it was just it was weight of mercury. It was just the weight of mercury. Those were your words.
Yeah, that's what they used as 14.7 at sea level. Do you agree with that or not?
And what significance is that when you can use all the different methods? That was one method they chose, and it wasn't the first method they chose.
Wasn't my point. Didn't bring it up. You brought that up. So maybe you can tell us the significance. Because I brought up how 14.7 was originated and why it was used in the weight of mercury.
Yep, and it's the weight of water, and it's the weight of anything
That's your claim, not mine. I didn't say anything about that. You did.
Is it not true?
I have no idea. What I do know is that we've agreed on the mercury point. Thank you.
Sure. That's one way of doing it.
Yeah.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
We did do it.
You do hear me? Okay. I thought I was going mad here. Anyways, okay. Yeah. Moyak is.
Was that English?
Moyak is right. That the originally was used. Water was used, and I think that Torricelli, he wanted to demonstrate it more easily, and that's why he used mercury, was to because it's more. You can use. I think it just goes up 760 millimeters, as opposed to water that goes up like 30 feet to equal that 14.7 pounds. But that 14.7 pounds per square inch applies to any fluid that you were to use, or that's the amount of force applied to any outside of any material on your body. So yeah, the mercury is just used because it's a very dense fluid.
I would venture to if anybody investigates that, is that 33 feet is the actual height. They create a vacuum and then weigh the mercury. Anybody wants to dispute that, all for talking about it. I don't remember every detail, but that's what I do remember about it. Because I know I remember 33 feet being the number.
Okay, for the water, yeah.
Yeah, that's where water would you can't pump water past that. It turns into something else, like or it can't, whatever. The pressure gets
just like you can't increase it past 33 degrees. It's weird.
Yeah, it is weird.
Okay, so now that we have that established, where are we at?
Nowhere. It was
we're done. We're going to go home now.
The same place
Still
as
waiting
always.
for scientific evidence.
Babbling.
I'll tell you where I'm at. Okay.
Well, because I was trying to answer that question Jeremy asked, or I guess all of you guys were asking about the atmosphere escaping, and as far as I remember, they get these measurements from there's these high altitude like satellites that are measuring the magnetic field of the Earth, and they measure the what do they call that, the ionosphere, and so they take. I think they took probably. I would have to assume at this part they took statistical data, based on what they'd modeled, and just extended that out for all the gases. So like the amount of gases that escape due to having enough escape velocity because they've got imparted enough energy in the ionosphere.
17,000 miles an hour.
So they're not actually
25,000 miles per hour.
So they're not actually
25,000 miles an hour. Wow.
Do they not give these guys sick days?
So they're not actually measuring the amount of gas that's left. You're telling us?
No, I am assuming, and it would rightfully so. I don't know why anybody would think otherwise. That it's based on statistical information. So they're out there measuring all these gases and stuff, and probably based on the amount of gases they see that are escaping that regularly. That's probably where it comes from. It comes from probably a statistical model.
Okay, and how do they know the gases escape? All right, go ahead.
We don't live on a
Go ahead.
model.
I'll go next. I'm gonna wait till you're done, Travis, and then because it's not gonna do us any good to try to fight each other. Go ahead.
Oh, we asked the same question. Just go ahead, Jeremy. I didn't know you were going to ask.
You guys want to know when the gay club opens? I don't know. You have to ask somebody else.
Take a sick day.
Wait, you never asked him. So what? You never asked him that question. You're just like, okay, I guess you guys saw it. Guess you guys counted all those molecules escaping. Okay.
No, I know the tools that they use to measure it. I know what they're measuring to get those readings. I'm just not sure where those where they came up with those ultimate values, because they would have. They're not going to measure all the gas that leaves on a given day or something like that, and then like, okay, well, let's assume this happens every day. They're probably they're measuring different areas of the sky and having to extend it out for the rest of the sky, I'm sure.
Yeah,
right, so
yeah,
they're
that's
measuring.
all it is.
14
right.
psi at the ground level when you're
Well,
going
I'm
around
next
the curve.
after Travis.
That point around the curve, what's the 14 psi? Like what? How does it 14 psi at the curve point? How can that?
There's a line.
That's a
There's
good
a
point.
line.
But
I'm going after Travis.
Okay, the only other point that I was going to say about with the psi was that that the thing about the gases being created at the ground is kind of an interesting idea, but it's in every way debunked by the simple fact that when we use altimeters, we simply use barometers, meaning that barometers are so accurate. They so accurately describe the altitude because they're regularly it's regularly radiated.
Hold on, stop. You're going way too
Not
fast.
hold on.
How are they detecting altitude on a curve? Now you're going around the globe, and you supposedly your altitude or your smoothness or your levelness is from the center out, but now your barometer's doing something different. How is that? So you're detecting the air. Now you hit the curve. Now you're not seeing the elevation or the barometric pressure from that edge of the globe, like interlocking with the like. Hold on, I don't get it. I don't get how you go horizontally and the barometric doesn't change and match now the elevation from someone's orientation standing on that side of the globe. Where's the mix-up?
You're good.
I mean, change. How would it change,
So
Demo?
there's a line. I'm
Well,
after
if you go
Travis.
horizontally, right? Hold on a second. If you go
Or not.
horizontally for so many miles, you supposedly have a drop from that horizontal. So your
Right.
barometric pressure would always change around the curve. It's next to the surface, and it'd always be different. So if you go forward from my point and forward from another point, we're gonna meet, right? Like if we were flying airplanes, we would meet each other, and our barometric pressures would meet right there too at that level. Where's that at? Where's the differential going horizontally, going straight? Where's that difference in barometric pressure we can detect, knowing that it's coming from the other side of a globe? Where's that
Equilibrium? It would be the equilibrium that's caused by the gravitational effect that's unique to each point on Earth. Essentially, everywhere that you go, your altitude is the same, so the pressure is going to be the same. It's going to be pushing out on the other air that's around it equally. So
that's
it
not true at all.
would automatically seek an altitude for that pressure. Now that's of course assuming the model.
A mountain
You're
and a
asking
Grand
how it works
Canyon
in the
are not
model.
the same elevation at all, Moyak.
They are. They are the
No,
same.
they aren't. Show us how a mountain and a Grand Canyon are the same elevation.
Oh, mountain in the Grand Canyon? No, the Grand Canyon will have higher pressure. It's at if it goes below sea level, it'll have the same pressure at
I'm
any given
traveling in the Grand
elevation.
Canyon, right? And then all of a sudden the Grand Canyon stops, and that's the curve of the Earth. And then the other portion of the air meets my portion of the air. Where's that at? Where's it at where I can go horizontally and experience the other portion of air that's happening on the other part of the ball, the dirt?
Well, the gravitational
I
effect
want to
is
run
the
into the
same.
crosswind.
It's called hydrostatic equilibrium,
Yes.
and it's the same thing that happens in pools and
Where's
lakes
that
and the ocean.
horizontally? Listen, horizontally coming up from the ground. Like we go horizontally now, where's it coming up from the ground at? You know, the curve of the earth where the dirt stops? Where's that draft coming up at? There's no horizontal draft coming up. Where's that
I
at?
don't
Show me the
understand
lane that happens, where that happens.
All right.
Yeah,
The only thing I could do with this is I could explain it to you in terms of a centrifugal force experiment because it'll be essentially the same thing. If you spin a 55-gallon drum along its axis, so it's just spinning and the air eventually gets up to speed in there and it's all sticking to the outside, there'll be the most pressure at the outside edge. And as you come in every inch from that edge, you will have a different pressure gradient, but it'll be uniform at that distance through the whole barrel at that height above the outside skin. So
I'm gonna
you've
go
got
straight. I'm gonna go straight off of your bucket and keep going. So when I go off the top of your barrel, the long way of your barrel, right, is gonna be different from the short way of your barrel. So the short way of your barrel was spinning one way. When I go to leave the object, it's gonna be hitting me. The air is gonna hit me one way. So I'm gonna have the top of the object. I'm gonna leave, and then here comes the curve where it drops. Now where that curve is, it's got the same line of barometric pressure coming up past me. Where's that point
I'm
at? I
not
mean,
sure
I
I
don't
follow.
understand what
I
you
feel
don't
like
get, dude.
I'm not sure I
I feel like
follow
we
what you said there.
stole from Jeremy and Travis. I think.
I don't even remember what we were talking about now. It's so
That's because
derailed.
Denmark is just about derailing.
We're looking for the edge of the horizontal where the fucking dirt and water stop. Where does that happen? And we can see or experience the fucking new barometric pressure, not from my orientation, from
This
my
is why
dirt,
we
but
can't get
from
anywhere
yours.
ever.
That's an
From yours.
irrational statement.
You mean being on a ball's irrational? Thank
No,
you.
your statement is irrational.
Yeah, you got him, Democ. Nice work. Now, where were we?
Everything about a
Hey,
I
ball's
don't know.
irrational.
Jeremy, I think we were at measuring the gas escaping.
Ah, that's right.
Yes.
That's right.
Yes. I
Okay.
have no idea.
Very good. So,
I don't know how they do
are you
it.
done,
Yeah.
Go ahead, Moyak.
Oh no, I just like I said, I said what I said. I don't
I'm
really,
next.
I don't care on our human scale of time frame. The atmosphere is not doing either thing.
Okay.
It's not thicker, not getting skinnier at any measurable value that I care about.
Right. We're not even at that point.
I'm next. What the hell, Jeremy?
Go ahead.
No, I mean, go ahead, man.
All
I know
right.
we're in a
So,
room of people that
oh
cannot
God,
visualize much.
C-Rock,
I mean, it's so hard to visualize a
That
ball
worked
and to
so well.
visualize the wind,
Come
right?
on,
You know what I mean?
come on, man.
I think it's
Elevation's too
Jeremy's
hard.
turn. I'm
So
not
hard.
sure.
Moderator.
Yeah, Jeremy, moderate, man.
what the
What the hell is going on
you
here?
fucking guys.
I mean, are you a
Listen,
mod or what?
all right. How are they making this measurement? Do you even know, Kosho? It sounded like you were guessing. If you're guessing, we don't have to get into it. If you don't know, it's fine.
I told you, dude. They're studying. They have actually plenty of. I forget the names of them. There's a few of the satellites up there that are studying the ionosphere regularly for many reasons. Now, I was surprised
Okay,
to learn that it was one of these that that are actually that this is where the measurement of the air escaping comes from.
Okay, so they're
And
measuring the speed of these gas molecules, right? Is that what you said?
from what I remember, I haven't looked at it in a while. If I remember, yeah, that is one of the ways in which this was measured was comparing like comparing basically measuring the amount of energy that the cosmic rays come from space that interact with the amount of particles they interact with, and then the amount of particles that are given enough energy to leave. So I don't know how big that measurement was, but I'm assuming that they measured some expanse of the sky and then extended it out appropriately to give you
So
like
they're
the
just
full
measuring how much.
range.
So they're just measuring how much gas, how much energy comes into the Earth.
No, from what I remember, this is one method. I'm not sure if this is the only one, but they were measuring the amount of cosmic rays and solar energy, how much of the gases in the ionosphere are given enough energy from those, such that they actually are given a velocity that is greater than escape velocity. In which case, they're not coming back.
Yeah, but okay, that doesn't. Okay, if you give a gas molecule enough energy for it to reach escape velocity and it doesn't have a clear path, it's not going to escape. It's going to bounce off another gas particle and shoot back down, right?
That's correct, man. And how many of those gas particles do you think do not have a clear path?
A
Who
lot.
knows?
A
I
lot.
don't know. How do you know? How would you even
Nearly
know that?
none.
Many
Nearly
lot.
none.
A lot.
Nearly none. There's a
How
lot of
would
free
you
space up
know?
there.
How would you know that?
Because
So so
the
very.
density of the air up there is incredibly, like, I forgot what I saw, but it was like it takes so many miles for most of those particles to interact, to ever even possibly interact with another one. Not that that's how far they're spaced apart, but that's how far each one would need to travel before they hit another particle. So I can't remember what the density is, but it's extremely small.
Okay, so their measurement stock. This measurement is not even a measurement of how much gas is leaving. It's the measurement of how much energy comes into the system via cosmic rays, right?
No.
Yeah, and then it's a probability
No.
argument for how often they crash into each other. It's
Right.
a whole big, long, complicated thing, and I don't know. I think over a long period of time that they have hypothetical amounts of air pressure in Earth, some odd million years ago. I'm not sure if that's how cast in stone those numbers are.
That's reliable.
But that's
So
wonderful.
magical.
I think that was a really good place for you to interject. So go ahead, interject. Tell me what I was going to say.
So this
Why are you
measurement
crying?
sounds.
What's the matter with you?
This measurement sounds like they're not even measuring how much it leaves. They're just measuring how much energy comes in, and then hypothetically, maybe how much gas might leave if it didn't bounce off another molecule. Right? Is that what's happening?
Well, they could add.
I told you one measurement. There's probably multiple.
I was just saying they could add to that some knowledge of what gas pressures were available on Earth some odd years ago, based upon all of that stuff you don't believe in, like radiometric dating and stuff. But if they came up with a theoretical that the atmosphere was 15 psi 10 million years ago, then they could say, well, we've lost 10 million psi, or sorry, we've lost 1 psi over this time frame. Therefore, we're losing this much over time, and that is in correlation with what we're seeing statistically with our model.
But that still doesn't tell you, because even if they knew what the air pressure was 5 million years ago, say it was 15, right?
Yeah.
And then you could calculate how much gas theoretically may have left, but you're still left with other variables like volcanoes going off, landslides exposing natural gas pockets in the earth, comets and all kinds of shit could land, right? Like there's tons of shit that could happen.
Wait, Jeremy, you believe in comets?
This is in the globe model, right? And I believe that some things fall and hit Earth.
Right, but now they would include all, to the best of their knowledge, those numbers and come up with an answer. It's not going to be a perfect answer. It's the best answer they've got right now.
It sounds like a guess. It sounds like a guess at best.
It's a guesstimate.
Yeah,
Guesstimate.
what's wrong with guesstimates?
It's close. It's a guess. Yeah,
I don't know. It's a guess. I mean, it doesn't sound like
Jeremy,
really great science or anything.
It's not.
What if you had a jar of jelly, right?
Bro, what if your mom and dad never met? You want to play the what if game?
No. Just hear me out, right?
Okay, I got a jar of jelly. Now what?
You're incorrect, Jeremy. You're incorrect.
When I give you an equation, right, to figure out how many jelly beans are in there, right?
Oh, a jar
And
of jelly beans?
Yeah.
Well, your mic's going low a little bit. We got a jar of jelly beans. Okay.
Turn your mic down a little bit lower, Smooth. We can still hear you.
Oh, great. More interruption.
I give you an equation to figure out how many jelly beans are in there, right? And I don't explain to you how this equation works. But let's say you use the equation and you figure out exactly how many jelly beans are there. Plus or minus 5, right? Would you say that I have a pretty good understanding on how to predict how many jelly beans are in that jar?
Yeah, if somebody put the jelly beans in the jar and then the jar never got opened or closed ever again and there was no other variables in the amount of jelly beans, yes, you'd have a good example. However, in this example that you're trying to make an analogy with, you could have a little kid reach in and eat half the jelly, or you could have somebody dump more jelly beans in. Like, it's not like the
No,
lid's
I'm
on and
not
that's
saying
it.
you can't.
You
I'm
can
not saying you
physically
can't.
count the jelly beans, sir. Are you saying? Are you talking about the particles in space being lost, equating that to jelly bean?
No. I was going to explain to you why.
I do like the glass jar as the container, though. Nice.
Me
Jeremy,
too.
the
Yeah,
reason I
it's
bring
it's
this
my
up
favorite
is
part.
because
We've already
yes,
done this. We've already
science,
counted all the jelly beans.
so science has a lot of guesses, right? But what we use is equations that get us very accurate answers, and that helps us promote the idea that we know what's happening.
I'll take this one. The jelly bean equation is because they could count all the jelly beans in a jar at a certain volume and write an equation for it. Are you saying they're doing that with the particles in space, sir?
No.
What's your point then? Because that was the topic, I think.
I think you're capable of understanding my point, to be honest.
Right.
We have an
Just add
equation.
on with your point.
We have an equation. We can do some math. How many jelly beans are in a jar? Okay, now what? Then what?
Jeremy, you're. It's not about the jelly bean jar. It's about saying that if I gave you an equation to figure out how many jelly beans are in there, and you used it, and you got close to the right answer, you would say, "Oh
Okay,
gosh,
now
Smooth,
what?
you have a really good idea." I'm trying to tell you. You would say, "Oh gosh, Smooth, you have a really good idea of how to find this value without ever touching it." I'm trying to tell you that just because we're making a guess, right, doesn't discredit anything. Just because we're saying it's an estimate doesn't discredit it, because we're able to use the math and estimate to make real world applications. That was the whole point. It's not about the jelly beans
Okay,
themselves.
is this real world? Is this jelly bean thing supposed to be analogous to the amount of gas molecules in the air, or what?
No, it's.
Why are we talking about jelly beans? I don't understand.
That's right. You should probably listen a little bit longer. Maybe you'll get it.
Yeah.
His mic's cutting in and out. He's very hard to hear. I'm trying to figure out why we're talking about jelly beans.
We're not talking about jelly beans, Jeremy. That's the thing. The jelly beans were just
We
an
just were.
illustration
Okay,
point.
what are we talking about? What are we talking about?
He was answering you, wasn't he? And then you interrupted with something else inane.
Talking about
Right.
Smooth.
Just let Jeremy answer. He'll answer his own question.
Moyak, stop interrupting. Smooth, what are we talking about then? We're not talking about jelly beans. What is it?
We're talking about philosophy right now, Jeremy. And I'm using jelly beans to illustrate my point. And I'm telling you that if I were to give you an equation, and it could be anything, jelly beans or whatever, jelly beans were just the example that came to my mind. I said, here's an equation, Jeremy, so you can go win a prize. Use this equation. You don't ever have to touch the jelly beans, know where the jelly beans came from, or know how they got in the jar. But I can tell you roughly how many jelly beans are going to be in there within a certain percentage. And then you can go ahead and perform my equation. They'll count the jelly beans, and you'll win the prize. But you made a guess.
All right, cool.
All I'm trying to tell you why I'm talking about this. So you would come to me and say, Smooth, wow, you really understand how to figure out how many jelly beans are in there. I'd be like, yeah, Jeremy, I do. Even though you made a guess, right, using a method you didn't understand, you were right. And I'm saying that's a lot of what we do in science, is that we may not understand every aspect. You guys are perfect at showing us that. We don't understand everything. Some things are a guess or an approximation. I'm fine with yielding to that theory. But what I'm saying is that using our guesses and our approximation, we're able to use it and apply it to real world applications with successful results. Just like you finding out how many jelly beans are in the jar. So just because something's a guess or an estimate does not discredit its usefulness or its accuracy.
Should be the same.
Yeah, I don't know.
Photographers do the same.
Can we have an analogy? Hold on, Matrix. Can we have an analogy of what this is for in science?
Sure, Jeremy.
Because we were just talking about gas molecules, and I feel like this isn't analogous to that. So I'm just wondering where this is coming from.
Right.
It's very important point. I think it's coming from logic, right? I think it's coming from a place that you can't 100% determine what something is. What he's trying to talk about is some sort of informed guesstimate, right? And it's the best that they could do, which is reasonable. That's exactly what we're attempting to do, quote unquote, the flat earthers, right? We're not professionals. We're just going out there, experiencing, taking photos, and doing the best we can do. But somehow, when we do it, it's something to be ridiculed. It's something to make fun of. But when they do it, there's some sort of authority, so it has to be respected. This is the balance that I don't understand.
Okay, what is that
I
analogous
would
to? What was that analogous to? I don't understand what either of your shit was analogous to.
Right.
They can't do
Jeremy,
division, so
right.
don't respect them. Moyak and them can't even do division or subtraction. They can't give you a 20-foot section of a globe
So,
or
Jeremy, the
radius or
reason
circumference, a 20-foot section of a stencil. Then they can't do math. So quit trusting them. Point.
Okay. Thanks for that. That was wonderful.
That was all
talk, Rob.
helpful.
Good
Everything everyone just
Stencil
added.
in like 10 years, buddy. I've been asking you. So thanks for never being able to produce one or do subtraction.
That
You
was
can do all the
super helpful, guys.
calculations for air and wind. Yeah, it's super helpful.
Jeremy,
You're
I'm
saying,
trying.
Jeremy,
I'm trying to tell you
That's so
why.
great.
I know,
matches
I know.
the Earth curve is what we're talking about. That's what we need. Hello.
Why is Denmark not being modded right now? I'm just
He's a
curious.
glober.
I'm trying to understand the fairness in this.
Because he's wrecking Globers. That's why D-Mock's not muted. He's wrecking Globers.
He was talking. I mean, I can't mute
Did
him
he
for just
interrupt
talking.
the conversation between you and I?
Everyone does that, though.
So next time I do it, I won't be muted. Got it. Jeremy,
I mean,
the
Zanuck does it. Matrix just did it. Everyone. This is an open platform. If you want to jump down another room or something, I'll talk to you one-on-one.
Let's do it.
Yeah,
I'll
Demo
jump down
just
another room.
derails
Yeah,
into
let's
Never
do it.
Neverland with silly, inane questions.
Let's go, Jeremy. Bring it on.
All right, Jeremy, I'll meet you down in Livestream too, okay?
All right, hold on. Is there another mod in here, though?
Yeah, I'm here.
Who's that?
Dave.
Oh, you're a
New
mod here?
perspective. Yeah.
All right.
I'll ask the obvious
Jesus
question.
Christ,
Dave,
dude.
who?
Every day, I honestly, I feel like Gio's gonna fire Jeremy, dude. He's fucking.
Why?
You don't even know who the other mods are.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Fuck.
I don't
So
need
your
to
mod
know
here is like,
things.
yeah, I've been here the whole time you've been here, dude. Every day.
The turnover rate is high.
Jeremy, you need a raise, buddy. Make him give you a raise. Before
Actually, with
you
Jeremy, what you've been doing with the whole turn-based thing, the queue, that's what I try to implement that in gems, you know. Although the way you do it is lousy. It works.
Yeah, I know.
But I think it's a good move.
It's tough.
Yeah.
I mean,
You might not
everyone
get
wants
fired
to get
after.
in.
It doesn't work though, really. But like it didn't work for you just a few minutes ago, right? But it is useful.
Well, I mean, if people pay attention and they have some social awareness of the conversation at work. It doesn't work when people aren't even listening. They just blur shit out. Yeah.
Yeah, or if they have no disregard. Like Rikia used a word that I use a lot in regards to certain people, and it's incorrigible. There's some people who are entirely incorrigible, and I don't think there's any amount of warnings or any of that kind of stuff that like you can tell them whose turn it is, and it doesn't matter. So, you know.
No, there's definitely an amount of warnings.
Yeah, you would think so, but I'm saying even when you give this to them, they come back and I think it's difficult. I think that they just have a different way of communicating. You know what I mean?
The way Geo has the warning system set up, there definitely is an amount of warnings that will solve the problem. No question.
Do you get a DM if you get a real warning?
I don't know. I get a DM if I give one.
That's stupid. I think they need to kind of change it. I think you should give a DM to the guy who gets it. Or the guy who's giving it. The guy who's giving it already
Do you
knows.
not get it? Do you not get DMs if you guys get? I don't know. I've never gotten.
I don't know. I got told that I got warning or whatever, but I didn't get a DM.
I don't know. You never check your fucking DMs, anyways. I got DMs from 3 years ago. Never responded to.
Yeah, and I always feel bad about that because I'm like, yeah, you're asking for help, And I'm like, oh man, the guy needed help for fucking 5
You're
weeks
no
ago.
help, bro. You're no help.
But it's honestly dumbass questions though. I don't know where the fuck it's coming from. But you said something to me the other day, something about fucking. What'd you say about Redshift or something stupid?
I don't know what it was about.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. It says here, is the universe expanding an equal amount everywhere? Something blah
Yeah, it
blah
was a
blah blah
redshift
blah.
question. Dark energy question. Yeah.
Well, dark energy question isn't answered. So actually, I've been looking into this model, this hypothesis. That's actually interesting because it almost incorporates the ether. Not in so many
Yo,
words though.
you know what?
But
You know what's my bad. Go ahead.
well, no, I'm just saying it's a model. It's a model that also doesn't have it doesn't have the same dark energy everywhere. So there's no real knowledge if dark energy is homogeneous everywhere the same way.
Speaking of ether, there's this thing where they teach rats how to do a maze, and then they build the same exact maze. Rats know how to solve the maze quicker than the first rats did, and because it's like this morphic field or something. It's like the 100th monkey effect they were saying with Rupert Sheldrake, I think. What do you know about that?
They're
So
waiting for
are
you down
these
there.
rats had never done it? Sorry, go ahead to the other person.
They're waiting for you in the other channel, Jeremy.
Oh, are
They
they?
went
All right,
down
I'll be
there.
down there.
Yeah.
Dave, you got this? You got this, Dave?
Yep, I'm here.
All right. Keep Kosho under control. He's a menace to society.
Fuck, I'm going down there, dude. Who's
I
New
don't
League?
still know why it's so hard to math to divide 24,901 into a 20-foot section. I mean, Siri can do that, right? I mean, she's done it a million times for me and everybody else. Where's the material? Why do we keep talking about calculated goofiness and not a fucking solid material that's the Earth's curve? Why? Curve, they got the calculation. Tell them to AutoCAD that shit and 3D print it. What are we waiting on? So Pythagoras' cane wasn't shaped like that, the curve of the Earth. You know what I mean? Costhenes and all of them, like they had an arc cane. Theory, how do you divide a mile into 10-foot or 20-foot sections? Let's go with 20 foot. Siri, how do you divide 24,901? All the Glovers went down to the other channel, guys. All the ones that don't know how to divide went down to the other channel. How can you be so great at math, but you're afraid of math? That's weird. Xanix talking about 0.04, 0.4, 0.6, but he can't divide. That's just crazy. Nowhere in an airplane where you could be 20 foot, 33 feet off the ground and go forward on this supposed ball and then experience their sea level as you're up from yours. That's kind of odd. Really odd.
So what? Gym Panda version 2 downstairs?
Probably. Who knows? A lot of over talking, I'm sure.
Did you guys pay attention what happened earlier with the whole Zanuck and data?
Yeah, what about it? Which portion?
I mean, everything. Everything was it was pretty telling if you guys paid attention.
Yeah, well, there was the claim on the table about the surfer and the alleged Black Swan video. Still haven't been provided the evidence that that surfer is from the same video that the Black Swan image was taken from, which I did review, and there's no surfer in that video. So good luck with that, Zanuck. So his whole point on that was completely moot and has absolutely nothing to do with the argument he was trying to make. So.
Also, when data tried to give him the maths, which he asked for the convergence of how we see photos and how they present it orthographically, he wanted nothing to do with it. He didn't even acknowledge the point. He just completely talked about something else because ultimately they know that they don't have a response for it.
Yeah, of course not.
Is nobody talking, or is my mic messed up, or is my thing messed up?
No, there's like a bunch of people that just went down to the second server to argue something out and kind of left this room empty a little bit with no topic that was on the table, unless you want to bring something up.
Oh no, it's same old with these people. It's all right. I mean, we can talk about what's going on in chat, all the nonsense. My question was, when did they said 15th century, but when did that definition that was pointed out earlier in text chat, that the curvature of the Earth is level, that level equals the curve of the Earth? When did that definition get, entered into any dictionary? Now, that's the question. Anyone can answer that?
Probably sometime after this whole discussion started. They had to do it because it was obvious. If
Probably
not,
around 2015, yeah.
yeah, 15, 16, or 17-ish, around there.
Yeah, because I showed, I mean, it's a simple Wikipedia search, right? And they show you, the definitions of it, but they have a specific one that they like to, screenshot, and it has that ridiculous thing. And then they're like, oh, yeah, I don't know if you guys are reading the text, but they're like, oh, okay, yeah, I guess they're changing the definitions or whatever. Or they don't agree with you. I don't know, something stupid, but.
I wonder if it applies to any other shape. Like, hypothetically, would it apply to a rectangle where the lines follow the same logic? How about if it was a triangle? Would it follow the same logic?
Yeah. I don't know. These guys are beyond repair at this point, some of them.
What is the logic for level being curved? In the definition they wrote, I haven't even looked that up.
Well, what's his name posted it? Let me see. I could try to find it. Doofus, which is a perfect name for him too, because he's such a doofus.
Absolutely. It's absolutely perfect. I don't know if he understands the irony of that name, but it's absolutely perfect.
Like I don't know if he knows what that truly means, but I don't. Yeah, let me see here. Where did he put it at? Where is it at? Okay, so I'll just go search for it. 152 was when you started talking about it. 52. Hey, where'd he go? Oh, here it is. Hey, what the hell? No, that's not it. There it is. Oh no, I'm sorry. Dane was the one that posted it. It says having no part higher than another, conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface. That is retarded at this point. But I want to know, when did that entry get put in?
It does seem like, I mean, they didn't bring that out in the early days of these arguments. I don't remember that, at least. So I don't know. That'd be interesting to find out.
And I mean, if you just go look at an old dictionary, nowhere does it say in any of it, whether it be the noun or the verb or the adjective, nowhere is there any words talking about curvature of anything. It's level. You don't talk about curve when there's level. Go look at any old dictionary, and then I say, when was that put in? And then they say the 15th century. That's when they that's when they made changes to the word level, but that's the changes back then. That's what we can see on Wikipedia. Those are the changes that have been made. Any changes that would have been made would have been represented in that Wikipedia post. But I want to know why that one entry about curvature, why isn't that in Wikipedia? Why isn't that in all the dictionaries? Why is it only in their cherry picked, dictionary? I'm pretty sure eventually dictionaries are going to say, males can have babies eventually, because that's just the way the world is right now. We live in a stupid world with a lot of stupid people, and they're literally changing definitions just to conform to what's going on in today's events, in today's times. Anyways, I'll shut up.
No, it seems you're right. That totally does seem to be the case. There's things that have been reactive to this discussion. It seems they've changed as well, for sure.
Yeah, they're going to continue to do so too. I can see it even getting worse, to be honest, before it gets better. That's for sure. And then people like the ones in the chat who are even bringing this up, Dane and Doofus and Alita and ballers alike, like for them to even like share that, like look at it says it right here. It's like how dumb are you? Like really? Like I feel like like damn, dumb really got a hold of you. But it's right. It is what it is.
I think to them, I think they would rather be dumb for authority than to be dumb for not authority, if that makes any sense. Because at least authority has some sort of backing to it, which is his own authority, right? It's like a circle.
Yeah.
But they would much rather say, "Hey, man, I'm a fool," but I'm a fool with a lot of people that are fools, right? It's kind of like an ego thing.
Yeah, like they would rather err on the side of the majority, even though they're wrong. They'd rather be with the majority. It's weird, but that's just our reality, I guess, because that's the way a lot of different subjects, not just this debate about the shape. There's other things too that people like 9/11. A lot of people, once the 9/11 report came out, a lot of people were like, "Oh yeah, it's the physics, man. Even the engineers, man. They said it in the report. They knew it. They said that the floor's pancaked, and these people know nothing about anything other than what they're repeating of what the squawk box told them. Whatever the newscaster told them, they didn't even bother to go read the 9/11 report. They just, whatever the news reporter said about the report, that's what they were parroting. And then no way, man, it's not an inside job. And they were stuck on that and that thought. Retarded, bro. Like, these are the people that we have to live amongst, and like, these people get to vote and make changes in laws, and they're just stupid. I don't know, man.
I think that's what God said when He said like the meek shall inherit the earth. I think that's what they meant, that these people they're the majority, right? These people that all they need is one tweet, one announcement, something that they some authority comes up with for them to deem it as true. They don't really look into it.
Oh yeah. I guarantee you, they will believe what Beyonce tweets before what a real doctor has said on the sidelines and lost their job for it. But they're going to believe what Beyonce says, for sure.
We saw what you're saying. We saw that 2 years ago when doctors kept coming out and say, "Hey man, there's some funny shit going on with this V," and then they ridiculed them, and a lot of them lost their license. I don't know if you're aware. There was like a committee of doctors that came forward, and they all lost their licenses. Everybody came after them. You already know how that goes down, right? And then celebrities came and said, "No, take the V." They even started making rap songs. Juvenile, I don't know if you guys remember Juvenile.
Yeah, I remember that.
He made a fucking rap about it, right?
Yeah, I remember that. Stupid, but I remember it. It was dumb, but I remember it. And the stuff they spew in text chat is just completely I'm just going to type it. Absolutely false. That's it. I'll just leave it at that. So the things they say it's so weird because we just have to take it as, like, this is what they wholeheartedly believe, I guess. And I don't know. I just feel bad for the people that are here new. And then they kind of broke free for the programming, from the brainwashing. But then they have all the ballers. No. These flippers, the ridicule and mocking and belittling and the ostracizing begins. And then it might deter some of them. Like, I don't want to be a part of this. I don't want to really be called a stupid idiot or, a dummy because I'm actually believing what my eyes see. It's crazy.
I'm almost fully convinced that that's entirely the point of the ridicule. Just to deter the person that is unconvinced to not go along with what we're saying.
Yeah, and only the strong-minded will stay on the side of, no, you guys are liars, or no, I can't say that. You guys are spreading lies, because they're lies, and you're saying them, so it's spreading lies.
It's more so you guys speak with such conviction on topics you know very little about.
Such as?
We could say the same thing to you guys.
Immediate assholery.
But then we provide
first sentence. The very first sentence out of his pathetic mouth was a put down towards another human, another man.
And that was the point.
Pathetic.
to say that
you don't know your feelings, Rakia.
No, I love it, man. You think I have you don't know me very well. I just point out the pathetic nature of you and people just like you.
And to say that we don't understand it, that's why we don't get it. Let me remind you, we all believed it, and we all took the schooling, and we all were indoctrinated the same. The only difference is when it got to the higher levels of it, where the holes are at, that's where we're at. We're just poking the hole. Hey, look, we're pointing it out. This ain't making sense. This ain't making sense. This don't make sense either. But you guys go, no, it makes sense. Well, of course you're going to say that because you're stuck in it. It makes sense to the model. I get that. I will never discredit that. You're right. It makes sense in the model, but it doesn't make sense in reality. And that's the argument. Reality versus the model. That's what it is.
The 2 points. Number one, it models reality, so that's just a silly statement.
But it
Number
doesn't.
two,
No, it doesn't. No, that's the point. That's the argument.
you went through school and then you dropped out, so you missed the important parts of.
Yeah, I dropped out in third grade. Yeah, yeah. Because by then you're a full-on baller by third grade, because you probably a baller since your birth, because your mobile above you in your crib probably had planets circling around the light in the middle of it, right? I mean, come on, man, get real.
You can
were
play the
brainwashed.
dude,
You just can't admit it.
Yeah,
Go
just
on.
play the Nidhogg role of Pocket Fun and just be like, well, just because you can't understand why it doesn't, your model doesn't equate to reality.
Right.
Just
It's just
because
a
you can't
character.
understand, just because you dropped out of school and you can't understand that your model doesn't equate to reality, doesn't mean that it's not true.
Yeah.
Aren't there a few billionaires that dropped out of school? Are most inventors and billionaires?
Yeah. They were done with the education because it was slowing them down.
Think of how educated you have to be to come into a Discord like 30 seconds ago or 2 minutes ago and say what that guy said. How
Yeah,
much
then-
education must he have?
and then leave the minute you get muted for being an asshole. So, yeah.
That was bad, bro. His first sentence. It's just characters, bro. Like, y'all are wondering how Doofus got his name. It's so appropriate. Yeah, because he's a character. He's playing a part. He named himself Doofus.
Who does that?
Someone that's playing a part as a doofus. I mean, honestly, Rumpus, right? What does he play a part of? Someone who rumpuses.
Constantly rumpusing. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
You know the funny thing is that they use real science and real things, and then they correlate it to something that is totally against what they're saying, but they believe it to be that. Like when they talk about like that black swan picture that they posted. I'll look at it. It's what time after the hour? He posted it right there. Doofus posted it 29 minutes after the hour. He shows two pictures, and that itself, it debunks it right there. Boom, there you go. Because you can see the water at a certain height at one part of the day because of refraction. See, that's the reality. Yes, refraction's real, guys. Water will block out something in the distance because of this refraction effect, optical effect that happens. But then on another day, you take the same picture and then you can see it. And then they go, oh no, but that's refraction. The refraction is taking place in the above picture because now you're seeing farther than you should over the ball. So it's bringing it up over the ball instead of the opposite. No, you dummy. It's a real world. It's flat, so you can see it, and then refraction kicks in, and then you can't see it. What do they not understand about that? It's stupidity.
I'm going to say this once again, and hopefully everybody will understand. The model for looming is the horizon in front of the target. Andrew Thomas Young does not model the horizon appearing behind the target. Same thing with sinking. The horizon is always in front of the target, never behind.
Yeah, I don't think you can have looming and sinking and all that with the horizon behind it. I don't see how that's possible.
Yeah, the fact that you're seeing a horizon beyond the second platform is the whole freaking point. The whole point.
I like the fact they called that part that jets off to the side that's all kind of warped and all. They keep calling it a crane when it's not a crane. It's a flare tip.
Man,
But for years they've called it a crane.
These guys are something, man. They're really something.
So let me ask you something. If it was a flare tip and it had a lot of heat and gas coming off of it, you think it would be a little wonky in the distance some days?
Well, to be honest with you, I have captured the platforms with the flare tip flaring up and no distortion in the boom. So I've got that.
Yeah. All right. So what about? And I've already claimed this because I think wind direction would play a big part of that. If the wind is, not that much, so all the gas and all that, the heat is going up out of the flare tip, which is what it's designed to do. I think you would get one type of, distortion of that air. But if the wind is blowing in a different direction and blowing all that heat and gas down in front of the viewer or towards the viewer, I think you would get another. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that sounds reasonable.
But my point still remains, you have something that is not just a piece of steel being warped, although that can happen too. I have that in the bridge, right? I'm not saying that you need that gas and heat and all that, but where you could have, just that surrounding at that height being, kind of weird looking, and the other oil rig not looking weird is the other oil rig isn't in operation, and the one with the flare tip is. At least when I researched it, they were. So again, I'll restate it. You got a flare tip of an operating rig. You have generators. If it's an operating rig, it's going to have multiple huge generators. And if the wind is blowing towards the viewer, I would say more or less, this is my claim anyway, then it's going to create a turbulent air in between the viewer and that oil rig. Hey, Travis, why it's quiet? The Lake Pontchartrain Bridge and the power line both have a lot of electrical current running through it, right? Like in and around it. Do you think that affects anything? Or anyone else that wants to answer that?
It optics and distances are always going to be giving you this weird visual effect. Always, that's just a given. But once they start claiming it's because of the shape of this ball that they so heartily still believe in, that's when it becomes an argument and discussion. Even though they're still using an optical illusion to prove what their what their belief is. It's just it's retarded at this point. It's such a waste of time nowadays. You either see it or don't. That's it. You either get it or you don't. It's that easy.
I don't think it's about seeing. I think it's very easy and intuitive for the human being to see. I think it's about accepting. They don't want to accept it because you know the implications that come with it.
Yeah. They keep asking me in chat about engineers and using the term level. I can easily say every job site I've been on, every time my boss says, make sure this is level, never means curved. Ever, ever, ever. If I ever was to measure anything that is off of level and try to tell my boss it's because level is curved, I would get my 2 checks. I would get fired. They would kick me out the job site saying, get out of here, you idiot. You don't even know what level is. That's simple.
And I love how they just throw the burden of proof on the engineers. Oh well, the engineers is using. Yeah, no shit, because they was put in the fucking manual for them to repeat it. That's why they're using it, but it doesn't mean it makes fucking sense.
Yeah, that's why, like I said this many times, that's why on job sites, when anything that the engineers do anyways, it's always off. In the real world, it's always off on the job site. So it's not even a good thing to use. Like, don't get me wrong, engineers, they're more focused on the weight that that can be held by the thing you're building, because that's the most important. That it doesn't collapse on itself. That's the whole point of engineering, quote unquote. You want to
So
build
they
something that
over
can
engineer.
stand. Huh?
They over engineer to protect their engineering status. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. That's so true. Listen, there's so many times where, especially when you're doing we call them retrofits or beef ups. When you're taking, especially in California, there's so many buildings that they're beefing up because you have to make them to a higher standard now because of the earthquakes, and you make them stronger. So it's crazy how over engineered they make things just to make them like they'll add a kicker in a place where you're like, isn't this kicker enough? No, add another kicker just to make it stronger. But it's like, wow, that's like, I think that's a waste of money. But okay, I mean, again, they're overdoing it, just like you said. They over.
I have a 1:00 meeting tomorrow on a 9,000 square foot house that the engineer has made so many mistakes and flaws in, like blatant flaws, that I don't know if they're going to fire him off the project, but we're meeting out there tomorrow to go over a long list of things that I've caught. Like, it's crazy. The most I've ever seen.
Yeah, and that happens. I've seen that happen too on job sites where the engineers will get fired because they're just fucking up, to for lack of better terms.
I don't know if he doesn't have any real world experience.
Is it so bad, Rakia, what you're talking about, that you think an aluminum plane could just pass through it like nothing? Is it that bad?
Yeah, no, even this building would stop that plane, stop an aluminum plane. So it is bad enough to where, like, my real world experience overcame his engineering degrees, right? Like, it's easy for me to see them and point them out and know that they're wrong, and have to have a meeting about it, even though I'm not an engineer.
Yeah,
That's how bad it is.
damn.
But with the plane and building thing, the way it was explained to me is put a plane hanging off a string of the same weight, size, caliber, make, and then run a building into it at 500 miles an hour made out of that steel and see what happens. It's the same difference, right? And what would happen to that plane? It would just get crumpled. So it is tough to me. I know. I know 100%. I wouldn't even put a 1% doubt that a plane could not destroy buildings like that, especially when you add in the time, like only an hour apart, and just things like that, and falling symmetrically, basically in the free fall speed or near free fall, even near, like double the time, right? It doesn't matter. When you factor in all of that, I'm 110% sure that it didn't fall the way they said it did. Like, no doubt, 100%, no way, no how.
Yeah. Even people who aren't in construction or aren't engineers can see in the video itself the plumes of smoke 15 to 20 stories below shooting out, and the floor hasn't even collapsed on that part yet. Clearly there was multiple explosions going off, like a demolition, like a controlled demolition. It's clear, it's self-evident, just watch the video. But they turn blind eyes to a lot of things, that's for sure, especially when it goes against their narrative or their belief.
Did you guys hear the theory that Trump did 9/11?
What? No.
Yeah, it's kind of a joke, right? But like it's also like kind of serious. Like there's apparently a video of him like giving an interview like right after the 9/11 attacks. I think it was like even the day of, or like a couple hours after. Like some news station had Trump on, and he was like all basically his whole response to the thing was like, yeah, he's all talking about his building being like the tallest now. He's like, yeah, well, the World Trade Centers were the tallest buildings, but now mine is the tallest. Like that's like his whole like response to the thing.
Oh wow. That might have just been his ego.
It was probably just a joke. Literally, like people take things too serious.
Right. It's just baffles me of what these people in these Discord servers truly believe in their heart of hearts, and in the core of it all, that they can't break from it. It's weird. No hope at this point. Just no hope for some of them.
Actually, I don't really think it's weird. I just think it's like human behavior. I think they've already categorized every part of our defects, and they already know how to fuck with us. They know how to control how we think, how we act. I mean, they already have these things somewhere written down. That, you know what I'm saying? We're
Well,
the
they
ones that have to catch up with them now.
they definitely have changed the argument from, like, a while ago, years ago. They've changed the discussions, the arguments, the answers, the replies, the rebuttals. It's almost like, like they sharpen their tools, and like they could come at it a little bit different, and still it doesn't, you know, still doesn't make it true. No matter how much you sharpen up a lie, or sharpen up your argument that is based on, a lie or a falsehood, still doesn't make it true. No matter what you do or say, or how sharp you get in your discussion, it's still a lie. It's still a falsehood.
That's because more than likely they didn't plan on a whole bunch of people just genuinely being curious about it and putting their input. Because a guy like Copernicus or fucking Aristotle or every other Greek fucking genius, right? It's one thing to be in your fucking cave, fucking with wires and learning about shit, but when you have a community of motherfuckers that all love the same shit, bro, it would never be the same. One guy could come up with a theory, but 20 heads, bro, we could definitely come up with answers. They didn't count on that.
Yeah, it's interesting too to think that when people, especially now that there's more people that are questioning, the narrative, it's interesting that the more and more people that are coming together to do so, it seems like they're relying on the, oh, you're a small percentage that believes that, when it's like, no, it's not a small percentage anymore. It's a lot of people that are starting to question it, and they they see the nonsense.
Well, the problem is there's also people that will do dishonest things and will never admit that they were wrong when they put forth something, right? So take, for instance, today, Zanuck tries to talk about this surfer in front of the oil rigs, claiming that it is from the same video that the Black Swan image that's passed around, the common one that we know about, that it's from the exact same video, and that it's 1 foot observer height, allegedly. And we kind of called him out on that, figured out it's not from the same video. I'm pretty sure he knows it's not from the same video. He's still going back through now and reviewing, and now he's just posting a bunch of other random stuff to try to detract away from the fact that he basically got called out on blatantly lying, or at least putting forth incorrect information and then not retracting it once he's called out on it about this surfer and the oil rigs, and the height of the observer has to be higher, and there's no way that the oil rigs could be above the surfer's head, and all this, go into the minutia of the details and start spitting out numbers and values and angles and equations and this and that, and try to get everybody bogged down in the details and hope that they don't realize that what he's putting forth overall as a whole is completely deceptive. And if the Earth is a globe, everything works out in your favor. We all know it's a globe. Everybody knows it's a globe. You've got all the science, or in your back pocket, and you don't have to worry about anything. Why do you need to put forth? Why does anybody have to put forth dishonest information to try to counteract things that people from the flat Earth side are putting forth? Like, why do you have to be deceptive about it?
Yeah, matter of fact, that reminds me of something I just saw today. I want to say she's like a spokesperson of the UN or a representative of some fashion. Maybe it's not even the UN, but I think it is the UN. But they're talking about how she literally says, we own the science, so we need to protect it. And she's talking about climate change. And she's talking about how she has to, or they have to, collectively, everybody, they have to control the narrative. And she was saying how she partnered up with companies, especially Google, to make sure that every time you search for climate change, you're not going to get anything that goes against it, because they, and I quote, she says, we own the science. This is the mentalities that we're dealing with in this world. People that think that they can blatantly say that and get away with it, and they can control the narratives. That's why when you search for flat earth in YouTube, it gives you Professor Dave and every other video saying how flat earth can be debunked. And every, for the first 3 pages of videos, that's all you see is debunk, flat earth debunk.
I
Debunk
find
isn't,
it I
or
find it funny the terminology that they use as well, right? They want to promote authoritative content, right? That's the term that they used. Well, what else is authoritative? Wouldn't that be dictatorships and authoritative governments? Typically the ones that throughout history we like to look back on and try not to repeat the mistakes of what authoritative or authoritarianism has done in the past when it comes to government, but instead we're now looking at our current society and observing the language that they're using and not even batting an eye when they say, we want to promote authoritative content. And the average person thinks that that's an acceptable way to go about putting forth information, that only authoritative information can be garnered by the average human being.
yeah, that
Yeah,
that is
sickening.
that is close to, by definition, a dictatorship. When only they, I mean, they're only a couple steps away from like a North Korea type environment, like where they control the internet entirely, and whatever they say is what it is. And if you question it, you can get in trouble. It seems like it's just we're so close to that becoming a reality, and especially since UN is now have been given the power that they've been given from all the countries that are part of NATO.
Yeah, well, I feel like we're already there. We have this illusion of freedom, right? We have this illusion of freedom even when we come onto platforms like this, as if we can freely express the information without certain entities being around to try to misdirect and steer the conversation, right? We have the illusion of freedom.
Correct. Absolutely. And then you have certain characters that come in here that, why do you think we call them shills? Why do you think we call them paid agents and stuff like that? Because who else is going to come in here and do that or be like that other than people trying to control narrative? It seems, I don't know, it's just weird.
In America, are you able to get cash, go to your friend's bank branch and deposit some cash in their account?
I think you still have the ability to do it as long as it's a deposit, for sure.
Wow. In New Zealand yesterday, I was shocked. I went to deposit some money into a friend's account and they said, not allowed to do that anymore.
Yeah, you can't. Actually, let me correct that. What you just said, I think that was
it more than $10,000?
Yeah, yeah.
No.
I was gonna say.
I was depositing $600 into my friend's account, and they said I have to put it in my bank and let my bank transfer it to their bank. I can't deposit cash into their account.
Actually, I think there is truth to that, because I think that is the way. At least with Bank of America, I have a friend that that was a known thing. You could just go, as
It
long as
could
you have the
be.
account number, you could just put it in. But for
Yeah,
some
so
reason, they
it
told him they
might
can't.
be It might be the value amount, right? Things changed in the United States where any transaction over, I want to say $300, you might have to file a 1099 if it's for specific services or for services in general. So there may be
Yeah,
stipulations here in the United States as well. So something like $600 might be over the threshold that would trigger a 1099
yeah,
that
but
needs to be filed.
before remember before the 1099 didn't kick into anything over $9,999. You can do it. It wasn't a problem before. You were able to, but it has
Well,
changed.
even then, it was like it didn't even. I don't even think you had to have a 1099 per se. You just had to fill out,
The form.
documentation. Not even a 1099. But then they switched to having to 1099 like any type of income that you receive that's over a specified dollar amount. So
Yeah, I think last year that's when they came out with the anything over $600 they want to start monitoring or having to report. Anything over 600, I think now you have to report. I think that's what came out last year or earlier this year, maybe. I don't remember correctly, but it has changed. Things are changing, and the more the more that this economy spirals out, it might even get worse. We'll see where it all ends up eventually, and probably shortly, to be honest. Especially with everything they're trying to get over everything over to digital currency. And I don't know if you guys have been paying attention to the news for the real system financial systems, but they're spiraling out too. It's like this inevitable collapse in all economies across the continents. It seems like there's this inevitable collapse that's like headed that way. Like if you want to talk about projections and statistics, like it's inevitable that's bound to happen shortly. Like not like in 2 years. They're talking about that like probably by the end of this year, early next quarter. And that's weird. That's like, man, how are we not doing anything about it? We're just all here just arguing about flat earth on Discord.
Now you get why flat Earth is here, don't you?
To distract us, to keep us away from the really.
Absolutely. Because here's the truth. The reality is that your empirical reality is as a stationary plane, but beyond your senses, you can't prove jack fucking squat. So if you want to sit and debate proving beyond your senses, that's what this is about. Trying to get somebody to prove beyond their senses. And how you argue that? You argue that with sophistry and philosophy.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like when the ballers have to start at least admitting we're not arguing science at this point. We're arguing philosophies. What you think this world is,
Exactly. Yep.
not what it
And
scientifically is.
and correct me if I'm wrong, but my research says that after World War II, in California, 1945, literally right after World War II, guess what was formed? The United Nations in California, United States.
Yeah. Man.
Guess what? Guess what cryptocurrency they want the banks to use? Guess where it was created? California. It's called XRP.
Yeah, XRP, are they the ones that hit that big lawsuit? They were kind of in trouble.
So XRP right now it has over 300 banks. Japan will be fully using XRP by 2025. They basically the debt situation is going to cause a liquidity crisis, and they won't have any way to transfer this money. I guess between banks for whatever reason. So they need streaming money, and the idea behind the streaming money is they can instantly take tax from it. So they can instantly deduct carbon, instantly deduct every single purchase you've made. So that's what they want. So there's not going to be a filing of your tax return every year because you'll all automatically be deducted, and it'll be used through the ODL ledger through XRP. That's what they want.
Yeah. Hey, by any chance, have any of you watched that show It's like 5 or 6 seasons in. It's called The Handmaid's Tale. Has anybody ever seen that show?
I've seen it, but I don't watch it.
Okay, so it's interesting because it's in this dystopian future, and one day she gets her paycheck and she goes to cash it, and then like the bankers or they're like, sorry, it's declined. Or she's at a store, they're like, sorry, it's declined. She's like, that's crazy. I just put in my check today. And then they go to work and they're like, sorry, you're fired. And they're like, what? Like they just can't work. And then their money was just stripped from them, just taken. And there was nothing they can do. And then it shows them like protesting and arguing against the establishment, but you know the way that
The
goes.
only,
Like,
yeah, they already discussed that. The only option is theft. You have to steal another phone, and you have to like they give you ways to do it. But at the end of the day, if you're pushed to that, you're literally pushed to be a criminal, right? But here's the problem: through facial recognition and all the surveillance, it's going to be really hard to be that kind of thief.
yeah,
So they claim
Here we
that.
come. We're gonna have to live under the sewers and eat rats and
No,
shit.
it fails, right? It fails in the end, and no system can sustain a large like. The thing I'm confused with is the psychology of the Asian. It's really interesting how there is different authority type behavioral patterns different races display. Subversity, or what do you call it? Submissive, if you will.
Mhm.
So the submissive quality has to be coerced out of a certain character, rather as imposing to some cultures are already generally submissive.
Did you guys see that report that that China put their own police departments in Canada and United States to monitor the Chinese people?
I didn't hear the states, but I heard Canada for sure to monitor the nationals,
Is
the Chinese
Canada
nationals that come through.
and United States. I'm not sure what states in the United States, but it was in Canada and in the United States that China has established their own police to police their own people in the country. I was like, what? What's going
So
on?
would that go the opposite way? We can send U.S. into China so that they could have constitutional rights.
Yeah, that's not going to happen, but I hear you. It should be that way.
What's even crazier? Apparently, they're going to be shining the Iranian flag hologram or whatever you call that projection on some landmark here in Canada. And Iran, see the conundrum here in Canada is they're all for LGBTQ rights, but yet they deal with regimes that aren't, like Ukraine and Iran. So it's really
Yeah.
interesting to watch this unfold politically. And I'm telling you, man, I've never been so fascinated into. I think my next bag is like researching political sciences and shit, because the way they have to engineer this, it's just mind blowing, dude. What they're doing. Did I just cut it, or did it just kill it?
Talking after you said
You be killing it, bruh.
No, I mean like that made the air dead. It killed the air, killed the conversation.
Well, what's
Well,
interesting,
I'll
I was
say
going to
this.
add to, but the thing about the Handmaid's Tale is that they made a value to any woman that could get pregnant, and that's it's an epidemic of women not being able to get pregnant in the near future. And it seems like we might have created that situation directly with this last 3 years with a lot of these women that volunteered for the program, either having early onset menopause. My ex-girlfriend is suffering from that, or is now inflicted with that because she has a kid and she had to get the thing. So now she's like already in menopause, in her early 40s. And other than that, they also have the opposite happen, where they're just like complete menstrual cycle wackiness and a lot of sterilization happened with this last 3 years, it seems. So it seems like they are kind of trying to get to that spot where they could, like, have just the women that they are using as a commodity to be able to have babies. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's a crazy total like predictive programming issue going on with these shows nowadays. It's crazy.
Total dystopia.
Yeah.
Sometimes I think they try to make out like the worst case scenario, so that then when it's not as bad as what that predictive programming shows you, then you're like, oh well, at least it wasn't Handmaid's Tale.
Right.
But it's almost as bad in a lot of ways, right? Or it's getting there.
Oh yeah, that's for sure.
What's bad is that's where they want it to go. That's what's bad about it.
Those are the disclaimers. You can't say they didn't tell you, right? Just because it's funny or it's entertaining doesn't mean it isn't true. Now, it's on the naive person to think that just because they put it on the show that it isn't true, right? That's what is what you think. They've already given you full disclosure.
Yeah, that reminds me of like.
But in all fairness, aren't we psychologically prone to be? This is what we want to see. This is what we want to watch. This is what we want to feel. We want to feel this drama. So aren't we partly responsible for, encouraging the because really capitalism is allowing you the free will to make money on it. It's just we're allowing it to be propagated through the culture as if it's real reality and true, and we should live it. And that's the difference between, I think, having strong morals and a good society and weak morals and a bad society. And it looks like the inversion of good is evident here. Like what was really good is now bad, right?
Yeah, and like here's for instance, like imagine like in 1940s, 50s, 60s, and then you get to a point where there's movies showing a militarized police, and back then they would be like, okay, this is just a movie, this is a sci-fi, this is science fiction, you're right, that's not reality. But then as the decades go by, you start seeing the reports, like, oh, the local police they're getting militarized, right? And they're getting equipment, and they're getting like these vehicles that are like tanks, and the equipment, the personnel gear that they wear they're like soldiers. And then now we're in a world where what once was just a TV show decades ago, showing this, this made up world, now we're living it. And that's kind of like what happens through all these TV shows we're watching. We end up getting to that point eventually where these writers of these stories are almost, they're like prophets at this point.
I mean, the police had to get military.
They're also faking our reality to get to that.
Hold on. I mean,
more than likely,
the police had to get militarized, right? Because the police had to get militarized, right? Because you've got these gangs going into the army and the Marines and whatnot, coming out, showing their gang how to do shit the military way, right? They're getting AKs and machine guns and shit. So what are you going to do? Have the police running around with their dicks in their hand, or,
No, again, the writers were
it comes down to guns. It comes down to the technology, and anytime there's new advanced technology, especially weaponry, that becomes accessible to the public, and then police do not have that same equipment, it just would be stupid to engage or protect citizens if gangs have access to that technology. So it would only seem appropriate to go to level 10 before your opponent did.
Yeah. Again, I just feel like these writers are prophets. Like they saw it going that route. Like, okay, it's gonna come to this, and this is and then I think that's what it's more about. The story is it's going to get to this point, right? Where these things are going to happen.
They are. It is prophetic in a way, but I don't think that they're getting visuals from God or something. I think they're making predictions off of history. It seems like whatever we're going through now, it is not the first time it's ever happened in history, and I doubt very much that it was the last time that it will happen. So all they're doing is taking the predictive capability of whatever they're reading or the history that they're just simply putting it together like George Orwell did, right? How did he get that? We were living through the things that he was talking about earlier, right? He's not a prophet, right? The only thing that makes logical sense is that they write about it because they've read about it.
Well,
Yeah.
no, I would say they write about it because they are scripting the way they want it to go. They've gotten into the media, they've gotten into the capitalistic mindset, all of it. They've controlled it all, so they know the direction they're going to go. So then they write stories about the direction they're going to go, and then they want you to think that they just happened to predict that it was going to go that way.
But all right, that implies that there's some sort of collective, like some sort of, dare I say, some sort of Illuminati-ish clique that decides what they're gonna implant in the people. And I don't think that they sit around and talk about these things. I think they get an idea from the head honcho on the top. They say, we want this to happen, and they run around like chickens to figure out how they're gonna convey that message. I don't think they get to decide. They just get freedom to give us the story how they want it to, but the
Matrix,
message.
do you really think they do that? Matrix, do you really think they go out of their way to that level to have some kind of coordinated effort to make sure everyone hears what they want to hear?
You answer that, Matrix, and I'm going to ask Zanuck something. Go ahead.
Wait, hold on. I think he's saying the opposite, though, right, Matrix?
I mean, it's pretty conspiratorial, don't you think?
Over the top of
it's conspiratorial doesn't mean it isn't rooted in truth. Conspiracy theory, we already know who coined that phrase, so it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean conspiracy theory doesn't mean not true. Okay?
Well, so someone was speaking earlier about climate change and how that one gal was talking about the narrative. They want to support the real science, their side. They don't want everything else being removed. I totally am on that plane completely, 100%. That they're doing that. And could they be doing it? Could they be doing that in other areas of science? Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't they? If they did it in one area, why wouldn't they do it in others?
Zanuck, is it true?
I'm with you, but I don't think
question.
that all the professors and things are all like, puppets for a higher source, higher leader, master, and following their direction at some high level.
You motherfuckers are changing definitions. What are you, Zanuck? Are you crazy? Bro, you motherfuckers are changing definitions that don't even make sense, bro. What are you saying?
And he's also lying because people in politics do things for political reasons. They conspire to create things happen politically that are false. Zanuck, do you need to be a conspiratorial theorist to believe that to be true, that politicians go out of their way to conspire?
They go out of their way at any cost to make themselves look good and reelectable.
That's not my question. I asked you.
That's the answer.
Do I have to be a conspiracy theorist to understand that politicians lie for political purposes?
I just basically told you, yes. I agree.
You don't have to be a conspiracy theorist then to see this and observe this. Awesome. Right on. Thank you. That's it.
Okay, God. Even when I answer you with the right answer and the one that agrees with you, you still talk over me.
It's just so goddamn sleazy that the way you talk, it makes it seem like you're not.
Don't you talk to me that way? Don't you talk to me that way? Take it back a notch, tough guy.
Hey, Zanuck. So are you saying you don't believe that the U.S. government ever sponsors movies and TV shows?
I don't know. I really don't know. Can't answer that.
Well,
does he know one of the main White House characters who's on television all of the last 3 years makes movies in Hollywood? He's a producer. He's a big time producer in big Hollywood movies, and he's working for the White House. You guys know who his name is? Very famous guy. Zanuck again somehow just thinks it's just
conspiracy.
Tell us who.
It's all, well,
The CIA admitted
he's a famous. I'll get his picture and I'll post it in the chat. See if you guys can find out who he is and what movies he. I will. I'll send you his picture in a second. And I'll see how good you guys.
Wait. Ask your question again. Ask it again. Who? What?
The question. So there's a very well-known person in the White House who makes movies in Hollywood. He's also a well-known producer. He's made a lot of Hollywood big blockbusters, and he's working for the White House.
What's his name?
video of Congress asking the CIA openly, do they have
Tarantino.
people in entertainment, and they confess that they do. There's nothing. This isn't a conspiracy anymore. It's just the
Yeah,
truth.
the CIA.
What's his name, Data?
Yeah, go ahead, Data. Say the name, then I'll jump in and say something to Zanuck.
I said Quentin Tarantino.
No, I'm going to
That's Quentin
show a
Tarantino.
picture in chat, and we'll see how
All
good
right, he's
your
not going to
your
tell
sleuth
us.
skills
Go
are.
ahead.
So Zanuck,
As soon
there's
as you see his face, you'll be like, "What? He makes movies in Hollywood?"
Mark Wahlberg?
Anyways, go ahead, Apocryphon.
So Zanuck, there have been numerous movies funded, sponsored by the U.S. government.
Name one.
Top Gun. I'll name another
No,
one.
wasn't sponsored.
Yes, it was.
They definitely allowed them latitude, but they weren't sponsored.
Hold on. You asked me, and I answered you, and that's a fact. So you don't say no. TV shows. There's a bunch of TV shows. There's even in other countries. Like, you remember that movie Animal Farm? It was
No.
like that George Orwell classic. Well, the CIA helped fund a British animated version of it. The CIA, the FBI, the government as a whole funds movies and TV shows because it's just what they do, man. And it's just it's the world we live in, Zanuck. Now get aboard or jump off.
And
I'm just
Zanuck,
saying.
why do you think that they even bother to do those things? Why do you think?
Well, a Top Gun, they played along because it gave the U.S. Air Force a huge promotional spot for them. They didn't sponsor it, but they did give them latitude to take
What do you
and pay
Yeah,
money,
hold
use
on.
planes and do flybys and get
Do you,
footage so they
you
could make that
understand what
movie. And
sponsoring means?
it would be perfect advertising for them, so it made sense for them to play along.
Do you understand what sponsoring means?
Usually, sponsorship is cash. When someone gives you cash,
Okay, so look at. Do you know why they sponsor Top Gun?
did they give them cash? Did they give the movie companies cash?
They let them use their aircraft,
That's not
ships, and all their equipment, and I'll tell you why. The reason on record why they did it is because it actually helped in the what do you call it? The recruitment. That's what it was. It boosted.
Air Force. I agree.
Listen,
That's not sponsorship. What's wrong with that? Yeah, is that a problem?
hold on, Zanuck, hold on. First, you said no, they don't. Now you're saying
not
what's wrong with that?
sponsorship.
Come on, bro. Well,
That's
at least
not
you admitted it.
sponsorship.
What?
That's not sponsorship. When you get a spot
Yes,
like
it
I
is.
race cars,
Yes,
my
it
sponsors give me
literally
money.
is.
They
It
pay
is.
for my entries. They pay for my tires. That's when I got sponsorship. When someone
Okay.
sponsors you, they give you money. When you go to college, you have a sponsor, they give you money. They pay for your tuition. I can hear you talking over me.
They
sponsor
the movies.
Just
They
let me
sponsor
finish.
the movies.
Quickly. It can be calmer. It can be a much better conversation.
They sponsored the movies by allowing them to use military aircraft and jets and all this stuff. That's called sponsorship. We're gonna let you use this, and don't worry. You don't have to pay for it. We're gonna just let you use it because it was one of those stories. I mean, there's a dozen other movies. Ace of Valor. There's the Sum of All Fears. A Company of Spies. There's so many movies that they have sponsored. They've even given directors inside information of how the agencies work, so that way when they wrote their stories, it made it more realistic. And they do this because it pushes not only agendas and narratives, but it also allows them to do what they do behind the scenes because they've already paved the way through movies and television.
Hey, Data, gotta post that picture, Data.
It solidifies their legit. It makes it seem legitimate in front of the audience. This is why they do it.
Well, if it was deceptive, then they could be in trouble for deceptive advertising and promotion. For example,
wow.
here's the Air Force. It's so glamorous. We fly jets, and there was no jets that they flew. No one flew jets. Then that would be a problem. But they do fly jets, and they do go to war, and they do fire guns, and they bomb things, and so that's what was wrong with it. Nothing they did was lying. It just made it glorified. What's wrong with that? And they didn't give them money. The movie companies gave the U.S. government money so they could have access to and be on the ships and take pictures and have field
No,
crews.
no.
There's
Again, you
planes,
don't
there's planes
understand what
for 'em.
sponsorship means.
Here you go, talking over me again. Here we go. And that's speak quickly again. If you're calm, I'll be calm. If you don't talk over me, I'll speak like this.
Hey, Zanuck, the best way for us to interact with my video is for you to make a video response.
No, it's pretty simple. How I give you the crux of the analysis, and I heard every word you said, watched every frame, which was amazing. It was great video, and I love the way you blend them together. And a little bit wordy, a little bit too much, like they accused me of monologuing too much. Yours was a little bit more monologable. Could have cut it back and made it half the length, but I appreciated all the content and spent the entire 30 minutes watching it, every frame, like I said. And you made some dangerous assumptions, but it made very clear what happens with miraging, especially when it comes to horizons that you think there's a flat line at that is a horizon, when actually, due to conditions, there is a level of mirroring that you can't see that's hiding where their actual horizon is going to be. And you're right, it's going to be probably a fraction of a degree up above it. And I think you showed that because you've showed examples of how that happens with the birds. So I think it was a really educational video. However,
Birds and
I
the
think you
bees.
come to the wrong conclusion in the very end, even though you don't say it, in that when that capsule lands, it does go through that little narrow band of a fraction of a degree of miraging. And then you can see by the angle at which the ejection of water occurs, that would come to a vortex at the same width as the capsule. If you take the capsule, put it down below there, and follow those lines, it's going to be not only below the refraction area or the miraging area, it will be under the current false horizon that you call it, aptly so.
I
And
didn't
so
call it a false
that
horizon.
shows that, and on top of that, if you had a measurement of the false horizon and it was at level or below level, it also would mean that there's curvature. So you kind of
I
left a few
did.
things out there, but I like it overall.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I did not call it a false horizon, and the fact that
I'm calling it false horizon. I'm backing you up on that. It is a false horizon.
okay,
And I never
you're
really
not
thought about it
back.
in those kind of days. I never really thought about it in those kind of days because you always thought when it's
God.
clear like that and you have a straight line that you have that's the horizon. But you're right. There on certain days there will be some miraging of the sky blocking the horizon, but you'll never know because you have no buildings behind it that show the inversion because you can't invert the sky.
Hey,
There's nothing there.
Zanuck.
There's no buoys. So
Yes.
you're right. I think
Wait.
it's a
Hold
great.
on.
You're
Yes,
such a
the sky is inverted. Yes, it is. Now, secondly,
How do you
I
know if the
did.
sky is inverted? You can't see it.
Okay.
There's no contrast.
Yeah.
Zanuck, let
Okay. Hold
him
on,
speak.
please. Yes, thank you.
so-
Again, this is a demonstration, in my opinion, that you didn't pay attention to certain key things that I pointed out in the video, because I clearly point out that when the capsule becomes inverted on itself, there is a sliver of the sky beneath the capsule. That can only happen with the inferior mirage.
Yes, I agree. That's what I'm saying. I'm agreeing with you.
You just said the
No,
sky
but
can't.
I said on its own. If it wasn't for the capsule there, you wouldn't know that sky was inverted and reflecting. I agree with you.
Okay,
Don't
that's
argue
fine.
with me. I'm on your side on this one.
Okay,
the only problem.
Except for the fact, I'm going to say this again. You can't agree with me that it's a false horizon because I did not call it that, nor do I think it's a false horizon.
Do you think that horizon is lower than it normally would be if the miraging was not there?
The horizon that you see over water is always, and I said this in the video, a result of refraction with or without mirage.
Would that horizon or that line of delineation between the water and the sky with the mirage, would that be higher in your field of view if that mirage was not there?
I said this as well.
You're not going to answer me, are you?
I am. Please, it's not as simple.
It's a yes or no question.
No, it's not. That's a false dilemma. It is not yes
a false
or no.
dilemma. What are you making shit up now again?
Okay, may I please answer?
Just let him answer, Vanek.
Right. In the video, I clearly say that if you wipe away the inferior mirage, everything in the image would change. So the water would change. Everything would be displaced and in a different position because you would have to affect the entire field of view. It's not simply taking the mirage away, because the degree of the angle that the mirage is displaces and covers miles and miles of farther distant water that you can't see. And it doesn't match
You're not
up.
answering the question. I know that. That's what I'm agreeing with you on that, by the way. If that is the horizon. Now, however, if you had a boat between several spots in between where the capsule hit and where the observer is, you might see something totally different. There might be the horizon beforehand, which covers half of the boat, yet is not miraged. And that's what I'm going to show you when I take the picture in the San Francisco Bay. But you don't have enough information there. You can say all you want, but you're missing a lot of information, and that's okay.
You can't.
That's okay. You haven't got to the point yet where you're convincing. I'm still talking. I'm still talking. You're going to talk over me. See, everyone tells me to give you space, yet when I'm speaking, you don't give me space. So let me just finish.
I stopped
talking. I have to speak more quickly and louder and yell over you because you keep on talking. Just don't be a dick and just settle down, so I can settle down.
I stopped.
Thank you.
I stopped talking.
Yeah, good.
Jeez,
I don't
Anna,
like
go.
I heard your breathing. Just give me some space here so I can calm down and not blow a head gasket. So I agree with you about the mirage.
I need to respond to what you said. Please
you know what? I don't know why you're going to try with you. You said you're not talking, then as soon as I start talking, you start talking again.
Yeah, but Zanuck, if you ask him questions, hold on, both of you, relax.
You just don't give me any space.
Guys, both of you, Zanuck, relax. You both need to give each other space, Zanuck. If you ask a question, you need to give him the space to answer it, right?
I was
and you
talking.
need to allow him.
Me a question.
Correct.
You're not being fairly judging.
You both need to be courteous. You both
I
need
have
to be
been with him.
courteous.
Clearly, have been. Waited him to stop, and then I let him speak. So what I wanted to say is that I agree with you that the mirage is hiding. Could be miles, could be feet. Who knows how much? But it's hiding some of the ocean. No question about it. And is reflecting. The mirage is reflecting the sky upward. You can't see it unless you have a reference point, which is the capsule. When it comes through and inverts, and you see sky below it before it even makes the impact. However, the angles of the splash is a giveaway where it actually does hit, which I believe is well below the mirage and into the ocean, much deeper and angular than it showed than you're giving it credit for. Now, if you had more reference points like a boat or something in between, and like I said, it'd be something I'm going to show you this month, in San Francisco. Then you would be like, oh shit, how'd that happen? We're going to have a boat missing its bottom and mirage happening behind it, higher up in your field of view. Now, if you don't see that, then you'll win. But if you do see it, I'll win. And then you have to rethink your whole ideas.
Okay. So again, the point that I'm trying to justify is that you are simply interpreting what you think the curve is beyond the mirage to justify the splash. You aren't taking into account that the conditions of the medium.
Yes.
The shape of the splash as well as the shape of the capsule, so that you can't use a blink test to show where you think the capsule is actually landing. Because
yes, you can, because it has to follow a straight line.
Sure, I was talking.
That's how.
Pretty sure I was talking.
Well, you kind of said you can't do something. I was going to say you can't. Yeah.
Right. So it's okay. Wait, hold on. Listen, I'm okay if you interrupt me to correct something you think I'm saying is wrong, as long as I can interrupt you, which is what I was trying to do a couple of minutes ago, because you said something that I wanted clarification on, and then you bitched me out for interrupting you. But you can interrupt me, right?
No, I agree. As long as one word or two, like, no, that's not true. Here's why. It's fine. But you were talking over me. Sentences.
No, I just started talking and you had a fit about it. So the point about the boat, the point that you were making about the boat is incorrect. Let me just say it that way. It's incorrect.
Well, it's in the chat. People can judge for themselves. If you have that splash, it seems to stand to logic that vortex or that angle of those two lines of the ejected water would meet at some point. This makes common sense for that to happen. And that has to be well below the visible horizon. That may or may not be the horizon. Probably isn't. Like, I agree with you. I think it's a little higher than that. But because it's below, Refraction doesn't
Okay,
answer
so let
that
me.
problem.
So let me ask you this question: when the seabird in my footage entered into the mirage, did it splash down behind the curvature of the Earth?
No, it didn't. It was in plain view. The surface was
No,
behind. Oh, let me
no.
finish. Let me finish. See, this is where you're trying to interrupt me when I'm trying to finish a sentence.
Uh huh.
The impact was in the mirage where the distance of the sea comes from the cameraman out toward the shore, the opposing shore, and it does hit in the last part of the mirage closest to the viewer. That was shown by it got absorbed by the mirage. You can't see it anymore. Made a splash, and the splash only was visible when it came out of the reflected mirage.
Right, but that splashdown happened above the mirage, through the
Right.
mirage. Okay, listen, please. This is where you seem not to be making the connection, which is why I made the video. When the bird disappears, which it does, you can't see it anymore before the splash. And then it splashes. That splash happened on physical water behind and beyond the mirage.
Yes,
not
I
below.
agree.
Not
I agree.
below.
The difference is we have
Let me finish, please. I wasn't finished.
Okay, I thought you were done. Go ahead.
The splash did not happen below the mirage. So that's the same thing. A mirage is a mirage is a mirage. You have the same kind of mirage with the capsule. The capsule disappears and continues in the distance because it's farther away. There's about 3 frames of no capsule, no capsule, no capsule, splash. Just like the bird splash was on the surface of the water, above the mirage, beyond the mirage, behind the mirage, so too the capsule hit water on the surface, above the mirage, behind the mirage, beyond the mirage.
All right. You're going on and on. You won't let me address the main point here.
Did you understand the point that I just made?
I do, yes. Now, here's the deal. You have a mirage in one picture. You have an impact. You can't gel by the ejection because it's going straight up. This is a very, very unique situation. We have a clear horizon, and you can say this is a clear horizon too in the boat picture, even though we don't think it's the same thing, but we can still say it's the point where the mirage ends. And the mirage ends in your picture the same way on the water line. So we're going to say they're close to the same. The difference is the impact of the capsule gives us a clear angle of water being ejected, how water ejects when there is an impact. The angle that the bird leaves, you can't tell. It looks like a straight line for all practical purposes. So you can time it. In fact, you can, if you watch this video live, you can see how long it takes to go behind the picture, behind the this what I'm calling a fake horizon. I won't say you're calling it that. I'm calling it that. If you do that, you can see that there's more of a delay with the left picture, which is the capsule, versus the bird, which is hitting the surface, which I believe, and you can almost envision it just maybe a few millimeters on this or a few pixels above the last part of the mirage closest to the viewer. So we can argue about this till the cows come home. I'm very, very confident that you're wrong, and you may think that I'm wrong. But let's leave it there until we get a little more evidence. All you need is angles. Angles will tell everything.
I'm going to tell you what the evidence is. Ready?
You're not going to do it, so I'm just going to let it go because you're steadfast in your opinion. You're not backing up with any facts other than your opinion. I'm giving you data. I'm giving you reason. I'm giving you the actual angles, which show it's below, well into the horizon, well into the water line. So far, so that this couldn't be a flat surface that it fell behind or fell onto. Compared to the bird, which looks very much like I'd expected to see. There's nothing about the bird's impact that I don't like.
Talking, man. How many points
now
are
you're
you
just
going to
cut me
fucking
out.
make,
Okay.
man?
Go ahead, talk.
How many? Listen, you make so many points, and then you just keep talking because you think
it's not that. It's the same point.
Okay, listen.
It's the same exact point. You're just not listening.
That's kind of his tactic. It's kind of his thing. It's to like overload you with as many things as possible so that you really can't even address any of them. And I think he feels like he's right, or he feels like he pwned you or something.
Yeah. So here's the point that I made in the video. We have that buoy. we can know exactly with NOAA where that buoy is. And then we, I'm sure, could find out probably from NASA where that capsule landed. Of course, they have the coordinates of where it touched down. I said that in the video. I made the point of having more information that at this point neither you nor I have. Now,
I do actually.
Okay, now the one thing that I would like to point out about your comment about the vector or the vortex is that you could make that point to draw the connection below the surface of the water if you want, but you could also negate your point by simply moving the distance that that capsule hit the water beyond the horizon. It's going to accomplish the same effect. It's going to accomplish the same. It's going to accomplish the same effect, but because it's farther away, it's not going to match your measurement.
No, it's not. In fact, it's probably against logic there. You can see the point where there's mirroring of that splash. There's a V. You actually pointed it out in your video. You can see that same mirroring line. What do you call that point of? I call it the point of delineation. You call it the vanishing line. At the vanishing line is set right about, let's say, I'm not saying it's millimeter, but like it looks like about a millimeter or two above the surface of the water. There is a mirroring line. The mirroring line on your mirage is pretty well up there, above where the bird impacted, right? And if you drew a line where if you could imagine,
no, you're wrong.
Oh, I'm not. The bird hit at the delineation line.
No, the bird has its own vanishing line. That was a point I made in the video. The bird, because it's closer to the viewer when it enters the mirage, is going to have its own vanishing line. I make that point absolutely clear, as well as pointing out. Hold on, as well as pointing out the shoreline's vanishing line. I point that out clearly.
Okay, so yeah, I remember the bird. She had that bird in this picture, the side-by-side picture that I screen grabbed. But let's just have that bird getting in the mirage, hitting. Yeah, because that mirage is actually progressive all the way to the other shore. You're right. As it goes over distance, it is being created by all the air along the way to the houses. So that's why we have it's like a big plate that's reflecting the light back to you all the way across. So I agree with you. We have the bird. It kind of disappears. It's mirrored. Then it disappears. Then you see a splash. It's gone. And then also the splash comes out of the vanishing line, and we see the splash. If that was a big object and we had a vector, that we can kind of estimate where that bird hit based on just normal how perspective works. That's not working for the rocket. It's well below the surface level because of that V I drew for the ejection to the water, and how long it takes. This is the key thing. How long it takes for that explosion of water, ejection of water to occur. If you watch the video, there's a delay because it's going so far behind. Now, yeah, best thing to do, find out where that point is in coordinate, and we can time it that way too. You see how far it is away.
That's what I said in the video, Zanuck.
I know. And that's a good goal to have. So let's just not argue about it because there's too many unknowns here. And I do appreciate the video and understand even better what you're trying to say and the effect of this miraging area. What it's caused by and what characteristics it has based on all these things coming in and out of it, which was really helpful. But in the end, all you need is
Can you stop talking, please? You've made your point. Let me interact.
No, I was getting some comments on what you did. The net of the reason I'm saying something is because the net is we need more points of reference and more angular measurements of those objects in our field of view. Period.
Okay. When I said that in the video, I commented on knowing where the buoy is and then also getting the information as to where the capsule landed. I said, but we don't have that information. You piped up and said, I have that information. Where's that information? Did I drop out?
Classic Zanuck. Classic.
Did I drop out?
No. You're good.
Okay.
You always drop out, Travis.
The second thing that I want to say, unless he's not here,
if you can tell me the size of the buoy, I'll tell you how far away the capsule is.
Okay, listen very carefully. I'm not talking about the size. I said we can get the information from NOAA where the buoy is located, coordinates and everything.
Where it's located. The buoy. Yeah, get the buoy.
Great.
But I'm telling you with the information. Hold on.
Listen. It's my turn to respond to you right now.
You don't hear the answer? Fine. Okay.
You just got done talking. You just got done talking.
No, but you didn't get what I said. If you give me the buoy information, anything about the size, I can tell you where that capsule is, because angular size will tell me how far away it is, and we know how big the capsule is, and we know how far the buoy is, or buoy is, how big it is. Then I can tell you how far away it is.
Wait, did you just say?
What about the climatic conditions?
Hold on, Pete, please, hold on. Yeah. Zanuck, did you just say you know how far away the capsule touched down?
Yes, if I know the size of the buoy, I will know how far the capsule touched down. Yes.
Okay.
What about the climatic conditions between you and the buoy?
Please,
okay,
Pete,
sorry.
please.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Pete. I'm going to try to be as succinct as possible because I can talk as well. Two things, please. The first thing, refraction is going to fuck up your angular comparison to what you think the capsule's actual size is. Secondly,
why is that? Why is that? Doesn't magnify.
If you don't understand how refraction within an inferior mirage is going to distort the size of the object while in the mirage, if you don't understand that, I don't think I can explain to you how it's possible.
Yeah.
Dude,
okay.
We get a measurement
now,
of that object
now to my second, please.
Before it hits the mirage,
please.
Before it hits the water.
Now,
you're not listening.
Let him
You're not
answer your
listening.
first aspect.
Zanuck, let him finish, Zanuck.
Now to my second point, which I also made in the video that you seem not to be paying attention to, and that is to reiterate the point that a mirage is a mirage is a mirage. Where you have the vanishing line, it requires that the target is at that position in order to create the vanishing line. Therefore, your capsule can't be hitting the ground below the horizon.
Travis.
Of course it can. See, this is where you're wrong, and I've already showed you why in my video. Now, once I get my video cleaned up and give the reference points again with video and more pictures, you'll see why you're wrong, that the exactly what you're talking about can happen both ways, in front of it and behind it.
Okay. Travis, I think you should make one point at a time for Zanuck to answer it. But Zanuck, I'm going to have to ask you about a particular question. If you found out that the buoy, whatever it is 6 miles away, would you not need to know the information and weather conditions between you and that target and then make appropriate allowances?
Not at all. Because I have sighted that video, that thing before it even goes through the clouds, before it makes an impact. It's not changing in angular size on the way down.
Well, you go against what Rumpus has to say.
Straight down for all practical purposes. We can get an angular size, and with that angular size, I counting pixels, I can tell you how far away that object is with respect to the buoy if I know the buoy's size.
Yes, but hang on, please. But a buoy is probably about maximum, let's say 10 feet. Let's just give you the benefit of that. 10 feet floating in the water. Now, if that was 10 miles away, and you were able to see it directly, but how can you calculate the exact, without knowing the prevailing conditions, the position of the buoy? Hang on, please, let me finish. How can you calculate that when you also claim to say that if you're looking at the horizon, you will have to take account of the prevailing conditions to be able to account for the parent horizon versus the geometric horizon?
No, Pete, I don't want to deal with you. You don't understand trigonometry. You don't understand how we can.
I think I got my question across.
Yet again, for somebody that's not going to even make an effort to understand how this works.
But that's disrespectful to me because
you show disrespect by asking me these questions all the time.
You said if Travis told you
hundreds of times,
the distance to the buoy, you'd be able to calculate.
I've spent so much time with you trying to help you, and you've just ignored my help. So why should I bother?
I don't know. I'm lonely.
Because your help is incorrect.
Slowly. Travis, he hasn't considered the alternative. He hasn't considered the alternative, and every answer he gives will be against the backdrop of a model that he
We can't hear either of you. Both of you are talking over each other. We cannot hear either of you.
Right. Pete, Zanuck, both of you are talking over each other. You got to give each other space to be able to speak. So Travis and Zanuck were having a conversation.
Okay.
Pete, Travis, did you have something to add as to what Zanuck
Well,
was
I mean, I
replying
could
to?
keep, I could keep talking about it. I don't want to hog the show because you guys can't see what we're talking about, so I don't imagine how fun it is for you.
Yeah. I do understand what you're talking
I mean,
about.
I
understood your answer,
personally, I
Travis,
think
and
I've seen the
Zanuck
video
was
you're
asked for
speaking
a
of,
response.
but
Yeah.
I don't know if everybody else has. But
Yeah, I just put it out yesterday, so it's pretty new.
Very good. Zanuck, just before you get in, can I just, in support of Travis, he's considered both sides now. You haven't. You're continually defending a model, and when you're pushed on exactly why you cling to these aspects of your model, you come into difficulty. And when I ask the most difficult questions, which are the simplest questions, you just give the answer that you gave there. You don't want to listen to me anymore, which is fair enough, I guess, if you mean that.
So I just put in the chat for everybody to take a look at Zanuck's telescope cell phone picture. I think it's a cell phone picture. But if anyone has any experience with inferior mirages, I think that you can actually decode that image very clearly, that sailboat, even though Zanuck is going to deny it, that sailboat is in an inferior mirage. Zanuck thinks that sailboat is hull down, which means that the hull is below the horizon.
Yes, I was following it for half an hour. Okay,
I've
then
seen
my
this.
turn. And don't interrupt me, anybody. I was there. I took the picture, and I'm so sad because I thought this was so conclusive that I didn't take more pictures. When I saw that, oh my god! I didn't realize that angle in the sail would look close to the line, that line of the delineation line that I call it of the mirage. That what do you call it? The line of what do you call
Vanishing line.
Vanishing line.
Mirror line.
Right. The vanishing line. It's close to it, but it's not quite there, Travis. But it doesn't matter. All I had to do, I stood up. I just stood up, went up like 4 or 5 feet up the stairs, and the entire ship. By the way, I followed it down the stairs, so I know it was there to begin with. That's when I took the picture. I want to get as far as I could. The sail was only showing and the hull was not. That was a mistake because now we have no reference points. Same problems Travis runs into on some of his videos. But yes, I stood back up. That same mirage was there, but the entire boat, that angle change in the sail was present. And that's what I need to show Travis at the end of this month. 23rd of this month, I will be out there, San Francisco Bay, same area, praying for the same kind of good weather. And we'll see some miraging back across the bay going to the airport.
So you saw the whole of the boat as you stood up, which only increased your viewing height about 5 feet.
No,
how can that come back over the curve?
Yes, I stood up and saw the top. It's a 2-story boat, very big yacht with a sail on it. It was 30, 40 feet of it was hidden. And yes, Chad, you drew a line there. It's close to the angle, but not quite there at the end of the sail. The sail was not hidden. The boat was not hidden at all. Not in the mirage.
Stood up 5 feet,
Stood up.
though.
Let me finish.
Yes,
You
please
see
finish.
the entire boat as you stood up. The entire boat.
Okay, listen.
The mirage was still behind it. Now, you can either believe me or not. I have to take a picture and prove it. Don't interrupt me. Let me finish the fucking sentence.
Yeah, please finish.
I did, but I had to have to say it 3 times more because you're talking
So
over
if
me.
you're finished, off we go, Travis.
And Pete, we don't need you groveling in the background.
Can I grovel?
Okay, so just real quick. It seems okay. I'm gonna try to make that point last because I don't want you to talk just yet. Okay, if anyone looks at that image that I posted, if you look to the left and the right of the sailboat, you will see the distant land miraged. The mirage of those objects comes down to the water line. You will see that, absolutely, which means that if you look to any object to the left of the sailboat, find that object that you think is above and would be on the physical land, look for its image below. It is very close, if not touching, where the water begins. That means that the mirage ends at that point. If you therefore draw a line across that horizontal, that's exactly where the sailboat is going to touch, which means the sailboat too is in the mirage.
Yes.
But it's not because I was there and it was a very clear windy day, and you could see this horizon. And I watched. Pete, what is the hell and wrong with you?
What is the hell and wrong with you?
Yeah, what the hell's wrong with you? Shut up. So I was there. I saw the boat, got the telescope out of the car, went down and followed this boat for about a half an hour above the sea. You can see the whole thing, and you see the mirage behind. As I went down, of course, as I would expect, the boat became hidden by the horizon. The miraging line still stayed there where those buildings. I know those buildings. Those are buildings I've visited for many times. Behind it, it's a whole community in Brisbane. I've been over there. I've been on the. I've
More
actually
information
been on
that we need. We don't need all of this gish galloping.
But it's not gish galloping. It's to let you know that I've been there. I'm very familiar with the area.
Who the fuck cares where you've been? Who the fuck
Travis,
cares?
fucking shut up.
Been there. It was 1986.
So I stood up.
That was awesome. It was 1986.
So I stood up, and
I had a Camaro.
Reappeared.
My girlfriend with
Kathy. The miraging is behind it. There's no miraging around the boat or the water line. It's clear as day.
Okay, guess what? Let me ask you a question. If you're standing on a hot road, and in the distance there's a parked car, and it is not in a mirage, right? Is it your opinion that if you lowered your eyes, that you could create a mirage that car would then be in simply because you lowered your eyes?
Yeah, answer Spamek. Or Zanik, sorry.
You understand what I'm trying to paint a picture for you? You're standing up in the distance, you see a car on the ground. You then get down on your knee or maybe lower your eye even lower than that. Do you think you wouldn't be able to create a mirage that would then block the car? Hello?
Oh, Travis, you just had to send in another
There's
person.
no miraging in the water. I was there at 61 degrees with a light wind, actually kind of nice stiff breeze. There's no miraging on the water.
Okay, did you hear my question?
I'm done talking about this. I will see you at October 23rd.
Oh, exit stage left.
Hey, Travis.
Okay, so, yeah.
I need to talk to you about when you could come out. I spoke to both Joe Mama about using his craft again for Catalina.
Oh, yeah?
He's ready. He's ready. And then Shelly is getting a Flatlanders sail so we can obstruct the sun with that if we don't want to use the island. So we got a sailboat and a speedboat. So I'd like to do it around you and around, November, December, January. I'd like to do it more than once.
Yeah.
Let me know when you could.
Okay.
Let me know.
Okay.
Let me know when you know you might be coming, because we're going to look for a date, and I could use your equipment, and your manpower.
All right, man.
Because we got two boats, and possibly two shores. Catalina shoreline, and two boats. All right. Thanks.
You guys remember that video of that one pilot who was really high up in the air over Arizona, I think, and he said that he can see the Pacific coast shore from Arizona. You guys ever see that? I think he was a SR-71 pilot, or using one of those jets that go very, very high, and he said he could see the shore. Did you guys ever see that video?
I don't think so.
Yeah. He could also see all the way up the Cascade Mountains, all the way up like past Idaho or something. When he looked to the right, he could see really far too.
The best place for all you guys to go is the San Francisco Bay. You got Chop there. It's cold. It's always clear, and there's boats all the time. You've got a couple of boats out there.
I thought you were going away, Zanny.
And always have the land in the background, which is kind of cool. I mean, Catalina's so far away. Everything. Stop talking, Pito. Really, you're going away. Just stop it. I'm trying to give some information.
Not a pedo.
Hey, Zanik, this location you're talking about, is there always miraging like the image that you posted? Or is it sometimes not miraged?
When it's a really cold day, that was kind of a little warm day, like 80 degrees, 75 degrees. You get more miraging, and when the temperature is different like that, when there's no temperature difference, you don't get the mirage like this.
What time of the year was it? What position was the sun when you took the
Springtime.
image?
Oh, actually, summertime.
Where was the sun when you took the image?
It's probably about 3 o'clock.
Okay, it counts, right? Now, can
Nearly
I
about
just ask, hang on, please, it's a very good question. Travis, can you repost the image you posted last there where you have the mirroring effect in play? And I would ask me as a flat earther, knowing what I know, or what I think I've come to terms with, you as a flat earther, Travis, and also Zanuck as a ball earther, where does the water end? When we're looking at those two images, where does the water end?
Wait, first of all, I don't. First of all, I don't know. You want me to repost the image with the sailboat in it?
I'll do it. I'll just scroll back up and copy and paste it. Okay.
I'm trying to find the one where I break it down.
I
had it.
Have it here. Have it here.
No. But I mean, I decoded it more than what I posted.
Okay, but look. Forget about that for a second. So here we go. All the audience listening, an image has been posted there. Travis posted it earlier on, so I posted it again, Travis. And there you go. Where does the water end for the flat earther, Travis, for the ball earther, Zanuck, and for the, I guess, flat earther myself? We're talking specifically about the top image because it's more easy to deal with. But where does the water end?
Water ends somewhere below the vanishing line in the background.
Well, just where is that? Where it seems to end, obviously?
Just find one of the objects that looks like a square, cut it in half, and just say somewhere around this place water extends to in the distance.
Okay, maybe we should. Okay, maybe we'll get Zanuck's answer now. Where does the water end, Zanuck? Where it seemingly appears to end, right? Everything else is going over a curve. I'm just asking, bud. I'm not trying to put you in a spot or anything.
The water ends at that 4 mile point, 3 mile point, because I'm probably about maybe 2.5 miles actually. That's where you see the water. Everything behind it is obscured, and that boat is about 7-8 miles away. So that's why a good 10-12 feet is hidden of the boat.
Fair enough. My answer would be, as we're looking at the same image, the water ends.
If you look at the sail, you can see that the left side of the sail is not miraged or not replicated, mirrored, inverted like the right side, which is the natural shape of that sail. It's a standard sail on a yacht. I'm trying to find the yacht in the harbor, Foster City Harbor. I've seen it before. Very big yacht. Listen, because we had a friend of mine had a yacht out there for a long time, and I remember seeing this big, because not that many sailboats.
I was talking about the top image.
Let me finish, PD. We have not too many sailboats have that size of a sail. Usually they're all powered yachts. This is a big, huge sailboat. You don't see that many of them, and so that one sail on the leading edge is nearly straight down. Backside has that angle. It just so happens to be coincidentally near the miraging line. It's not exactly there like it should be if it's for the mirage. It's not mirrored, because I know this because I stood up and saw the rest of the boat. It's not. You have to believe that.
Okay.
And I got to prove it by having another picture.
Believe that.
Okay. I have a question for you. I don't think you heard. Right. I have a question for you, and I don't know if you heard it before because you didn't answer it. Is it your opinion that if you are looking out over a road and there's a car that's parked in the distance, not in an inferior mirage, is it your opinion that if you lower your eye level, that you would not create an inferior mirage that car would then be in, blocking the base of the car? Why is he not answering again?
I don't know. He doesn't want to give into that because he knows. Because he knows. Just real quick too, I just wanted to point out, you guys didn't correct him, but he made a stupid statement that San Francisco is very clear. He suggests that. I would suggest that San Diego's clearer as well, and then second would be Los Angeles, and then third would be San Francisco. Just by how many
San Francisco
days?
Is the best place because you have all land surrounding you. 8
Just
miles away.
because
Nothing's
of
farther than 8 or 10 miles.
Because of the sky
to the bridge.
Because
so it's
because
the
of
best
the
place to go.
skies.
Always got the same weather.
Zanuck, I wasn't done talking. Zanuck, I wasn't done talking. So shut up. Because the skies, statistically, they are in San Francisco. You have a lot more days or not a lot more, but you have more days of fog and cloud in the skies. So to say
No,
that,
you
oh, go to
don't.
San Francisco, yes, you do.
Clear every day.
No,
Clear every
that's
single day.
bullshit. That is bullshit.
There's not been one
trolling right now.
cloudy day
You're
for almost
trolling. You're
6
trolling.
months
You're
in the
freaking
city
trolling.
during the day.
You're
If
trolling.
it's foggy, it's only foggy in the morning. By noontime, it blows out. Blue skies.
When's the best time to take those measurements, Zanuck?
High noon, 1, 2 o'clock. Sun's still straight up
Why?
above.
Because that's giving you the greatest heat effects on the waters, or what? Wouldn't it make
No,
sense to?
you don't care about the
Wouldn't
heat.
it make?
The water is cold, but there's not
Wouldn't
much
it?
heat in the air either. It's very chilly up there.
Wouldn't it make sense to measure things when there's maybe less heat in the day, because it won't
But it's sunset. Do it in the mornings when it's clear mornings. A lot of clear mornings in the city.
okay, well, again, statistically,
It's clear. No, statistically, it was clear for five or 6 weeks. No
You
fog
just
for 5 or
fucking
6
rumpus.
weeks.
You are a fucking rumpus, man. You just fucking keep
I
talking.
hate people that think they know what they're.
Here, okay, so hold on, Zanuck. Here's what I know I'm talking about. Okay, statistically, San Francisco has an average of 105 days of clouds and 108 days of fog. San Diego is better. It has 102 days of cloud and 97 days of fog. So statistically, San Francisco's not a better place. I just want to shut you up on that. You're just spewing another lie. That's all. I just wanted to correct you. Go ahead.
Okay, 1 second then.
We're not viewing San Francisco. We're viewing Foster City to the airport. And you go look at the conditions for the airport. You'll find a whole different set of conditions because the fog only goes to south, doesn't meet all the way to South San Francisco. It only gets to the proper, the Golden Gate Bridge, and maybe a little bit to the Mission District, and then it clears up. So the fog, when the fog is there, it's a very, very narrow band. What I'm looking at here is, and everything South Bay is still open. We have another 30 miles of the bay that's always sunny every single day. Every day, sunny.
You don't think someone in San Diego can say the same thing?
No, because
and better?
you have June glooms. You don't have anything that you can look out. You have no islands to compare anything to. We have land all the way around us, water that's all flat. There's no waves. There's no anything. Just chop on the water, and there's every distance you want. You want to go 5 miles, 6 miles. There's bridges, 3 bridges, 4 bridges that cross the bay. There's land across to Oakland. There's South Bay, narrowed points. Everything you want is right there.
Anik.
Okay. I have
okay.
another. Listen.
Well,
here's
1
my
second,
question
Travis,
again.
please. 1 second, please. 1 moment, please. And actually, Travis, I'll aim this at you, but secondarily, primarily at Zanuck in a certain way. We never picked up on the fact that he was taking observations from a lower level, and he stood up, and suddenly all the boat came back into view. So what he attributed to the curve of the Earth at a lower level, he made a minor variation at observation point, which was 4 feet, and suddenly all the boat came back up to view. But off we go now, Travis.
No, it wasn't suddenly. It was I got out of my car, which is about 10 feet above the water, climbed down the rocks, and saw the entire boat, stern to hull, top to bottom, and watched it disappear as I got closer to the water level. And I didn't get all the way to the bottom. Do you have any kind of weird effects of being right on the water? I was 5-6 feet on the water with my telescope.
So you said you stood up from there. You
all the way down. Pedo, fuck you.
You did say that though. You reversed it there.
You said suddenly the boat reappears. No,
Something happened?
Yeah, he's an idiot.
Hopefully, he just got a warning because he called Pete. I already gave him 1 warning today earlier, a few hours ago.
Well, he just called him it twice, like in the past 5 minutes.
Oh, did I miss some juicy drama?
Oh, I raised an excellent point. Okay, so unmute. Don't give him a warning. Unmute him for that. I mean, but yeah, the point was that he said at the beginning that he was at the surface level of the water and he got this diminishment of the boat. It disappeared from a certain degree, but when he stood up, which is 5 feet, then he got the whole boat back into view. Now, I want to see an orthographic representation of how he will justify that. So please unmute him and undo the warning, please, Jeremy, and I'll go on mute as well.
I didn't do it. I don't know if
whoever did.
If he did or didn't, or if he dropped,
and
or what happened.
Okay.
And I'm at work. Wasn't it?
It's an excellent point. He reversed engineered it. He said he took the original image from a height above it, then he went down to the waterline, and then he stood up. But the story he told us, he took an image of the boat from the waterline, and then he stood up, and suddenly all of the boat came back into view. How the fuck can that happen if he's only raising up 5 feet and he's looking at a boat disappearing over the curve 3 miles away? That's a brilliant point, and please let Zanuck answer that. And after you, back to you now, Travis. That's what I meant. It was aimed to you as well.
I just wanted to point out in Mark's chat, I posted those. You're roboting bad. I just want to point out in text chat, I posted the conditions of San Francisco for all week. Not that
Look,
clear,
I live up
folks.
here, and look, I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop dealing with Pito and limited with Travis.
Wow,
You
again
guys
you
are gonna get
call
my
him that.
goat, and I'm gonna
It's
make me
okay.
get
It's
banned
okay.
forever because
Forgive him.
I get flustered and excited about this. Just let us all talk, man. Why do you want to get me banned and have a shitty conversation? Let's just let each other speak. You know, it's not that big a deal.
We don't want to get you banned. What we want you to do is stop interrupting incessantly. You interrupt nonstop almost.
Because people are lying.
Not
Pito's even
100%
saying
of the
lying
time.
about me.
It's like 90%. You're literally doing it right now.
Yeah, don't
Because
call
I don't
Pete
like
Pito. It
Sitting
don't
here
sound great.
calling Pete names.
Pito,
You're
I don't know
sitting
his
here
name's
calling
Pito.
Pete.
I don't Petey.
What are we
I don't know what
supposed to do?
his name is. Dodo. I don't know. I know his name's
Dodo,
Pete.
PJ. Well, come on, Zanuck. You know what you're doing. Forget about that then. Just let it go. Continue on, please, Zanuck. Go on.
Never mind. I don't want to fight, and I don't want to get banned, so I'm just going to deal with that.
Okay. How do you justify then the question to you as Travis comes back in after you answer? How do you justify the initial story you told when you caught the disappearance of the boat from the bottom up from ocean level, and then you stood up and it all came back into view when you only raised up 5 feet, even though the boat was still off at 3, 4, 5 mile distance? That's the question.
The boat's at 8. The boat's at 8 miles distance. I was down at 3 or 4 feet looking at it, but I watched it disappear as I walked down slowly to the water level. Set up my tripod with my telescope, got my phone out, took pictures through the viewfinder, which is hard to do, by the way, and then walked back up and watched up and down. I went like 3 or 4 times. It was very interesting because talking about it for so long, I kind of was getting a kick out of like, look at how obvious this is. I'm walking up, I see the boat, I walk down, onto the boat, and the mirage behind it, not changing. So no, that's what I saw. Now, not Pete, but Travis doesn't believe me. He needs more pictures. I need to take a video of this whole progression, and I will do that. That's my promise for the 22nd of June.
Okay.
Of August.
Okay, 1 second, Travis.
I'll be there the 30th.
The 2 images Travis posted, there's mirroring going on. So that's what you have to deal with, first of all.
My image is the long one.
Sorry, Travis. Off you go.
My image is the lower one.
Zanuck, I'm sorry. I was just going to ask him because he keeps saying he used his cell phone, but he double talks because he also says he grabbed his telescope from the car. What are you calling your cell phone a telescope?
Oh my God! Why do you got to call? You just don't think about things.
A telescope.
I have a telescope. I brought the telescope in my car. I took the picture with the cell phone in the telescope.
You said you grab. Okay, you know what? See,
I took the telephone to take a picture of the telescope viewfinder. It was very difficult to do. I said that too.
Okay, I was just wondering.
Look, you can see the outline of the telescope lens right there. That is a telescope. It's a 20x powered.
I was just clearing it up because I heard you say I grabbed my telescope, and then you said I grabbed my cell phone.
Look, you also try to clear up the days with sunny. It's sunny every single day in the Bay Area. The city is different, and it's only a short border to South San Francisco. Everything I'm viewing is in the sun all year long unless it's raining.
Okay, I have a question of clarification, please. When you were down on the shoreline, your elevation with your telescope was what, 3 feet?
Feet.
He's Googling something, Travis. He won't answer you directly.
Oh, so you guys heard me?
Oh, maybe it is
Yes.
3 feet. I had I took my legs down on the ground. Yeah, so I'm looking at my telescope right now, but I have it fully extended. It's probably 3 feet.
Okay, so 3 feet off the ground.
Right.
Okay, did you simply stand up at that point so that you were only 5 feet elevation?
Then I'd be 6 feet elevation. That's I can see the top of the hull, the captain's quarters, by standing up.
Okay, hold on. So you're saying that you only increased your elevation by 3 feet?
Right. You see the top of the boat.
Okay, here's my question again, Zanuck, that you haven't answered. The 4th time. Here it is. Do you think that if you have a car on the road in the distance when you're standing up and there's no mirage, do you think that if you lowered your view, you could create a mirage that the car would then be behind?
No, you would just create an infrared mirage, which would be in front of between you and the car.
That's what I just fucking said.
Ding, ding, ding.
However you're wording it did not make any sense to me, by the way.
Did anyone else not understand?
No one understood it here.
Travis is very clear.
No, it was not.
It was very, dude.
Well, then why don't you explain to me, smart
Trial
guy?
would
Go ahead.
understand what he's saying.
Why don't you explain it to me? What did he say? A Krypton. Watch this. I'm calling you out in your bullshit.
Do you want me to repeat what he said?
Yes.
He's okay. That's fine. Are you going to answer him?
I will answer you if you can repeat it. I will give you that.
He said, if you're standing and seeing a car in the distance, right, and there's a mirage behind it, do you think that if you knelt down and you put your eyes lower than when you were first looking at it, that it would put that car in that mirage and it would disappear? Boom. Answer. Go, dummy.
No.
Okay.
Dummy?
All right.
Create its own mirage.
Come on,
yeah, I'm sorry for calling you dummy. I'm sorry. You don't deserve that.
Yeah, geez, people get muted for calling people names.
Listen, wait a minute. Okay, listen, I'm not going to let you get away with this doublespeak. I'm not asking you about whether or not it's going to create its own mirage.
Well, but Krypton, I think he knew what the question was.
No, I just repeated what he said.
Yeah, no, listen, you answered the same way for me. I just was trying to figure out how to respond to you. Okay, it's not very difficult, man. I'm going to tell you this. I believe that if I'm standing on the road and there's a car in the distance and it's not in a mirage, I believe that if I lowered my eye level, that I could create an angle at which the mirage would appear in front of the car, thereby blocking the base of the car.
Yes.
I absolutely believe that can be done.
Yes.
But Fundy posted a GIF explaining exactly what you're saying, by the way.
1 second, please. Let me answer Travis while Zanuck is gathering his thoughts. Travis, absolutely true. And here's the thing, and I'll refer you to Dr. John D. If you get low enough still and the circumstances allow it, you can do away with the mirroring altogether, which confuse the image that we're getting, and you can see all the way from England to the coast of France. Isn't it brilliant, Travis? Isn't it brilliant? But Zanuck, off you go now. You're back in, bud.
I understood that.
Yeah.
Someone did out there. Look at Dr. John D's images from. Look at Randy's.
If it wasn't miraging, you could see all the way from where?
Furnace. He could only get them when he was much lower, and yeah, this is beneath a foot above the water. Right,
Not if there's a
Zanuck,
mirage.
Off you go, Zanuck. If you want.
Yeah, all you did, Zanuck, was you created an angle at which the mirage was created, which blocked the boat. Yeah.
No,
Mirror has to happen off a surface, though, Travis. Remember that, and it is water.
No, you're wrong.
Well, Travis, it is water all the way, and that's why you're caught out here, bud. Because if I present the image, which is the original question I asked you, Zanuck, and myself, where does the water end, and where does the air begin? And I think you and Zanuck will answer the exact same way. I won't.
No, we didn't.
I won't. I think you did.
Oh, I got to be able to post. Hey, Giorgio, you got a little my open posting abilities because I can't post the actual picture of what I'm talking about. I have car pictures on snowy highways and on hot days where you can see the miraging is different.
Someone else.
Behind, I have an inferior mirage behind it, and I have another inferior mirage behind the car, which are totally different from each other. But I've been banned.
Different
you guys got
scenario.
me. You guys got me banned, so I can't do anything now.
Not banned. How are you
Yeah,
banned though? But you're not
hemorrhaging
dealing with
can
the
happen on any
conversation.
surface.
Disrespectful
Doesn't have to be water
dickhead,
or land.
Danik, you are. Disrespectful dickhead. What me and Travis are talking about is Travis. It's
and I got banned for
groundbreaking.
calling you pedo, and you're calling me a
Science
dickhead
breaking what
5
we're talking
times,
about here.
and you haven't gotten banned. So how biased is this moderation?
Well,
Well,
way to take
Xanax,
ownership,
you called me
Xanac,
pedo
mods
of your
really
purposely
don't
multiple
care.
actions.
times.
Way to
Mods
take
don't
ownership
care
of your
what they
actions,
do.
claiming that other people got you banned, other than yourself. Way to take ownership.
No,
No,
he's saying
no.
that the
It's not fair.
moderation in
Everybody
here is
calls
not
people
fair
names.
moderation.
I didn't call
That's
you
what he's
names,
saying.
Zanuck. And I actually stood up for you and said, if you were blocked, please unblock him. And you still insisted on calling me pedo.
Nobody's
purposely.
banned. First of all, nobody's banned, right? You're here talking. That means you're not banned.
No, I can't
Okay.
post anything.
Zanik, just DM him to
That's
me
from
and
the
I'll
warning you
repost him
got.
for you.
Yeah, let him
That's from the
post it.
warning
Go
you
on.
got earlier today
Let him
when you were
post
over talking people nonstop. Okay.
DM him, Zanik.
Now,
I'll
don't
post it
call
for you.
names, Pete. Don't call names.
Jeremy,
Okay?
why does
I don't know
Pete?
how many
why
times I
not?
got to tell you
Jeremy,
guys.
Who
why
am
not
I
just give
DMing?
Pete a?
I couldn't. Everyone's talking over you.
Why not?
Me.
Give Pete a warning? I just don't get the moderation in this room.
God,
Like,
who's
I don't know. Did
Me.
Zanuck get a warning just now? Did Zanuck get a warning
Napalm?
just now when he called Pete a pedo
Yeah,
multiple times?
he
The
did. I
Gator?
think.
Who?
yeah,
Me.
that's right.
He got a warning.
I just hear people talking over you. I can't hear you.
Terry.
Yeah,
Oh,
smooth.
Terry.
I've got voice moderation, but not physically modding
I
as
haven't
I can't
offended
mute
anyone
people.
here or given any cause to be moderated. Zanuck, you have. And you know you have. And I actually stood up for you as well. So that's okay, though.
I'll voice mod anyone that calls people names.
You didn't just voice mod Dodo, who literally said Stanek is a fucking idiot.
Yeah, well, he's got to be careful of that.
Okay,
Well,
but
here's the one thing I just don't get, guys. Like, I'll play by the rules, but the rules have to be fair for both sides. And if they're not fair, just state that they're not fair, and that'll make it a lot easier for me. Because
They are fair, smooth. And here's the thing: you don't always see when people are getting server muted, right? Because people from both sides get server muted, and you can't see when people get warnings issued to them, right? So you don't know who is and who is not being muted, server muted, and or given warnings, because it happens on both sides. I've probably muted Pete more than I've muted anybody.
definitely.
We're about to find out right now. Right now, we're about to find out if Xana got a warning or not. Because if he did get a warning, he's not going to be able to talk because I just moved him to live stream too. So if he comes back and starts talking, he definitely didn't get a warning just now.
Okay.
Well, I didn't give him a warning, but here's the thing. Even after being told not to call Pete the name that he called Pete, he continued to do it even after he thought that he got a warning.
Yeah.
So it's antics like that just because it might be on one side, you have to understand who is doing what and how they're doing it. You can't look at it
listen,
biased.
And I pleaded to
completely
let it go,
agree with what you're
Napalm. I
saying.
did plead to
You're
let it go.
speaking.
I let him answer the direct question I asked, which he didn't do anyway. So
You're speaking with very good honesty, and I'll give you that. I'm just saying that if you're going to moderate, right? Several times today, there's been the issue of moderation. Specifically today, I'm not sure why. And a lot of times, you'll have someone interrupt someone who's like talking about their point, and then the person who's interrupted is told to let the other guy finish, and then is either, in my case, muted or given a warning to. And then there are other people like. I specifically have an issue with like Travis, who's calling me a fucking idiot, all this stuff, but nothing happens to him. I've never seen Travis muted with the red
a little baby. Stop
microphone.
being a little fucking baby, bud.
I'm not being
That
a
name
baby.
calling now, should I deserve to be
I'm
muted
just
for that?
saying that.
And we
But
already know that you're fucking liars playing your part here.
Wait, is
But
New
where's
Leaf?
the moderation there? Where's the
Wait,
moderation there for that?
is New Leaf smooth?
Yeah, New Leaf is smooth. And guess what, Smooth? I have muted Travis before. I got on Rakia today about over talking people and trying to say what needs to be done with moderation. Here's the thing.
Did you give them warnings and actually ban them for 30 minutes, or did you just mute them for a second?
I've never given anybody a warning yet, okay?
Don't answer
Well,
to him,
then
Napalm. You know what you're doing, bud.
that wouldn't be a
Don't answer to
fair
him.
thing to say. I'm just saying
Let's
that
continue on
we
with the
just
conversation, please.
had Pete scream and say I'm a fucking wimp,
My
which I don't
God.
care about. I don't care about being
We're
called
all
anything.
men here, bud.
But I'm
We're all
saying
men
We get
that
it, Smooth. Smooth, we get
okay,
it. We're moving on from the
Yeah,
moderation
yeah. Everyone
conversation.
move on from this. We should know what we're doing. So back to the miraging conversation.
Yeah, I'll just say one thing briefly about it, dude. I mean, all you need to do is conduct yourself in a legit way, and you won't ever have to worry about being moderated. Ask Kosho. I don't think he's ever been moderated once, and I always bring him up just because if you want to make it about a flat Earth globe Earth thing, Kosho is obviously a very strong globe Earther. He's never been moderated once because he doesn't interrupt people, he doesn't insult people, so he never gets moderated. So if you don't want to be moderated, that's all you have to do. Just be legit. And the thing about the moderators is that I guess I'll relate it to like speeding or whatever. When the cops don't catch every speeder. You know what I mean? You can't do that. So if you get pulled over, you can't just be like, oh, why'd you give me a ticket? You didn't give the other guy. It's just how it works. I mean, there's a bunch of moderators. Everyone's in and out throughout the day. And it's also not realistic that we can be totally perfect with it. You know, plus so it's like not everybody gets caught or whatever. Usually the people that get warnings are the ones that are chronic, that are doing it day after day repeatedly. If there's one little dickhead thrown here and there, it's not going to be like a warning for every little thing. And if a moderator wants to be that strict, they can do that. But we're adults, and it's a little bit absurd to expect some kind of extreme strictness. And the point of moderating is not to like be super snowflakes or anything. The point is that when the insults and stuff take it into shit show, meaning it takes it out of the regular discussion and into two grown men just calling each other names. That's the reason to moderate it.
Right.
And the other moderation that I'd like to do, the other moderation I like to do, Geo, even though I haven't got the physical power to moderate, but I can do it verbally, is keep people on track with the topic and not just get into these ad homs and personal attacks.
That's a good point. But Gio,
Zanuck, you there?
you're
Zanuck,
saying
My
Zanuck,
God,
you there,
new
Zanuck?
leaf. Just turn over a new leaf and let's move on, man.
Well, let him respond if he wants to respond. Yeah. Well, we should move on soon, but yeah, just go ahead and respond if you want to respond to what I said.
Gio, you're saying great stuff, and I truly appreciate it. I'm just saying to you that like I'm watching this situation unfold, and I'm watching the craziness with moderation. I'm fine with it either way. I'm just saying that like a lot of times, from my perspective, I will get called out for saying halfway or whatever, but then we'll have Pete or Travis say a bunch of shit with moderators.
Listen, you know what? I was going to let that go. I was going to let that go. If you hold on, no, if you are going to accuse me of saying something like calling you a fucking idiot, you're going to have to back up your accusation. So go
I
away.
can easily back it up.
The other thing I'll say,
where's the mods? Where's the moderation?
The other thing I'll say is that I can't tell you how many times that a flat earther, if you want to call it, if you want to use those labels, has been moderated, and then they're saying that it's biased. They've called, like, Howard's a Globe Earth moderator. They've called him biased. So it goes both ways. Like, literally, the other day I gave someone who was a flat earther person, I gave him a warning. He came right back in the chat after the 30 minutes like, what the fuck's wrong with this server? You don't give the Globers warnings. You only give the flat earthers warnings. So I'm just telling you, it's like on both sides, you guys say that. And I think what it is, it's a cop-out. Like, instead of taking responsibility for your conduct, you just want to attack the server and the moderation. Like that just seems like that's where people go.
I'm just trying to point out what I see as an issue. Travis interrupted me. And while I was talking to a moderator, and I thought that the rules state that interruption's not allowed, and no one questioned him about it. No one stepped in, and I was being very calm. And I'm saying that's what's causing frustration from my side, is that you just let that happen.
And it's hard to voice. It's hard to voice mod when people are talking. So that's where the physical muting people is the best option, because you can't talk over people that are yelling at each other. So you can't get a word in to actually voice mod at those particular times. That's where I feel that because I'm non-biased regarding everyone that's in here, whether you're labeling flat earth and globing. I'm just me. So I don't care who you are.
And I appreciate that. Listen, I'm just trying to understand the rules of engagement, right? Because what I'm saying is that if Travis just interrupted me and no one said anything about it, with all these mods here, as we have a mod discussion, why wasn't he moderated? Is it because he's a friend? Is he because he's a flat earther? If that
Well,
behavior
I could
is
speak
not
for
a
myself. Yeah, I could speak for myself. I'm doing about 10 things at once right now. I don't even have the Discord screen open. I'm on other screens doing a whole bunch of stuff. So that's, like I said, I not everybody can sit here and do it nonstop. Plus, it's a little ridiculous if we're muting people every 10 seconds. So yeah, he did jump in. I don't know if it was a interruption or not, but he did jump in with excitement. I don't know, man. It's kind of hard to be. Yeah, go ahead.
If you want it to be fair, well, I'll mod him the same way I modded Zanuck about 30 times today before he got a warning. Travis, don't interrupt people. There you go. He's now had the equal treatment like Zanuck has. Okay? Can we please move on from this? If you don't like the way this is modded, if you don't like how this is modded, go make your own room. You can mod it however you want.
Jeremy.
Right. Be a
Yeah,
grown man.
this is pretty
Get in where
boring,
you fit
honestly.
in.
Like, come on, man.
But Jeremy, you made a statement, then you went to said one person. You should have said both persons, not one. That's being biased.
Travis interrupted. Travis interrupted. I modded him like I modded Zanuck. You guys have now had equal treatment. There's nothing more to cry about. Let's get back to the conversation.
I'm not crying, Jeremy. I was just saying that this could be if you were to hear me out, you would see that I'm crying.
I'm gonna pull my hair out.
Well, let's hold on, just real quick, just as an ending to this. Howard, give your honest opinion. Do you think, since you're a globe earther, and then the globe this guy is complaining that we're biased against globe earthers? Hang on, I'm just asking Howard. Howard, what's your opinion?
Overall, I see a decent balance. Sometimes I feel like it's one way. Sometimes I feel like it's the other, and I guess that's the balance that I feel. And I really do think that all the moderators, especially Jeremy, myself, UGO, and others, make an effort to be fair. And I get called out for when I mute a flat earther, and I don't like the label, but I get called out for that. But nobody says anything when I mute a glober. So it's just a matter. We do the best we can, and overall, it's a good platform, and we have good discussions. And I think we're doing a good job.
Yeah, I keep coming back because I like the discussions that we have in here. I'd like to get involved a bit more, but unless people can self-moderate and let other people share the mic in the conversations, I know things can be run a lot smoother. But we have to be adults. I'm a lot older than you guys, so I see a lot of the young ones in here are so headstrong and testosterone or whatever it is. It gets them going, and they want to keep talking and get their things out, and they get verbalize with their ad homs, and they call people names when they're losing their discussion or they think somebody's talking over them. But I hear a lot of talking over, and that's something that I'd like to pull people up on as well.
Let me sum up what Left Lane just said. I'm going to just sum up what Left Lane just said real quick. This shit is modded fair, okay? Quit your crying and shut the fuck up.
Who's that directed to?
I second that. It's to you and everybody.
I'm not crying. I'm just stating what I see.
But Jeremy.
No, I agree with you, Terry.
No, I was just summing. That wasn't at you, Terry. I was just summing up what Left Lane just said.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. This place is fine.
Well, and in addition, just the final thing I'll say, I even created a support ticket system, so you can go and create a ticket. It's near the bottom on the left there on the server. So if there is an issue with moderation, because I don't want it to ever be like corrupt moderators where that is happening, where there's extreme bias or mod abuse or anything like that. And I don't like certain servers where they're like, that you can't speak out against the moderators. Like, to me, that's totalitarian, and I'm not into that. So I even created a support ticket thing so that if someone has an issue, feels like there's mod abuse or some kind of problem happening, you can submit a ticket there, put a timestamp or a screenshot, and then we'll address it.
Can somebody unmute Ruif? I think Ruif must be moderated.
I'm
said unmute, please.
I'm sorted. Thanks.
Let's get this material curve measured.
Yeah, back to that picture that Zanuck gave me to post earlier. That's what we're up to.
Which one?
I'll repost it for you. He couldn't post it, so he just DM'd it to me. Did it come through? Down the bottom?
There it is.
Yeah. Now, what we were saying, something about raising elevation or lowering elevation, you could see something or not see something or something because of the refraction. That's what we're up to.
Yeah. Right. So if you lowered your eye at that point because there's a mirage in front of the cars, if you lowered your eyes, you would increase the intensity of the mirage, and the bottoms of those cars would be lost. Right.
Yeah, because in between the Jeep's wheels, it looks like a TV square, like its own little TV square, like its own little square of vision, right? The yellow Jeep
Yep.
between the tires. Yeah, it's a
Yep.
perfect square right there between that, like its own little flat screen.
Right. Right. So if you lowered your eyes, you would actually lose the bottom of that Jeep, but that doesn't mean that the Jeep is behind the curve, which is what you guys think happens with boats when that happens. I can't see the bottom of the boat. It's behind the curve.
I hate to pull you up on this, Travis, but that's classed as an insult when you're talking that tone of voice about somebody saying something. It's underhanded, but it is classed as.
Really?
Yeah.
Can you cite the rule for me, please?
Tell me if you can hear this.
Do what?
We heard it, Left Lane. We heard you.
Tell Rue if that's what no engine brake means.
Oh, I couldn't hear the noise anyway, but I know the word was break, and I was like, "You're not allowed to break down or something."
Oh, somebody spelled the wrong. Yeah.
Yeah.
How about that?
All right.
All right. So, are we really being like? I was generically mocking. I wasn't like mocking anyone in particular. So, is that really a no-no?
What's that? A jailbreak?
No.
What? When you
I don't
talk
know.
like
Are we snowflakes? Are we snowflakes, guys? Come on.
Or yeah, it seems that Terry is.
Yeah, I mean, you were doing kind of an elementary school mocking, condescending thing. I mean, not the biggest deal in the world, but I think if you want to have an environment that's a good, positive environment where people can feel like they can speak their mind, I think having that kind of thing just puts people on defense. And those little things happen all the time, all the people and all that kind of stuff. It just creates an environment where it's like you're in a third grade classroom and everyone's pointing their fingers and laughing at each other. I mean, it's not a very adult.
Yeah, I'm gonna take me shovel and bucket and out of the sandbox and go home.
That's why we should do more arguing about like the material, the actual physical stuff, and not like so much like, you know what I mean, like sight and shit. Like, why aren't they held down to a material? It's like, where is the curve? Where's the material that matches curve or straight, right? I already know we have the straight stuff. We'll go to the hardware store, get that. But where's the curved material we can just match it to? And all this stuff will be done. I mean, I don't understand why Globers don't want a material that they can say, here's the material of the curb. Shut up, flat earthers. This matches. Go take this and match it anywhere you want.
Can I have another word? Can I have another word for material? You mean data or evidence or
physical? Physical.
Well,
material.
Democ, what you're saying, Democ, reminds me of an idea that Jeremy had said a while back, where like to create like something physical that would form to the earth, and then you could take it off the earth and look at it and see if it's curved. Is that what you mean, like a mold?
Earth stencil. Yeah, I've said it for 10 years now.
No, don't act like Scout.
An earth
Don't act like
stencil
you
is what
came
it's
up.
called. Shut up, Jeremy. I never knew you when I came up with it, buddy. I came up with it before I even went to your room, Jim Panda, Jeremy Panda. So don't try it.
You thought of that all by yourself. Good boy.
Yeah, I thought of a white hole too at the same time, and now lo and behold, what they discovered the other day? White holes. I think of all kinds of stuff by myself, like where's the horizontal edge of the dirt? Like if you send, right, 3959, right? You got an airplane, 20 airplanes in a row. Right? They're all 10,000 miles apart from each other, equal distant. They all go straight the fuck up off the dirt. If the two end ones don't see straight down to space or see the moon or sun going down past them around the earth, then we don't have a globe. I mean, all these things I said since the beginning have always been true. They always ring true. We need a hula hoop that's 25,000 miles. Once you make it and the dirt goes past, we're not on a globe of 24. It's real simple, man. This shit's simple.
Well, some of these ideas are like good theoretical ideas, but I mean, to put that into practicality, and you debate it as if you're like hounding a globe earther, as if he's supposed to have a 25,000 mile hula hoop in his back pocket. He's just going to whip out and show you. I mean, what's the practicality? I mean, I hear you, but you got to think about the practicality before you kind of say it with such aggression.
My thing's not for a globe earther; it's for everybody.
I got a 24
loop out of their old telephone cords that they threw away and don't use anymore. I'm sure there's 8 million miles of that stuff just laying around, going to the trash.
I got a 20,000. I got a 20,000 foot, whatever you call it. Is that big enough?
No, what about the very top of it, right? Left to right. You're only supposed to have a cover 3959, right? On the right side, 3959 on the left side. So if you just get a line of airplanes or hot air balloons or drones, 9,000 miles from within their distance of a line, and they go up, and one of them they don't see the edge of the earth on the right and the very ends of the two guys, then there's no globe that matches that. I mean, you understand?
I mean, you could get a 24,000 mile piece of string or wire or something. I mean, but what do you expect to see? Like, there's going to be land beyond it on either side, on either model.
Then that means your globe is not that size at all. So that disproves the globe size with material. You don't have to look at and keep arguing about refraction. You say, look, we've got a material that's 25,000. It's bigger than your globe. And look, there's still Earth on every side of it, everywhere we look, north, south, east, and west on the side of this hula hoop. Go up on your ISS, go up, you see the hula hoop, the front of it, the back of it, you still see Earth. So that means Earth's not that big. So that disproves that part.
Well, there is something.
Yeah, but if you lay it.
Oh, just real quick, there is something kind of interesting about that idea. If you had like a 25,000 miles material of some sort floating on top of the ocean or whatever, and then if you were to try to then expand it out, and it would get smaller on the globe, whereas on an AE map it would break. So that is kind of interesting.
What are you talking? I don't even understand. Like, let's say on a heliocentric, we're just going around the equator, all the oceans, everything, right?
I can't hear you.
Come on, bro, you're roboting.
You're robot.
You're roboting. And then Jeremy, were you because I jumped in right when you jumped in, Jeremy, if you were going to say something.
No, I was going to say let's say we get a 20, the circumference of the length of the equator, right? If you get a string longer than that, like, it's going to lay on the ground somewhere. So, like, I don't know. There's going to be land on either side of it, and I don't know what the difference is going to look like.
Well, I guess
you know what I'm saying?
Well, a 25,000 mile piece of material right at the equator, and then if you started taking that material south, it would stretch out or break. Or on a globe, it would get, you know what I mean? It would get smaller.
Oh, I see what you're saying. It should go. I don't know.
If this is so theoretical, but if you had a 25,000 mile rope all the way around the equator, if you then took that rope north, it would slack up. If you took it south on a globe, it would slack up. But on an AE map, if you took it south, it would get tense and or break.
Yeah. If you try to extend it equal distant point on the equator. Yeah.
Listen, Jeremy, this is the way it is, man.
You'd be able to bring the whole rope. Hold on. You'd be able to bring the whole rope. America, the Argentina or something, let's say, that latitude. Whereas on a flat Earth, that wouldn't happen in the north and the south.
Right. And there might even be a way to do this without like an actual rope, but maybe with like drones. Like if you had like, I don't know, maybe 500 drones and they were all X miles apart from each other and they all have sensors on them and all that. And you hover all the drones right over the equator and then you move them all out, 100 a mile or whatever it is. And then you measure the distance between them and then you move them back in and then you move them north of the equator and you have sensors that are measuring the distance, something like that. It could be done with like something like that instead of an actual rope.
It's already been done. This is all about lines of longitude converging south of the equator, right?
More or less. Well, the whole Earth converging down to a point on a globe rather than expanding out. Yeah.
Yeah. We have Wally's done this with east-west runways. So the runways are a known length, and obviously they have known GPS coordinates, so known lat longs, and you just show that the longitude lines obviously converge south of the equator.
Latitude lines. So what about so what if you pick 3 points south of the equator, Ruhif? How you do, by the way?
Lovely.
3 points south of the equator on an equivalent latitude line. One in South America, one in Africa, and I guess one in somewhere equivalent, the Philippines or something like that. Is there clarifiable, is there readily available information of the trips traveled, how the distances were gauged, and how exactly it converges to, a lesser latitude? As we go south, as we go north, we have an equivalence, right? As opposed to on a flat Earth setting where everything would exaggerate out. So is there any direct evidence along the lines I asked for?
You're talking about flights. I missed the first 5 seconds or so, but you're talking about flights between these things.
Okay. Okay, 1 second, please. Let me just clarify. So the fundamental question is, on a flat Earth, as you go south from a north center, latitude lines will always expand and will continue expanding beyond the equator, whereas in your version, it will diverge towards the central point again at the south. So have you taken, or can you list or reference some experiment that has been done, taking exactly this into mind, which is equivalent points along certain latitude below the equator, and how the distances were calculated, and how everything seems to agree with the spinning ball Earth, or the ball Earth, I guess.
It's just about trusting the data. Do we trust that the runway length? So this has nothing to do with flights. It's just the length of the runway. Do we accept that these are correct as given, and then do we accept that the latitude and longitudes for each end of the runway need to be correct? And then it's just maths from there.
Okay, that seems like...
All that is a program overlay on the physical land.
Right, but it shows that the longitude lines converge.
Hang on, Bud. When you're talking in terms of Earth's circumference, around the equator, we're told it's a maximal. What was the length of the runway, and what direction you took off? And you can always change your course.
Yeah, like 10,000 feet, something like that usually.
Yeah, but
so you put some of, hold on, go ahead.
No,
go ahead.
Go on, Jeremy. Go on. Off you go, Bud.
Because this was me and Brandon. This Wally thing directly towards me and Brandon.
You're breaking up.
So
go again.
So you have a map that you put longitude, latitude lines down in the spot, and then you're saying converge in this spot, and that proves the globe. But me and Gio and the rest of us want some kind of physical thing, and not just some proof on some model you've made with imaginary shit. So
your audio shit. I do know that it was discussed on Brandon, but your audio keeps breaking up.
Well, we heard most of that though.
Yeah. Like I said, the if you trust the data, then the Earth's a globe.
I don't. I don't trust the data.
Right, but then if
I don't trust your data.
Okay, whatever airport you are close to, try and line yourself up with one end of the runway, and look at your GPS, and just verify that it matches.
I don't trust GPS. We went through this GPS thing the other day. Remember with the refraction thing? They can make it be anything they want.
Yeah, and
an
remember,
airport has runways that take off for destinations in every direction, bud.
Yeah, it's not about flight paths, Pete. We're not talking about the path that any flight takes. We're just talking about the runway and purely east-west runways. They are of a known length.
I just have a real quick question. A real quick question. Can I catch Pikachu there?
Okay, go on to.
Yeah, I think
if you download a certain app, I don't be up to date with Pikachu's changing location, Travis.
Yeah, I don't think GPS is going to be definitive for the shape of the Earth. To think that it's not part of this description would be misguided, I think. So
yeah, this is all about do the coordinates. So if you actually get a GPS position for the end of the runway, which you can do, right, then you must logically come to the conclusion that longitude lines converge.
Okay, yeah, Ruif.
What would that say about your destination's location, though?
Hold on, Pete. Egypt was talking.
No, that's fine. It's a quick question. I'm sure Ruhif, like he said, he brought up logically. I don't think anyone disagrees that longitudinal lines converge, like you said. It's not that. The logical conclusion you're coming up with is that the Earth is therefore a globe, and I'm sure you're pretty aware of the logical fallacy of reification, which that's
an
exactly.
Consequence.
Yeah, and affirming the consequence.
And a reification.
But yeah,
you're too fallacious.
Yeah,
you're too fallacious.
Yeah,
Wait,
you
don't
know
forget about the Pikachu fallacy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
let me address both of those. When I say proof, right, it is a disproof of the AE map because longitude lines diverge they diverge all the time, and longitude lines converging is very strong evidence for the globe. But yeah, I generally, when I use the word proof, I don't mean a formal logical proof.
You're telling me I couldn't make
evidence.
All right, you're telling me I couldn't make an AE map where longitude lines in the south converged?
Correct. You can't do that.
Somebody get an AE map. Somebody get an AE map and draw some longitude lines on it that converge for Ruhef, since he can't envision this in his mind.
Well,
I think he means traveling southward.
Yeah, southward. Yeah, I can get an AE map, draw lines on it, come off the equator, and converge.
Yeah, I just posted this one. This is called the Pierce quincuncial projection. I'm not saying it's the correct map, but it is, and it just shows how those latitude and longitude lines would fit similar to what a globe would be in that sense.
Right, but I can see 8 longitude lines that diverge, 4 pairs.
Converging?
Diverging. 4 pairs of those diverge.
Okay, are some converging?
Some are converging, but 4 of them, 4 pairs are not.
Okay, then we could have converging longitude lines on an AE map.
Not all of them.
All right, show me all the longitude lines diverging.
Diverging would just be an AE map.
Sorry, converging. Show me all the longitude lines converging. Even at that, I could still draw an AE map where all the longitude lines converge.
No, you can't. You can't do it. The only shape is a globe.
Well, see, the problem, the disconnect here, Ruif, you already admitted that logically you can't come to the conclusion. But the whole point is you're making a logical argument. That's
if you can show me any other possible shape that can do it, I'd love to see it.
Extrapolation.
Yeah, they wouldn't all be able to converge. I think you're right. The point is, nonetheless, that you could have converging longitude lines on an AE map. Geo just showed it to you.
Yeah, but they're not all converging.
But some of them are.
Yes, some of them are. Some of them are.
Okay. So you showed me some longitude lines that were diverging, right?
Yeah, but all of them
the AE map
need to be converging.
Okay. The AE map has some converging and some diverging. You just showed us some diverging ones. You don't see where this affirming the consequent reification fallacy thing's happening?
We'll get to reification in a minute. The map that Geo posted has some converging, some diverging.
Did you show us all? Show us all. Did Wally show us all the longitude lines or some of them?
Every single place that has an airport running approximately east-west has converging longitude lines.
Right, but those would would be on land masses, and you notice that all 4 of those quadrants on that map I posted is where like South America, Africa, those are all landmass areas. So the only discrepancies would be in the deep like southern Pacific or deep southern Atlantic.
Right. Are you claiming that the flight from Sydney to Auckland is like a quarter of the Earth?
Where'd that flight go missing, Geo? That Malaysia flight 103 or whatever it was? Was that in the deep south? Yeah, where'd that flight go missing?
Western Australia, off the coast of Western Australia by a few thousand.
Deep south. Yeah, deep south in the ocean where they could be hiding or adding land or playing games with us or whatever. Yeah.
Oh lordy, that might do me.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think Wally's
Anyway,
idea of
what?
runways is fantastic. I think Wally's video about runways east-west is fantastic. It shows that every runway in the southern hemisphere is converging.
Yeah, honestly, we don't need to go in circles. Like Jeremy, he already admitted, like he doesn't have proof for the globe. He's just hanging on to his word of strong evidence.
Yeah.
On some map, so that's fine. If that's what you want to hold on to, that's fine. I mean, I have no problem with that. Yeah.
Neither do I. That is my
Yeah.
subjective standard of evidence, and I think it's valid. Yeah.
And it's an awesome way to move forward. I mean, just like we can move forward from that, right? Like,
well, 1 second before we move forward, Ruth, how do you gauge your latitude when you're at southern climes? Is there any sort of transition or transformative function you need to make to accurately gauge where you actually are in relation to these latitude lines that are well demarked?
Yeah, we have a rotational pole as well, celestial pole.
Well,
or we could use the
compass
declination of
never
the sun.
points south, right? So every declination has to be gauged in terms of the consistent north pointing, right?
Nothing to do with the compass.
Okay.
I mean, true north, true south.
There is no true south.
Yes, there is. It's opposite to true north.
Okay.
He already clarified. He said not using a compass. So,
yeah.
What is he using? Yeah. What do you use then, if not a compass? The stars, correct?
The celestial pole. Yeah, which is opposite to the north celestial pole, which I can see part of.
Oh, that's just an assumption. It's it's not a.
What do you mean?
Like an actual, it's not a measurement. Maybe with a compass. With a compass, I'd agree it's some sort of measurement. The compass is pointing somewhere, but your idea of poles is just that, an idea.
You're in the north, right? So you can see the north celestial pole. Is that your true north? How do you consider true north?
Compass.
That compass does not give you true north, Travis.
That's what you say.
The direction of the celestial pole and the direction that a compass points is different.
Okay, Roof, I'll take it with you. Like, I'm fine with the celestial pole being true north.
Okay, so I can see I can see the partial star trails of the north celestial pole. Opposite to that, just so happens to be the south celestial pole.
When you say opposite, is it exactly 180 degrees?
Yes.
In all situations.
Yes.
In all places.
Yes.
Can you show evidence for that? can you show any evidence except your?
I've taken north celestial star trails and southern ones and lined them up on Google Earth, and it's exactly true north and exactly true south.
Oh wow!
See, there you go again. There you go again.
Wow.
Laying something on a map to say it lines up.
Did you catch Pikachu?
What are you talking
about? Again, affirming the consequent. I'm asking you, how do you know it's exactly opposite? Now you're going to your assumption on a map. The map assumes the terrain based on the celestial. Like you're using circular reasoning. I'm asking you, how do you know it's the opposite way round? Right, like exactly opposite from north, but you're using the same reasoning that you came to the conclusion of a map.
Okay,
you've
asked the question. You've asked the question. Okay, when I zoom in on Google Earth, right, I see my house. I see some landmarks towards where the north celestial pole is. I line that up on that image. Right. If I do star trails of the south, I line it up with other landmarks just to the south, the houses to the south of me. On that overhead aerial image, those two directions are opposite each other. It's really simple.
Yeah, you can get true north an equinox, right? On an equinox, the sun rises in the west for everyone. Now you have one direction. All you gotta do is put a plus. All you gotta do is put
second.
Or you could do it at your solar noon on an equinox.
Yep.
And you'll have your north-south. No.
You do it solar noon any day.
Okay, that's how south and north is based off of this, where the sun is, right?
I'd say it's more probably a better way is the celestial poles.
Well, that's not. You think the celestial poles is true north?
Yes, it is exactly true. That is true north.
That's incorrect. Polaris is 0.7. Polaris is 0.7 degrees off true north. It's not true north.
Polaris is not the celestial pole.
Okay, do you know how we get the actual true north from? Not the celestial pole. Not the celestial pole.
Yes,
he's agreeing with you. Yeah.
He's not agreeing with me. He's telling me you get true north by the celestial pole. That's not how it's done, because that is not true north.
Yes, it is.
Because that is not true north, because it's even Polaris is not. You think Polaris is directly above true north?
No.
Jesus, Jeremy.
Holy shit, Jeremy.
So we're definitely not going to use Polaris to find true north, since that's not even where it is.
Correct.
Okay, so not the
using
celestial
Polaris.
poles. Not the
Yes, the celestial pole. Holy shit. Yes, the celestial pole.
Hold on, guys.
No Polaris.
Jeremy, the celestial pole is not the same as Polaris. That's what he's trying to get across to you.
Yeah, but
it's in a place.
True north is used through the celestial pole, i.e. Polaris.
No, not i.e.
No,
Polaris.
not Polaris.
That's where you're wrong.
So what
Jesus.
then? No. Oh wait, hold on.
Celestial pole, the rotation point. Holy shit.
Okay, you think that's how we got?
Wait. Okay. I get it. I get
right.
it now. Oh wait, hold on.
Okay.
So you're saying that Polaris has a slight move. Sorry, Jeremy. You want to go ahead or should I?
Yeah, Polaris has a slight circle around the celestial pole.
Yeah, there's a slight movement of Polaris. But at the end of the day, true north is a geographic location, correct?
The geographic pole is a geographic location.
No, true north. True north is a geographic location.
Direction.
The direction, yeah, it's a direction.
No, it's a location.
No, it's a direction.
The North Pole.
Yeah, you want to present some citation? No, true north.
North is a direction.
Okay.
North is a direction.
North
Pole is a location.
Yeah, we're talking about true north. Ruhif.
True north. True north is a direction. The North Pole is a geographic location.
Okay. So if I'm standing at the North Pole and I'm going to use the celestial pole to find north, that means north is going to be up, vertical.
Well, you're at the North Pole, so.
Right. Okay.
There is no north, right?
Let's say I'm 10 feet off the North Pole and I want to find true north. I'm going to be going near vertically in the sky. That's how we're doing it.
Yeah, that direction, right, in the horizontal plane is north.
So the ground underneath the celestial pole.
Yes, that is the North Pole.
Okay, definitely not the celestial pole, though. All right, just so we're clear.
Right, the celestial pole's in the sky. The North Pole's on the ground.
Okay, cool. And you think that's how they figured out where north was?
Yeah, that is north.
Yeah, but you think that's how they figured it out, though? All right, Egypt, go ahead.
It's almost
a
definition.
Sorry, Jeremy. No, I didn't mean to.
Go ahead. No, it's fine. I'm gonna back off. Go ahead, bro.
Okay, I just think what arises from this is that you have geodetic true north and like astronomical true north, I guess. Like, I mean, yeah, you got to define. You actually did. Like you're talking about the celestial true north, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Ruhuf, do you mind if I steal your thunder for like 2 seconds and I'll be quiet again?
I'm going to go in a second anyway, so yeah.
Oh, shoot. Because I was going to say the same thing. I almost, have you ever taken a navigation, I don't know, class or done it?
Nope. Well, the best thing, or the closest thing is just being in the debate of this whole flat Earth.
Oh, no.
I'm aware of navigation.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
I know how it works, but yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry. No, I wasn't like trying to set you up or anything. I was legitimately curious.
Exactly.
I'm in the Army, and of course, map reading is a huge and a fundamental part of being a soldier and something you're taught from day one. And on the maps that we use, there's a legend at the bottom, and I forget what the exact word is, but it shows you several different norths and the difference in degrees for each north so that you can convert them from your magnetic azimuth. So you shoot an azimuth with the compass, and if you want to convert it to grid north, the north on the map, which is slightly different, you apply a correction. And the same thing for true north.
There's 4 norths, 4 types of norths.
We call that variance in sectional charts, flight charts.
Yeah, magnetic, all that. But yeah, so like if you look up an Army, what MSGS is that what it's called? I don't remember. If you look up Army maps, we have a different military grid reference system. MGRS is what we use.
UTM, Universal Transverse Mercator.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Eastings and Northings. Yeah.
So like if you looked at that right now, like the Army MGRS map, and look at the bottom, there's a little, looks like a dial sort of with all the different norths and their appropriate.
How many norths are there?
Lots, but mainly 2.
Yeah, we're not taking a quiz.
Just 2.
I'm just curious how many norths are on your map.
Yeah, there's a few, but just 2, right? Magnetic north and true north. Don't worry about the others.
Yeah, well, so we have
grid north.
Yes, grid north is the map north, which is slightly different than the other 2.
Yeah, so how many norths are there? Just so I know what I can envision this in my head.
Just worry about 2 of them. Right?
Dude, this is not for you. This is for Negator.
All right.
Gosh.
Anyway,
Okay,
I'm going to go. So I'll catch you soon.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Maybe I'm muddying the water here with extra info.
Trying to figure out what we're looking at. How many norths are there? You mentioned grid north, and then what? True north, magnetic north. That's 3. Is there another one?
Geographical.
Well, I didn't want to ruin the whole conversation. I just wanted to figure out what the map looked like.
Well, the map is, because the map is slightly distorted. That we just call it grid north.
Yeah, grid north. That's one of the norths that they use for navigation. That's it. So there's just one north on this grid north.
Yeah, let me double check so I'm not telling you anything wrong.
How long has it been since you used the map?
This is what the gyro compass while Negator is looking up information, Jeremy. This
about a
is what
year,
the
I
gyro
guess.
compass is about, is to establish
We were
an
doing training
idealized
in
north, because
Port
the
Irwin,
compass
California.
north moves according to
I
the
don't know.
magnetic north. Okay, sorry.
Negator, you have Pete Shea muted.
He's turned down, yeah.
He doesn't
Yeah,
like
you
me,
gotta-
but I was just clarifying for you.
You gotta.
Anyway, I'm
Well,
done.
hold on, Pete. No, hold on. It's bigger than that. You either got to pay attention to your screen. I'm not saying you have to listen to Pete's voice, but if you're going to have him turned down where you can't hear him, you got to watch your screen to make sure he's not lighting up.
Okay.
How about not let him clog the airways?
Yeah.
He made one quick,
Yeah, he
statement.
wasn't.
I'm not going to communicate with Pete, so.
That's not what.
That's fine. Then you
he
need to
said.
watch. Then it's fine. You don't have to communicate. You don't have to communicate with Pete. You do, however, now need to be watching your screen to make sure that you're not over talking him. So you need to see when he lights up on your screen.
Why doesn't he just stay
You don't-
quiet and let other people talk?
Pete made a quick, concise statement for one time in his fucking life. Amazed.
No, he didn't.
Negator talked all over him.
Pete was
I didn't
rambling
even
about
hear
something
Pete
else.
properly. I was listening, but I couldn't hear what he said.
I mean, you guys are
So,
absolutely
Negator,
top,
just if you're
top
gonna
tier.
have him turned down, if you're Negator, if you're gonna have him turned down, just watch his name on your screen, please. That's all. Now, how many norths are on this map?
I can link you a picture. But
Also,
on a
with the distortion, I can't really look right now.
okay. On a side note, every single time I've communicated with Pete, he accuses me of being some weird government agent and other weird.
It's fine. He's accused me of being a weird government agent. You think you're the
Yeah,
only
me
one?
too.
Yeah.
You're all actors.
Just
You're all
join the
actors.
fucking club.
Every last one.
I've been accused by Pete. Yeah, so I mean, you don't have to listen to him. You don't have to engage with him.
Yeah.
You do have to
I think you get.
make sure you're not over talking.
Yeah,
That's all.
I get it. I guess I point that out because maybe you guys should consider what his use is.
Yeah, I'm interested in what point you were trying to make, though.
Okay.
Gator.
So I
how
can
many-
I'll link a picture in the chat if you want. But yeah, so in the context of the Army, there are 3 norths. In the context of the north that you should care about, it's true north and magnetic north.
Well, I'm sure it's not
They
about
only have
what I
3?
care about. It's not. It's not
All right,
about
what's
feelings.
the distortion on the
What's your
map
point?
for?
Like, what's
Hold on.
do you have any?
Egypt.
Oh, sorry.
Egypt,
go
hold
ahead.
on one second. What's the distortion on the map from?
Partially because it's a projection of a spherical surface onto a flat map. And
So the center of it must be distorted.
Well, yeah, that's part of it.
So you have a key or a what's it called? A legend for this distortion rate, because it can't be the same everywhere, right?
Yes, that's correct. And the same is true for magnetic north, which is different for everywhere.
So there's a distortion key for the transition for how much different.
No, you're cutting out at the end there, Jeremy. When you get back, we didn't hear the end bit.
From the center of the map.
You
Okay, I
roboted
said,
the whole
can you hear me
thing.
now? I said there's a distortion key. There's a distortion key for the difference in distance there is from locations from the center of the map, because it's different as it goes out towards the edge of the map, right?
No, it's called a declination angle.
Magnetic declination. Yeah, that's not distortion from a sphere, from putting a sphere on a flat surface. That's magnetic declination, right?
That's why magnetic north is different. So remember three norths on a map: grid north, true north, magnetic north.
Okay, that's not why north is different. North is different because the flux lines don't point to geographic north.
Okay. The other reason that there is a grid convergence is because like each map, right? Each rectangular map is part of a greater map section, right? And then that in turn is a part of a greater, a small square and a big square and a bigger square and a bigger square, right? And
so this map is. My bad. Go ahead.
No. So either they could have made every map sort of trapezoidal in shape. Is that the right word? So it's sort of skinnier at the top rather than the bottom. Either they could have done that, or they make, square maps with a correction.
Okay, there's a correction on your map for putting a spherical surface onto a flat thing. Yeah. All right, I gotcha.
I mean, that's partially. Well, let me. The other half is just, you could assume an AE map, right? Like if you broke the AE map has line to longitude and latitude, and they get gradually bigger as you approach north. So
I don't know why people put longitude lines on it, but maybe, sure.
Did I say bigger? I'm sorry, I meant smaller, right? Like the width between lines of longitude is less the further north you get. So the maps are slightly distorted because of that. That's what grid north is.
Okay, so this map you got is distorted because they put a spherical surface onto a flat surface, right?
Now that I think about it, I think the description I just gave really is the reason for that. Yeah, Terry I appreciate it, Terry. He said he can't look at the pictures, but.
Well, I would say it's like several factors, and they're listed actually in the, I guess you call it the legend, right under elevations, and you got the contour intervals, right? And then you've got the spheroid grid projection, datums, vertical and horizontal, right? All these are factors that would affect the map.
Well, like I said, it's just conversion
in one way or another.
It's just converting. Let me back up. I'm not making any particular claim as to why.
Well, yeah, that's why I'm
is
lost. Yeah,
well,
I'm waiting for a claim. That's all.
let's back it up, because I jumped into the conversation halfway, and really, if someone that was here ahead of me already talking wants to take it back around, feel free.
No.
No, we want the army guy. Yeah, we want the army guy that knows about maps.
Yeah. Hey,
you're the map
man.
boy.
Starting to doubt that map thing in the army.
There's really no reason, man, to be all confrontational and adolescent about it.
There's no reason to tell people you've studied maps in the army a lot and you're the expert here. You know, like you're pretending to know something that you actually don't, because clearly by what you've said and the questions we've asked, which are really freaking easy, dude. You haven't.
Right,
it's
man.
either been a long time.
Since you're just gonna gaslight me, I'm gonna turn you down. I'm gonna keep interacting with.
Yeah, no problem. Well, I'll go on with my statement. It's either been a really long time since he's done.
All right, so almost. What questions do you have? Like, where you want to go with this?
You're talking over Rakia right now. You're talking over Rakia.
Yeah, he knows he is.
I tell you guys what. How about you hold Rakia to a standard of civil conversation?
Hold on, you can't just overtalk him, all right? You said you were going to turn him down, fine, whatever, but you've got to watch at least for his light, all right? And you just can't continue.
We just went
he
through
knows this. Y'all let people troll
here. We just went
so
through this with Pete.
Deal with it.
Pete Bandsaw. Yeah, we just. Come on, Negator, work with us, will you?
All right,
you don't have to engage with anyone you don't want, but we can't have the over talking. So
surely he knows this, right? Surely he's smart enough to know when I go on mute, I'm not talking anymore, and when my light is lit up, I'm talking. So I'll restate my statement. Either, which I don't know for a fact, it's been a really long time since he's gone over the map thing in the army, or he was just kind of like, you know, I'm in the army, I'm supposed to know about maps, here I am, because clearly he doesn't know much. But anyway. I'm not trying to poison the well. I'm just stating a fact.
Yeah. So Bandsaw, I guess I'll let him continue to insult me, if that's cool with you. So that's the quality of conversation we want around here.
I didn't insult anyone.
No, I don't.
There was no insult. I didn't hear any insult.
So.
I'm gonna like hold a middle ground here. I mean, Rakia, do you have like something to call him out on that he made a claim about? Or that he said was wrong when he presented his map? Did he say something that was irrelevant or seemed to show his inexperience, at least?
Other than saying, I'm not really sure what that is. Oh, the ledger, I'm not sure where that is or what that is. And I'll just let someone else that was already in the conversation talk about the maps, because I'm not doing very well. Other than that, no, not much.
Did that answer your question?
Okay.
Did he point out anything specific in there, or?
Well, no, he talked about the general sense of how you were speaking or presented your. I'm not going to say argument, claim, or anything. So
okay. Well,
I don't think he made any claims, but
I didn't. No, I didn't. So when I jumped in, you guys were talking about the difference between true north, magnetic north, all these things. What? Do you want to drive the conversation to a particular location?
Well, I think all these are
is
just
your map
irrelevant.
distorted?
Sorry. Okay, go ahead, Jerry.
Yes, I want to drive it to a specific point. Is your map distorted because they put a spherical surface on a flat surface?
It's been. I'm pretty sure I read that a long time ago, and I haven't found the source for it. But it makes sense to me that it's distorted only, or very likely, because you're taking a square section of Earth from what is either a globe or a flat surface where all the lines of longitude join at the top. So I'm not claiming that the grid north being different from true north is proof Earth is a globe, if that's what you're getting at.
Awesome. I mean that was very specific. Yeah.
I was just wondering if. Go ahead, Egypt.
I didn't mean to step on toes, but like he answered the question. So I mean, in the context of the original argument, there's no real relevance here. Like, I mean, the whole point is we're looking for proof of a globe, even like in the context of maps, which Ruif already agreed upon that if he's going to use a map, it's going to be a logical fallacy to use it as proof. See, he didn't want to use the word proof, but used strong evidence, which to me is like kind of running away from the argument and just renaming shit strong evidence. What do you mean by that? Like, I mean, it coincides. So if you're using it as your argument, it would be a logical fallacy. So
it's just a way to negate it, right?
So what was the context that you guys were asking him about north? Just he was referencing maps and somehow it proves the globe in some way?
You're a pretty sneaky character, Negatorex. You have the right to turn everyone else down
All
and call
right,
them.
don't
You actually encourage
come
people to
on.
have you.
Yo, hello. We don't need right there these little underhanded comments or personally attacking people. Don't do that.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Okay, so
well, they were talking about celestial poles and then true north and magnetic north, and it just sort of evolved into what's what kind of thing.
I mean, you can take lots of angles to. Oh shoot! Hang on, the wife is calling. I'm gonna put this one on hold. I'll be back.
You better.
We'll wait for the honorable return of Negator.
So what is grid north? Is that due to them putting a spherical surface on a flat plane, or what's grid north all
Pretty
about?
much. Actually, it's a result of the map. It's using grids, your contours and your grids to create a map. Grid is a square, basically, right? It's the line.
X, Y axis grid over a distorted map is going to give you, they'll be off from the north-south lines.
So this grid north thing is directly because they're putting a spherical surface on a flat plane?
Pretty much, yes. See, no Glober was saying yes. I would say yes.
Why are you saying yes?
How
do you know?
It's nuanced, but yes, in the general sense, that's their claim. I mean, that's the whole point of like it's on the map that he provided, right? It says grid convergence, and it gives you an angle, right, and a distance.
So let's let them claim it if that's what their claim is, because I don't. Is grid north from them putting a spherical surface on a flat plane? Any Globers? Oh, maybe, maybe not. We don't know. Maybe we'll find out someday.
You won't find out what is from the Globers. You'll definitely find out what isn't anyway. Negator makes that clear.
Well, left lane flies. You use grid north, right? Left lane.
Yeah, we use sectionals, which it has actually the north-south, latitude, longitude, east-west, and then we've got what they call isometric lines, which represent the magnetic north, which you have to calculate for in planning your route.
Do you use grid north when you fly?
No, we don't have grid north on sectionals.
I thought that was specifically for aviation.
No, I think it's primarily on your land-based maps.
Which is what you use when you fly.
Well, they kind of are, I guess, but like I said, we don't really have the grid lines. We just have the latitude, longitude lines.
All right, you don't use grid north. That's fine. Go ahead, Manson.
Doesn't grid north just basically mean that the map that you're looking at, it's the top of the map, the top of the grid? Isn't that simply what it is?
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure it is.
I know it was. I thought it was used in aviation. Apparently not. Maybe different aviation people use it.
Let me Google.
You know, I mean, left lane doesn't even have this PPL yet. I'm not knocking you, left lane. I'm just saying, like, maybe you're not using the big boy.
No, I've done the navigation stuff though. Yes, I can navigate.
Let you hold the big boy maps.
Yeah.
Just fuck with you.
Okay, here we go. Okay, grid north. Grid north is the simplest to understand. It is the straight up pointing north on the map. In almost all maps, the north point is pointing up from the direction of reading, and it is aligned with the grid lines.
I thought
Okay,
all maps had a grid north.
I didn't glean anything from what you just said. I'm not saying it's your
Well,
fault, Bandsaw. I'm just saying.
Well,
Blame Google. What the
a grid map is like the one Negator showed. It's a square, right, with a bunch of little squares inside, right?
So why don't they just have a instead of having this grid north thing? Why don't they just have an actual arrow pointing to actual true north?
Well, in the legend, it does show you that the difference between grid north and the true north.
You know, if
And
I
the
were
magnetic north
communicating,
as well.
if I were communicating, and this is just a guess, and I was communicating with the base and ordering a hit, I would say this is in the quadrant G7. That's going to be within the grid layout of that map. Whether it's north, south, east, or west, it doesn't matter. You know, and that'll show them the quadrant of where their target is. Maybe that has something to do with it.
How did that's you made it even worse. And now I know less than when Bandsaw explained what grid north was.
Can I like quickly summarize like the disconnect between the flat Earth and globe using the same methods? I mean, I don't deny that. Having a grid map will result in a different, will result in a grid north, a true north, and a magnetic north. You'll have these discrepancies. Now, they're claiming the only reason you can have that is if Earth were a globe. I'm saying no, because if you look into what true north is and magnetic north is, it is still possible on a flat Earth. Only these lines are not straight lines. You're assuming they are. Now, if they're not, they could work on a flat Earth. It's an assumption. So that's why Ruev couldn't hold to the idea of proof, using a map as proof, because it's not proof of anything. It's just assumptions. And you'll always have these discrepancies between these so-called grid north, true north, and magnetic, because they're different directions and they're not all straight lines, or can be otherwise. I mean, where's the proof? Where's the actual measurement? That's the whole point. If you go down to the measurement of what these norths are, like true north versus magnetic, and look at the measurement, that's where you can make an argument. Other than that, it's meaningless.
None of this is meaningless, okay? It's all building up to something. All these little tidbits of information that we gain and this knowledge we acquire by talking about this is none of this is useless.
Oh, no, that's not what I meant. I meant if you're trying to make an argument that because we have a discrepancy between these norths, therefore Earth is a globe and must be a globe.
I don't think anyone's making an argument. I don't think anyone's making an argument.
Yeah, they can't even do that. But I mean, that's the regular person's view on the matter. But the people in the trenches, they wouldn't make that claim because they know it's fallacious, like Ruev, right?
Well, I mean, let me tell you something about Ruhif with logic. All right, I don't want to slander him when he's not here, but he's not the best at logic.
Yeah, he thinks we should ignore logic sometimes. Like logic is just a useless tool. I know how Ruev thinks.
Wow. To quote Ruhiv, science doesn't prove anything. Welcome to the globe.
Yeah, that's affirming the I ran him the Foucault pendulum thing. He said that's an affirming the consequent. If you have Foucault pendulum deviation with latitude change, the change in precession, then Earth's a globe. He said that's affirming the consequent. Science doesn't prove anything. Welcome to the globe. So, anyways, If this is a, the thing is, if they did put a sphere on a flat plane, okay, there would be more than one. There would be more than 5 norths, right? Because the whole thing is misshapen now. The distances you would need a legend for distances from whenever they put the thing down, because at that point farther away, the distances would start getting nuts. Unless they added or took bits of land out of the map, in which case you could be standing in a location that's not even on the map. I mean, this whole putting a sphere on a plane thing is crazy, because you can't do it without distorting the
Yes.
surface of the sphere.
Yeah,
So
Jeremy.
you're either going to be standing on locations of land that aren't there, or it's gonna be all fucked up.
Yeah, having different norths is not a result of distortion.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Negator wasn't sure. Are you sure? Yeah. Because Negator wasn't sure, and he's the map expert. So,
well, that's my claim. I'll say having different norths has nothing to do with a spherical distortion or a distortion resulting from a spherical surface being mapped on a flat surface. This is one thing that causes distortion, but that doesn't result in having different norths. I mean, true north and magnetic north are caused by having one direction, let's say with the compass, the magnetic, right, versus the geographical location, which is assumed to be a location from the celestial measurement rather than the magnetic.
All right. So you think if we put the surface of a sphere onto a flat surface, that there would still just be one north?
Yeah, I mean, which north? See, I'm saying there
whatever
are
north you want, true north. True north. You think there's just one true north now?
the magnetic north, like the one that
True
the
north.
compass points
True
to.
north.
So not magnetic.
Geographic north.
Yeah, geographic. Yeah, one. If you have a globe being put onto a flat map, you would have one true north.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, I don't know, because if you're adding or taking bits of land out, I don't know. That's tricky. You have to either add or take land out. Like, you can't, or you stretch it or something, which means there's more land. Like, I don't know how you would even go about this without adding or taking land away. You can't. In fact, you can't do it without adding or taking land away. It's not possible, because it's the surface of a sphere. Yo, shout out to Bev. The surface of a sphere is a non-developable surface. You can't put it on a flat plane without distorting it. So you either have to add more or take some away.
I agree. I 100% agree. But what's that got to do with direction?
I don't know. I'm just saying, if you're adding, I conceded that maybe you're right. Maybe there still would be one true north, but if you're standing in a certain place and there's land that's not supposed to be there, I don't know. It's tricky. Either way, you're going to have some funky ass fucking problems with this, because your distances won't be right from wherever you put the sphere down, and you stretched it from that point, like distances. I don't know. You need some funky ass legend or something.
Yeah, well, like in reality, we never use, like, there's no map that someone uses to navigate of the whole Earth. It's just a section usually. Like if you're trying to get from A to B, it's just
You could have a map of the United States. That's a pretty big chunk. You would need to have some kind of distortion. There would be some kind of distortion in that.
And there is.
And land,
there is.
and
there
land
always
that
is.
there isn't. And land that is
all
or
maps
isn't
are
there.
distorted.
So if you have
it's at least admitted as much.
Are Cartesian maps distorted?
Okay, if you have if Earth is a sphere, and you have a landmass the size of the United States, and you have it all in one map, you're going to have some kind of distortion, or there's going to be places where there is land that shouldn't be there, or there isn't land where there should be. So,
yes, but we're agreeing on that.
Well, apart from your normal maps, like your world maps, how much distortion is in your normal everyday map that you use to get around?
Well, if you have one of the whole U.S., there'd have to be a lot of distortion in it because that's a nice chunk of the surface of the sphere right there.
Oh, I don't know.
Hundreds of miles, bro. Check the arc length to the core distance from LA to Cali. Or sorry, from LA to New York. A lot of miles, bro. A lot of miles.
Never checked it myself, but
yeah. If anyone has the map of the arc length, we were going through this earlier. I don't remember the numbers or if somebody even came up with one, but the difference in a chord length versus an arc length from LA to New York, it's going to be some miles. It was things like 200 miles.
I can imagine. Yeah, at least.
Yeah, so you're going to have 200 miles of wrong distance in your map if you have a map of America.
Yeah, I agree.
Anyone ever see a legend in a map of America for how much it's off by because of this spherical to flat transition? I haven't.
There isn't. That's not part of the legend ever.
No.
The map.
So, where's the distortion at in that?
Why wouldn't you just use a Cartesian map for...
What's up?
Why wouldn't you just use a Cartesian map for local areas that you're trying to navigate through?
I don't know. We were just talking about if you had one of those old school Jim Apco maps of the whole U.S. where it unfolded 8,000 times, you can never fold it back upright. Remember those from the 80s, maybe?
Yeah, but those don't help you get around your immediate area.
Well, the immediate area is not close enough to see the distortion. If you just had a map of your neighborhood or something, there's probably not going to be a lot of distortion in it. You got to go a long ways away to have a difference in a chord length and an arc length, and an arc segment. You need hundreds and hundreds of miles to even have anything meaningful. That's why I use New York to LA. You have a meaningful amount of difference in the chord length, to the arc segment length. Does anyone understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying. Yeah. What you need to do, Jeremy, is get all the local maps from New York to LA, all right? Lay them out on your lounge room floor and measure them.
Listen, crazy day in here today, man. So I'm gonna need you to stop sleeping and just be in here all the time, because
man, I was in here last night. What the hell?
It was going good. I remember when you got off. Everything was going nice and smooth, and then it all went downhill from there.
You Yanks, you Yanks, you wake up, you don't have your coffee, and you're in a bloody bad mood for the rest of the day. I log off, and everything is rosy. Everything's rosy.
It was nice. It was peaches and cream. I know.
It was, mate. It was.
Yeah.
Fucking Yanks.
We can pick on them, can't we, Bandy? The Americans.
Yeah. Bloody oath we can.
See, all the fucking Australians are coming out. The whole chat's going downhill now. All right.
Look, I know.
Well, me and Bandy could tag team all day with you.
I know, Terry, why Yanks are susceptible to so much friendly fire. They don't know how to read map, where true north is. They don't know what a coordinate system is.
Fucking Cartesian coordinates. What the fuck is that?
That's why they're all lost.
Exactly.
It's because we keep hitting each other. We keep getting friendly fire because we got all this distortion from them putting a globe Earth on a flat map, so we don't know which way is what.
Exactly.
You know why you use a folded map in a car? You ever tried to fit a globe in the glove box?
Remember, they used to have those spherical compasses. Remember those? You put them in your
Oh, the one
car
you
and
put
the
on your
dashboard.
dash. Yeah,
The little
yeah.
ball thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did those ever point? Those should be pointed crazy for people, right? Because if it's is it always pointing towards the North Pole?
Well, you would hope.
They do say that. They do say that the flat compasses, the circular ones, the discs, they do say they have to put an extra weight on those just in Australia in the south for some reason, but not in the north. So that's weird. Why is it not getting the equal amount of tilt in both hemispheres? See, things aren't happening equally in both hemispheres, which has led me to this conclusion of it's probably not a globe.
Yeah, I think this is one of my conclusions too. Just the difference between north and south, so-called
Like
poles. They're not poles.
They put a weight on the south facing bit, or is it the north? One of the bits of the compass, they put a little weight on because they say it drags down because it's pointing towards the pole. You guys ever hear this before?
Well, maybe it's because of the curvature. Right?
Have you ever heard this before about this weight they put on the compasses in the south?
Yes, I've heard of that.
No, but I've heard
in
something.
the southern hemisphere. Yes.
Yeah, I've heard
What'd you say, Left
yeah.
Lane? Left Lane, what'd you say?
Yeah. Yes, I've heard that about compasses made for the southern hemisphere do have a weight on the south side of the needle or something like that.
Yeah, why is that? Why don't they need a weight on the north side for the north or something? You know what I mean? Why is there no weight on the north compass?
I don't know.
Like shit's not happening equally. The South Pole is way different climate than the North Pole. Like there should be more equality on the poles in the globe.
Exactly. More equality. Compass lives matter.
That's a good one though. I'd like to go
Jeremy.
in depth. I'd like to go in depth on this weighted compass thing at some point. Go ahead, Pete.
Okay, thank you. Let me comment then, Jeremy, because the bowlers are reluctant to come in. Negatorex is particularly silent now. Absolutely. This goes back to my point, how you gauge latitude south of the equator, which is generally a celestial equator. Of course, over a flat span, it must branch out, it must diverge. In a globe Earth setting, it has to converge back at the South Pole. But if you have to take these extraordinary measures into consideration to this is what they have to do, Jeremy, though. They have to accurately gauge where north is. This is why they put these weights, or they take these different factors into consideration the further south they go from the celestial band. So yeah, very interesting, and please pursue further. Excellent. Can I just say, in reality, which is what you're concerned about here, Jeremy, you're pointing to north. And yes, all these things will do, all of these extra measures will do is point you in a more coherent manner over a flat plane to a central north position. If you think about how it would work over a globe Earth, just for a moment, if you think about it, well, where is actual north that you're pointing to? The compass points to. Never points south, so it has to point up and around the sphere, or maybe north is emanating from the central core where everything is gauged from, and the compass is trying to point into the center, but it's only on a two-dimensional axis, so it can't. So very interesting. Off you go, though.
Why is it pointing into the north? So if we got a cold area in the north and a cold in the south, right? There shouldn't be too much of a difference of like a super cold, and then hot in the middle, which is the equator. So if you're in the equator and your thing points north, why is it pointing north? If you're like right in the middle point, why is it pointing north over south? That to me doesn't make any sense.
Right, very good. And we will not forget for a second that all of the fucking Navy, all of the higher powers know exactly what's going on. I actually think myself, Dan, the answer is that south is beneath us. So when we reach the peripherals, we're just reaching where something has been broken off. If the compass had a true ability to point
So,
south and north, south is beneath us, yeah.
so a higher elevation in the north and a lower elevation in the south.
No, no, I actually literally mean in a flat earth setting, whatever's beneath us, that's where the compass would point to. If we went down an
Oh, the
equivalent
bottom of
distance,
the
yeah,
plane. Okay, that we can't get. I got you. I got you. But it still doesn't like. But an orientation in the middle of like a big square, if you got south underneath and north, like, so why is north still like pointing somewhere? Like, it should just start spinning then at the top is all north, right?
well, I have my own specific thoughts on that, of course, but I will just say that I think the tree is cut. So whatever is in play right now is not well, it is a reflection of what used to be in play, but in a much divided manner. So yeah, that's the only way I can put it. That's the flow of things up and around, but we're not connected to the underside as we should be. So all south is going around. So what way we're only gauging, in other words, on the surface, is where these bands coincide with the peripherals, the extended peripherals, whereas ultimately they're going underneath as well by true nature. So yes, south is down there, and I think if you went down an equivalent distance, then yes, then the compasses might start pointing south because now you're in the true vicinity of true north and south.
Well, that means elevation affect true north. Right.
No, it doesn't. We think of
No?
elevation in terms of hills and mountains above the Earth's surface here. No, I'm thinking about it, like as flat earthers, what is really going on, and I say the vast majority of what's going on is beneath us. If we attach a fixed real reality to things, so yeah, we have a very limited gauge. We're looking at the elephant at its foot or something, and we're declaring what we can feel and test and see without seeing the whole. That's what I really think is going on. That's why I think Ken Wheeler is so reluctant to come to flat Earth land. I really think so. He knows better, as I think many people know better. They've been let in on it. That's what I think.
You think Ken Wheeler's been actually let in on it?
He already knows according to his own intellect anyway, but there's many people. Johnny B, who I was talking with on Gem Pandas earlier on, he tells he's a Mason. He's not an ordinary Mason though, Banso. He's an Icelandic Mason, which seems to be up the hierarchy. But he tells a story about how he was told that the Earth was flat and stationary, or stationary and flat first. It has to be stationary and flat. Okay, but when he was 6 years of age, by his grandfather, influential grandfather, Sonic grandfather in Iceland, influential family. So I believe him, man. And I believe that there is a hidden story told to people who are initiated. I think you can be born into it, or else if you reach a certain level of success or initiation, then you can be led into it. So yeah, I'm under no illusion.
Yeah, but that's not unusual though, with a person of Johnny's age and his father perhaps telling him that the Earth is flat. That to me is an unusual story.
What do you mean that's not unusual?
Well, people were taught it not that long ago.
Yes, but they're keeping a secret. They know something that the rest don't know. They profit from it in a sense. His grandfather, more than his father, was a successful businessman. They are still a successful family. But yes, it's passed down through the ages. So it's a secret initiation, family, familiar initiation. Or I think if you reach a certain level of success, then you will be, or you could be inculcated into the secret knowledge, which is, as that's just my whole point here. I think it's known to millions of people at this stage across the earth. Where does it leave us? By the way, I'm happy enough not to have been led into anything and to have worked things out myself, because I think the truth, now I'm not saying I've worked things out, but I'm happy to be along the path of trying to work things out myself, because I think the truth has to be sort of gleaned. You have to experience it, you have to work your way through it. Anyone can tell you anything. doing that because everyone else believes it and you haven't experienced it, work your way through it, you never know if it's true or not. That's just my own point of view. But that millions know it, man. So come on, it's way too obvious at this stage. So where does that leave the honest inquirer question? It's a great question. And I will say, I'm going to head away now, but that's why Negator doesn't like dealing with me. He hasn't told you that he deals with me some days, he doesn't deal with me other days. We've been having back and forth for 7 years now, and I already defeated him umpteen times. I defeated him 7 years ago. Remember that with the Acapulco Islands, Negator? He didn't like that. I'm just a difficult character to deal with. But yeah, thank you for your time, and I hope I ask a few pertinent questions anyway. And yeah, I'll see you all later.
Okay, so.
Was
Hey, Fundy, what up?
hey, you ever heard of anyone talking about like the spiritual side of a cigar or smoking?
Spiritual side?
Yeah, I use that loosely, like as a metaphor. I mean, like the act of smoking as a metaphor for spiritual development.
Oh, say more.
So, you know, I just heard it recently from someone, but they're like, there's this I don't know, African deity or something like that, and you know, one of the iconic sort of symbolisms going on in his depictions is like, you know, he's got a lit cigar, right? And people try to decode that and say that, you know, the cigar through its, you know, burning, or it's the ordeal it goes through, like releases its essence, which ascends, you know, up to heaven, right? Once it's lit, and its life is, you know, you know, you can think of the burning of a cigar as sort of like a lifespan, right? And once life is over, all of its contents are like released from its, you know, from its body and allowed to ascend upward into heaven. You know what I mean? As smoke.
Oh Lord.
Well, I'm just saying that's like
I think you're drawing a relevance between the physical and trying to relate that, like
I'm just saying it's not
metaphysically.
my idea.
Like,
It's
yeah, I'm
you know,
trying to understand what you're saying. You're saying because smoke rises, that's like a relationship metaphysically to the idea of that when you smoke, you rise to the heavens, right? Is that what you're saying?
yeah, and if you imagine any of those like Tom and Jerry cartoons, right? They die, and then like a white sort of spirit with wings, you know, leaves their body and flies upward. And in that sense, you could easily see how people would draw a connection to smoke.
Yep, I see the connection.
Not my
From what
idea,
you're
but
yeah,
just sparking up a conversation if it catches.
yeah, I get it. I get you, man.
Thanks.
Maybe
Appreciate it, man.
Maybe not the rest of the room, but yeah, I got the intro there.
Because it's sort of like the soul of the cigar is being like freed in a sense and allowed to, you know, transcend or, you know, ascend. I mean,
It sounds like
think,
okay. Sorry, no, I was go on, funny, go on.
I was gonna say, I think a better sort of part of it is that spark that I'm in the sense of sparking a conversation is the concept of something that wants to be improved first, like like wrapping itself in some sort of cocoon, right? The caterpillar who wants to also ascend and be able to fly up to heaven, you know, he doesn't just grow wings as a caterpillar. First, he subjects himself to being imprisoned in something, to undergo some sort of ordeal or metamorphosis process, and then he has to hatch like a chick in an egg, has to break through the shell before it, can fly. I see this sort of thing going on in a few situations. Seems like there's like a thread to it all.
Are you pursuing a? Are you still studying, Fundy?
Studying? You mean like in school?
Like school, college.
Oh no, those days are behind me.
Yeah. Would you consider like studying something like philosophy, doing some like a PhD or a master's, or
Yeah, whenever I can afford it. Maybe someday. Maybe someday when I've saved up enough or win the lottery, I'll go see who wants to teach me something.
Anybody ever watch this channel, Hamilton Morris? He talks about different types of pharmacopoeia and drug experiences, stuff like that. One of them is pretty interesting. It's about smoking toad venom and the ancient practice that dates back to ancient times. It's pretty interesting.
Oh yeah. Is it toad venom or like toad sweat? Because I've heard like you can it's like a natural form of DMT to like scrape something off of like some toad's back.
It's the most chemically pure DMT in nature, and
Right.
yeah, it's a venom for other animals, and it produces it like while it hibernates underground. It basically sleeps for a long time underground, and then when it surfaces, it has this like toad venom, and for people who like dry, they basically scrape it off with like an ice cream scraper, like that. They a little squeegee. They don't want to hurt they don't want to kill the toad. They just just scrape the toad, and then you dry the toad venom, and then it's smoked. And
dude, animal products are a trip. They're a freaking trip. Like just milk, for starters, right? Like that's a pretty interesting substance. Very useful, very nutritious, and you make it. But also like ivory, right? Like an elephant's tusks. Like what an amazing substance. And like a living being grows it. It's not like a metal or a rock in the ground or whatever. Sometimes I just look at my fingernails and I'm like, I have no clue how I'm making this like clear sheet, this hard clear sheet, or my teeth. It's like it's hard to imagine that teeth like grew. They seem like a rock, just like something that's always been and always has always been there. Or it's just weird that your body can grow soft things and hard things. But they say there's like 12 different types of cells, and then they each have their own specialties, I guess. Yeah, whatever. Sorry. It just blows my mind, biology, I guess. What an interesting thing life is, or beings are.
I can second that. Yeah.
I mean, just everything.
Well, it depends how you look at it, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, some people lose their amazement with life, and I don't blame them because it is the normal. As long as you're alive, you say, yeah, this is normal. It's not amazing.
Exactly.
Something out of the ordinary is what I consider amazing. But I don't know. I'm just still amazed by the ordinary. Gets me every day. It's like, oh shit, look at this crazy stuff. Hair. That's a trip right there. Eyeballs. I fucking grew an eyeball. That's pretty advanced.
Isn't the eyeball one of those things that doesn't grow, right? It's the same size. stays
I
the
didn't
same
have one
size from
once,
infancy.
you know?
Yeah,
Well, yeah,
yeah, I got that. But
yeah, you're
I'm
right
just
about
saying.
that, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right about like, well, at least it's like a common expression that like babies have big eyes or whatever because your eyeballs are the like same size from the moment you're born to adulthood. But I'm not sure if I buy that, honestly. But I've heard it before. I have heard it plenty of times.
Yeah,
I got
I
no
guess.
clue.
Yeah. Do you buy it? Yeah, but it's what you hear. I guess. Yeah.
Sort of like the phallus, right? It's just like the same size from the minute you're born to when you're an adult.
I don't know
Right?
about
Is
that.
that just me? Tell me it's not just me, guys.
Oh shit! No, it's not just you. Man.
Okay. I was getting a little worried there.
No worries. You're good.
Hey, but I'll give credit to Mr. Dodo. He taught me an etymological connection that I hadn't thought of yet. The PIN in spine is like pen or pencil or like pine cone or I mean or just like pine. And he said the spine, and I was like, oh shoot, that's pretty good. I hadn't made that connection yet. Or the penis, you know. We're on YouTube. Just add an S to it, you know. And boom, you got spine. Yeah, I'm not so sure about giant trees though. Just because it's such a sexy idea, you know, and you got to be really careful about the things that you want to be true, you know. It's like, oh, I would so love for once upon a time there to have been one giant, you know, world tree or something, you know, that was cut down or something. Just, yeah, man, or just giant trees in general. But like I said, you gotta be really careful about contemplating if you believe in something or not. If right off the bat of you hearing it, you like there's some desire and you're like, oh yeah, I wish so hard that's true. It's like those are the ones people are gonna get you with.
Well, how do you, for example, explain, let's say these etymological, um, they're not differences, but the opposite, like the similarities. Well, yeah, the connections. How do you explain it? Are you saying it's some sort of natural process, or is linked to some higher consciousness? How do you perceive it? What's your angle on it?
Oh, not far from just official linguists, the way they would imagine it. But I just think history is maybe a little bit more mysterious, right? So, what we're told is that English, German, Greek, Latin, Sanskrit, and Russian or Balto-Slavic all come from an original first language, and that throughout history, like fundamentally, it seems that there might have been like 5 places on Earth that language sprung up independently, or at least 5 major places that sort of caught on, and like their languages are still like seen today in popular amount, and that, but you can group, you know, you can group like the Chinese and the Japanese over in one category, and you can like group some of the like African languages in their own category, and you can group, I don't know, like Native American into its own category, and maybe like early, you know, whatever they were speaking in Mexico before like the Spanish came over. But the one I'm a part of course, is the one that they say English, Greek, Latin, Russian, Sanskrit, and German are all just remixes of an original first language that just like, what do you, however you imagine it, right? There were like 5 brothers who all spoke the same language. Then they all ran away from home in different directions and started up communities on their own and taught people how to speak, with their with their specific twang as an individual. And then it just got snowballed from there. The thing is, though, is they say that there was this. The only reason they say that is because the oldest texts that we know about in all these different languages, they all have such similarities that it's too much to be a coincidence. So they say therefore there must have been a language spoken in 8000 BC that we don't have any evidence for, like direct evidence for, but it must have been there around this time before it split off into different, remixed languages. And they deem it Proto-Indo-European. And I'm just not sure it's as simple as that, because to me, there does seem like there's a sort of like intentional poetry that behind language that doesn't seem like it came about through it's to me it seems like there's more wisdom contained in the design of languages than would just naturally form in people's just trying to just give a sound associated with a thing, like the connections of etymology that are drawn between things.
You're talking about a
seems
metaphysical aspect of language, right?
Yeah, it just seems like a genius was put behind designing the languages of the world, and like a genius that the world has never seen, and that it's sort of like someone just giving you a car and saying, hey, just put the key in the ignition, twist it, and push this pedal to go forward and this pedal to stop. And it's like, we can operate it, but the person behind like the design of it is way smarter than the operators. I can speak English, but to make something as clever as it or all the other ones, it just seems like did people really do this? Like, bravo! Just some of these connections I see, just it's like, how did they? Like, what kind of philosophy did these guys live by that they made this word and this word similar? Because sometimes the connection is like, who is responsible for this? Some fucking genius philosophers behind, the choice of sounds associated with things. I don't know. Sometimes I'm just really impressed.
Yeah, but I can like play kind of devil's advocate.
Sure.
Be like, oh, it's just a simple copying language.
What English or what?
Yeah, all these remixes, as you put it, right?
Oh yeah.
These current languages, they all have to have come from somewhere, whether it be these 5 languages, 3, 4, 100, or just one. I mean, they're all possibilities.
There's kind of like a theory that a lot of these primary languages you're talking about, Sanskrit, Greek, have their root character alphabet that's like supposed to be, I guess, of the hours of the day, so that there's like a sound for every hour. That's a theory. A lot of different things kind of like resonate with the 24, and just a theory.
Right. Like, have you guys ever seen that Jewish scholar talk about where the design of the symbols for the Hebrew alphabet come from?
You're talking about like the Hebrew flame alphabet?
Well, something about like the same shape viewed at from different angles, and it stems from like a sine wave wrapping around a torus field.
It's like a 3-dimensional plasmoid. Every character is itself supposed to be an expression of sound within basically like a fire tube.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just saying this is some crazy stuff.
There's another guy
know?
that does all the he does them with hand symbols and shows you like the 3 dimensions of the.
Yeah, that's the thing with language, right? It's not just written; it's also spoken, and also
and
you can use sign. Like there are so many aspects. Like just the number of letters doesn't really tell me much about a language. I mean,
Or like tonality, like how people actually speak the tones. Like Americans have a pretty monotone language. People from Ireland, Scotland, they kind of have a more tonal. Like they'll kind of speak at you with tones sometimes. You know, it's a. But I think that's the real more like primary. Original speech is like more tonal speech because it's more meaningful. You know. Americans
well, you can contain like a more densely packed message when like tone is involved. It's like more expressive.
Right on.
But you guys know in like the Hebrew and the Greek alphabet that like the letter that like they both you guys know all the different alphabets people use where it goes like ABC in the beginning pretty much.
Yeah,
and it's like a commonality between many alphabets, and that in each of them the first symbol is some sort of pictograph that is like some sort of, I don't know how to say it. It symbolizes a bull, like a cow or a bull, and I just think there's a lot to that. I don't know. I see that animal popping up so often.
Yeah,
like
well, they used to call it like an Oruk, like an Oruk.
What's that?
Like you call it a bull, but I think in a certain period of time they would have called it an Oruk.
Oh, sure, or an Apis. There's tons of names. Or or Taurus. Yeah, lots of different. What language is Oruk?
Yeah. I don't know, Mesopot, I think.
Okay.
It seems like
I don't know.
I don't know, like if you look at these like cultures and the alphabets and the languages and stuff like that, you start to see like things that are intertwined between other cultures that came before them, or maybe even after them. So like everything is a bridge because like we occupy this planar surface, that's like it has to be connected by human culture, or else it's just like wasteland, right, or forest or whatever. It's just like earth, but yeah, so like there's all this connected stuff I find, like with the Indian philosophy, even in the Indian fashion, right? The toga I don't think is originally Greek, right? So
yeah, probably not.
So the Greeks were like,
from someone.
Right, but they were probably like, yo, those Indians, they know what the fuck's going on. Because they seem to have had a grip on math, herbology, medicine, the stars and stuff like that. They seem to have had that shit for a long time. So I don't know. It's interesting to contemplate the spread of knowledge and religion and spirituality and beliefs and belief systems. And
the spread.
Interesting stuff. But I don't know. I guess you kind of have to use a little intuitive. I guess if that's a thing, if that's even a thing, intuitive reasoning. But like, because the history books and the dates, they're a little screwy, But
yeah, at least a little screwy. Everyone knows that. You're crazy to to deny it.
that's what the language itself, or these similarities transcend like the historic narrative or timeline. I mean, just by drawing the similarities between languages, you can draw your own timeline in a sense. I mean, you don't need to believe in the mainstream timeline, but you see these similarities as Fundy points them out, for example. I mean, you can from there kind of see which one came first, or at least, in that sense.
I'm really curious about personally about like ancient astronomy in the terms of like what were actual constellations, what stars did they actually think went together and formed a certain shape, or what were the shapes that they were saying? Because it's not, if you're to just like think that everything is like an astrology wheel where it's like all Pisces and Scorpio, I mean that could be Moderna from a certain amount of time, like you're not modernity from a certain time where like before that it was they
Yeah,
looked at it in
exactly.
a different
Yeah,
shape.
like if you're talking about modernity, right? Actually,
Mhm.
I think a lot of the celestial objects are named in the Arabic language because that was like
Oh yeah.
the height of the what they call the Islamic Golden Age, right? And astronomically, they set modernity basically. Like their knowledge back then was
Yeah.
what we got today. That's where it's based off of. So yeah, that's just an example. I mean,
Yeah, one interesting thing about the constellations, I don't know this from experience, but well, except for one part, I can go out, I can go walk out my front porch, even though I'm in a city, but I can still see Orion, and when I see Orion, it sticks out. In fact, there may be no other star. There may not even be any other stars around him, but I can see him, which makes me think that Orion, like the stars that comprise his constellation, are the brightest stars that kind of stand out. And even though there's stars between those stars and around those stars and inside the chest or the torso or whatever, right? Like the constellation where you connect the dots is made out of the brightest ones. And so I think everyone's eyes work pretty much the same. So everyone's sort of noticed, the brightest stars in a certain direction where they look at the sky. And I think this is why I've seen this chart where it said, I saw this, it's a great article that's titled like Same Stars by a Different Name. And they basically just drew a circle in the sky around Orion and showed 30 different astrological traditions associated with that sector of the sky and the stars in it. And half of them use like the torso and the arm and the legs, but then some of them didn't use the bow, and some of them only used the bottom half and called it like an elephant or something. Not all of them were humanoid, but it was really interesting that all of these unrelated cultures looked at the same area of the sky, noticed the same bright stars, and said, "Hey, that kind of looks like a hunter or a warrior or a king or something." And they all kind of got the same idea looking at that sky independently, which is awesome. So there's something
so there are
there.
these like equatorial sort of stars there, and they're very recognizable. They kind of like peak. I think they're equatorial by all definitions or whatever. But like, so that figure though, like, because it loosely looks anthropomorphic. I think it's maybe one of the few can bear that. I don't know. It's all to interpretation, right? Of course. But right, so that's Orion, also known as Osiris. I believe it's also Jacob. I believe it's also, it may be Shiva as well, and it may be what I think in China they called like the three stars or the 3 stars, or but it's like I don't know. But it's also like it might be the inspiration for the third eye in the Shivic tradition. But it's pretty interesting. You could probably make the case for it being like a dozen other things that are referenced. Like maybe it kind of does bear resemblance to the Gilgamesh epic a little, because his friend is the beast guy, and right after Orion passes you'll see Taurus right behind it, right? So that might be a type of modernization, just like a rehashing of the same kind of story, but with different players a little bit, maybe from a different culture. Yeah, that's my theory.
I think so, man. I think there's all sorts of different stories in different cultures, and they're similar. Like everyone has a flood story, and it goes deeper than that. And I think if there was one thing that all people could relate to in the same way, it's the sky. You know, drawing inspiration from the sky, because we all have the same sky above us. You know, and I think more stories than most people think are actually just like metaphors for the just the cycles and the positions of stars in the sky and the different characters that we've imagined them being as constellations and stuff. It's like I think most Greek stories, are gonna involve something to do with like you said about the Gilgamesh one. Orion is next to Taurus, and so they make a story about a guy who the gods send a beast to slay him, and then he fights it off or whatever. All right.
No, two people come up with the same story. To me, that sounds like a standardized kind of
right.
Like you want to standardize the way we look at things, like language or the way we speak about it. It's more of a standardization than everyone coming up with the same story, right? That to me is just not plausible. That everyone looks to the sky and then kind of anthropomorphizes or makes up the same stories about what they're seeing. I mean, that to me sounds far-fetched. To me, yeah, if you want to standardize a story in the form of mythology or religion or however you want to see it,
well,
right, that makes more sense.
Yeah, but like things about the stars are like campfire traditions, and you're always going to be, burning some wood at night if you're somewhat of an advanced civilization. So, this is, I think, that the time when these things kind of got passed a lot, and handed off and stuff, this oral tradition. That would reason why there's so many similarities. It's like it's really literally been.
I agree. I'd take back what I said. What I said, it was sort of like a devil's advocate, but my honest opinion is that there was just a culture that was so influential that you see its mark on like all major cultures that are maybe thought of as kind of separate, but I think do have some sort of worldwide, I don't know, or I don't know what do you call it, like
origin, basically.
Yeah.
Well, there's like
the Tower
in the Gilgamesh epic, sorry.
No, you go ahead.
No, I was going to say in the Gilgamesh epic, I think there's also like 7 sisters, which are the Cassiopeia constellation as well. So like there's another
Pleiades.
Constellation reference, but Pleiades, sorry. And then it's like there's also like a whole thing about, what am I thinking about? It's more in the Babylonian tradition with Tiamat and I forget who the hero character is, but he might be like they might have called those 3 stars by that hero, and but there's definitely this interesting bit about the Tiamat, the dragon of many heads, and that as a whole, I don't know, I guess a Tartary sort of thing as well. I don't know, like where do we get dragons from? Does anybody know about that?
Well, it seems universal.
The Bible.
Right?
Well, dragons are real, so.
Everyone
depends how you look
has
at
a
it.
dragon.
No,
almost all
dragons are
cultures
real.
have a dragon, right?
Alligators.
Well, so most major the cultures that understood astronomy would have named the middle where everything kind of rotates. That would be the Draco constellation, right? So the Egyptians, the Chinese, they're thinking that's a dragon. Thoughts?
Yeah, I just wish I truly understood the inspiration behind whoever came up with the zodiac. You know, because as far as I've researched, it seems like there's the Babylonian zodiac, and the Egyptians kind of had their own, small remix of the Babylonian zodiac, and then the Greeks had their own small, remix of it, and then it kind of changed just a little bit more, and then you got today's, but all of them are sort of rooted in the Babylonian zodiac, and in each culture you'll see like them all relating to each other.
Right.
Except for the Chinese zodiac, but there is an argument to be made that
I actually think that the Chinese zodiac has a lot to do with the Egyptian one. Go on, sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that when you take a harder look beyond surface level, you will start seeing certain things tying together about the Chinese zodiac and what do you want to call it, the Western zodiac, I guess. Like they don't, when you really look hard, you actually will start seeing some connections in them.
Yeah, I'm really not sure like when exactly these changes happen, because there's so many different temples, and I can only watch so much Ancient Aliens to find out the real truth about. No, I'm just joking. But fuck the show. But when it's is it Dendera? I'm not really sure which
Oh my God,
one
bro! I
of
was
the
about
places,
to roast
but.
you.
But there was a period of time that I think is pretty interesting called these people I think they're called the Hyksos, and they may have been like partially like a Asian-y, perhaps Sinotic, maybe, I don't know, Chinese Jews or something, for lack of a better way to describe it, something like that, and then they kind of like took over the capital of Egypt at a period of time. So that's an interesting thing. What they may have brought over some Eastern astronomy know-how over to Egypt. So I'm not sure exactly where chicken or egg, you know what I mean, when these things kind of happened. Anyway,
it's tough. There's no simple answer. But as far as the Hindu astrology, I remember Santos mentioning once that there is like written record with like the primary source documents of like some dude who is like, I am the man who brought the Western astrology to India and gave it to them because they didn't have a system like it, and they took it and did what they wanted with it. Like some dude was saying that the Hindu astrology comes from Western astrology, that they didn't like come up with it on their own, but they were given our system and then had their way with it. So that one seems to be like less original than the rest, like compared to the Babylonian or the Chinese or something.
I think there's both. There's like an ancient and a more modern Indian astrology.
Yeah, that's probably the case
so I
too.
think you're right.
Yeah. It's a hard sell to me that cultures that all cultures or that any culture wasn't like didn't have their own system. I just kind of treat it as just a
that's not, that's just natural. It must be. I mean, but the question is, does it have an origin? Is there an origin?
Right.
All these similar but yet different. Yeah, the difference. I mean, you can have, for example, in modern day, right? We have English. English can be spoken in so many different ways. You've got the Americans, you've got the Australians, you've got the British, you've got the Irish, you got the, you know what I mean? It's still basically the same language, but it can be utilized in so many different ways and has so many different cultures around it. but yet the origin is the same.
Yeah, ultimately, in a way, yeah. Yeah, I feel like I'm being extremely inarticulate tonight. I don't know. I'm a little unprepared I don't know. I feel like I'm feeling, because these are subjects that deeply interest me, and I don't think I've said much of value, but all I want to end tonight with is maybe inspiring someone to, feel as like awestruck in the presence of these things as I find myself in. Not that I'm doing a good job at selling it, but that's a little disconnect from like research to like passing on the information on my behalf. Because like, I promise you guys, I've seen enough to just be like, wow, like astronomy, language, these contain like some of the funnest rabbit holes to go down that are just mind blowing. Not that I've given a good example, but
No, I get it. Only for someone like me, for example, I look at it basically, for me, it boils down to a religious. I believe in God. I believe that God created the first man and he taught him the first language. Basically, that's how I boil it down. So for me, the origin is simple, coherent. I have no problem with it. That's the way I believe it. But that's only me. But yeah, I get the kind of rabbit hole you're kind of talking about, but I just don't go down it. For me, it's simple. It's like cut and dry. But yeah, that's just
that.
me. That's
I can respect that viewpoint, and it can be one of the, it can be one of the trickiest things to study, and one of the easiest things to get like carried away with, because if one thing kills me the most listening to, it's like truth or etymology. I hear it sometimes, like, oh, what are you
Yeah.
doing?
I've got
like
a
you're
couple
taking
doozies
advantage
myself,
of
but
people.
like some of it is just like makes me want to. Yeah, for sure.
I'm guilty of it myself. Even the way I told you how I believe languages, I'm still interested in etymology and all that, and I can trip up on the same thing you just explained. Like that's the whole mystery of history, right? I mean, history for us is like, it's like, for me, it's not what's written in the books, so it's open to the imagination. And
if there's one thing that I just wish I had like a book on that just laid out everything simply, it would be the relationship bull worship has to language, and how much of an impact bull worship has had on the way we speak.
Yeah, that sounds like an obsession, but
yeah, I would really
fine.
just love to have the answers to that question.
Grab the bull by the horns and get on it.
Yeah, good one.
No, it's not.
All right, so here's just an interesting realization I had the other day. Since I think like all vowels are interchangeable when it comes to like relating words together, like bleed and blood or bled, it's like, oh, you can take an E away, you can turn the E's into O's, you can kind of play around with it, but
you could almost say it with an I. You're bleeding all over the place.
But one thing I realized following that technique was the word is and was are obviously related in meaning. Like something is or something was, was is the past tense of is, right? And was is just is with a W in front of it. Of course, you change the I to an A, but I think maybe English should be changed. I mean, honestly, just for the sake of the children, and for like a little
What
bit
are
of
you
like
talking about for the sake of the children?
for the sake of the children, to not have such a mysterious seeming language, because the connections that are like historically valid to point out, Like, yeah, the word was is based on the word is. It may not seem so because the I is now an A, but when someone was like, okay, something is, and then what about when something, used to be is? And they said, well, let's call it was. Well, it might have gone through a time where it was something is or it whiz, and they said, I don't
know
like
if
that.
you've ever seen real quick, if you've ever seen this TikTok channel. It sounds like this it's this like kind of chubbyish, maybe I want to say British guy. He pretends he's God and he's talking to an angel and he's creating words, and it's just like this comedy skit of how all the words are, have the same meaning or different pronunciation. It's weird. No one's ever seen that on TikTok, that dude?
I think I have. Yeah. Really funny
Yeah,
stuff.
that leads me to a question in the context of what you were. Are there new languages bringing up in the world today? I mean, the most common language that you're complaining about, English, right? It is the most common spoken language, right,
Sure.
in the world today.
Yeah.
Do we have new languages springing up in the world?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, like what? I'm just asking. I don't know of.
Like Python, C++. Like, I know you guys are laughing.
Programming.
I know you guys are laughing at it, but it's serious. Like, we are developing new languages for computers.
You're right.
Languages that,
You're right.
I mean, they're full
That's fair.
languages. It's just how you talk to a computer.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay, I mean human language.
That is a
yeah,
human
obviously.
language.
It is.
fair.
It is true. Yeah, no,
It's
you
fair.
are right. It is human, in that sense, in a general sense. Yeah.
But
I mean,
it's
way,
human in every way.
But in the
by
sense that
humans to
Egypt
be
was asking, are there new languages popping up in the sense that Egypt was meaning in his question?
No, but he answered my question in a sense. Yeah, it's still within my.
You mean spoken languages, though, right? In the
No, but see, that's
he
the
has a
problem
point,
here.
though. Yeah,
Is that you guys are
technology is changing
constricting
the
it.
world.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was going to say. Is that
Yeah.
we're no longer in a world where we write things on the wall. So language adapts with society. It grows to be able to express the ideas of current man. So Egyptians, were not as capable of expressing themselves in written text as we are, because we're more developed. So language is going to develop with us, and the one that's developing the most is computer language, because that's what we interact with the most.
Yeah, I think I agree with a lot of what you said, but to say that Egyptians, for example, when they're using hieroglyphs, and if you look into hieroglyphics as symbols which have deeper meanings than just a letter or a spoken word, like if it's deeper than that, I mean, it takes language to a whole nother level, just as technology does. Like you said, like a Python or a C++, right? As a language, it's deeper. Although it's still using, let's say, the English alphabet. It's as a symbol has deeper meaning. So if you look at ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs, for example, from just a simple linguistic aspect as, you have alphabet and sounds, well, you can have deeper meanings with these symbols. I mean, their letters were actual depictions, so they can have so much deeper meaning as a symbol rather than just a letter.
Cuneiform span different languages too, so like that's an interesting, just like a syllabic notation for languages, though we don't necessarily think of it as an alphabet. But they're still pulling up cuneiform tablets. Like there's those like little depressions in clay tablets that they used to do throughout like Babylon. I mean,
those uniform tablets. I mean, this civilization pops out of nowhere. We're supposed to be like cavemen before this. They pop out of nowhere.
No.
All this
We're not
first
cavemen,
3,500 BC.
writing the first.
This is when the Roman Empire
they popped out.
happening.
Their math was so much better than our
Maybe I'm
math. It's
lagging.
not even funny.
Well, one thing about that, Jeremy, about popping up out of nowhere, is they say that civilization started 3,600 BC, for a few different cultures, right? The Indus, the Sumerian, the Egyptian, whatever, all kind of separately around that area. But the thing is, though, they're kind of building up to it, right? It wasn't caveman, and then at the year 3000, they became a city. The reason they say 3000 BC is like the start of civilization is by a certain like metric where they say 10,000 people. This is when 10,000 people were all speaking the same language, worshiping the same gods, all living like what do you call sedentary, agriculturally or whatever. But that doesn't mean that people weren't doing that on a smaller scale, and it's just our definition of civilization requires at least 10,000 people. But people were doing similar things on a smaller scale before that. So it wasn't just caveman and then boom, all of a sudden, civilization. It just wasn't on a large enough scale that for us to define it as a civilization, kind of arbitrarily. Yeah, but I mean, Jericho, right, was a walled city in 9,000 BC, I think we say. Something
it
like
took
that.
millions of years for it to evolve from single-celled organisms. You know what I mean? So.
Is that a joke?
I don't know. I mean, it depends how you look at history. What you're told history is. That's the whole point.
I'm just saying,
if you
were
think
cities.
If you think civilizations popped out of nowhere, yeah, obviously you're going to object to that idea. Like, it doesn't make sense, right?
No, I don't think civilizations popped out of nowhere. It's just really misleading the way it's taught in history class that civilization began 3000 BC, because it kind of gives the impression that no one was doing anything similar to being civilized before that point, but they were just not with enough of a population for us to describe it in our definition or use of words to call it a civilization.
I think a lot of times they try to define it in terms of just being like hunter-gatherers, but I think that that's probably not right, because we're just definitely tribalistic, like in nature. Like, we form like a pack, you know what I mean? Rather than just like two people alone. We'd rather not do that, I guess,
Well, it depends on the evidence you're formulating this whole hypothesis or theory around.
Okay,
right?
well,
like, if you're finding bones...
Let me just start from a template of this. Like within the Amazon rainforest today, there are tribes that are like untouched by modernity. They raise their young, and then when the young are mature, they say like, "Hey, get the fuck out of here! Go down the river and don't stop till you find nothing, and then populate that area." So there's this like idea that they'll just like be occupying like an area and just kind of send their next wave out, like like that might just be the way that people would normally operate in the wild, given like a normal tribal structure, whatever normal quote unquote tribal structure is, like native peoples do. There's a chief of some sort. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm saying that is a possibility. It's not a given.
It's an example. It's just an example of what happens today, and that these people don't know where their original starting point was from, because they just arrived where they start. And this is why it's like, if that reaches success, then like you could have a very big society, a big many tribes, I guess, tribes within tribes, right? Mm-hmm. Kind of like that's what a city is, no? Something like that.
Is that what you're basing the hunter-gatherer idea off of?
I just think that like West
modernity, like you have these. Yeah, go ahead.
I just think that like we're given this hunter-gatherer narrative when it like kind of breaks their narrative a little bit. If we just say that people were tribal, then hunter-gatherer, like individuals, I guess it kind of doesn't it sort of like portray an individualistic point of view, like you're a survivalist, it kind of Anyway, whatever. That's just
No,
maybe I'm hung up
yeah,
on
I get it, man. No.
just a type of narrative.
Misunderstood what you were trying to
Well,
say, but yeah, you clarified it. I get
Well,
it.
I mean,
Yeah, makes sense.
because it gets you to social engineering. It gets you to like, how UNESCO was like going into like, primitive areas and like, performing psychological behavioral tests on them. You know what I mean? Make sure if they could like get them to gamble, if they could corrupt their fucking behaviors and all kinds of shit. So, I mean, it's just whatever. Maybe it's just a pressure point for me personally, but it's like there's something about. I think people are more tribal, more collectivist than individualistic, like hunter gatherer, whatever.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Well,
go ahead.
hold on. I'm getting the impression that when you say hunter-gatherer, that you're thinking that hunter-gathering wasn't done within tribes.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. Well, that's his point of view.
I'm not saying that wouldn't be, because you'd always want to be on the hunt for some things. You'd always gather things where they could be gathered from, but also that means like you're a nomadic, like caveman, basically that can't set up a house. You know what I mean? So that doesn't make. So when they say hunter gatherer, it doesn't mean you have I've got a yurt and I've got animals and skins and stuff like that. Oh, you're still a hunter gatherer. I don't know like where we draw the line with that definition and crossing the line over saying like, oh, civilized man acts like this. It's
right.
We have a innate human quality that's going to like shine through that, like form these kind of bonds, that become families and tribes and stuff like that. So that's my claim, and I find that the way that they define, like if you go into a museum and you're like, oh, this is early man, this is your gatherer, he didn't look like a family guy at all. He looks like he's just out there like, I'm getting to fucking get some tigers, whatever. That's all I mean. It's a cartoonistic depiction of the past. That's all.
It is,
anyway,
yeah.
Sorry.
No, I hear you.
I guess it's the best way of looking in. Like, that's our best looking into the past. I mean, the past you can't definitively. You can form like ideas and such, right? And that's one of them. But I take it with a grain of salt. That's it.
I mean, how far do you guys think like a large scale civilization goes back, just in your wildest speculations?
When you say large scale, like, is that numerical, like population wise?
Yeah, sure. Let's just go with the official definition of civilization, where how far back do you think groups of 10,000 people have been living an agricultural lifestyle, where they stay somewhere the entire year long, they farm the land, and they all follow the same like laws and rules and speak the same language and have their own traditions and whatever holidays, what have you, language. And you got to, how far back do you think groups of 10,000 people, all being part of one very, cohesive culture goes back? Because they tell us, 3,000 BC is as far as it goes back. But then we find something like Göbekli Tepe, right, where you're like, okay, well, it seems like people have been pretty organized with governmental structures and hierarchies and farming and staying in one place for a lot further back than 3,000.
Yeah, but it doesn't speak to the numerical aspect.
I was going to bring up Göbekli Tepe. They'll tell you that was built by hunter-gatherers, the largest megalithic structure, square footprint on Earth. And it was built by hunter-gatherers and high relief. Listen, history's all fucked up. They got us sitting around for the first. They say humans are over 200,000 years old. For the first 190,000 years, we didn't do shit. We sat there and hit women over the head with a club and did nothing.
Isn't that what they're claiming we're doing today? Hitting women over the head with. That's why you got.
Just saying, history set up crazy. Like they got the Sumerians with the cuneiform. These people that just happened to invent the first math, the first reading, writing language, invented all these other first. Like it doesn't add up.
Knocked it out of the park, huh? The first Egyptians built the largest pyramid, and their descendants only built smaller pyramids. The first ones were the best.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yep.
What is that a
Or
good
go back
The
to
old,
Tepe.
the oldest,
Same way.
What is that a good point of?
the oldest pyramids were the ones built with precision and were never matched. You only
They don't
got
make them
worse
like they used to.
pyramids.
But what does
Yeah.
that prove? What?
Oh well,
'Cause
it's
this is something
civilization.
I've researched this a lot. I really like this. So what does that prove to you?
Well, when they say the height of civilization, right?
Let's
It
throw
doesn't
that word
match.
proof out of the conversation, please, if you don't
No,
mind.
Yeah, I'm matching it to the idea of height of civilization, for example, right? Like
What?
we're
So let me.
at
Why?
the height right
But
now
like,
of
what does the difference, right, in the larger pyramid from the smaller pyramid suggest to you?
better
It suggests
precision, better accuracy, better just overall engineering,
Okay. Do you know why
so on and so forth.
the later pyramids
No?
were smaller than the first pyramids?
Well,
Do you
how
think
does it
you know why?
coincide with the mainstream narrative? How is it explained?
So, and I don't know if this is the mainstream, but everything that I've researched suggests that it was the economy, and that the builders weren't willing to commit themselves to that, and the Egyptian economy was starting to split towards the end. You were having the North and South territories, and they just couldn't do what they used to do, like towards the end of the Egyptian society, they were not as unified as they first were. And the
Yeah,
idea
but
of
the
these
North
large
and the
pyramids.
South were later unified. Did that end up in building something similar?
No, I just
You know that
what it seems what I get from it is that the main reason they stopped is because of the investment. It just wasn't economically feasible anymore.
that sounds
you
like
blame
a
it on
This is the
inflation,
same
right?
story. This is the
Inflation.
same exact story that this is the same exact story they told us of why they stopped going to the moon. We know this story, yes.
What's wrong with that?
Inflation.
No.
Like the richest
What's wrong?
people lived before because inflation, right?
Nothing. It's fine. If you want to make up a reason, for why they devolved that pyramid building, it's fine.
Jeremy, let me ask you a question. When you had your first kid, did you start spending money differently?
I mean, yeah, I had to buy
How is
diapers
that
and shit,
analogous?
Because
I don't know.
what I'm saying is, it's very reasonable to say that what you spent once is not what you're going to spend forever. Like, we learned what we could from the moon, and we decided that there was not the increase in research did not outweigh the cost, and the
Yeah, the
space
ones are
race
built on
was coming
slavery,
to
though.
the end. What?
Weren't the original pyramids built by slaves anyway?
That's a point of contention
Like
because
part of it anyway. Like some of the labor was by slaves, some of it was paid labor.
They believe
know
that most of the labor was actually paid skill labor, and they use a lot of the, like, if you go to the big three pyramids, there's a lot of small societies near there.
Well, come on, like how much could they have cut cost with slaves? Let's get serious
But
here.
they weren't
hold
using
on, man.
slaves.
Because we can just have
Well-
slaves. We're back in Egypt. We can have slaves. It's fine.
But they
But hold-
weren't using slaves for this.
But hold on.
I'm
I
just
just want to
saying.
say, I just want to say, if slaves built Great Pyramids, those were some fucking amazingly talented slaves.
What I mean,
You could have.
hold on.
highly
The engineer does not like if someone designed something and someone built it. Like the workers, we still use fucking slaves today. I mean, Dubai, for example, was built basically by fucking slaves, right? But the
what?
engineering behind it, Dubai, I'm saying an example of a modern city, right? Literally, that's what you can equate to ancient Egyptian
But
slavery.
see, that's the thing. That's where
hold
you're
on.
wrong.
Not really fair, to be honest. It's not the same.
Oh my god.
It's not.
It's not exactly the same. But I mean,
after Egypt.
we're
I'm after
yeah,
Egypt.
we're talking about
the same.
we're talking about the design and the engineering behind it, not a labor force that
The design-
got it done.
Okay.
I mean, it's not the labor force that got the Burj Khalifa to rise and be the highest fucking building in the Middle East. It's not the workforce, it's not the labor, it's the engineering, the design behind it. Correct?
See, that's
Yeah.
the thing. Is that like
Hold on, I know you heard me. All right, go ahead, Smooth.
Jeremy, please take a crack at it.
No, I was just going to say, you heard me call next. I was going to say I highly doubt that the Great Pyramids, first of all, they don't know how they were built. Nobody knows how they were built or by who or when. The whole dating of the Giza Strip is dated on a false premise, first of all. Second of all, it could have been done with slaves, all right? But you could have had highly intellectual people in charge and designing it and telling the slaves what to do, and then they do the heavy lifting. You don't need smart people to do the heavy lifting. But it's unlikely they were slaves because they didn't believe in having slaves at that period in time, right? That they say it was built. The time they say it was built, they didn't believe in slavery.
I would disagree. I think slavery exists throughout history. It's only in modern times and like being taken out of the equation. Slavery always exists. We always had.
Yeah, who's to say? Honestly, I mean, my hands are up in the air. I got
who
no
built
fucking
America?
clue.
Well,
According
I mean,
to the mainstream.
It's
The
kind of
Irish.
funny. All right, so maybe they paid for all fine, but like, you know, a lot of other empires also like spent ungodly amounts of money to build like these, like I guess like spiritual centers, really, you know, to show that they were like pretty much in charge. I can't. Like the Parthenon, right in Greece. That's like a tremendously challenging build, right there. They're building it on top of a mountain. They're bringing like huge slabs of marble and carving it and shit. I mean, there's a tremendously ornate palaces out through India and, you know, other places. You know, it's like you know, it's not uncommon for an empire to be able to take out loans or basically almost bankrupt themselves to look really good, you know, aka like, let's go to the moon to hit a golf ball, right? I mean, that's a believable narrative almost if you look at the past history, but even though I don't believe to the moon, it's just like, it's the kind of thing you would believe, right? we spend a lot of incredible amounts of money to appear in charge, or not that we do, but nations do, right?
The thing is that the Sphinx. I thought you were done. Go ahead.
No, it's all right. I was just going to bring up stupid modern examples, but go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, the Sphinx, Robert Schoch from, I think, I don't know, Massachusetts University. I don't know what university he's from, but
yep,
he's got the Sphinx date. He's a geologist at a major university in America. He's got the Sphinx dated way older than it is. The whole reason that whole strip, the whole Giza Plateau strip got dated like that was because the head Egyptologist, Zahi Hawass, said that it had to be from this time because there was no other humans on Earth that could have built any megalithic structures like this. This was before they found Göbekli Tepe. Now that that's been found, the whole dating of that whole Giza Plateau should be reevaluated because we know that's not the case anymore.
Yeah, and we know he's a proven liar, Zahi Hawass.
Yep. I could tell you that from just being an Egyptian. He's a corrupt motherfucker. Regardless,
we got an Egyptian here.
Yeah, but still, the other narrative dating the Sphinx is just as far-fetched, or maybe there is more I wouldn't say scientific validity, but more validity and evidence to it. It's according to the erosion and so on, right? That you had, it was a water erosion, but it's still not definitive. I mean, you could have had that water due to some mechanism how the Nile flooded, and they just drove the water for some mechanism. Maybe even how they built the pyramids, they used the water and the flooding from the. I mean, there are so many. It's not the fact that it was rain that eroded the Sphinx, and that's how that person you mentioned. I don't remember his name.
Robert.
But I know who you're talking. Yeah, that's how he dated it. It's according to the rainfall in the area.
Right.
Which is another shot in the dark.
The thing is, the whole thing needs to be reevaluated for the dating of all of that stuff. In that
I
area.
agree. Yeah,
I
agree.
You're totally right, Jeremy. I just wanted to I just want to tell you about one wild idea that I heard recently. That the Sphinx has a hole in the top of its head, and there's all sorts of like underwater rivers, or aqueducts right underneath the pyramids.
Yep.
And one crazy, out there idea, it's not too crazy to entertain though, is that the Sphinx was like a fountain, as you always see outside of like major buildings or whatever. They always put a fountain in front. And if the Sphinx was a fountain, then that would give you the same result as 10,000 years of rainfall, which is what Robert Schock is saying caused the erosion. You get this. You get the same sort of water erosion within only 1,000 years if it was a continuously flowing fountain.
It's not definitive.
Very interesting.
Yo, there's that whole book called The Pharaoh's Pump, where you're talking about that whole pump system underneath the Great Pyramid. So I think that's a pretty solid theory, Fundy.
What's the book called?
Something pump.
A Pharaoh's Pump, some shit like that.
Cool.
And there's a couple other ones. Basically, there's like a fucking it's not all of the rooms, but like some of the rooms in the bottom part somehow make some sort of fucking pump action fucking thing. It's really complicated. I honestly could not fucking explain it to you.
There are theories in that same line of thinking, like addressing how the pyramids were even built. Right, it was using water. Also,
oh my bad.
No, go ahead. I'm just saying, as a parallel to how they worked, but also how they were built. Water is an interesting kind of line of thinking when it comes to that.
Yeah, I mean, they go ahead.
I like
Jeremy.
the internal. Go ahead, Smooth. No, you go. You've been
Well,
trying to get in. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I mean, I don't know if you guys have mentioned this, because inebriated, but they believe that they used to tie up the carcasses and sew them together, and that was part of how they floated these blocks from the quarry down the river to the build sites. They would make rafts of carcasses.
Yeah, they probably flooded. They probably made a canal or something to the pyramid to float them from the quarry or something. Who knows? But I actually like the internal ramp theory. There's a lot of evidence for that. For the Great Pyramid.
Now, if the Egyptians knew so much about water and stuff, did they know that water was level, or that it turned into a ball around the big ball?
All right, smart guy. Yeah.
Right. But they might have had some kind of like advanced understanding of hydrology and using things with pumps, fluid pressure, Archimedean screws, things of that nature.
I don't put it past them. I don't put any sort of level of understanding. Even computers. Although that's where I do like get highly skeptical. It's like did ancient cultures have computers? Well, I don't know. I don't really think they did, but who fucking knows? They could have had an even more advanced system using fucking crystals and water. Who knows? But I mean, I know I don't want to take us down that line of conversation, but I don't want to doubt these mysterious motherfuckers that seem to have just disappeared off the face of the earth. That seems to be the case for a lot of ancient cultures, where it's like, where'd they go? No, they're just gone. All we have is these, like the Sphinx was found buried in sand. The people living near it didn't even know about
Göbekli Tepe was buried in sand on purpose, though.
Well, that's what we're told. But, and one of the interesting things about the biggest of the Great Pyramids is that there was no entrance to it. Right? It took some guys in like the 1920s or something, or 1890s, somewhere around there, to fucking like just blast a hole in the side to find an entrance to this thing. No one up until the 1900s even know there was like internal shafts or anything like that. Which is just like, why not? How is this forgotten about? No one knew that there was like inside chambers for that long. Like, how is there such a disconnect from Egyptian history 3000 BC to Egyptian history 2500 BC? How, within 500 years, how did you forget that this place is has hollow chambers inside? How did that knowledge get lost so quickly? That no one even knew.
What would be the purpose of the shaft so narrow and not like you can't even fit a person in?
Smooth, without steps. Yeah, without steps. It's like obviously humans aren't fucking climbing up it. Seems like
and they come up with all these theories, like it points to some star, and that's why it proves that we have precession of the equinoxes, for example.
Yeah,
I mean,
I am buying it.
Shit like that. Like,
there's
it
actually a
opens up
word
all
for
this.
that.
So let me ask you guys this question, right?
All right.
Go ahead, Jeremy. You go, and then I'll ask a question.
There's actually a word for that when they put the stars with archaeology and try to match it up. It's some kind of forgot the exact name for it.
Archaeoastrology.
There we go.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Smooth.
All right. Well, I'm loving this convo, guys. So let me invite you for a question. We observe the pyramids to exist, right?
Yep.
Okay. And none of us are capable of looking and watching how the pyramids were built originally, right?
Right.
So technically, none of us have any evidence of why we think, right?
Yeah, but can I stop you right there?
Yeah, that's where it's wrong.
And ask you a question.
No, please don't ask me a question. Please let me
back
finish.
engineering.
Please let me finish.
Can I show you a camera and someone can, like in China, can replicate the same camera? Correct. This is possible today. Just
go ahead.
To stop you right there, because you're building up premises, right? I'm stopping you.
Let's let him, Egypt.
Okay. Build your premise.
Okay.
Build your premises. Go ahead.
Let's just let him go ahead, Egypt.
No, go ahead. It's fine.
Backwards engineering, bro. Backwards engineering makes complete sense.
What was the last thing you said, Smooth? Because I feel like that was false, and I was about to get a lot of objections from the room.
He said none of us have evidence of how it was built or what it's for.
Nah, that's false. That's false. Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say something before everyone wanted to jump down my throat.
Yeah. We picked up where you left off. Go ahead, man.
Right. So what I'm saying is that because none of us are there, none of us have real evidence. We only have what none of us have gone and done any archaeology on the pyramids. None of us have investigated. We all have read about it from different groups, right?
Yeah, but people have done the archaeology and gotten some evidence.
I'm saying,
well, I'm about to refute everything you're saying right now. I know you don't like it, but
Jeremy, have you done any archaeology on the pyramid?
No, I have not done archaeology on the pyramid.
And
other people have, though, and we have seen their work.
Right, but I said that none of us, no one has.
So
none
what?
Of us. Okay. Right, I'm trying to get there, but everyone keeps interrupting me before I can make my point.
Go ahead.
All right, make it happy.
Okay, so if none of you have observed it and none of you have researched it yourself, like at the site, why do you believe what you believe? Like, why do you believe that source over another source?
I personally don't. I mean, what I'm saying is
source over
it's
what other
it's still
source?
it's still open
that was
for
vague
question.
as fuck. What source over what other source?
I'll fill in the blank here. Petrie. You ever heard of Petrie, the archaeologist?
No.
Okay, so Petrie is a guy who gave us really, really precise measurements of like every square inch of the pyramids, and he's respected in the mainstream. And for that reason, and pretty much that reason alone, for him to just be like universally accepted in the measurements he gave to like 1/100th of an inch, right? Just for that reason, just his reputation is why I believe that one part about research that I didn't do personally, but someone else did. And so when it comes to like, what do I think the height and the width and the base and the lengths of each, 4 sides is of the pyramid, that's the guy I go to, and that's what I believe and about it, and and that's why, just because no one's calling him out.
Real quick, if anyone wants to look up some super interesting shit about these ancient megalithic sites, the guy goes into the Great Pyramid in depth. His name's Carl Monk. It's called Carl Monk the Code. It's about 5 hours long.
Carl
It's
Monk the
boring
Code.
as fuck.
It's boring as fuck, and you'll love it.
It's boring as fuck, but it's awesome. You should go check that out.
It's
If you
maybe
like what.
spurious as well, but it's interesting. He goes in interesting places with it.
I just want to say there's plenty of conclusions that I'm going to draw from people who are there's plenty of conclusions I'm going to draw by listening to people explain insights they've gained by just using Robert Petrie, or I'm not sure if it's Robert, Petrie's measurements, right? And when there's such a detailed list of information on it, right, and all its dimensions, its alignments and stuff like that, then that's where I just go listen to people making argument on some other case based on the trusted measurements, right? And when you do, look into them, you say, this shaft is aligned with this, and this sacred geometry ratio of the width and the height or whatever seems to be present here. It just kind of builds up to say, wow, there is a lot of esoteric encryption of ratios and mathematical knowledge and geographical knowledge and astronomical knowledge encoded in the design of this thing.
That's only if you plug in this understanding, and it could be plugged in. It doesn't tell you that these people had these ratios in mind. I mean, you can draw these mathematical similarities and ratios from the building. It doesn't mean it was intentional.
It's like a proof of it, isn't it? Though.
No, I don't think so.
I don't know if I agree with you.
I don't.
I think it's like a geometrical proof in itself.
Okay, so let's take the Fibonacci. Hold on. Let's take the golden ratio or the Fibonacci series, for example, right? Which is prevalent in nature, right? Does that mean nature was designed?
So like phi and pi are both encoded into the king's chamber, the actual rectangular place where they say a sarcophagus was to go. The actual dimensions of that encode both of those numbers. It's just like they obviously have an understanding of phi. They wrote the book on it pretty much. I mean, they would have had that knowledge from long before they ever tried to build.
Right. Yeah, there's a very amazing ratio in the overall volume of that, whatever. I'm just going to call it a casket, even though it's
how the speed of light is also encoded in pyramids.
Well, the speed of light is more of a recent development, so I take that one.
The speed of
it's still a mathematical.
But the thing about pi and phi is that these things aren't down to opinion or anything.
How would they know pi?
Pi is easy, man. I could show you pi to the 10th decimal with literally a piece of rope and a few hundred small stones. This is not complicated pi.
Right, but no.
A piece of rope and some rocks. I can show you
Fibonacci.
Hold on. Let me just clarify my statement. I think mathematics simply the way we use language in a logical sense. It's a formal, logical language. It's formal. It's how you form your logic, right? It's just like logic. Math is simply a language in a sense, and it's like logic. So to find
logic is going to be
similarity,
defined by a syllogism. So we're going to need three things, and then we have number tied into this as well, right? We need a list of three interdependent things to prove a logic exists.
Yep.
So if you guys,
So
if you guys believe, right, all this stuff about the pyramids, right, like the accuracy of the measurements you're talking about is like part of what gives it credibility.
Yeah, by Petrie.
Right. Why don't you believe like the details of a rocket ship or something?
What do you mean?
Like if I could tell you every little measurement of a rocket ship, right? And like how
Well,
it's supposed
let's
to
just go with missiles, right?
Alright.
I think missiles exist. A missile is just a rocket that travels from one place in Earth to the other, right? I've no issue. I mean, and that's all it is. It's just a matter of where you're sending it is the issue, into some sort of floaty, frictionless, outer space Narnia. I mean, that's the only difference. Like
why don't you believe the complex and detailed engineering that it went into the V2 rocket, right? They used.
Yeah, it's not about the engineering. Like I said, missiles exist. I don't.
Right.
Yeah, I'm lost on the analogy here. Pyramids don't go to space. Pyramids are here on land, and we can go study them.
Right.
Rockets, when they go to space,
the analogy to you.
I can't go to space and see a rocket in space, right? So.
Oh shit, overcooked it. So the analogy here is that since I don't know if any of you have been to the pyramids, I haven't. Right. So I've never seen them in person. And
this guy lives in Egypt, right?
No, I didn't.
I actually climbed a pyramid. I climbed a pyramid before, not in Egypt, the ones in Mexico. In Chichen Itza, the Yucatan Peninsula.
It's illegal to climb the pyramids where I'm at.
Yeah, but almost exactly. He's an
great
Egyptian. Just so you know, man.
I mean that's fine. I mean I'm talking to him about space.
That's
right
fine.
now.
Yeah.
No. You were saying none of you have ever been to the pyramids.
I said
none of you have ever
I
been
didn't
to
say
Egypt,
that. I
so...
said I don't know if any of you have.
Right,
If you're
and
going to
just
represent me correctly. I said I'm not sure, and that's why he calmly said I live.
Moving on.
Yeah.
Go ahead, man.
All right.
So I haven't, but and other people here don't live in Egypt. So the whole point of this is to say, like, if you didn't see it get built, and you've never seen it in person, and you're believing a guy who did research on it for accurate measurements, what's the difference with a ballistic missile? You've never seen it.
That's fine.
Right? You've
no,
never
I don't
seen
have serious doubt.
Yeah. So that my question is like I'm trying to understand. Like recently, I've been dedicating my conversations to understand how people who don't believe in what I believe, how their mind works. Like where is the threshold of information that's true and information that's false? And this
can I draw like an analogy, sort of? Let's say a Russian missile lands on U.S. soil, right?
Yeah.
Can the American government, with all their engineers and all that, can they figure out how it was built and kind of replicate it, even if not to the exact fucking replica, but something close that operates in the same way? Can they do that today?
Yeah, engineers are 100% thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Has
anyone? Go ahead, Egypt.
No, my point was this whole mystery. Why we have this mystery so many thousands of years after it was built, with all today's technology, nobody can replicate the pyramids. It's unachievable. Nobody can do it. You can blame it on economics. You can blame it on whatever you want, but it's never been replicated or back engineered. It's still considered a mystery.
Right.
Nobody knows, like you said.
No. So
don't you think that's odd?
No, not really. Like, no. When was the last time we built? What's a good analogy? An aqueduct above ground. Like we used to. Now we just lay pipes. So I don't subscribe to the idea that what was once built needs to be always needs to be built. I guess like what I'm trying to
there's still passion behind figuring out. I mean, just even replicating it on like a different scale, just showing how it could have been built.
Right.
I mean,
but what
we're
I'm
shown
trying to,
these. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to investigate is like why Peachtree, right? Is why like Jeremy said and other people seem to respect Peachtree and respect what he says and believe what he says, right?
Can I ask a quick question? Is it Peachtree? Like, has he got anything? Who? Petri dish? Is that the same person or? I'm sorry to interrupt, but I heard Petri so many times. It's like Petri dish in my head.
Is it Peachtree or Petrie?
I've never heard of either of those people. Whatever it is.
The Petri dish.
So,
you know what a
I don't know
Petri
where
dish is?
Yeah, but I've never heard of this guy Petrie. Whoever you're talking about with the pyramids, never heard of him.
Some guy is you guys were talking about with where someone was saying Petrie.
Yeah, Fundy brought him up.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I again, just the idea is I'm trying to understand other people's way of thought, and I want to understand why all the ways that we're accepting knowledge and evidence about the pyramids, right? Like why that can't be applied to Saturn V and stuff like that.
Is Petrie the guy that found the internal? Is Petrie the guy that found the internal ramp theory in the Great Pyramid?
I don't know, but I'll just explain.
Can I answer the question really quick?
I guess so.
I'm saying I don't know. I don't believe there's anyone who presented any evidence of solid understanding of the building of the pyramids. So I hold by the position of I don't know. So I don't know how your question is relevant to someone like me. I mean, I'm holding a position
you don't know.
I don't know.
I do know.
Yeah,
I do know. I have evidence.
Oh, you know how they were built?
I have evidence, and I have a good idea of how it was done. I don't know 100%, but
were you
evidence.
there, Jeremy? Were you there? Because we get asked that a lot. Were we there?
I wasn't there
personally.
I wasn't there. I'm not 100% sure, but there's good evidence for this internal ramp theory.
All right, so tell me, Jeremy, as we go through this, can we do an exercise where I'm going to try to equate any type of space mission with what you're going to say, and then you just tell me where I make an error in comparison. Okay. So
stop there. You're done. That's it.
Can I say something first? It'll be real quick. So, many people had, taken measurements of the dimensions of the Great Pyramid, and Robert Petrie is just considered the guy who brought the best tools and put in the most effort to measuring it as precisely as possible. His measurements were really similar to the ones that come before, just considered to be just a little bit more painstakingly accurate. And it has nothing to do with the building technique. Nothing. Just the metrics, just the dimensions of the height and the width of the sides and the lengths. And it's just that. That's the only reason I brought him up. He just gives you the length and the height and the dimensions and stuff.
I don't think anyone got closer to measuring it than Carl Monk, and he never actually even put a tape measure to it.
So Jeremy, can we go down this exercise, you and I? So
it ain't gonna work for you, but you could try.
That's fine. I'm just here for the thought of it all. So you're gonna tell me how the pyramids were built, right? Because you said you have knowledge on how that happened.
I have an idea on how it happened, yes. Not 100% sure, but I have an idea.
Okay. So that's fine. And I'm going to tell you how I have an idea of a space mission. And I'm going to use I don't know, Extremist. What do you think? Should I use Sputnik? Should I use the moon? What would be the best one? Should I use rockets?
Why are we comparing ideas that are not concrete?
Yeah.
That have nothing to do with reality.
Because
Are you saying space is not reality? Is that what you're saying?
No. Because my
So
mission.
what are you saying?
Right. Yeah. My mission is to understand. I realize that I'm fighting with people without understanding them. Right. So I'm trying to understand how people who don't agree with me gather information to know things. And I want to see what is my error, because Jeremy said he knew, right? And he backtracked a little bit, so fair on him to say he's pretty sure that's how they're built. I want to compare a space mission and see if the structure of his logic, knowing how he built the pyramids were built, applies to the space mission.
Do you have doubt about the space missions?
No, I don't have doubt.
No doubt? Like you're 100% sure they happen?
Yeah.
Okay, so why are you drawing an analogy? As Jeremy said,
this is an analogous
he's
thing.
talking about a historical event that he's trying to figure out how it happened. But you were talking about an actual event in current history that you can simply figure out whether it happened or not. I mean, there's no analogy here.
Well,
why? Where I'm lost on the analogous factor here.
So that's what I'm saying is that well, I guess the best way to answer it is that Jeremy hasn't seen the pyramids. I haven't seen a rocket ship. Jeremy hasn't been to Egypt. I haven't been to space. Jeremy hasn't observed it being built. I haven't observed it being built. Jeremy has information Jeremy has information from educator Carl Mung. I have education from NASA. So what I'm saying is that I can keep listing off similarities. I'm trying to understand where I'm going wrong, right? By understanding Jeremy's mindset. So what I want to hear is if we both haven't seen it, we both haven't touched it, we both don't really know about it, we're both getting our information from outside sources, why is one acceptable and one's not?
Well, I can say the same thing about the United States. I've never been, never touched it. All I know about the United States is what I'm hearing from you guys. So, is that analogous? Would that be analogous in this situation? Just like you put it, you framed it. Sorry, Jeremy, go ahead.
First things first, I've actually climbed a pyramid. So I know pyramids exist in reality, right? You don't know if people have gone into space in reality.
But I know they've built rockets. So I know rockets have been built.
Right. That doesn't mean we've been to space, though.
Right. And climbing a pyramid
have
doesn't
you been
mean
to space?
No, but climbing a pyramid in Mexico doesn't mean anything.
This is where your analogy falls apart because I know pyramids exist. You've never, I've been to a pyramid. You've never been to space. So you don't even know if that's a real thing or not.
I cut out. Can you repeat it?
I told you this wasn't going to work for you. I saw you've already failed.
How did I fail? I didn't even hear you.
I know pyramids exist. I climbed a pyramid in Mexico, in Chichen Itza, or the Yucatan Peninsula, wherever the fuck it was. Yeah. So I know pyramids exist. You have never been to space. You've never been to space. So you don't even know if that shit's a real thing or not.
But you're missing the point of what I was trying to do. I'm not trying
You're trying to have this be some kind of analogous situation, and it's not, because I know mine's a real thing, and you don't even know if your shit exists.
No. See, that's...
Let's hear how you gather your information, not whether it's true or not.
I agree with Jeremy.
Again, so my idea of the United States is analogous. I've never been, right? All I have information about the United States is secondhand information.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah, that's exactly it. An extremist said it perfectly. I'm just trying to... This is not an art... You guys are getting caught up in the details and missing the point.
Well, the devil's in the details.
But let me...
Oh my God.
We're unable... So I'm asking us to ignore some parameters so we can progress in one area. I'm not trying to prove anything. I'm trying to understand something. And you guys won't even allow me to try to understand it. All I'm saying
fine.
is...
I'll play along.
Yeah,
I'll
play
play
along
along.
with
I just
me.
want you to
Thank-
realize that your analogy has already failed you in the first step because I know mine's a real thing and you don't know if yours is
That's
even a real thing. But
okay. That's
please
fine.
go ahead.
That's fine.
Okay, go ahead then.
No, you tell me. Like I said, you're gonna tell me how you believe the pyramids were built because you said with great confidence you have a good idea, and I'm going to tell you how with great confidence I think a lunar mission or a space mission has existed. And I
Okay.
just want to understand where it goes wrong, and
Yeah,
I just
New Leaf, you're just asking specifically Jeremy because you're saying you guys. I have a completely different idea about it.
okay.
So
Then
don't say
Jeremy.
you guys. Don't stereotype. So
Okay.
you're asking Jeremy in this specific situation. So
Yeah, that's
don't say you guys. That's
Okay.
just
use guys.
That's weird. Use guys.
He's a weirdo. What do you want?
I'm
Go
not
ahead,
a weirdo. I'm
Smooth.
from
Let's go.
Jersey. You...
That's the weirdest place on earth, bro. Let's go.
Bro,
Run
are you
me through
kidding me?
this.
You're from North New York, bro.
Upstate.
That's what I'm saying. Like you're out there in Bear Mountain. Anyways,
Let's go, bro. Let's do this.
Dude, I'm trying. Okay, so you begin. You begin by telling me how you know or how you have confidence on how the pyramids were built.
Okay, a helicopter flew over, a real thing. We know people can fly in helicopters. I've also flown in a helicopter. They flew over with a helicopter, took thermal imaging. I know thermal imaging is a real thing because I have a FLIR camera, okay? And they took pictures of the pyramid. It might have been some other kind of imaging. I don't know what kind of imaging it was. They took pictures of the pyramid where they could see this, what appears to be an internal ramp on the inside, okay? Then they also have this shaft that seems to be worn down on the inside, and there was a thing they've since cemented over that appears to have been worn down tremendously, probably, and it uses the same tech. It could have used the same technology that the Eiffel Tower uses. They have a weight on one side, and they raise people up and lower it like an elevator kind of system, and that's probably how they brought the bricks up.
Okay, cool. So
Drum shaft. I forget what the name of it is.
Counterweight.
Something.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So
all real things that I mentioned.
right.
By the
Okay.
way.
So you said that they got into a helicopter and they flew over it, and you believe helicopters because you've been in one, right?
Yeah, I've flown in a helicopter. Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna start by saying I know rockets exist because I've seen them, and then I've worked on like model rockets and stuff, right?
All right.
So I know rockets work.
Have you ever been in a rocket?
I haven't been in a rocket,
Okay.
but I don't think that's a requirement because we know that rockets exist. I've seen them many times, but I just don't have the financial means. I mean, are you saying that rockets don't exist?
No, I'm just seeing where we stand. That's all.
Yeah. Okay. So, what was the next part? You said they used
You had a
imaging.
model rocket when you were a child. Then what?
No. So I believe in rockets because I've seen them and worked on them. Now I believe in cameras because I use them, right?
Okay.
Okay. And then what was next?
The question is, do they go as high as they say they go?
Actually,
that's the
my
point
question
where
would
this whole
be
shit falls apart. Is when
my question would
what
be
Elbow said.
yeah. I mean, New Leaf is trying to figure out how you think. Are you finding similarity or are you finding difference the
No, I'm
way
finding
Jeremy's thinking?
similarities. Like
So are you calling Jeremy a glober by
No.
essence? Like he's thinking along the same lines.
No.
When he's
No.
figuring
Bro,
it
the
out.
shit's not similar, Smooth. I know you want it to be, but it's not similar. My shit's real. Your shit may or may not be real. You don't even know.
Right, but dude, so all I'm saying is I changed my name to New Leaf because I'm giving up on trying
to turn over a new leaf.
I'm done trying to war over what you think. I'm rather
Honestly,
hear.
yeah, that's a good place. Kudos for that, honestly.
Yeah, there's no way either of us are gonna change our minds. So rather than war over, for no reason, I'd rather understand. I just want to understand, like, when you guys see information, what makes you think that that information's okay versus other information? So for the next week, that's all the questions I'll be asking. It's like, how is...
I would say one of the factors is logic. If it's logical,
I mean,
it has more validity.
Dude, I scrutinize everything. You know what I'm saying? Those pictures that they took with the helicopter over the Great Pyramid, that shit might not even be real. I don't know.
Yeah, Jeremy, I've got a guy in Livestream asking me to give him voice verified, but I don't think I actually can. So I think that's your role.
I got it.
Yeah, mod bitch.
Where is it?
He's in BC checking 1 and he's waiting patiently. Ruble 241. There he is.
Rockets are just helium balloons.
And now we got rid of Jeremy. Let's shit talk him. Quick, I've got 5 minutes.
Crypto, you can give voice verified.
Okay. I kept on telling people I can't. Ah, fair enough. Because I didn't think I could give roles out. That was the thing.
The command is VV, exclamation VV.
Ah, okay, fine. I'll go up there now then.
What? So I guess one of my questions is like, what's wrong with that Red Bull thing where the guy jumped out of a balloon?
What's wrong with it?
Yeah.
The only thing that's wrong with it, if you're saying that's proof of a globe, that's the only thing wrong with it.
Well, can't you see curvature?
No, I can see flat Earth.
Let me see. I thought I saw curvature.
If I go down that rabbit hole of curvature, that would mean New Mexico is like 3/4 of the Earth, or a third of the Earth.
What was that guy's name?
As far as Felix
that's what I'm
Baumgartner,
seeing.
yeah, as far as the Felix Baumgartner curvature goes, that would make New Mexico. It would be Planet New Mexico.
Guys, 1 second. Ruble, you there? Let me hear.
Yes.
All right, there we go. All right, you're all set. Please continue, guys. Please continue.
Well, so I'm looking at the video right now, guys, and it looks like I do see curvature from this.
In what footage? In the Red Bull jump?
Yeah.
You see the land beneath it?
Huh?
You see the land beneath it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all just a portion of New Mexico.
Yeah.
So scale that out. Realize what you're looking at. Do you think New Mexico covers the entire top half of the globe as portrayed in that video?
I'm not looking at the entire top half of the globe.
So
Okay,
what
well, that's a
curvature
portion
are
of
you
New
looking at?
I'm
What's the
looking...
curvature looking at? That's the question.
Well, here, so I'm going to post this, and it's at 20 seconds into the video. Ladies and gentlemen, I will be posting this link at 50 minutes past the hour.
The curve, if you look at, there's 2 different cameras. There's one with the crazy fisheye lens that shows Planet New Mexico, right? Then there's another camera inside the cupola or whatever the thing he was in is called. And that has the horizon. It looks like a straight line.
Yeah, New Leaf, you posted a video with no. So what's the timestamp that you're talking about? Because you didn't timestamp.
I mean, Smooth, we know
20
wild
seconds.
fish islands, bro. Nobody, even your own people, aren't denying that's a crazy fish islands. If you look at the one from inside the capsule he was in, the horizon's a straight line.
Jeremy, I'm not here to prove anything anymore. I'm just here to understand.
Yes, we got that. So your timestamp failed. You didn't post the timestamp, so I'm left
Just
with a.
go to 20 seconds. I stated it clearly.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's a
20
pretty basic
seconds.
statement.
No, that's fine. I might have misheard or didn't hear. So I asked for a timestamp. Oh, and the 20-second
No biggie.
timestamp, it converges from a from a spherical to the opposite, and in that exact timestamp. So I'm lost here.
Yeah, I got
like
it. I
a
got
convex
the image from the thumbnail is clearly from a wide-angle lens.
That's fine, but I'm waiting for New Leaf. His point. He presented the video, so he had some point.
Moyak is free to join in as well if he wishes, but
No, but what was your point? Your timestamp. You said 20 seconds, right?
yeah, it shows. I see curve at 20 seconds.
Do you
Moyak,
see?
let
Did you
Moyak
see
finish.
what at 18